As the college entrance exams approached, Lin Ze found himself in a desperate situation, couldn't even obtain the qualification certificate for a trainee beastmaster. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the bustling entrance of Pinghai No. 1 High School. Groups of students in uniforms walked together, their conversations filled with both uncertainty and hope for the future. The exams are just a month away. Have you decided which academy you're applying to? One of them asked. Isn't there only one academy in town? What other choice do you have? Another joked. Heh, maybe he's dreaming of applying to the Beastmaster Academy in Ningjiang City. Dream on. He doesn't even have the trainee Beastmaster certificate. He can't even register. Come on, you're no better than me. What about you, Lin Ze? The boy who had been called out snapped out of his thoughts and gave a faint shake of his head. I haven't decided yet. The others exchanged knowing glances, but said nothing more. Deep down, they all understood they were just a group of average students with no special talents. Getting into a Beastmaster Academy was nothing short of a pipe dream. At the street corner, the group waved goodbye to one another. Watching his friends leave, a bitter smile briefly crossed Lin Ze's face. It had been over 2 weeks since he found himself in this unfamiliar world, yet he still struggled to come to terms with his sudden transformation. One moment, he had been asleep in his own world, and the next, he had awakened in the body of a high school student preparing for a critical exam. This world was nothing like the one he knew. Several centuries ago, during the Great Catastrophe, countless ferocious beasts had emerged from interdimensional rifts, wreaking havoc and preying on humanity. Through relentless struggle and bloodshed, humans had gradually mastered the art of taming these beasts, giving rise to the profession of beastmasters. In the present day, beastmasters were regarded as the elite of society. Unfortunately, Lin Ze's circumstances couldn't be worse. Orphaned at a young age, he possessed weak soul strength and had only managed to contract a pet beast, a small, fluffy creature with virtually no combat ability. With such a poor starting point, the idea of getting into a Beastmaster Academy seemed utterly impossible. As he sank deeper into frustration, a mechanical voice suddenly broke the silence. System charging complete. Beginning activation. System activation in progress. Activation successful. Achievement system is now online. Lin Ze froze in shock. Before he could react, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes. Lin Ze. Physique. 1.0. Soul strength. 0.8. Soul power. None. Soul techniques. None. Contracted beast. Small snowball. Achievement points. None. Note: the average attributes for an adult male are physique 1.0 and soul strength 1.0. Lin Ze focused intently on the semi-transparent data panel that appeared before him, a flash of excitement flickering in his eyes. The panel clearly displayed all his attribute data. Soul strength at 0.8, perfectly matching the results from the standardized school assessment. Physical constitution at 1.0, which, for a high school student still in the midst of development, was equivalent to the average level of an adult male, a testament to the rigorous training of his former self. The leveled section currently displayed none, which was expected. According to the rules, one must first complete the evaluation and initiation ceremony of the Beast Tamer Association to officially advance to an apprentice Beast Tamer. The soul power was shown as 80, seemingly derived by multiplying the soul strength by 100. When Lin Ze's gaze landed on the achievement points section, his breathing quickened. A system notification explained. Achievement points and reward items could be earned by completing achievements. These points could be used to enhance a pet beast growth, unlock new skills, or strengthen the attributes of a beast tamer. The discovery left him thrilled. For ordinary beast tamers, improving their pet beast strength typically required either expensive natural treasure, something only those with substantial financial resources could afford, years of painstaking training and nurturing. However, this achievement system offered a shortcut to rapidly boost strength. Calming his excitement, Lin Ze turned his attention to the small creature beside him, Xiao Shueqiu. A new data panel appeared immediately. Name: Xiao Shueqiu. Attribute: Ice. Level: Tier 1, Stage 1. Growth: 23.48. Skill: Frost Breath. The system indicated that growth could be increased through battles or consuming high-energy items. Upon reaching 100, evolution would be triggered, resulting in a significant power boost. According to the rules, a pet beast strength was divided into 9 tiers, with each tier further divided into 9 stages. Tier 1, Stage 1 was the lowest level. At that moment, Lin Ze noticed 2 additional pieces of critical information at the bottom of the panel: evolution paths. Giant path, focused on enhancing melee combat abilities, with significant improvements in physical constitution and strength, but at the cost of reduced ice element control. The next form would be a snow beast, with a maximum potential of Tier 5. Evolution requirements: 100 growth, 10 units of lower ice element essence, 100 grams of barbarian horn powder. Queen path, focused on enhancing affinity with the ice element, emphasizing spellcasting abilities while sacrificing close combat attributes. The next form would be an ice crystal soul, with a maximum potential of king level. Evolution requirements: 100 growth, 20 units of lower ice element essence, 1 soul jade. This revelation left Lin Ze utterly shocked. According to known records, Xiao Shueqiu was classified as an F-grade pet beast with no evolutionary forms. He immediately went online to verify and found the information to be accurate. This was indeed 2 previously undiscovered hidden evolution paths. The Queen path, in particular, had the potential to reach king level, meaning Xiao Shueqiu actually possessed the potential of an F-grade pet beast. The stark contrast was enough to leave anyone dumbfounded. This system not only displayed the evolution paths of pet beasts, but seemingly revealed all potential evolutionary possibilities. The value of this function was immeasurable. It could aid in selecting pet beasts with immense evolutionary potential and enable its user to become an extraordinary pet beast cultivator. Lin Ze decisively chose the Empress path, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This path allowed for the evolution of a royal-class beast, a rarity in Pinghai City, where beastmasters with royal-class beasts could be counted on one hand. He glanced down at the little Snowball nestled in his arms, already starting to plan its evolution strategy. The problem that had troubled him for so long finally found a breakthrough, and Lin Ze let out a long sigh of relief, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. With this newfound golden finger, getting into a Beastmaster Academy was no longer an unattainable dream. He glanced at the calendar. Next month on the 13th was the college entrance exam. However, before that, he had to pass the Apprentice Beastmaster Qualification test. This was a federal requirement. All students aspiring to enroll in a Beastmaster Academy had to first pass this initial screening process conducted by the Beastmaster Association, designed to weed out unqualified candidates who might otherwise attempt to try their luck. Suddenly, Lin Ze remembered the achievement points. He quickly opened the achievement list and found only a few options. First, contracted beast. Successfully contract your first beast. Rewards: 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal completed. Rewards pending collection. Apprentice Beastmaster. Pass the Apprentice Beastmaster Qualification test and complete the first baptism. Rewards: 200 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Enrollment: receive an admission letter from any Beastmaster Academy. Rewards: 300 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, and 1 strengthening crystal. Without hesitation, Lin Ze claimed the rewards for the first achievement. In an instant, a soul crystal, about the size of a longan and shimmering with a pure silver glow, appeared in his palm. This mysterious crystal was infused with soul energy and, when fused, could enhance the user's soul strength. The degree of enhancement depended on the user's original soul strength. Wasting no time, Lin Ze used the crystal. The moment he did, it melted like snow under the blazing sun, turning into liquid and seeping into his body through his pores. A refreshing sensation swept through him, leaving him energized and clear-headed. Checking his personal stats, he noticed that his soul strength had increased to 1.8. What an incredible effect! Lin Ze's eyes lit up with excitement. The increase in his soul strength from 0.8 to 1.8 left him exhilarated. This number far surpassed the average of 0.9 for this year's high school graduates and even matched the strongest student at Pinghai First High School. Without a doubt, he had now stepped into the ranks of geniuses. For a Beastmaster, the importance of soul strength was self-evident. It not only determined the level and number of contracted beasts, but also directly influenced the amount of soul power available. Whether summoning beasts for battle or using soul techniques, soul power was essential. With his current reserve of 180 soul points, he could sustain a second-tier beast for 7 to 8 hours of continuous activity. Lin Ze shifted his attention to the use of achievement points. The system notification indicated that achievement points could be used to enhance the growth rate of his beast. He tentatively clicked the sign next to the growth rate bar on his beast panel and immediately saw the rate increase from 23.48 to 24.48, with 1 achievement point deducted. So it's a 1-to-1 exchange ratio, Lin Ze noted. Without hesitation, he invested all his remaining achievement points, boosting Little Snowball's growth rate to 100. Little Snowball's attribute panel was promptly updated. Name: Little Snowball. Type: Ice. Level: Tier 1, Stage 2. Growth rate: 100. Skill: Frost Breath. Evolution path: Empress Route. Next form: Ice Crystal Spirit. Evolution requirements: growth rate 100, 20 units of lower ice elemental essence, 1 soul gem. Though maxing out the growth rate only raised Little Snowball by a minor level, reaffirming its status as an franked beast, Lin Ze was not discouraged. Just 2 more materials to go, he said, glancing at Little Snowball perched on his shoulder. The small creature affectionately nuzzled his cheek, its touch as cool as snow. Little one, your true potential far exceeds expectations, Lin Ze murmured, gently stroking Little Snowball's head, earning a cheerful chirp in response. After putting Little Snowball away, Lin Ze made his way back home. It was an old house left by his parents. Though slightly worn, it was in a good location with a pleasant environment. As he reached the third floor, he spotted Guanning standing at his door. The girl next door, a year younger than him, had been his childhood playmate. Both of them were now in their senior year at Pinghai First High School. "You're back, big brother." Guanning greeted him with a bright smile. "Mom and Dad asked if you'd like to join us for dinner." "Sure," Lin Ze replied as he unlocked his door. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "By the way, you're going to the Apprentice Beast Master Qualification assessment tomorrow, right?" As a prodigious Beast Master, Guanning had an impressive soul strength of 1.7 and had contracted a cranked beast with the potential to reach the 6th Tiara Flamebird. Under her care, the Flamebird had grown to Tier 1, Stage 9, making her one of the top 5 students at Pinghai First High School. "Yeah, I'll be going in the morning," Guanning nodded. "I'll go with you," Lin Ze said casually. "Huh, there's no need." Guanning quickly waved her hands, worried about touching on a sensitive topic. She knew Lin Ze had always dreamed of becoming a Beast Master, but had been limited by his aptitude. Lin Ze simply smiled, patted her head, and turned to enter his home. Later that evening, he joined the Guan family for dinner as promised. As always, Guan Chongshan and his wife treated Lin Ze like one of their own, filling his otherwise lonely heart with a rare sense of warmth. Around 7 o'clock, Lin Ze left with his savings card in hand. He had already looked up the information. Both the lower ice elemental essence and the soul gem were common low-tier materials that could be purchased at a pet beast store. About 10 minutes later, he found himself standing in front of an upscale pet beast store. "Welcome." The moment the door swung open, a young female clerk dressed in professional attire approached with a polished smile on her face. Lin Ze got straight to the point. "I'm looking to buy lower-grade ice elemental essence and a soul jade." The clerk led him to a transparent glass display case. Inside, an array of pet materials was neatly organized, each accompanied by a brief description and a price tag. It didn't take long for Lin Ze to spot his target items. The lower-grade ice elemental essence resembled a tiny, everlasting ice cube, shrouded in a visible frosty mist, priced at 3,000 credits each. Meanwhile, the soul jade, about the size of a thumb, was jet black and reminiscent of obsidian, with each piece tagged at 20,000 credits. "These loader materials sure don't come cheap," Lin Ze thought to himself. 10 ice elemental essences and 1 soul jade would cost him a total of 50,000 credits, roughly half a year's salary for an average office worker. The beast taming profession truly lived up to its reputation as a bottomless pit for money. Even so, what needed to be bought had to be bought. Lin Ze quickly made his selections and headed to the counter to pay. As she processed his payment, the young clerk couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at Lin Ze. With her extensive experience, she was well aware of the uses for these materials. The ice elemental essence was a common food source for ice attribute pets, but soul jade was primarily used for pet evolution. This customer, who looked like a high school student, shouldn't logically have a pet ready for evolution at his age. Could he be a prodigy from some prestigious school? She wondered. He's a bit young, but his potential is undeniable. If only he were a few years older. Noticing the clerk's curious gaze, Lin Ze felt slightly uncomfortable. He quickly completed the transaction and left the store. Glancing at the remaining balance of less than 40,000 credits in his account, he muttered to himself, "I need to figure out a way to make money. At this rate, I won't even be able to afford pet food in the future." Though he could borrow money from the Guans, he was reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary. Once home, Lin Ze immediately summoned his pet, little Snowball. "Come on, little one. Eat these, and you'll evolve," he said, holding out the materials. The clueless little Snowball obediently opened its mouth and began consuming the items. Lin Ze watched the scene with a gentle smile. Pet evolution was a meticulous process. Even the slightest deviation in the type or quantity of materials could result in failure. At best, the pet might suffer injuries. At worst, its strength could plummet. For this reason, most beast tamers adhered strictly to known evolution formulas, rarely daring to experiment. But Lin Ze was different. Thanks to his achievement system, he could see the hidden evolution paths for all pets, giving him the ability to choose the most promising direction. This unique advantage would undoubtedly set him apart in the beast taming world. Moments later, little Snowball finished consuming the materials. A dazzling blue light erupted from its body, and its form rapidly expanded from the size of a basketball to a height of half a meter. Within seconds, the light faded, revealing a figure in the center of the living room, a petite, translucent girl-like being, resembling a 7 or 80-year-old child, with a radiant, icy blue hue. The pet beast named Ice Crystal Soul was of the Ice attribute, currently at Tier 2, Stage 2. It possessed 2 skills, Ice Spike and Frost Breath, with a growth rate of 0. Following its evolution path, the next form would be Snow Maiden, requiring a growth rate of 120 intermediate ice elemental essences and 1 Heart of Frost. It actually advanced an entire major tier. Lin Ze's face lit up with uncontrollable excitement. This evolution had brought a surge in strength far beyond his expectations, leaping directly from Tier 1, Stage 2 to Tier 2. Stage 2. At Pinghai High School, the typical strength of senior students' pet beasts range between Tier 1, Stage 3, and Stage 5. Even the elite students' beasts rarely reach Tier 1, Stage 7 or 8. The school's top student, Guanning, had a pet beast that was only at Tier 1, Stage 9. Now, Lin Ze's strength had left his peers far behind. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked. First evolution. Reward. 100 achievement points. 1 strengthening crystal. Lin Ze froze for a moment before a smile spread across his face. This unexpected reward made him realize that beyond the known achievement list, there were likely many hidden achievements waiting to be uncovered. He glanced down at the strengthening crystal in his palm. This peculiar gem, infused with life energy, could significantly enhance the user's physical attributes upon fusion. The extent of the enhancement depended on the user's baseline physique. Without hesitation, Lin Ze chose to use it. The moment the crystal merged into his body, a surge of vitality erupted from his core and coursed through his entire being. He could distinctly feel his muscles, bones, and skin becoming stronger and more resilient. Within seconds, the sensation faded, and as he moved his body, he was thrilled to discover noticeable improvements in strength, speed, and reflexes. Seeing the 1-point increase in his physique attribute on the status panel, Lin Ze smiled in satisfaction. While beast tamers didn't typically engage in combat themselves, having a stronger body was undoubtedly an advantage, especially when it came to surviving dangerous situations. Awoo. At that moment, the ice crystal soul floated over to him, affectionately nudging his shoulder. Its eyes glimmered with an unmistakable attachment to its master. After evolving, it resembled a mythical ice sprite. Though small and delicate in size, apart from its shimmering, semi-transparent blue body, it could easily be mistaken for a charming little human girl. Well done. Lin Ze gently patted the ice crystal soul's head while examining its updated status panel. The earlier growth boost had consumed 77 achievement points, leaving him with 123. When he attempted to further increase its growth rate, he noticed that each one increment now required 5 achievement points, rather than the previous 1 point. It seems the cost of growth increases as strength improves, Lin Ze muttered with a wry smile. Without further hesitation, he allocated all his remaining achievement points. In an instant, the Ice Crystal Soul's growth rate surged to 24, and its level advanced to Tier 2, Stage 4, resulting in yet another significant power boost. Lin Ze gazed out the window, his eyes filled with determination. Tomorrow, he would head to the Beast Tamer Association to participate in the trainee qualification assessment. The next morning, the sun was already blazing fiercely. After having breakfast, Lin Ze and Guanning set off for the Beastmaster Association. They were supposed to meet 2 of Guanning's classmates at the entrance of their neighborhood. The sweltering heat made waiting a bit unbearable, and soon beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Lin Ze glanced at a nearby supermarket and said to Guanning, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go buy some water." "Okay." Guanning nodded obediently. Not long after Lin Ze left, 2 lively and charming girls came running from a distance. "Xiaoyun, Xian, over here." Guanning waved to them. "Sorry, Ning." Zhang Xiaoyun ran over, panting, and clasped her hands together apologetically. "It's all Xian's fault for oversleeping." Wearing a pale pink and gray floral dress, Lu Xian blushed and explained, "I couldn't sleep last night and only fell asleep around 3 or 4 in the morning. It's just a qualification assessment for trainees. Why are you so nervous?" Zhang Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. "I'm not like you and Ning, who are both so skilled. You'll definitely pass without any problems." "I'm not so sure," Lu Xian muttered under her breath. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun narrow her eyes, she quickly added, Sorry. I'll treat you both to shaved ice later to make it up." Only then did Zhang Xiaoyun smile in satisfaction and turn to ask, "Ning, where's your brother? Isn't he coming with us?" "He went to buy water," Guanning replied. Just as she finished, Zhang Xiaoyun suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, I heard that Zhou confessed to you yesterday. Is that true?" "What? Really?" Lu Xian's eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. Guanning pursed her lips, a trace of disdain flashing across her face. "Yeah, he did, but I ignored him. That guy already has a girlfriend from another high school and still wants to two-time. Jerk." Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Lin Ze returned with bottles of water in hand. Guanning quickly introduced him. "This is my brother, Lin Ze. These are my good friends, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian." "Hi, Lin." The 2 girls greeted him cheerfully. Lin Ze handed the water to the 3 of them and smiled. "You're all the same age as me. Just call me by my name." The group then set off together toward the nearby Beastmaster Association. On the way, the 3 girls started discussing the upcoming trainee qualification assessment. "Ning, have you decided which difficulty level you're going to choose?" "Yeah, I'm going to challenge the advanced level." "Wow, that's impressive. I wouldn't dare. I'm planning to go for the basic level." "Me too." As long as I pass, that's good enough for me. The Beastmaster qualification assessment is divided into 4 difficulty levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards and blessings upon passing, which could significantly benefit one's future career. However, with each level up, the challenge difficulty increases exponentially. Most people can only manage the basic level, very few pass the intermediate level, and those who succeed in the advanced level are rare. As for the supreme level, no one in Pinghai City had passed it in years. Since each person gets only one chance per year for the unified qualification assessment, everyone chooses their difficulty level with great caution. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian, being of moderate skill, naturally didn't dare to attempt a higher difficulty. As for Guanning, her chances of passing the advanced level were reasonably high given her abilities. Brother, Guanning suddenly leaned closer to Lin Ze and whispered, "The qualification assessment might take quite a while. Maybe you should just find a nearby cafe outside the association and wait for us." It was clear that the girl was worried Lin Ze might feel disheartened inside the association, reminded of the fact that he didn't have the aptitude to become a beastmaster. Seeing through her intentions, Lin Ze smiled and said, "No way. If I stay outside, how am I supposed to take part in the trainee qualification assessment?" Guanning froze for a few seconds before realizing what he meant. "Brother, are you also going to participate in the assessment?" Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian also stopped in their tracks, stunned. As Guanning's friends, they knew Lin Ze's pet beast was just a small, decorative ice attribute creature called Snowball, with almost no combat ability. It couldn't even defeat the weakest feral beast. Taking such a pet to the qualification assessment seemed like a foregone conclusion. Just as Guanning was about to ask more, a furious voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Guanning, stop right there." The group turned to see a young man and woman approaching. The man, in his 20s, wore a tight black tank top, had a burly build, and sported tattoos on his arms, giving off the vibe of a street thug. The woman, around the same age as Guanning and her friends, wore heavy makeup and had dyed red hair. The red-haired girl stormed up to them, pointed at Guanning, and said to the tattooed man, "Cousin, that's the girl who tried to steal my boyfriend." The words of the red-haired woman, Wu Ying, hit like a sledgehammer, leaving Guanning and her companions frozen in place. Zhang Xiaoyun was the first to recover, her brows furrowing tightly. "Who are you? And who's your boyfriend?" "I'm Wu Ying, Zhou Hong's girlfriend," the red-haired woman sneered, ignoring Zhang Xiaoyun's question and instead fixing her furious glare on Guanning. "Shameless tramp. Seducing someone else's boyfriend behind their back." Guanning's delicate eyebrows arched, her pretty face tinged with anger. Before she could respond, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't hold back. "Hey, don't go spouting nonsense. When did Ning ever try to seduce your boyfriend? It's Zhou Hong who's trying to two-time, pestering her relentlessly. My friend didn't even give him the time of day. Too cowardly to admit it?" Wu Ying scoffed. "If she hadn't been flirting with him, why would my boyfriend cheat?" "Huh. A cheating scumbag doesn't need an excuse," Zhang Xiaoyun shot back, her words sharp as a blade. "The truth is, you just don't have what it takes to keep your man interested. And now that he's strayed, you're blaming someone else? What a disgrace to women everywhere." Wu Ying's face darkened at Zhang Xiaoyun's brutal retort, her composure visibly shaken. Unable to gain the upper hand in the verbal clash, she turned to the tattooed young man standing nearby for support. "Cousin, teach them a lesson." The tattooed man, Zhao Kong, cracked his knuckles audibly as he strode forward with a menacing grin. "Little girls, you've picked the wrong person to mess with. If you dare provoke my cousin, don't blame me for making you suffer." Instinctively, Guanning and her two friends took a step back, their faces pale. As sheltered high school students who'd never encountered thugs before, Zhao Kang's intimidating presence was enough to rattle them. At that moment, Lin Ze stepped forward, positioning himself firmly between the three girls and their aggressor. "Brother!" Guanning exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Zhao Kang sneered disdainfully. "Trying to play the hero? Huh? Kid, do you even know what you're getting yourself into?" Before his words had fully landed, his fist was already swinging toward Lin Ze's face. The three girls cried out in alarm. To them, the scholarly, slender Lin Ze seemed no match for the burly Zhao Kang. This confrontation's outcome seemed all but certain. But reality had a way of defying expectations. With a casual motion, Lin Ze caught Zhao Kang's incoming fist midair, holding it firmly in his grasp. Zhao Kang froze for a fraction of a second, his expression shifting from shock to fury as he tried to yank his hand free. Yet, no matter how much strength he exerted, Lin Ze's grip held fast like an iron vice. "What the hell is this guy made of?" Zhao Kang growled, both furious and bewildered. He raised his other fist, preparing to strike again. But before he could follow through, Lin Ze countered with a single, precise punch. Thud. The dull sound of impact was accompanied by Zhao Kang's pained scream as his large frame was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The scene descended into stunned silence. Everyone stood frozen, their jaws practically hitting the floor at the unexpected turn of events. Whoa, Ning, your brother's a beast, Zhang Xiaoyun murmured, swallowing hard. Guan Ning was equally baffled. In her mind, Lin Ze had always been a typical high school student. Where had this sudden display of strength come from? Lin Ze calmly withdrew his fist, his expression unbothered. Thanks to the enhancements from the evolution strength crystal, his reflexes and physical power far surpassed those of ordinary people. Even without extensive combat training, his sheer advantage and raw ability made him more than capable of handling multiple opponents. Brother. Wu Ying rushed to Zhao Kang's side, attempting to help him up, but he shoved her away in humiliation and rage. His face was flushed a deep red, the earlier mockery now a bitter stain on his pride. Consumed by fury, Zhao Kang wasted no time summoning his pet beast. In a flash of light, a massive black-furred wolf, as large as a calf, materialized before the group. A shadow wolf, Zhao Kang spat, his gaze fixated on Lin Ze. Let's see if you can handle my pet. The color drained from the three girls' faces. While a shadow wolf was only an E-class beast with no evolutionary form, Zhao Kang's was clearly in its mature stage, with strength at least at Tier 2, Level 1. In contrast, the highest level pet among them was only at Tier 1, Level 9, completely outmatched. This is bad. Ning, what do we do? Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian were on the verge of panic. Only Lin Ze remained unfazed, his calm demeanor further stoking Zhao Kang's anger. Attack! Zhao Kang commanded through gritted teeth. While he didn't dare escalate to lethal force, he was more than ready to teach Lin Ze a painful lesson. The shadow wolf lunged forward with terrifying speed, causing the three girls to instinctively retreat. Guan Ning was about to summon her own pet when, all of a sudden, a chilling frost swept through the air, causing the temperature to plummet. A small, ethereal figure appeared in front of Lin Ze, translucent girl with a radiant blue form, exuding an icy aura. She was an ice spirit, and she raised her delicate hand as the ferocious shadow wolf charged. Crack! Crack! Countless sharp icicles materialized out of thin air, hovering momentarily before shooting forward like a relentless hailstorm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the piercing sound of the ice shards filled the air, the shadow wolf was engulfed by the icy barrage. The sudden turn of events plunged the scene into a heavy silence. Hovering midair was a petite, crystalline figure exuding a faint chill. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian stared wide-eyed. Unable to believe what they were seeing, this was clearly not Lin Ze's familiar round, plump little Snowball. Guan Ning, even more astonished, could hardly process what was happening. As Lin Ze's close friend, she was intimately familiar with his pet beast. Yet this ice elemental creature before them bore no resemblance to little Snowball. The ice crystal spirit didn't allow them much time to think. With a graceful motion of its arm, it summoned countless ice spears, which rained down like a storm upon the charging shadow wolf. The sharp projectiles tore through the wolf's body, leaving it covered in frost. A thin layer of ice rapidly enveloped its form as the creature let out a piercing, agonized howl. Impossible! Zhao Kang's voice trembled as he watched in disbelief. His shadow wolf, a second-tier, first-stage beast, had been gravely injured in a single attack by a high schooler's pet. This could only mean that Lin Ze's beast was at least at the second tier. Yet Zhao Kang knew well that the strongest pet beasts owned by high school students rarely surpass the first tier, 9th stage. He had certainly never heard of anyone breaking through to the second tier. Even Guan Ning, the star student of Pinghai High School, only had a first tier, 9th stage magma bird. Though it was just one small step away, the gap between the first and second tiers was vast, practically insurmountable. This was precisely why Zhao Kang had felt confident enough to step in and defend his cousin. But now, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Kang commanded his shadow wolf to continue attacking. No matter how strong this kid is, he's still just a high schooler. His pet must have just recently advanced to the second tier, likely relying on some powerful skill to gain the upper hand. Once that skill goes on cooldown, we'll have a chance to fight back. Before he could finish his thought, the ice crystal spirit parted its delicate lips and gently blew toward its palm. A wave of bone-chilling frost swept across the battlefield, freezing everything in its path. The charging shadow wolf didn't even have time to react before it was encased in a pale blue block of ice, transformed into a lifeless sculpture. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the scene in shock. A second-tier pet beast had been utterly defeated without a chance to retaliate. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian were stunned, while Guan Ning looked utterly incredulous. She had spent so much time with Lin Ze, yet she never imagined he possessed such overwhelming power. Zhao Kang and Wu Ying stood pale and motionless, their faces drained of color. Only now did they fully grasp the scope of Lin Ze's strength. His pet beast must have already reached the second tier, third stage, or perhaps even the fourth. Otherwise, it couldn't have defeated the shadow wolf so effortlessly. Since when did our local high school produce such a monstrous genius? Zhao Kong thought bitterly. Suddenly, cracks spread across the icy sculpture, and with a loud crash, it shattered. The shadow wolf's body disintegrated into shards of ice scattered across the ground. Zhao Kong let out a muffled groan, his face growing even paler as the backlash from his pet's death racked his body with pain. The ice crystal spirit slowly floated toward Zhao Kong and Wu Ying. The two were so terrified they nearly collapsed. Please, spare us. We didn't know who we were dealing with, they pleaded desperately. Lin Ze's cold gaze bore into them. The ones you owe an apology to aren't me. Zhao Kong immediately understood and bowed deeply to Guanning. I'm sorry, Guanning. We'll go back and teach Zhou a lesson right away. I promise he won't dare trouble you again. When Wu Ying hesitated, Zhao Kong slapped her across the face. What are you waiting for? Apologize. Snapping out of her daze, Wu Ying hurried to bow and stammer out her apologies to Guanning and the others. With a wave of Lin Ze's hand, the pair fled in panic. Zhang Xiaoyan huffed indignantly. Letting them off so easily is too kind. Guanning shook her head gently. A lesson is enough. Besides, reviving a pet beast takes a lot of resources. They've already paid a steep price this time. Reluctantly, Zhang Xiaoyun let her anger subside, her curiosity quickly taking its place. She turned to Lin Ze with wide eyes. Lin, you're amazing. You took down a second-tier shadow wolf so effortlessly. Lin Ze responded with a calm smile. With his achievement system in play, a mere second-tier pet beast was hardly worth mentioning. Wait, where's little Snowball? Guanning finally voiced the question that had been nagging at her. Lin Ze gently stroked the ice crystal spirit as it floated closer. This is little Snowball. It evolved. It evolved? The three girls gasped, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. They had never heard of little Snowball being capable of evolution. Yet the proof was right before their eyes. Did this mean little Snowball had a previously undiscovered evolutionary path? The trio exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing to process the revelation. Every year, there are cases of discovering new evolution paths for pet beasts, but most of them involve newly discovered species. Little Snowball, as a pet beast with over a century of domestication history, was thought to have no new evolutionary forms. Yet, the scene unfolding before their eyes completely overturned this belief. The three sisters of the Guan family stood frozen in place, too shocked to speak. After a moment, they snapped out of their daze as if waking from a dream, their faces breaking into joyous smiles. Brother, this is an incredible discovery. Yeah, who would have thought little Snowball has an evolved form? If others find out about this, it's going to cause a sensation. Ling, you're amazing. The three girls excitedly discussed the revelation, especially Guanning, whose eyes sparkled with genuine delight. She understood what this discovery meant for Lin Ze. In the past, Lin Ze only had a little Snowball, making it nearly impossible for him to become a trainee Beastmaster, let alone get into a Beastmaster Academy. But now, things were different. The evolved ice crystal spirit was powerful. Even if it could not evolve further, its combat power during maturity would be formidable. Passing the trainee Beastmaster qualification assessment was now a certainty. No wonder you said earlier that you were going to take the qualification test. You were hiding something this big. Guanning playfully teased Lin Ze. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian exchanged glances, their expressions a little awkward. Just moments ago, they had been silently doubting Lin Ze, thinking his efforts were futile. Now, it was clear he had been confident all along. A high school student with a second-tier pet beast could definitely be called a genius. Moreover, Lin Ze was only 18, had striking looks, and had just been involved in a heroic rescue. The two girls' admiration for him soared. As they walked, Lin Ze could clearly sense the change in Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian's attitudes. Lu Xian became shy, while Zhang Xiaoyun was bolder, occasionally brushing against his arm, leaving him at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Seizing a moment during their walk, Lin Ze checked his achievement list. A new achievement had been unlocked. First victory. Win your first pet beast battle. Reward. 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. He claimed and used the soul crystal immediately, pleased to see his soul stat increase to 2.8. Then, he invested all 100 achievement points into growth, boosting the ice crystal spirit's growth rate to 44 and raising its strength level to second tier, stage 6. This significantly increased his confidence in passing the trainee assessment. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Beastmaster Association building. It was the day of the bi-monthly trainee Beastmaster qualification assessment, and the entrance was bustling with people, mostly young students, their faces a mix of nervousness and excitement. Even Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian looked slightly anxious, as this was their last chance before the college entrance exams. Don't worry, relax. You'll definitely pass, Guanning reassured them softly. After completing registration, filling out forms, and receiving their numbers, half an hour later, 30 candidates were led to the second floor. Lin Ze glanced around and noticed that only about a dozen of them were students. while the rest were adults, including a few middle-aged men. This wasn't surprising. The trainee Beastmaster title, though the lowest rank, was not easy to obtain. Some people attempted the assessment dozens of times before succeeding, while others never managed to achieve it in their lifetime. They were ushered into a spacious, brightly lit room, as large as a standard basketball court. In the center of the room stood a 2-meter-tall stone monument, engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns. The Origin Monument, someone in the crowd whispered in awe, and everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to the enigmatic stone. The Origin stele stood prominently at the center of the Beastmaster Association's Grand Hall, emanating an aura of ancient mystery. This enigmatic monument, whose origins remain unknown, dates back to the Great Cataclysm centuries ago. It appeared across the world simultaneously with the arrival of ferocious beasts from interdimensional rifts. From these very steles, the first Beastmasters gained the ability to tame and control the savage creatures. Today, the Origin stele has become one of the most treasured relics of the Federation and the Beastmaster Association. Ordinary Beastmasters only catch a glimpse of it during qualification assessments. Is that the Origin stele? It doesn't look like much, Zhang Xiaoyun whispered under her breath. Shu Guanning quickly gestured for her to remain silent. Someone's coming. 5 or 6 staff members dressed in the uniform of the Beastmaster Association entered the hall. Leading them were 2 middle-aged men, each wearing a silver badge on their chest. In a third-tier city like Pinghai, silver-ranked Beastmasters held a status second only to the legendary gold, mythic, and king-ranked Beastmasters, far surpassing the ranks of apprentices and bronze. Their presence commanded respect from everyone in the room. Welcome, everyone, to today's Apprentice Beastmaster Qualification Assessment. One of the men, tall and lean, announced in a clear voice. I am He Zhenwen, a steward of the Pinghai branch of the Beastmaster Association. Lu Peixin, also a steward of this branch. The other man, with a calm demeanor, added succinctly. Immediately, the staff behind them began distributing items. Lin Ze soon received a small bronze token. Its front was divided into 4 sections by 3 horizontal lines, each engraved with the words Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Superior. This is the key to the Origin stele's virtual realm, He Zhenwen explained, his gaze sweeping across the group. His tone was steady and authoritative. Before we begin the assessment, you must select your challenge difficulty. Before his words fully settled, a massive screen on the right wall lit up, displaying the detailed rewards for each difficulty level. Basic difficulty. Passing grants promotion to Apprentice Beastmaster, 1 soul, and a 5 growth boost for a designated pet beast. Intermediate difficulty. In addition to promotion, rewards include 2 soul, 1 constitution, and a 10 growth boost for a pet beast. Advanced difficulty. The rewards grow significantly 3 soul, 2 constitution, a 20 growth boost for a pet beast, and the unlocking of a second pet slot. Superior difficulty. The highest tier offers 5 soul, 3 constitution, a 30 growth boost for a pet beast, and also unlocks a second pet slot. The crowd stirred with excitement, their eyes glued to the screen. The displayed assessment difficulty levels were enough to set hearts racing, ranging from basic to supreme. Each level marked by a massive leap in challenge, but also an equally staggering increase in rewards. The supreme level, in particular, was especially enticing. Not only did it offer a soul strength boost 5 times that of the basic level, but it also enhanced physical strength, accelerated the growth of a designated pet beast, and, most alluring of all, unlocked a second pet beast slot. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian stared at the rewards, their eyes gleaming with desire. But deep down, they knew this was nothing more than an unattainable dream. In unison, they sighed. Forget supreme difficulty, even the advanced level was far beyond their reach. While unlocking a second pet beast slot could elevate their strength above 90 of their peers, their current abilities made even the intermediate level a daunting challenge. Among those present, only Lin Ze and Guanning seemed to have a realistic shot at clearing the advanced level. At that moment, He Zhenwen's voice rang out, cautioning everyone to choose their difficulty level wisely. But just as he finished speaking, Lin Ze, without a moment's hesitation, pressed the supreme option. Guanning, witnessing this, let out an audible gasp. Bro. Her exclamation drew the attention of Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian. When they saw the word supreme light up on Lin Ze's token, they were so shocked they couldn't utter a word. Though they had seen Lin Ze's impressive performance in his duel against Zhao Kong, the supreme difficulty was a hellish challenge that no one had conquered in years. Guanning was beside herself with worry, pacing like a cat on hot bricks. Bro, what are you thinking? If you fail, you won't be able to apply to the Beast Tamer Academy this year. Lin Ze remained calm and composed, offering a faint smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He Zhenwen and Lu Peixin quickly noticed Lin Ze's choice, their gazes locking onto him. He Zhenwen's tone turned serious as he asked if Lin Ze had fully considered the consequences. I'll take responsibility for my decision, Lin Ze replied evenly. So, are you saying you believe you can clear the supreme difficulty? He Zhenwen's words dropped like a bombshell, setting off a wave of commotion in the crowd. Only now did everyone grasp what had just happened, and all eyes turned to Lin Ze, some curious, some skeptical, some mocking, and others filled with pity. The room buzzed with murmurs as the crowd began to voice their disdain for the young man who dared to take on the ultimate challenge. Where did this reckless kid come from? Challenging the highest difficulty? He must still be half asleep. Judging by his age, he was clearly still a student, likely attempting the qualification test for the first time. Many shook their heads and sighed, convinced he hadn't done his homework and was completely unaware of how terrifying the ultimate challenge truly was. Poor Guille was probably going to miss out on his chance to enter the Royal Beast Academy this year. Lin Ze's persistence caused the examiner, He Junwen, to frown in displeasure. As an examiner, he had intended to kindly warn this likely high school senior, hoping to prevent him from losing his shot at this year's application due to a moment of rashness. But to his surprise, the young man was so stubborn, dead set on facing the ultimate challenge. Ah, youth and its recklessness, He Junwen thought to himself, shaking his head silently and choosing not to say more. The other examiner, Lu Peixin, was far more direct. He shot Lin Ze a disapproving glance, let out a cold snort, and muttered, overestimating himself. Nearby, Guanning tugged nervously at Lin Ze's sleeve. Brother, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Lin Ze simply smiled without responding, but the resolute expression on his face made his decision crystal clear. Seeing this, Guanning's face clouded with a mix of worry and frustration. Beside them, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian exchanged a helpless glance, both silently concerned about Lin Ze's impulsive choice. 5 minutes later, all the candidates had finalized their difficulty levels. Without further comment, He Junwen and Lu Peixin announced the start of the test. The candidates promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, clutching their bronze tokens tightly and closing their eyes. Soon, a strange energy ripple spread across the examination hall. The bodies of the seated candidates began to relax, as though they had fallen into a deep slumber. He Junwen placed his hand on a stone tablet, and immediately, a massive light screen appeared in the air above it. The screen was divided into 30 segments, each displaying the live progress of a candidate's test. When Lin Ze opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a brightly lit square. Towering walls surrounded him on all sides, and rows upon rows of empty spectator seats stretched into the silence. About 20 meters ahead of him stood a massive iron gate, imposing and unyielding. So, this is the interior of the Origin Steel's virtual realm? Lin Ze muttered to himself as he surveyed his surroundings, stretching his body. Even though he knew it was all a simulation, the realism of the sensations was astonishing. He was fully aware that his physical body remained in the real world. What existed here was merely a projection of his consciousness. This meant that any injuries he sustained here, including the death of his companion Beast, would have no impact on reality. Clicking his tongue softly, Lin Ze casually summoned his ice crystal soul. All right, little one, it's your time to shine. The ice crystal soul let out a cheerful awoo, puffing out its chest confidently as if everything was under control. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed from the void. The assessment is about to begin. There are 5 stages in the extreme difficulty level. Participants, please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8, 7. Assessment begins. With a deafening rumble, the iron gate slowly opened. Crawling out from behind it was a massive lizard, its skin a fiery red like molten lava, and its body length exceeding 2 meters. A flame lizard, Lin Ze immediately identified the fire attribute companion beast, ranked at Tier 1, Level 7. Though the opponent appeared formidable, his expression remained calm and steady. He simply gestured for the ice crystal soul to move forward. The flame lizard, seeing its opponent taking the initiative, roared in fury and opened its jaws wide, unleashing a cone-shaped blast of searing flames. The ice crystal soul, however, charged forward instead of retreating, countering with its own icy frost breath. The two forces collided violently in the center of the arena, releasing shockwaves that swept through the space. In mere moments, the icy mist overwhelmed the flames, crushing them before engulfing the flame lizard entirely. With a crisp cracking sound, the creature was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Battle complete. First stage cleared. The challenge continues. Lin Ze's expression remained unchanged. With the ice crystal soul's strength, such a decisive victory was well within expectations. Before long, the iron gate opened again, and out floated a skeletal creature wrapped in grayish-white bandages. It was only an upper torso, suspended in midair, with tattered bandages dangling where its lower body should have been. A bandage wraith, Lin Ze quickly recalled the characteristics of this Tier 1, Level 9 undead-type companion beast. It specializes in attacks using corrosive bandages. Without hesitation, he commanded the ice crystal soul to attack. Meanwhile, in the steel chamber, He Junwen and Lu Peixin were intently watching the glowing screen. The unexpected turn of events had piqued their interest in Lin Ze's assessment. This kid's got some real talent. No wonder he dared to take on the extreme difficulty level, he Zhenwen remarked in surprise. Lu Peixin, his expression stoic, responded. His ice attribute counters the fire attribute. He's got a natural advantage. Even so, taking down the flame lizard in an instant shows his companion beast is at least tier 1, level 9, maybe even tier 2. That level of strength would make him a top contender in any high school. Lu Peixin silently acknowledged this, but shook his head after a moment. How many top-tier students have failed the extreme difficulty level over the years? He Jinwen fell quiet, recalling the incident from 2 years ago. A prodigious student with a tier 2, level 3 companion beast had confidently challenged the extreme difficulty level, only to fail miserably. That student had been forced to repeat a year just to earn their apprentice qualification, while many less talented peers had already surpassed them. As the examiner for that assessment, He Zhenwen remembered it vividly. It was precisely because He Zhenwen had personally experienced that incident that he kindly tried to dissuade Lin Ze. Unfortunately, Lin Ze paid no attention to his well-meaning advice. Letting out a silent sigh, He Zhenwen shifted his focus back to the glowing screen in front of him. On the screen, the battle had already begun. The Ice Crystal Soul launched a fierce and relentless assault, with countless icy spikes raining down like a storm, instantly engulfing the Bandage Ghost in a barrage of chilling sharpness. When the icy spikes dissipated, the Bandage Ghost's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only shimmering shards of ice scattered across the ground, glinting under the light. Both He Zhenwen and Lu Peixin's expressions subtly changed. Looks like you were right. That kid's pet beast has indeed reached the second tier, Lu Peixin remarked with a slight nod, his gaze toward Lin Ze noticeably softening. To him, an ordinary student attempting an extreme difficulty challenge was sheer overconfidence. However, if it was a young prodigy with a second-tier pet beast, it was merely an excess of ambition, a significant difference in meaning. Though Lu Peixin's impression of Lin Ze had improved considerably, he still stood by his judgment that didn't believe Lin Ze could successfully complete the challenge. He Zhenwen, on the other hand, felt an increasing sense of regret. Such a promising young talent, yet wasting an entire year in vain, was truly a shame. While the two men were lost in their thoughts, the third stage of the challenge commenced. The iron gate slowly creaked open, and a humanoid creature covered in withered thorny branches stepped out. Beneath its shroud of dry twigs, its head glowed with two eerie orbs of light, radiating an unsettling presence. A wither beast, a plant-type pet beast. At its mature stage, it can reach second tier, level 1 strength. This won't be easy to deal with, He Zhenwen commented. But before he could finish his sentence, the ice crystal soul on the screen had already made its move. With a gentle wave of its small hand, countless icy spikes materialized in midair and shot toward the wither beast like a torrential storm. In the blink of an eye, the wither beast was shredded into fragments. He Zhenwen and Lu Peixin stood frozen in place, staring at the screen in stunned silence. For a moment, they even doubted whether they were hallucinating. The ice crystal soul, at the 4th stage of the second rank, could easily crush a shadow wolf at the 1st stage of the second rank. Now, having advanced to the 6th stage of the second rank, it effortlessly overpowered a withered beast, also at the 1st stage of the second rank. The outcome of the battle left He Zhenwen and Lu Peixin's stunned. Ice crystal soul eliminated the withered beast in a single move. This kid. He Zhenwen drew a sharp breath, realizing he had severely underestimated this young man named Lin Ze. He had assumed that, despite Lin Ze's youth, his beast would only be at the 1st or 2nd stage of the second rank. However, judging by the Ice Crystal Soul's overwhelming performance, its level was at least at the 5th or 6th stage of the second rank. Such power was truly astonishing. The two examiners exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. In previous apprentice qualification evaluations, there had been second-rank beasts, but most were at the 1st or 2nd stage, with the highest being the 3rd stage. A candidate like Lin Ze, whose beast was at the 5th or 6th stage of the second rank, was unheard of. The gap of just a few levels carried an immense difference in significance. To have a second-rank beast at the 5th or 6th stage at the age of 18, that kind of talent would draw attention even in the most prosperous cities, He Zhenwen remarked, his gaze fixed on Lin Ze in the display. This kid. He's been hiding his true strength. Lu Peixin nodded in agreement. Lin Ze's abilities were indeed beyond expectations. Old Lu, do you think he can pass the super difficulty level? He Zhenwen suddenly asked. Lu Peixin frowned in thought for a moment. Hard to say. Lin Ze is undoubtedly exceptional, but the opponents in the final 2 stages of the super difficulty level are no pushovers. I'd say he has a chance. The 4th stage of the evaluation had begun, and the opponent was a savage claw beast. By this time, many candidates had already exited the virtual realm. Those who succeeded were elated, while those who failed appeared dejected. The examination hall was abuzz with chatter. Some lamented that they had been so close to defeating their opponents. Others marveled at how challenging even the lower difficulty levels were, and a few proudly declared that they had officially become apprentice beastmasters. Suddenly, a wave of astonished gasps silenced the crowd. On the central screen, Ice Crystal Soul was locked in a fierce battle with the Savage Claw Beast. The Savage Claw Beast, an ordinary type beast, could reach the third stage of the second rank in its mature phase. Such a formidable opponent appearing in the apprentice evaluation left everyone in shock. Isn't that the student who said he was going to challenge the super difficulty level? Meeting a monster like the Savage Claw Beast in the fourth stage, this really lives up to the name of super difficulty. His beast is actually suppressing the Savage Claw Beast. Its strength must be at least at the third stage of the second rank. Guanning, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Xian also exited the virtual realm. The latter two joyfully hugged each other, celebrating their successful completion of the evaluation, and Guanning had also advanced through the high difficulty level. However, their attention quickly shifted to the screen, where they watched Lin Ze's progress with concern. On the display, Ice Crystal Soul had just defeated the Savage Claw Beast and was letting out cheerful cries by Lin Ze's side. Lin Ze gently patted its head in praise. A cold mechanical voice echoed from the void. Fourth stage cleared. Challenge continues. Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief as her small hand instinctively covered her mouth. Her gaze was fixed on the glowing screen before her. She had always known Lin Ze was extraordinary, but the scene unfolding before her left her utterly speechless. In the mere minutes it took her to clear a low-difficulty stage, Lin Ze had already stormed through to the final level of the ultra-difficulty challenge with unstoppable momentum. The ultra-difficulty challenge was infamous for its grueling 5 stages, each exponentially harder than the last. It was said that even the third stage featured a second-tier beast, not to mention the nightmarish trials of the later stages. Yet Lin Ze had blazed through to the final stage in under 5 minutes. Brother, Guanning gasped, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She had been fretting over whether Lin Ze had already failed the assessment, only to be greeted by this jaw-dropping spectacle upon stepping out. This is amazing. He's already at the final stage. Zhang Xiaoyun exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. This has to be a record, right? I remember the strongest challenger before him only made it to the fourth stage before failing. Whether it's a record or not doesn't even matter anymore, Lu Xian said anxiously. The final stage's beast should at least be a second-tier, fifth-phase creature. A deep, resonant rumble echoed through the air as the massive iron gate slowly creaked open. From within, a colossal figure emerged, a saber-toothed lion. Its body was cloaked in a sleek, gleaming coat of fur, and its razor-sharp fangs glinted like blades. The sheer presence it exuded was enough to make anyone's heart race. A saber-toothed lion, gasped the onlookers, collectively drawing in sharp breaths. A mature saber-toothed lion has the strength of a second-tier, fifth-phase beast. The battle erupted in an instant. The saber-toothed lion moved with incredible agility, each of its lunges carrying the ferocity of a king among beasts. Fortunately, the ice crystal spirit darted gracefully through the air, narrowly evading the lion's attacks time and again, and countering with swift, precise strikes. While the audience was on edge, their emotions swinging between tension and exhilaration, Lin Ze remained calm and composed. He knew full well that with the ice crystal spirit's advantage of being one phase stronger, combined with its powerful skills Frost Breath and Ice Spike, victory was only a matter of time. Just then, a system notification echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Achievement unlocked. Skill Beginner. Your pet has used skills a total of 10 times. You have earned 100 achievement points and unlocked the pet skill upgrade feature. Lin Ze immediately opened the pet interface and noticed 3 new skills available for unlocking. Frost Chains, a control-type skill, requiring 40 growth and 50 achievement points. Ice Shield, a defense-type skill, requiring 60 growth and 50 achievement points. Frost Nova, an area damage skill, requiring 80 growth and 100 achievement points. This discovery made Lin Ze's eyes light up. It was common knowledge that a pet's combat effectiveness depended on 2 key factors, level and skill set. While leveling up was notoriously difficult, learning new skills was no easier. Aside from their innate abilities, pets typically had to undergo grueling, repetitive training to master additional skills. Beast tamers often need to spend months, sometimes even over half a year, to help their companion beasts master a single new skill. However, at this moment, Lin Ze could simply expend some achievement points to instantly grant his beast mastery over a skill. This astonishing, almost defiancio nature ability left him deeply shaken. Gazing at the ice crystal soul locked in fierce combat on the battlefield, Lin Ze made a swift decision and immediately unlocked the extreme ice chain skill. At the same time, he allocated all of his remaining 50 achievement points to boost the ice crystal soul's growth rate, propelling it directly to 54. In an instant, the ice crystal soul's strength surged to Tier 2, Level 7. Inside the stone tablet chamber, the spectators watching the battle through the light screen were visibly stunned. The ice crystal soul, which had only been slightly gaining the upper hand, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming offensive, completely suppressing the saber-toothed lion. This abrupt and dramatic power spike left He Jinwen and Liu Peixin exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. What happened next shocked them even further. The ice crystal soul raised its slender fingers, pointing at the saber-toothed lion, and let out a low chant. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and countless ice crystals materialized in the air. 3 radiant blue circular chains of ice rapidly formed, intertwining into a ring. The ring abruptly contracted, and the extreme ice chains tightly bound the saber-toothed lion. Despite its frantic struggles, the chains held firm, emitting crackling sounds but refusing to break. At this critical moment, the ice crystal soul raised its hand and swiftly slashed downward. Countless ice spears formed out of thin air, pouring down like a torrential storm. The sharp sound of piercing echoed endlessly. The saber-toothed lion, immobilized in place, had no chance to escape. It was instantly engulfed by the devastating attack. It didn't even have time to let out a wail before being shredded into countless blood-red shards of ice, scattered into the air. 5th stage cleared. Challenge complete. Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully passed the super difficulty apprentice evaluation. A cold mechanical voice reverberated through the stone tablet chamber via the light screen. By now, everyone in the room was utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. A heavy silence enveloped the entire room. In this suffocating stillness, time seemed to freeze for over 10 seconds. Finally, a trembling exclamation shattered the quiet. Amazing! The words were like a spark igniting a powder keg, instantly setting the atmosphere ablaze. The crowd erupted in astonished shouts. Incredible! He actually did it. That skill was insane. An extreme difficulty challenge, and someone actually passed it. He Jinwen stared intently at the screen, his gaze fixed on the 18-year-old high schooler displayed there. He was speechless. As a silver-tier beast tamer, he had encountered countless prodigies, but someone like Lin Ze was a first. Beside him, Liu Peixin was equally stunned, his eyes glimmering with disbelief. What a pity, He Jinwen sighed softly. If only a genius like him could join the association branch. Liu Peixin nodded silently, his earlier doubts about Lin Ze completely dissipated, replaced by unreserved admiration. On the other side of the room, Guanning and her 2 friends were already jumping up and down in excitement, their joy uncontrollable. They hugged each other, cheering wildly. Ling is amazing. From now on, Ling is my idol. Guanning stared at Lin Ze on the glowing screen, her eyes brimming with admiration. Who would have thought that Lin Ze, who had only come to accompany her to the association, would achieve such an extraordinary feat? Meanwhile, Lin Ze was fully focused on the system interface before him. With the challenge successfully completed, an invisible wave of energy swept over his body. He felt an invigorating surge, as if his entire being had been refreshed. The system displayed a 5-point increase in his soul attribute, followed by a warm flow spreading from his core to every part of his body, enhancing his constitution attribute by 3 points. The updated stats on his personal panel brought a satisfied smile to Lin Ze's face. Constitution, 5.0. Soul, 7.8. Level, Apprentice. Soul Power, 780780. Soul Skills, none. Companion Beast, Ice Crystal Soul. Achievement Points, 3. His soul attribute far surpassed other beast tamers of the same rank, even rivaling some bronze-tier tamers. At that moment, the system prompted him to choose a companion beast for growth enhancement. Without hesitation, Lin Ze selected his soul companion Beast Ice Crystal Soul. A dazzling light flashed, and the Ice Crystal Soul's attributes were enhanced. Name, Ice Crystal Soul. Element, Ice. Level, Tier 3, Stage 1. Growth rate, 84. Skills, Ice Spike, Frost Breath, Extreme Ice Chains. Evolution Path, Queen Route, Next Form, Snow Maiden. Evolution Requirements, 100 Growth Rate, 20x Intermediate Ice Element Essence, 1x Heart of Frost and Snow. Before he could fully savor the joy of reaching Tier 3, the system presented a new achievement notification, rewarding him with 200 achievement points and a soul crystal. As Lin Ze redeemed his reward, his vision blurred momentarily, and he found himself back in the real world. Go. As soon as he opened his eyes, Guanning flung herself at him, clutching his arm tightly. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyun also gathered around him, their faces full of admiration. For a moment, every gaze in the room was fixed on Lin Ze. Shock, envy, awe, and reverence mingled in the eyes of those around him, reflecting the storm of emotions his feet had stirred. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Guanning's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face flushed with excitement as she gazed at Lin Ze in awe. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian also smiled warmly, offering their congratulations. Lin Ze nodded with a gentle smile, lightly patting Guan Ning's head. At that moment, He Jinwen and Lu Peixin approached. To everyone's surprise, He Jinwen was the first to speak, openly admitting his mistake. Young man, your performance was truly remarkable. I take back what I said earlier. Your confidence clearly stems from genuine skill, not recklessness. Lu Peixin followed suit, saying earnestly, I also owe you an apology for my earlier remarks. The sight of two silver-tier Beastmaster examiners apologizing to an apprentice Beastmaster left everyone stunned. Even Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly composed himself and replied calmly, It's all right. I know you both meant well. He Jinwen and Lu Peixin exchanged a subtle glance, their admiration for the young man deepening. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but his humility and composure were equally impressive. They silently agreed this young man was destined for greatness. Lin Ze, isn't it? Have you ever considered joining the Beastmaster Association? He Jinwen suddenly extended an invitation. Lin Ze looked slightly puzzled. But I'm still a student. That's not a problem, He Jinwen explained with a smile. I can arrange for you to join as a reserve member. You won't have to take on any responsibilities for now, but you'll enjoy the associated benefits. This won't interfere with your studies at the Beastmaster Academy, and upon graduation, you'll directly qualify as an association officer. The generous offer left the onlookers astonished. Essentially, Lin Ze would receive the perks of a cadre position while studying for 4 years, bypassing competitive exams to secure an officer's role upon graduation. Guan Ning was thrilled for Lin Ze. After all, the Beastmaster Association was the most sought-after path, far more appealing than the rigid military or the restrictive corporate groups. Unexpectedly, Lin Ze declined politely but firmly. Thank you for the offer, but I haven't decided on my plans after graduation. I'd rather not commit to anything just yet. He Jinwen and Lu Peixin were momentarily stunned, and the surrounding crowd was equally shocked. To turn down such a lucrative opportunity without hesitation was almost unthinkable. He Jinwen attempted to persuade him further, but Lin Ze interrupted with a courteous yet resolute response. Lin Ze understood perfectly accepting such benefits now would only limit his freedom in the future. With his potential, his strength upon graduation would far surpass his current level, allowing him to negotiate even better opportunities. Seeing Lin Ze's determination, He Jinwen sighed and relented. If you ever have questions or need assistance as a new apprentice Beastmaster, feel free to come find me. I'm usually in this building. This gesture of goodwill from a silver-tier Beastmaster further cemented Lin Ze's extraordinary potential in the eyes of the crowd. After exchanging contact information, the two examiners departed, leaving Lin Ze surrounded by a swarm of enthusiastic onlookers. Lin Ze, we're alumni. Let's connect. How about joining our adventure team? Lin Ze, let's grab a meal together. Lin Ze, can I ask you for advice on Beastmaster training? Faced with the overwhelming attention, Lin Ze responded briefly but politely before quickly leading Guan Ning, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Xian out of the building. Once outside, all four let out a collective sigh of relief. That was a close call, Guan Ning said, patting her chest. Well, it's no surprise, considering how amazing Lin Ze is, Lu Xian added with a grin. Ugh, those girls calling him Lin Zejij were so cringy, Zhang Xiaoyun said, pulling a mock disgusted face that sent Guan Ning and Lu Xian into fits of laughter. Noticing the faint smile on Lin Ze's lips, Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up mischievously. She leaned closer and spoke in a playful, syrupy tone. Lin Zejij, why don't we exchange contact info too? We can chat more in the future. Her unexpected remark left Guan Ning and Lu Xian momentarily speechless. Lu Xian quickly responded, her cheeks flushing as she said shyly, Lin Zejij, I want to exchange contact information too. Her voice grew softer and softer, clearly not as bold as Zhang Xiaoyun. Lin Ze smiled helplessly but still exchanged contact details with both of them. After the intern evaluation concluded smoothly, the four of them went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. During the meal, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian were particularly attentive to Lin Zeon poured him water while the other served him food, their enthusiasm almost embarrassing. Sitting to the side, Guan Ning watched the scene with a strange feeling stirring in her heart. Normally, she wouldn't care when other girls showed interest in Lin Ze. After all, his appearance naturally drew attention. But this time, a subtle sourness crept into her chest, spreading like the taste of biting into a green lime. By evening, Lin Ze and Guan Ning returned to their respective places. As they parted at the door, Lin Ze opened his door and said, Get some rest early. We still need to go back to school for registration tomorrow. Guan Ning hesitated as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only responded softly. After entering his apartment, Lin Ze sat down on the sofa and immediately opened his personal status panel to check his attributes. Physical strength, 5.0. Soul strength, 8.8. Rank, trainee. Soul power, 880880. Soul arts, none. Soul beast, ice crystal soul. Achievement points, 203. He had already used the soul crystal reward from becoming a trainee beastmaster, increasing his soul strength to 8.8. Aside from that, he still had 200 achievement points left. The ice crystal soul was just 16 away from full growth, which required 80 points. However, Lin Ze decided to hold off for now. He wanted to test how much growth combat could provide to his soul beast under the system's enhancements. If the results were significant, he could save a lot of achievement points in the future to unlock skills and boost attributes. He proceeded to unlock 2 new skills. Ice Shield, a defensive skill that forms a shield device for protection. Requires 60 growth and 50 achievement points to unlock. Frost Nova, an area effect skill that compresses ice elements to deal explosive damage. Requires 80 growth and 100 achievement points to unlock. After spending 150 points, the Ice Crystal Soul's updated attributes were as follows. Name: Ice Crystal Soul. Element: Ice. Rank: Tier 3, Stage 1. Growth: 84. Skills: Ice Spike, Frost Breath, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Shield, Frost Nova. Evolution Path: Queen Route, Next Form Snow Maiden. Evolution Requirements: 100 growth, 20 units of Intermediate Ice Elemental Essence, 1 Ice Heart Core. Lin Ze kept the remaining 50 achievement points for now. With only 16 growth left, it wouldn't take long to reach full growth. The real challenge was gathering the evolution materials. Each unit of Intermediate Ice Elemental Essence cost 20,000 credits, and he needed 20 units, totaling 400,000 credits. The Ice Heart Core was even pricier at 150,000 credits per piece. Altogether, the evolution materials required 550,000 credits, while his current savings were less than a tenth of that. And that didn't even account for the cost of acquiring a new soul beast. Even targeting low-ranked beasts with hidden evolution paths would cost at least tens of thousands. In total, his expenses could easily approach 1,000,000 credits. For someone who had just saved up a little over 100,000, it was an astronomical amount. Lin Ze rubbed his temples in frustration. This was only the trainee stage. Future expenditures would only grow larger. Fortunately, while Beastmasters spent money like water, their earning potential was equally impressive. Lin Ze already had a plan. Tomorrow, he would visit the Beastmaster Association to take on bounty missions and start earning. Any Beastmaster at the trainee rank or above could accept missions, and the higher the mission level, the greater the rewards. Even the lowest level tasks often come with rewards of tens of thousands of credit points. This is one of the quickest ways for beast tamers to earn money. Lin Ze's eyes flickered with determination as a plan began to form in his mind. He closed the panel, summoned his ice crystal soul, and spent some time playing with the shimmering, crystalline beast before getting up to wash and prepare for rest. The next morning, Guanning's knock came right on time. She pulled the still sleepy Lin Ze straight toward the Guan family home. Guan Chongshan and his wife had already heard the news of Lin Ze passing the super difficulty evaluation and were absolutely thrilled. Mrs. Guan had specially prepared a lavish breakfast spread, with the table filled with an assortment of pastries and steaming hot dishes, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. "This is to celebrate your achievement," Mrs. Guan said with a beaming smile. As the two headed to school later, Guaning grumbled softly, "It feels like you're their real son instead of me. Isn't this a celebration for both of us?" Lin Ze reminded her with a chuckle. "Don't forget, we passed the apprentice evaluation together." "That's not true. Mom only decided to make such a big breakfast after hearing that you passed the evaluation," Guaning retorted with a pout. The two bantered lightheartedly as they quickly made their way to Pinghai High School. The moment they stepped through the school gates, Lin Ze immediately noticed something unusual in the atmosphere. While he was used to attracting some attention, most of the gazes in the past were directed at the talented and beautiful Guaning. Today, however, nearly every pair of eyes was focused on him. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd around them. "Look, Lin Ze is here. Is that him? The genius who passed the super difficulty evaluation? Unbelievable. He actually succeeded in such a challenging test. Who would have thought our school had such an impressive figure hidden among us? Wow, he's pretty good looking too. Should we go ask for his contact info? You go if you're brave enough." "Didn't you see Guaning standing right next to him?" Lin Ze's mouth twitched slightly. How could news travel this fast? It had only been one day, and the entire school already knew. "Bro, you're famous now." Guaning grinned, patting Lin Ze's arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Ze rolled his eyes, ignoring the curious gazes around him, and walked straight toward the teaching building. At the staircase, the two parted ways, each heading to their respective classrooms on different floors. The moment Lin Ze stepped into his classroom, he was met with an overwhelming wave of attention. Every single student in the room turned to look at him, their gazes filled with shock, admiration, envy, and curiosity, a mixture of emotions that was impossible to ignore. Lin Ze, a male classmate who frequently hung out with him, approached, his expression a mix of disbelief and intrigue. "I heard you participated in the probationary evaluation and actually passed. Is that true?" "It's true," Lin Ze answered calmly. "Was it the advanced difficulty?" "Yeah. The classroom instantly erupted in a collective gasp. Although rumors had already spread across the school, hearing Lin Ze confirm it in person left everyone stunned. After all, they had spent nearly 3 years in the same class with him and knew him all too well, a mediocre student with average, if not poor, performance. Even his little Snowball companion seemed destined to fail at becoming a probationary beast tamer. Who could have imagined that such an ordinary person would suddenly soar to become a prodigy, passing the advanced evaluation and reaching heights they could only dream of? This stark contrast left everyone struggling to process the news, but Lin Ze remained unfazed. He quietly returned to his seat and sat down with composure. The bell rang just in time, and the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a stack of papers in hand. Her eyes immediately landed on Lin Ze. "Before we begin the registration process, I have some great news to share," the teacher announced, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "Our very own Lin Ze passed the advanced probationary evaluation yesterday and has officially become a probationary beast tamer. Let's give him a round of applause." Applause erupted across the room, especially from the girls sitting near Lin Ze, whose eyes now sparkled as they looked at him. After a brief congratulatory speech, the teacher shifted to the main topic. "Today, we'll be filling out your college application forms. They'll hand out the forms now. Please take your time and fill them out carefully." The classroom soon became lively with discussion, though the process itself was straightforward. For the few probationary beast tamers in the class, Ningjiang Academy was the obvious choice. Lin Ze quickly completed his form and handed it back to the teacher. "You've really brought honor to our school," the teacher said, patting him on the shoulder. "This morning, the Academy's leadership held a meeting and unanimously decided to award you 100,000 credit points as a bonus." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow at the unexpected news. He had been worrying about money, and now a windfall had landed in his lap. The teacher then handed him a book titled The Fundamentals of Soul Techniques, explaining, "This contains the foundational methods and techniques for practicing soul arts. While you'll learn these in Beast Taming Academy, preparing in advance will give you an edge for Ningjiang Academy's entrance exam." Lin Ze understood the implication. While possessing a probationary beast tamer qualification was the baseline requirement for applying to Ningjiang Academy, one of the Federation's top 10 beast taming schools, its entrance exams were fiercely competitive. Applicants had to pass an admission test, and their results determined class placement. Higher-ranked classes received better resources and opportunities. After thanking the teacher, Lin Ze accepted the book. She gave him a final reminder. "There's only half a month left until the college entrance exams. Don't slack off. Make sure to master the basics of soul arts as soon as possible." Just as Lin Ze was about to step out of the classroom, the sound of hurried footsteps and excited exclamations erupted behind him. A group of more than 10 girls swarmed around him like a flock of cheerful sparrows, their lively voices overlapping one another. "Lin Ze, you're amazing. You passed the super difficult apprentice evaluation. Can you tell us about the assessment process?" "Lin Ze, how about grabbing a drink with us?" The classroom instantly became lively and animated. The teenage girls surrounded Lin Ze, their youthful smiles and sparkling eyes making this corner of the room the center of attention. Many of the boys cast envious glances in their direction, while a few of Lin Ze's usual companions stood at a distance, their expressions filled with a mix of emotions. This sense of detachment didn't surprise Lin Ze. They had once all been outcast in the class, and it was this shared experience that had brought them together. But now, as one of them soared far beyond the rest, the gap in ability had become an insurmountable chasm. Feelings of inferiority and jealousy acted like an invisible barrier, pushing his former friends even further away. Thanks to a maturity beyond his years, Lin Ze understood all of this in an instant, but chose not to dwell on it. Politely declining the girls' invitations, he quickly left the noisy classroom and found a quiet corner to settle down. Opening a book titled Fundamentals of Soul Techniques, Lin Ze began to immerse himself in studying. As the second most critical combat skill for a beast tamer, the importance of soul techniques couldn't be overstated. Some highly accomplished beast tamers were even capable of slaying ferocious beasts using soul techniques alone. For most, however, these techniques served primarily as a means of survival. After all, compared to the physical prowess of beasts, beast tamers' bodies were far weaker, making soul techniques essential for self-defense in the wild. Among these, defensive soul techniques were a mandatory focus for every beast tamer. As Lin Ze flipped through the limited selection of basic defensive soul techniques, he contemplated whether his achievement points could enhance his physical constitution and soul strength, thereby improving the effectiveness of his techniques. Of all the foundational defensive techniques, the most practical and universally recognized was the Soul Shield. The effect of Soul Guard unfolded before Lin Ze's soul energy shield capable of enveloping his entire body, offering 360-degree protection against any form of damage, including physical, elemental, and mental attacks. This powerful defensive soul technique had only one drawback. It consumed a significant amount of soul energy. Not only did it require a fixed amount of energy to activate, but it also drained additional energy depending on the intensity of the damage it blocked. Glancing at his personal stats, Lin Ze noted the astonishing figure of 880 in the soul energy columna number that surpassed some bronze-level beast tamers and was far ahead of others in his rank. For him, soul energy consumption posed no issue. This soul technique suits me perfectly, Lin Ze decided swiftly, choosing Soul Guard as his first soul technique. He immediately began studying it and, in just over 10 minutes, had memorized the training methods and techniques. When he summoned his panel again, he was delighted to find a new soul technique entry had appeared. Soul Guard Unlearned. Upgrade requires 50 achievement points. The system works on soul techniques too, Lin Ze thought with excitement. This meant he could use the system to quickly master numerous soul techniques without expending the time and effort that ordinary beast tamers would need. Without hesitation, he spent 50 achievement points to upgrade the technique, and the panel updated. Soul Guard Level 1. Upgrade requires 100 achievement points. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked. First soul technique successfully master any soul technique. Reward. 100 achievement points. Pending collection. Having explored the system for a while, Lin Ze had come to understand how achievements worked. Any action related to beast taming, whether contracting a beast, cultivating soul techniques, or commanding a beast in battle, could trigger corresponding achievements. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since beasts had achievements tied to skill usage, soul techniques might have a similar system. Determined to test his theory, he began experimenting. With a thought, a faintly glowing, transparent shield materialized around him. This delicate, gossamer-like barrier exuded an aura of unyielding strength, with a base energy cost of 10 soul points. Lin Ze repeatedly activated and dismissed the shield. With his 880 soul points, he could cast Soul Guard 88 times. Sure enough, on the 10th activation, the familiar notification sounded. Achievement unlocked. Soul Technique. Beginner accumulate 10 uses of a soul technique. Reward. 100 achievement points and 1 soul restoration potion. Pending collection. Having confirmed his hypothesis, Lin Ze continued studying the basic soul techniques compendia and selected 2 offensive soul techniques, the single target attack, Soul Arrow, and the area effect, Soul Impact. He promptly spent 200 achievement points to upgrade both techniques to level 1 in advanced, Soul Guard, to level 2. His personal stats updated as follows. Physique, 5.0 Soul, 8.8. Level, Apprentice. Soul Energy, 700 and 8880. Soul Techniques, Soul Guard level 2, Soul Arrow level 1, Soul Impact level 1. Beast, Ice Crystal Soul. Achievement points, 3. Lin Ze examined the soul restoration potion he had received as a system reward. This item could instantly restore all his soul energy, making it a vital lifeline in crucial moments. Since he was about to visit the Beast Tamer Association to take on a bounty mission, he decided to pause his soul technique practice for now. After sending a quick farewell message to Guanning, Lin Ze left the school, returned home to put away his books, and headed to the Beast Tamer Association. Half an hour later, he arrived at the bright and spacious lobby of the association's headquarters. The bustling hall was filled with beast tamers dressed casually, many carrying tactical backpacks, chatting in small groups. Lin Ze quickly spotted the self-service kiosks located at the far end of the hall. While commissioning and submitting tasks required assistance at the staff counters, task browsing and acceptance could be done directly through these kiosks. He approached an unoccupied machine, tapped the screen, and a dense list of task options appeared. As per the rules, apprentice-level beast tamers could only accept apprentice-level bounty tasks, excluding team missions. The tasks were categorized into 3 types: elimination hunting and clearing dangerous beasts, collection gathering specific materials, and investigation exploring areas or uncovering ruins. Although collection and investigation tasks were relatively safe, they were time-consuming. Lin Ze preferred the faster-paced elimination tasks to quickly accumulate credit points. After setting the filters, the number of tasks was significantly reduced. Feeling reinvigorated, Lin Ze began carefully reviewing the options. Lin Ze spent nearly half an hour carefully browsing through the task list. From expelling ghost dragonflies in Yangshan village, eliminating the blazing hawk hovering over Highway 302, and clearing the demon fish lurking at the bottom of Looming Lake, to dealing with the iron-toothed rats in the sewers of Pinghai City, his gaze ultimately settled on one particular task. The task was straightforward. Eliminate the Death Knell beetles in Death Knell Canyon. It was an entry-level individual hunting mission. For every Death Knell beetle killed, 1,000 credits would be awarded, with no time limit imposed. The task description noted that in the past month, the beetle population in Death Knell Canyon had surged, posing a growing threat to nearby villages and towns. These ferocious, pack-dwelling beasts, ranging from levels 5 to 7 of the first tier, never moved in groups smaller than double digits. While dangerous, this was the only task with a reward directly tied to the number of kills and no upper limit, a perfect opportunity for Lin Ze, who was in desperate need of funds. With only half a month left until the college entrance exams, and factoring in travel time to Ningjiang City and time to familiarize himself with the area, he had just about 13 days to work with. In this short window, he had to earn enough to evolve his ice crystal soul and contract a second pet beast. Having made up his mind, Lin Ze immediately accepted the task, paid the deposit, and collected a combat recorder. This piece of specialized equipment, designed by the association, could fly flexibly and transmit real-time combat footage crucial for the final tally of kills. Arriving at Camp 12, Lin Ze was stunned by the scene before him. This wilderness expedition hub, located south of Pinghai City, was bustling with activity. Inside the tall circular walls, rows of temporary cabins and scattered street stalls filled the area, with hundreds of beast tamers laughing, arguing, and negotiating. However, his excitement quickly faded when he was turned away by 3 different rental shops. The shopkeepers explained that, in recent days, the surge of adventurers heading to Death Knell Canyon had left their vehicles completely booked. As Lin Ze was feeling stuck, a clear, pleasant voice called out, "Hey there, handsome, are you heading to Death Knell Canyon?" Turning around, he saw a female adventurer in her 20s. She introduced herself as Wang Shuiyun and explained that her team was also heading to Death Knell Canyon and could give him a ride. Though surprised at her kindness, Lin Ze readily accepted the offer after confirming they'd split the rental costs. When Wang Shuiyun found out Lin Ze was a high school senior preparing for the college entrance exams, she was visibly shocked. She was about to discourage this seemingly inexperienced young man from taking on such a dangerous task when a booming voice interrupted her. "Wang Shuiyun, what's taking you so long? Hurry up, we're about to leave." 3 adventurers, dressed for the field, strode towards them. 3 men approached, evidently adventurers. Leading the group was a burly man with a kind, honest face. Behind him followed a gaunt young man with sharp features, and a middle-aged man with a square jaw and an air of maturity. The burly man, who had been the one to call out earlier, froze momentarily as his eyes landed on Lin Ze. Then, as if a realization had struck him, he slapped his forehead with a loud smack and gave a resigned expression. "Wang Shuiyun, have you fallen for someone again? What did you promise him this time? Watch your mouth, Zhang Lei. Who's falling for anyone?" Wang Shuiyun shot him a glare before turning to introduce Lin Ze. "This handsome guy here took on the same task as us. He's headed to Death Knell Canyon but couldn't find a ride, so I offered to give him a lift." "You're going to Death Knell Canyon?" Zhang Lei's eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Ze from head to toe. "Kid, judging by your looks, you're still a student, aren't you?" "I am," Lin Ze replied calmly. "I'm a senior at Pinghai High School, graduating this year." Hearing this, the 3 men, excluding Wang Shuiyun who already knew, exchanged puzzled and somewhat skeptical glances. To them, the idea of an inexperienced student beast master in training, likely with no more than a second-tier beast heading to a place as perilous as Death Knell Canyon, seemed either recklessly bold or utterly clueless. "Listen, kid," Zhang Lei said, scratching his head. "Death Knell Canyon isn't a place for someone like you. You should probably pick an easier task." "I think I'll be fine," Lin Ze said with a shrug, his tone composed. "Fine? Are you kidding me?" Zhang Lei couldn't help but remark incredulously. The gaunt young man's impatience visibly grew as Lin Ze remained unmoved by their warnings. He frowned and said, "You're just a student who hasn't even graduated yet. What makes you think you can handle the Death Knell beetles in the canyon? Do you think you're Lin Ze or something?" "Lin Ze?" Wang Shuiyun blinked, momentarily confused. Zhang Lei quickly explained, "Don't tell me you forgot already. We just talked about him yesterday, the prodigy who passed the ultra-difficulty apprentice evaluation." Wang Ziyun's head snapped toward Lin Ze, her mouth forming a perfect O in astonishment. She suddenly recalled that this young man had introduced himself as Lin Ze earlier. The same name, combined with his confidence in taking on the insect-clearing task, made his identity unmistakable. "Wait, you're that Lin Ze?" Wang Shuiyun stammered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Her outburst left the others momentarily stunned. Then, as realization dawned, all 3 turned to Lin Ze with wide, astonished eyes. "I did pass the ultra-difficulty evaluation yesterday," Lin Ze admitted matter-of-factly. "What the?" Zhang Lei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The others were equally floored. None of them had expected the legendary prodigy, whose feats had been the talk of Pinghai City's Beastmaster circles, to appear before them like this. "This is insane," Wang Shuiyun murmured, half to herself. It was clear she couldn't believe her luck in accidentally crossing paths with such a remarkable figure. As the group regained their composure, they couldn't help but re-evaluate Lin Ze with newfound respect. Any thoughts of persuading him to turn back were now entirely abandoned. A beastmaster capable of commanding a second-tier beast and defeating a saber-toothed lion was certainly no less capable than seasoned adventurers like themselves. Taking on a task to clear insect swarms seemed entirely reasonable for someone of his caliber. The gaunt young man, however, looked deeply embarrassed. Moments ago, he had mocked Lin Ze by invoking his name. only to discover that the person standing before him was the real deal. The irony was sharp, but Lin Ze didn't seem bothered, much to his relief. The square-faced man, Li Pei, stepped forward and extended a hand. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Pei, the leader of this little team. I apologize for what we said earlier. No offense was intended." "I understand," Lin Ze replied with a polite smile, shaking his hand. "Don't worry about the ride. We'll take care of it," Li Pei said enthusiastically. His earlier indifference had vanished, replaced by a warm eagerness. His teammates weren't surprised by the sudden shift after all. Lin Ze was a prodigy destined to rise to the pinnacle of the Beastmaster world. Befriending someone with such immense potential was an opportunity not to be missed. Even the gaunt young man had replaced his earlier irritation with a conciliatory grin. Thanks to Li Pei's deliberate efforts to break the ice, the atmosphere quickly became friendly. The group headed to the parking area to set off. Their vehicle was a heavily modified Jeep, reinforced with durable alloy panels on all sides, front and back. Even the tires were specialized for rugged terrain. Such precautions were essential. The wilderness was teeming with feral beasts, and a sturdy mode of transportation was crucial for survival. As they drove, Wang Shuyan began briefing Lin Ze about the situation in Death Knell Canyon. The canyon is famous for the Death Knell beetles. Individually, they're not very strong, but they move in swarms, which can be tricky to deal with. That's why it's a popular spot for apprentice beastmasters to form teams and go on adventures. But honestly, only someone like you would have the guts to come here alone, she added, stealing a glance at him, clearly impressed. The mission briefing mentioned that the insect swarms have been migrating outside the canyon. Is that true? Lin Ze asked. Yes, Wang Shuiyun confirmed with a nod. Normally, the Death Knell beetles stay in the canyon, but for some reason, they've been acting unusually aggressive over the past month. Large swarms have been migrating outward, even attacking nearby villages. Now, it's possible to encounter them outside the canyon, and the closer we get, the higher the chances. So we'll have to stay alert. 200 meters ahead there's a swarm. Estimated numbers between 1 and 200. Prepare for battle. Li Pei suddenly interrupted. Wow, talk about timing, Zhang Lei said with a chuckle from the front seat. Wang Shuiyun shot him a glare but wasted no time. She quickly retrieved a combat recorder from her tactical backpack and tossed it into the air. The small device whirred to life, unfolding delicate, wing-like rotors as it hovered 10 meters above the ground. Simultaneously, Li Pei, Zhang Lei, and the gaunt young man, Zhao Mingshan, sprang into action, summoning their respective beasts. As the light flickered, 3 beasts appeared in front of the jeep. Zhang Lei's armored rhino, with its massive and imposing frame, stood as a mature phase beast of the common attribute, boasting a combat strength of Tier 2, Stage 5. Zhao Mingshan's wind-cutting mantis, agile and sleek in form, was a wind attribute beast also in its mature phase, with strength at Tier 2, Stage 6. Li Pei's mountain rock bear was the mightiest of the group, a ground attribute beast at Tier 2, Stage 9, just a step away from breaking into Tier 3. Shortly after, Wang Shuyan summoned her own Biasta rare venom wasp with a strength of Tier 2, Stage 5. 4 Tier 2 beasts, the strongest reaching Tier 2, Stage 9. This lineup was considered mid-level among adventurers in Pinghai City, a modest third-tier town. After all, over 90 of the adventurers here were still apprentice beast tamers, with their beasts generally lingering within the Tier 2 range. Someone like Lin Ze, who had just advanced and already possessed a Tier 3 beast, was a true anomaly. Lin Ze pulled out a battle recorder and summoned his pet, the Ice Crystal Soul. The moment it materialized, a refreshing chill emanated from its presence, dispelling the oppressive heat in the air. Li Pei and the others studied the unfamiliar beast, confusion evident on their faces. Yet, mindful of the unspoken rule among adventurers not to pry into others' strength, they wisely kept silent. The insect swarm closed in on the vehicle. At this closer range, Lin Ze could finally discern the true form of the Death Knell beetles, creatures the size of large dogs, resembling oversized black scarabs. Atop their heads were horn-like fleshy protuberances, the organs responsible for their sonic attacks and the origin of their name. When the swarm was just over 10 meters away, it abruptly halted. The fleshy growths on their heads contracted and then expanded violently, unleashing a deafening, resonant hum. The sound waves distorted the air visibly as they surged toward the group. Prepared for this, everyone immediately activated defensive soul arts. 5 soul energy barriers materialized, enveloping both the adventurers and their beasts. The sound waves struck the barriers, causing ripples but failing to inflict any real damage. Wang Shuiyun had intended to extend her protection to Lin Ze, but she noticed he had already deployed his own soul guard. Her surprise was palpable. After all, a level 1 soul guard could only protect its user, while extending its range required reaching level 2. Lin Ze, who had only awakened less than a year ago and had just advanced to apprentice beast tamer the day before, had already cultivated his soul guard to level 2. Such rapid progress was nothing short of astonishing. Ignoring the astonished gazes of his companions, Lin Ze commanded the ice crystal soul to attack. The beast let out a resonant cry, extending its hands as a barrage of ice shards materialized in the air. The shards rained down upon the swarm like a relentless storm. Within moments, more than 30 death knell beetles were pierced through and pinned to the ground, reducing the swarm's numbers by a fifth in an instant. The scene left Li Pei and the others stunned. These death knell beetles, though only Tier 1 beasts, possessed combat strength between Stage 5 and Stage 7. Even Li Pei's Tier 2, Stage 9 mountain rock bear would struggle to dispatch so many in a single strike. This could only mean one thing: Lin Ze's beast was far stronger than the mountain rock bear, placing it firmly in the Tier 3 range. Wasn't it rumored that Lin Ze's beast was only Tier 2, Stage 6 or 7? How did it suddenly reach Tier 3? Zhang Lei muttered to himself, his face blank with disbelief. The others, equally stunned, were at a loss for words. An 18-year-old apprentice beast tamer possessing a Tier 3 beast such strength was utterly unheard of. As everyone watched Lin Ze's figure, a bold speculation arose in their hearts: could this young man be a direct descendant of a prestigious family of beast tamers with deep roots? Otherwise, how could someone from an ordinary background possess such astonishing strength? While their thoughts were racing, the ice crystal soul had already launched its second wave of attacks. It unleashed a frigid breath imbued with extreme cold, instantly freezing the dozen or so approaching death bell beetles into glistening, transparent ice sculptures. This shocking scene snapped Li Pei and the others out of their daze, and they quickly commanded their own beasts to join the battle. Through the combined efforts of everyone, the swarm of insects was swiftly eradicated. What stood out the most was that Lin Ze alone managed to take down nearly half of the death bell beetles, achieving results that far surpassed the combined efforts of the others. After the battle ended, the way everyone looked at Lin Ze was filled with evident awe. In this community of adventurers that revered strength above all else, the strong were always the most respected. Despite his youth, Lin Ze had already proven his might through his actions, naturally earning the genuine admiration of Li Pei and the others, an admiration far removed from the superficial flattery often shown to prodigies. Yet Lin Ze seemed entirely indifferent to this newfound respect, focusing instead on the spoils of the battle. Over 70 death bell beetles meant more than 70,000 credits in mission rewards. Gaining such a substantial sum from a single encounter made him marvel. No wonder they say beast tamers make money so easily. This remark made a few people nearby smile bitterly to themselves. How could ordinary beast tamers be compared to Lin Ze? Most apprentice beast tamers struggle to nurture even a single second-tier beast before their 20s, and venturing into the wild is a nerve-wracking ordeal. Take Li Pei and his group as an example. Risking their lives in the wilderness to hunt, they'd barely earn a few 100,000 credits from a grueling expedition, and that sum had to be split among 4 people. Where's the ease in that? The corpse of the death knell beetle contained no valuable materials worth collecting, so the group simply left it behind and continued on their way. About 10 minutes later, the jeep came to a stop in a forest roughly 500 meters away from the canyon. Li Pei swiftly retrieved a camouflage tarp from the trunk and carefully draped it over the vehicle, completing the disguise. The group began their trek toward Death Knell Canyon on foot. Ever since the Beastmaster Association issued the swarm extermination mission, the area surrounding the canyon had been bustling daily with adventurers eager to hunt. Most operated in small teams of 4 or 5, with lone hunters being a rare sight. Along the way, Lin Ze encountered only one such individual: a tall, lean man in his 30s. That's Luoda, a bronze-level beastmaster. He's quite well known in the adventurer community, Wang Shuiyan explained in a low voice, noticing Lin Ze's curious gaze. Lin Ze nodded in understanding. No wonder Luoda dared to act alone. Bronze-level beastmasters commanded beasts with at least Tier 3 strength, even at the lowest qualification level. Well, this is where we part ways. Thank you all for your help, Lin Ze said. Li Pei and the others quickly waved it off, insisting it was no trouble. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Ze headed deeper into the canyon alone. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Zhang Lei sighed in admiration. Now that's what a true genius looks like. If only we could get someone like him to join our team. Don't even think about it, Li Pei chuckled, shaking his head. Talents like him are destined for greatness. There's no way someone like that would stay in a small pond like ours. Zhao Mingshan and Wang Shuiyun nodded in agreement. Wang Shuiyun, however, sighed wistfully. What a pity. If I were a few years younger, or if he were a bit older, I'd definitely try to pursue him. It's so rare to see someone with both potential and good looks. The 3 men present rolled their eyes in unison. There she goes, daydreaming again. Once inside the canyon, Lin Ze made his way directly toward its depths. The death knell beetles near the entrance had mostly been cleared out, leaving only a few scattered stragglers not worth his time. His target was a larger swarm. Before long, Lin Ze encountered a group of roughly 70 to 80 death knell beetles. The moment they spotted him, their crimson compound eyes gleamed with savage intent, and they charged at him ferociously. Without needing any commands, Ice Crystal Soul let out a soft chirp and darted forward. It unleashed two powerful skills in quick succession: Ice Spikes and Frost Breath, instantly wiping out half the swarm. At the same time, Lin Ze took action, channeling his silver gray soul energy into sharp arrows that whistled through the air toward a targeted beetle. Soul Arrow. The targeted beetle didn't even have time to let out a screech before its head was pierced clean through. Its body convulsed violently for a brief moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Not bad, Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. A single soul arrow consumed only 10 points of soul energy, yet it was powerful enough to take down a Tier 1 level 6 beast. Quite efficient. Now for Soul Energy Blast. Lin Ze extended his palm forward, compressing his silver gray soul energy into a spiraling shockwave. The attack surged outward like a hurricane, detonating in the midst of the swarm. 7 or 8 beetles were instantly torn to shreds. Excellent. While its power wasn't on par with Ice Crystal Soul's Ice Spikes or Frost Breath, the Soul Energy Blast was impressively strong for a Beastmaster Soul technique. Its only drawback was the high energy consumption. It required 50 points of soul energy per use. Fortunately, Lin Ze had a plentiful reserve. Most novice Beastmasters would be drained after 5 or 6 uses. As he pondered his next move, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Beast Slayer. Total number of beasts slain has reached 100. Reward, 300 achievement points, 1 burst card. Rewards available for collection. Beast Slayer? Lin Ze blinked in surprise. This sounded like part of a series of achievements, possibly leading to challenges like 1,000 Beast Slayer or 10,000 Beast Slayer in the future. It was an unexpected bonus. Lin Ze immediately claimed the reward, obtaining a burst card. A card imbued with mysterious power, capable of temporarily breaking the limits of a contracted beast and granting it strength of a higher tier. Upon use, the designated beast level will increase by 1 major tier for 30 minutes, with no side effects. Now this is a treasure. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. The burst card's effects were astonishing if used on Ice Crystal Soul. It could instantly elevate its power to Tier 4 Level 1. Though the enhancement only lasted half an hour, it could undoubtedly serve as a life-saving trump card in critical moments. Elated, Lin Ze carefully stored the burst card. By this time, Ice Crystal Soul had already finished off the remaining Death Knell beetles. Lin Ze moved through the ruins with his Ice Crystal Soul, his gaze focused intently on searching for traces of the insect swarm. The lure of achievement rewards fueled his determination, leaving him unfazed by any sense of fatigue. Half an hour later, he had wiped out the third wave of the insect swarm. Summoning the pet panel, he noted that the growth progress of the Ice Crystal Soul had reached 87. Lin Ze frowned slightly, quickly doing the math. After eliminating around 300 Death Knell beetles, the growth progress had increased by only 3. The efficiency was disappointingly low. Could it be that the Death Knell beetles are too weak, providing too little experience? He pondered to himself. At this rate, it would take him 2 more days to fully develop the Ice Crystal Soul. If starting from scratch, it might take half a month. Just as he was feeling frustrated by the slow progress, a realization struck him, and he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. For an ordinary Beastmaster, raising a pet to full growth typically required several years. Even with the aid of rare resources to accelerate the process, it would still take months. With the system's assistance, achieving the goal in just half a month was already remarkable. There was no reason to complain. One step at a time. Besides, I haven't gathered all the evolution materials yet, Lin Ze muttered as he guided the somewhat weary Ice Crystal Soul to a concealed spot for a short rest. The consecutive battles had not only drained the Ice Crystal Soul's stamina, but also left his soul energy reserves nearly depleted. After an hour of rest, Lin Ze felt adequately recovered and prepared to resume the hunt. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance caught his attention, a mix of frantic footsteps and terrified shouts. His brow furrowed as he nimbly leapt onto a nearby boulder to get a better view of the source of the noise. In the distance, a group of adventurers with panic-stricken faces was sprinting in his direction, as though fleeing from something horrifying behind them. Just as Lin Ze was about to call out and ask what was happening, a terrifying scene unfolded around the corner. A massive swarm of Death Knell beetles surged forward like a tidal wave, their sheer numbers enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Damn it! Why are there so many Death Knell beetles? A terrified shout echoed through the canyon. A dense swarm of black beetles surged forward like a tidal wave, their sheer numbers suffocating. The adventurers, their faces pale with fear, sprinted desperately toward the canyon's entrance, wishing they had more than just 2 legs to carry them. But when they reached the exit, they were met with an equally horrifying sight. Countless Death Knell beetles had already blocked the way. We're doomed. We're surrounded. Someone cried out in despair. Lin Ze quickly scanned the area, his sharp eyes locking onto a recessed section of the rock wall about 100 meters away. It was a natural defensive position, enclosed on 3 sides, leaving only the front to guard. The perfect spot to hold off the swarm. "This way!" he shouted firmly, taking the lead as he charged toward the rocky alcove. Li Pei, Wang Shuiyun, and the others followed close behind, with the rest of the adventurers scrambling to keep up. Under Luo Da's command, the group swiftly formed a defensive line within the recess. Tank-type beasts took the front, melee fighters positioned themselves in the middle, while ranged attackers took up the rear. The moment the insect horde collided with their defenses, chaos and carnage erupted. The frontline beasts were torn apart almost instantly, but not before taking down hundreds of death knell beetles. Luo Da's colossal rock titan stood out among the defenders, its massive strikes crushing over a dozen beetles with each blow. In mere moments, it had already obliterated hundreds of foes. Meanwhile, Lin Ze stood at the rear, unleashing wave after wave of soul force shockwaves. Silver-gray energy rippled through the swarm, pulverizing scores of beetles with each blast. After 10 consecutive attacks, he had already wiped out nearly 100 of the creatures. That soul force is unreal. It's almost on par with a bronze tier beastmaster, one of the stunned adventurers exclaimed, staring at the young man in disbelief. Even those who were already familiar with Lin Ze's strength like Li Pei and the others couldn't help but feel awestruck. Zhang Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. I mean, having strong beasts and soul techniques is one thing, but his soul force is insane. That's why they call him a genius, Li Pei murmured with a mix of admiration and envy. This rewritten version preserves the original plot while enhancing the narrative flow, sharpening the tension, and adding vivid detail to bring the scene to life. After a round of soul art bombardment, Lin Ze felt his soul power drop below 200 points. To maintain the existence of the Soul Guardian and the Ice Crystal Spirit, he temporarily ceased casting soul arts. However, the Ice Crystal Spirit continued to fight fiercely on the front lines, its offensive showing no signs of weakening. The Ice Crystal Spirit waved its small hands, sending ice spikes tearing through the air. Following that, a chilling breath swept across the battlefield. It then raised its delicate finger, pointing at the densest cluster of the swarm. In an instant, countless strands of white icy mist appeared, spiraling toward the center and condensing into a radiant, diamond-like ice crystal. Boom! The ice crystal shattered, sending a visible ring of frost expanding outward in all directions. Every doom beetle touched by the ice ring instantly froze into an ice sculpture. In moments, the battlefield was dotted with hundreds of glistening, crystalline statues. A collective gasp swept through the adventurers as they watched in stunned silence. One strike took out hundreds of doom beetles. That power is definitely beyond Tier 2. That's got to be the strength of a Tier 3 beast. Could there be another Bronze Beast Master here? As apprentice Beast Masters, most of them only possess Tier 2 beasts. Only Rhoda, a Bronze Beast Master, had a Tier 3 beast. The group immediately began scanning the area, searching for the owner of this formidable creature. Even Rhoda observed discreetly his Tier 3 rank 9 rock giant lacked such overwhelming area attack capabilities. Before long, someone recognized the Ice Crystal Spirit's master as none other than Lin Ze, who had already made a stunning impression earlier. No way, that Tier 3 beast belongs to him too? Could he be from a prominent beast master family? The crowd was once again filled with awe. A young man not even 20 years old, with such remarkable soul power and a Tier 3 beast, this combination was nothing short of extraordinary. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait a second, I remember. Wasn't there a rumor yesterday about an 18-year-old high school student passing an ultra-difficult apprentice evaluation? That's him, Lin Ze, from Pinghai High School." This news had already spread like wildfire within Pinghai City's Beastmaster circles. The crowd's gazes toward Lin Ze were now filled with admiration and disbelief. Even Rhoda's expression flickered with intrigue. Lin Ze noticed Rhoda's gaze and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before refocusing on the battle. Among the Ice Crystal Spirit's 5 abilities, 3 were area attacks, making it perfect for dealing with the massive swarm of doom beetles. Like a mobile artillery unit, it unleashed its skills in rotation, continuously reaping the lives of the insect horde. Moments later, a notification echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Achievement unlocked. Beast Slayer total number of beasts slain has reached 1,000. Reward, 500 achievement points. Berserk card X1. Rewards pending collection. Just as I expect Tita series achievement. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. By this pattern, the next one would likely be 10,000 Beast Slayer, requiring the defeat of 10,000 beasts. His gaze burned with determination as he now saw the doom beetles as moving achievement points. Lin Ze and the Ice Crystal Spirit's performance greatly boosted the morale of the group. Although some beasts continued to fall in battle, the defensive line held firm. Rhoda nodded approvingly and shouted, "Hold the line! The association's reinforcements will arrive in no more than 10 minutes." The adventurers' faces lit up with hope, but their relief was short-lived. A deep, thunderous growl suddenly reverberated across the battlefield. Following the sound, they turned to see the swarm parting, making way for a massive insect with an obsidian-like sheen slowly emerging from the distance. A colossal insect, as massive as an elephant, approached with deliberate steps, leaving shallow craters in its wake. Surrounding it, the death knell beetles lowered their heads in unison, as if paying homage to their sovereign. The emergence of this behemoth caused Rhoda's face to pale as he gasped in shock, the death knell striker. The name seemed to carry an almost palpable weight, sending a ripple of dread across the gathered adventurers. Their expressions froze in horror. Lin Ze, puzzled by the reaction, turned to Wang Shuiyun and asked in a hushed tone. Wang Shuiyun's face was ashen as she explained bitterly, the death knell striker is an extraordinarily rare and fearsome beast said to be the king among death knell beetles. Out of hundreds of thousands of these beetles, only one emerges. Not only is it a tier 4 beast in itself, but it also commands the swarm. Now I finally understand why the death knell beetles in the canyon have been in such a frenzy. It's likely been orchestrating everything from the shadows. Lin Ze nodded in sudden realization, his brows furrowing deeply. The group was already struggling to fend off the insect swarm, and the addition of a tier 4 beast would undoubtedly shatter their defenses in an instant. The other adventurers seemed to grasp the same grim reality, their faces etched with fear. It's over. A death knell striker, there's no way we can handle that. Damn it, I don't want to die here. Some turned their desperate gazes toward Rhoda. Mr. Rhoda, can you deal with that beast? Rhoda's expression was grave as he shook his head. I'm sorry. His rock titan, after all, was only a tier 3 companion beast and stood no chance in an unknown battle against a tier 4 death knell striker. This response shattered the last vestiges of hope among the group, and despair quickly spread like wildfire. After a brief hesitation, Rhoda added, the insect swarm began acting up about a month ago, so this death knell striker must have only recently evolved. Its strength is far from its peak. I estimate it to be at the lowest stage of tier 4. If we work together, we might be able to hold out for a while. But no one responded. Everyone present understood the truth. This was little more than a comforting lie. Even at its weakest, a tier 4 creature would obliterate their defenses the moment it launched an assault. The outcome was inevitable. If only we could hold on a little longer, we'd be saved. It's so frustrating. Wang Shuiyun muttered through gritted teeth, her pale face marked by bitterness. Noticing Lin Ze's gaze, she looked up and forced a sorrowful smile. It seems we're all going to die here today. I don't mind so much for myself, but it's such a waste of your talent. If I'd known this would happen, I would never have suggested giving you a ride. My good intentions have only brought you harm. Lin Ze chuckled softly and shook his head. After a pause, he suddenly spoke. Actually, there's no need to be so pessimistic. I have a way to deal with the death knell striker. Wang Shuiyun stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. It took her several seconds to process the meaning behind Lin Ze's words. You have a way? She asked, her voice filled with incredulity. Around them, the other adventurers turned their heads at the unexpected statement, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Li Pei, unable to contain himself, pressed eagerly. What way? Kill it, Lin Ze said calmly, his tone as steady as still water. His words plunged the area into an eerie silence. The flicker of hope in people's eyes dimmed almost instantly. Someone let out a sigh, shaking their head. Easier said than done. Kill it? How? Do you think your pet beast is stronger than Mr. Luo's rock titan? This skepticism reflected the thoughts of everyone present. Lin Ze's talents were undeniable, and his strength far exceeded that of the other adventurers here. But his pet beast was only at the 3rd tier, far below the level of the rock titan. If even the rock titan couldn't defeat the death knell striker, how could Lin Ze's pet beast possibly stand a chance? Whispers of doubt rippled through the crowd. Many silently criticized Lin Ze's boldness. A young genius he might be, but to claim he could take down the death knell striker? That was sheer arrogance. Did he not fear biting off more than he could chew? Luo Da's expression turned to one of disappointment. He had hoped Lin Ze might actually have a solution to their dire predicament. Even Wang Shuiyun, who trusted Lin Ze more than anyone, hesitated for a moment. She knew Lin Ze wasn't one to boast idly, but the chasm between 3rd tier and 4th tier strength was not something that could be bridged so easily. Faced with the growing doubt, Lin Ze remained unshaken. He understood their reactions. If someone else had made such a claim, he wouldn't have believed it either. Without further explanation, Lin Ze summoned the interface for his pet beast. After the grueling battles, his ice crystal spirit's growth rate had reached 92. Without hesitation, he used achievement points to raise it to 100, pushing the ice crystal spirit to the 2nd stage of the 3rd tier. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a card appeared in his palm. He waved it gently, and the card dissolved into a stream of light, merging into the ice crystal spirit's body. Under the astonished gazes of the adventurers, the ice crystal spirit's aura surged dramatically, climbing to an entirely new level. The oppressive energy emanating from it seemed to freeze the very air. Everyone, including Luo Da, stood dumbfounded, their faces filled with confusion. What just happened? How did that pet beast's power suddenly skyrocket? Was it because of that light? Could it be some kind of artifact? The mention of artifact immediately clicked with the crowd. Artifacts were remnants of the post-cataclysmic era, born from the collision between dimensional rifts in their own world. These relics possessed extraordinary abilities, such as enhancing combat strength, expanding storage capacity, or even extending lifespans. While their rarity and value varied, all artifacts were undeniably precious. Lin Ze's silence was taken as confirmation, leaving the adventurers exchanging astonished glances. Who would have thought he'd possess such a rare combat-oriented artifact? No wonder he dared to make such a bold claim, truly had the means to back it up. As their initial shock subsided, hope rekindled in their eyes. Perhaps they really could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Under the watchful gaze of the group, the ice crystal spirit advanced toward the death knell striker. The swarming death knell beetles tried to intercept it, only to be frozen solid with a mere gesture, shattering into lifeless sculptures without the need for so much as a skill. The sheer disparity in strength rendered the beetles utterly insignificant. The death knell striker quickly sensed the approaching threat. With the acute instincts of a savage beast, it halted its advance and turned its focus toward the ice crystal spirit. Lowering its grotesque head, the pulsating tumor on its forehead began to contract and expand violently. In the next moment, a deafening toll rang out, a distorted sonic wave rippling toward the ice crystal spirit with devastating force. Even the adventurers, standing hundreds of meters away, felt their soul shields tremble under the impact. Unfazed, the ice crystal spirit conjured a massive ice shield out of thin air. The sonic wave crashed into the shield with a thunderous impact, leaving a web of cracks across its surface. Though the shield wavered, it held firm. The ice crystal spirit wasted no time retaliating. A barrage of icy spears shot forward, striking the death knell striker with relentless precision. The creature let out a guttural howl as a thin layer of frost spread across its armored exoskeleton. In this initial exchange, the ice crystal spirit had already gained the upper hand. The adventurers erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Incredible! We're saved. It's actually overpowering the death knell striker. This outcome, however, was no surprise to Lin Ze. The ice crystal spirit, already formidable at the second stage of the third tier, had surged to the second stage of the fourth tier with the aid of the explosive card. Coupled with its versatile arsenal of skills, it was more than capable of suppressing the death knell striker. While Lin Ze had anticipated this, the onlookers were left in awe. Luo Da exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. The defensive line was secure, and as long as they held their ground, reinforcements should arrive in time. Li Pei and the others were visibly elated, while Wang Shuiyun's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Ze. When everyone else was at a loss, it was this man who had stepped forward to turn the tide. His decisive action and unwavering courage were nothing short of inspiring. Zhang Lei, ever the outspoken one, couldn't contain his excitement. He clapped Lin Ze on the shoulder with a grin. Well done, Lin Ze. As long as we can hold that thing back, we'll win this. Lin Ze glanced at him with a faint smile before turning his attention back to the death knell striker. His eyes narrowed, gleaming with determination. Hold it back? No, he said, his voice low and resolute. I'm going to kill it. Under normal circumstances, Lin Ze only needed to hold off the Doombell striker and wait for reinforcements. There was no need to risk killing this tier 4 beast. However, he had a vague premonition that slaying the creature might unlock some special achievement. It was also a perfect opportunity to explore the pattern of achievements. I'm taking it down, Lin Ze declared, leaving everyone around him stunned. Although the Ice Crystal Soul held the upper hand in the battle, its advantage was not enough to ensure a kill. Moreover, countless Doom Beetles surrounded them, watching closely, ready to pounce. The tide of the battle could shift at any moment. Most people favored the safer strategy of stalling the Doom Bell Striker, as time was on their side. Still, given Lin Ze's demonstrated strength, no one dared to voice any objections. Many secretly speculated whether he had another trump card up his sleeve, perhaps a second artifact. Brother Lin, do you have another artifact? Rhoda couldn't resist asking. No, Lin Ze replied bluntly. He did have a burst card, but it could only be used on his pet beast and couldn't be stacked, making it useless in this situation. The crowd grew even more puzzled. Without offering further explanation, Lin Ze opened his personal interface. With over 700 achievement points left, he began upgrading his Soul Arrow skill without hesitation. The Soul Arrow advanced from level 1 to level 5, consuming a significant amount of achievement points. After completing the upgrade, Lin Ze looked up at the distant Doombell Striker. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Lin Ze formed a silver-gray Soul Arrow in his palm. This sight left everyone even more astonished. Soul Arrow was one of the most basic soul techniques. Given Lin Ze's age, he had likely only recently started practicing it. How could such a skill possibly deal with a Tier 4 beast? But in the next moment, the soul arrow streaked across 100 meters like lightning, striking the Doom Bell Striker's carapace with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous explosion, the tough shell burst open, leaving a gaping hole, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The Doom Bell Striker let out an ear-piercing wail. The crowd was dumbfounded. The destructive power was comparable to a cannon blast. Rhoda quickly recognized that this was at least the power of a level 5 soul arrow. To put things in perspective, after over a decade of training, the highest level soul technique Rhoda had mastered was level 4. Yet Lin Ze, who had been practicing soul techniques for less than a year while simultaneously working on other techniques, had managed to elevate soul arrow to such a level it was simply unbelievable. Seizing the momentum, Lin Ze rapidly conjured 10 more soul arrows and launched them in unison at the Doom Bell Striker. Its large size made it impossible to evade, forcing it to endure the full brunt of the attack. The Ice Crystal Soul capitalized on the opportunity, launching a relentless assault. Before long, the Doom Bell Striker was covered in wounds, its defeat inevitable. Lin Ze ceased his attacks, leaving the finishing blow to the Ice Crystal Soul. Moments later, the Doom Bell Striker collapsed with a thunderous crash, a pool of blood spreading beneath it as it breathed its last. Its death threw the swarm into chaos, some scattered in all directions, while others milled about aimlessly, their previous coordination shattered. The canyon echoed with the dissonant cries of the insects. Meanwhile, the adventurers stood in stunned silence, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Silence enveloped the sunken rock wall. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. The fearsome bell ringer, a beast that struck terror into hearts, had fallen. Lin Ze had truly done what he promised. After the initial shock, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Their gazes toward Lin Ze were filled with awe. How could an apprentice beast master slay a Tier 4 ferocious beast? Such power was already on par with the bronze-level beastmaster. Some even marveled, saying that if the bell ringer was a monster, then Lin Ze was an even greater anomaly. At just 18, he possessed a Tier 3 pet beast, was proficient in soul arts, and his soul power seemed unfathomable. Rhoda looked at Lin Ze with a complicated expression, a mix of admiration and a sense of inadequacy. A prodigy like him, if he continued on this path, would undoubtedly become a legendary powerhouse in the Federation. In comparison, Rhoda couldn't help but feel that his years of training had been in vain. As the battle concluded, Lin Ze's ice crystal soul floated back to his side. Though victorious, its delicate face showed traces of exhaustion. Lin Ze smiled and gently patted its head in praise, earning a cheerful chirp and affectionate nuzzle from his pet beast. Right on cue, the system notification chimed, announcing 2 achievements. First boss kill. Defeat a Tier 3 or higher Beast King. Reward, 300 achievement points and a soul restoration elixir. Turn the tide. Successfully rescue more than 10 people. Reward, 500 achievement points and a revival elixir. Lin Ze felt a surge of joy. Not only had this battle replenished his spent achievement points, but he also gained a surplus. He immediately claimed the rewards, paying special attention to the revival elixir's effects. It could instantly heal all injuries for both Beastmaster and Pet Beast, a truly rare treasure. Just then, a sharp sound cut through the air. In the distance, a massive eagle with a white head and black body, a Tier 6 wind element pet beast, was speeding toward them. Moments later, 2 figures leaped off the eagle's back. It was none other than He Jinwen and Lu Peixin, the examiners from Lin Ze's apprentice evaluation. The 2 examiners had arrived in response to the association's distress call, only to find the insect swarm already defeated. After hearing Rhoda's detailed account, they turned to Lin Ze in astonishment. In just one day, his pet beast had advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3, mastered 3 soul arts, and even brought Soul Arrow to the 5th level. Such talent was simply unheard of. He Jinwen stepped forward, expressing the association's gratitude on their behalf. Lin Ze, however, calmly replied that he had only acted out of self-preservation. His composure earned He Jinwen's silent admiration. At that moment, Lu Peixin suddenly asked if they could purchase the bell ringer's corpse. The corpse of the Death Knell Striker naturally belonged to Lin Ze. It was a fundamental rule among adventurers. The spoils go to the one who lands the killing blow. If Lu Peixin wanted it, he would have to buy it. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Ze nodded in agreement. The Death Knell Striker's corpse wasn't of much use to him, and exchanging it for credit points seemed like a good deal. As the king of ferocious beasts, the Death Knell Striker is worth far more than an ordinary 4th-tier beast, Lu Peixin said after a moment of deliberation. I'll offer 3 million credit points. That's a fair price, don't you think? The offer made Lin Ze's heart skip a beat. To put things in perspective, the materials from a typical 4th-tier beast would only fetch around 2 million credit points. Even considering the Death Knell Striker's elevated status as a Beast King, a 50% increase in value would already be generous. Lu Peixin's offer was undeniably lavish, befitting a wealthy silver beast master. Deal. Lin Ze agreed without hesitation. The transaction was completed on the spot. Lu Peixin acquired the rare corpse of the Beast King, and for once, a faint smile appeared on his usually expressionless face. Lin Ze, on the other hand, was in high spirits over the 3 million credit points he had just earned, enough to fund both evolution materials and a new pet beast. What he thought would take half a month to save up was resolved in a single trip. Though the process had been fraught with danger, the rewards were undeniably rich. Lin Ze suddenly felt an urge to return to Pinghai City. With nothing else to attend to, he bid farewell to He Zhenwen and the others before leaving Death Knell Canyon. Many adventurers, including Luo Da and Li Pei, watched him depart, their gazes lingering. Everyone understood that Pinghai City had just gained a rising star destined to shine brightly. Upon returning to Pinghai City, Lin Ze headed straight to the pet beast shop he had visited last time. The receptionist, a young woman in a professional uniform, was about to deliver her usual greeting when she recognized the handsome and talented young man in front of her. "Oh, it's you," she exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. Realizing her slip, she quickly composed herself and offered a shy smile. "Welcome back. How can I assist you today?" "I'm here to purchase a pet beast," Lin Ze said directly. The receptionist led him to the second-floor hall. The spacious, well-lit room housed over a dozen transparent glass cabinets, each holding hundreds of neatly arranged sealing orbs about the size of longan fruit. "These are all Tier 1 to Tier 3 pet beasts. Feel free to browse," the receptionist explained. Lin Ze began carefully inspecting the options. Each sealing orb came with a detailed information card, listing the pet beast's name, element, tier, potential rating, and evolution paths. Most of the beasts were rated below grade, with only 3 reaching grade. This wasn't surprising, as truly high-rated beasts were typically sold at auctions. Lin Ze, however, was searching for pet beasts with hidden evolution paths and immense potential. Unfortunately, even after nearly an hour of searching, he couldn't find a suitable candidate. While there were several beasts with hidden evolution paths, their potential was generally limited, with the highest cap being tiered far below the king level he was aiming for. Just as he was about to give up, one particular entry caught his attention. Named Stubborn Stone Beast. Element Earth. Tier 2, Level 5. Growth Rate 21. Skills Earth Spikes, Stone Projectile. Evolution Paths. 1. Giant Rock Path. Enhances melee combat abilities, focusing on physical strength and durability while reducing earth element manipulation. Evolves into a giant rock beast, with a maximum cap of Tier 4. 2. Divine Path. Awakens ancient bloodlines and extraordinary divinity, excelling in both melee combat and earth element manipulation. Evolves into a rock wraith, with a maximum cap of king level. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. He was already familiar with the giant rock evolution path like Luo Da's giant rock beast. Its potential peaked at a grade, nearing grade. However, this second evolution path, which could reach king level, was clearly an undiscovered hidden route, perfectly aligning with his needs. Even better, it was a hybrid type, excelling in both close combat and spellcasting. Earth element pet beasts were already known for their defensive capabilities. Enhancing their elemental manipulation would make them an ideal combination of a tank and a spellcaster. Without hesitation, Lin Ze chose the sealing orb. "I'll take this one. Also, I'll need some materials." In addition to the evolution materials for his ice crystal soul, Lin Ze planned to gather the necessary items for the stubborn stone beast as well. The divine path evolution into a rock wraith required 100 growth rate, 20 portions of intermediate earth element essence, and 500 grams of spirit nurturing soil. The evolution materials for both pet beasts totaled 940,000 credit points. The stubborn stone beast, and a grade Tier 2 pet beast, only cost 150,000 credit points. Lin Ze also purchased some lower-tier elemental essences as snacks for his pet beasts, both to win their favor and to slightly boost their growth rates. By the time he checked out, his total expenses had reached 1.69 million credit points. More than half of the 3 million he had just earned was gone in the blink of an eye, a true display of extravagance. However, this investment was undoubtedly worth it. With all the materials in hand, Lin Ze returned home, ready to begin the critical process of evolving and forming a contract with his new pet beast. Upon returning home, Lin Ze immediately summoned the ice crystal spirit. The petite ice sprite appeared, cheerfully floating to his side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Ze reached into his storage space and retrieved a vial of intermediate ice elemental essence and the heart of ice, handing them to the ice crystal spirit. "Here, eat these, and you'll be able to evolve." At the mention of evolution, her eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, she grabbed the essence and began devouring it eagerly. Soon, her cheeks puffed up like an adorable little squirrel. When the last piece of the heart of ice was consumed, a dazzling light engulfed her entire body. Within the radiant glow, her form began to change, growing taller as graceful curves emerged. The evolution process lasted for over 10 seconds. When the light finally dissipated, Standing before Lin Ze was no longer the small, childlike figure, but a stunning young maiden clad in pure white. Her long, pale blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin so fair it was almost translucent, exuding an air of icy elegance. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Lin Ze, the coldness melted away, replaced by a warm, radiant smile. Without hesitation, she leapt into Lin Ze's arms, nuzzling her delicate face affectionately against his chest, displaying the same attachment she had before. Lin Ze opened her updated attribute panel to examine her evolution. Name: Snow Maiden. Element: Ice. Rank: Tier 4, Stage 2. Growth rate: 0. The skill list immediately appeared. Ice Spike, Frost Breath, Absolute Ice Chains, Ice Shield, Frost Nova. The next evolution along the Queen's path, the Frost Blue Maiden, required the following conditions: 100 growth rate, 30 superior ice elemental essences, and 1 ice blue tier. Tier 4. Lin Ze took a deep breath, trying to suppress his overwhelming joy. It was well known that most high school seniors contracted beasts typically remained at Tier 1, with Tier 2 being a rare accomplishment. To possess a Tier 4 beast even before entering a Beast Taming Academy was an achievement that even the prodigies from prestigious families could only dream of. Gazing at the Snow Maiden in his arms, Lin Ze gently stroked her hair and said, "Let's give you a name. How about Xiao Shui Little Snow?" Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded enthusiastically in agreement. After evolving, Xiao Shui gained 4 new advanced skills. Icefall, an advanced version of Ice Spike, summons a torrent of ice blades from above a designated area, cascading down like a waterfall. Requires 20 growth rate and 100 achievement points to unlock. Snow Maiden Sigh, an advanced version of Frost Breath, unleashes an extreme frost mist, dealing massive damage to a fan-shaped area in front. Requires 30 growth rate and 200 achievement points to unlock. Ice Crystal Mirror, an advanced version of Ice Shield, creates a reflective ice mirror that can rebound a portion of incoming damage. Requires 50 growth rate and 300 achievement points to unlock. Blizzard, a large area damage skill, conjures a blizzard in a designated area, inflicting damage and slowing enemies' movement. Requires 80 growth rate and 500 achievement points to unlock. Lin Ze calculated the required achievement points for these skills 100 in total while he currently only had 813 points. After a moment of consideration, he decided to spend 200 points to increase Xiao Shui's growth rate to 20, then used 100 points to unlock the Icefall skill. The data on her attribute panel updated accordingly. Name: Snow Maiden. Type: Ice. Ice level: Tier 4, Stage 4. Growth rate: 20. Mastered skills: Icefall, Frost Breath, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Shield, Frost Nova. Lin Ze paused the enhancement of the Snow Maiden, leaving her on standby. He then took out a newly purchased sealing orb, took a deep breath, and began the process of contracting a new pet beast. The contract process was unexpectedly simple. He only needed to infuse the orb with soul energy and let it merge into his body. Moments later, the contract was complete, and a faint connection appeared in the depths of his consciousness. After steadying his mind, Lin Ze summoned the stone golem. It was a small humanoid creature made of gray-green rocks, standing less than a meter tall, with amber eyes and a pitch-black mouth. As soon as it appeared, the stone golem began bouncing around the living room like a curious child, exploring every corner. Lin Ze let it roam freely as he opened the pet interface to review its details. The stone golem's current growth rate was 21, requiring 5 achievement points for each one increase. Without hesitation, he boosted its growth to 100, spending a total of 395 achievement points. This upgrade raised the stone golem's level to Tier 3, Stage 4. Checking the skill list, he noticed an unlearned skill at the bottom of the panel. Clay Bomb, a special bomb that explodes upon hitting a target or landing on the ground, dealing explosive damage. The unlocking conditions were a 50 growth rate and 100 achievement points. This skill seems pretty interesting, Lin Ze murmured, immediately choosing to unlock it. With preparations complete, it was time for evolution. Lin Ze gestured for the stone golem to come over. Sensing the imminent transformation, the creature excitedly ran to its owner. Lin Ze then fed it 20 medium-grade earth element essences and 500 grams of spirit soil. As the last material was consumed, the stone golem was engulfed in a dazzling light of evolution. Its body began to expand rapidly, and within moments, it had grown to the height of an adult man. When the light faded, a towering rock warrior stood before Lin Ze. Its face was fierce, resembling a demon, and it exuded an aura of immense power. Lin Ze opened the pet beast panel, and the detailed information of Rock Demon appeared before him. Name: Rock Demon. Type: Earth. Level: Tier 4, Stage 4. Growth rate: 0. Skills: Earth Spikes, Stone Projectile, Clay Bomb, Divine Path, Spirit of the Earth. Evolution requirements: 100 growth rate 30 superior earth element essences, 3 spirit stones. Seeing these stats, Lin Ze's eyes lit up with excitement. Compared to Xiaoxue, who was also Tier 4, Stage 4 but had already reached a 20 growth rate, Rock Demon seemed to hold even greater potential. However, as his gaze fell upon Rock Demon's fierce and menacing face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for its adorable appearance back when it was still a pebble monster. Maybe this is the price of becoming stronger, Lin Ze shrugged and continued examining the skill list below. Earth Thorn's advanced Earth Spike skill summons multiple Earth Spikes from the ground to attack enemies, dealing Earth element damage. Unlock requirements: 20 growth rate, 100 achievement points. Explosive Stone advanced Clay Bomb skill condenses Earth elements to create explosive stones that detonate upon hitting a target or the ground, causing massive damage. Unlock requirements: 50 growth rate, 200 achievement points. Rock Guard defensive skill summons a barrier of stones from Earth elements to surround and protect against attacks from all directions. Unlock requirements: 70 growth rate, 300 achievement points. Boulder Impact advanced Stone projectile skill condenses a massive boulder to hurl at enemies. Unlock requirements: 80 growth rate, 300 achievement points. Just like Xiaoxue, Rock Demon had 4 new skills available for unlocking. Unfortunately, Lin Ze's achievement points were almost depleted, leaving him temporarily unable to upgrade further. Although he felt a hint of regret, his spirits quickly lifted. This expedition to the Death Knell Canyon had been immensely rewarding, granting him 2 Tier 4 pet beasts and elevating his strength beyond that of most bronze beast tamers, far surpassing Rhoda. With 12 days left until his journey to Ningjiang City, Lin Ze had ample time to further enhance his pet beasts. He swiftly devised a plan. Starting tomorrow, he would venture into the wilderness daily, completing bounty tasks to earn money while grinding achievements to boost his pets' growth rates. The next day, the Beast Tamer Association transferred the rewards for the insect swarm incident into Lin Ze's account, a total of 3.7 million credits. Over 1 million came from killing the Death Knell beetle, while the rest was for defeating the Death Knell striker and resolving the source of the insect swarm. Combined with his previous savings, Lin Ze now had over 5 million credits. While this wasn't considered a fortune for a beast tamer, it was enough to be deemed comfortable. In the days that followed, Lin Ze focused on strengthening his abilities and gathering resources. Time flew by in his busy routine, and soon it was the day to depart for Ningjiang City. At dawn, Lin Ze and Guanning bid farewell to the reluctant Guan Chongshan and his wife. Carrying their luggage, they took a ride to meet at Pinghai High School. It was not yet 8 a.m., but over 50 students applying to Ningjiang Academy had already gathered outside the school gates. The air buzzed with restless anticipation as everyone looked forward to the upcoming admission assessments, albeit with a tinge of nervousness. Passing the test would mean enrollment in one of the Federation's top 10 beast taming academies, paving the way to a future among society's elite. Failure, however, would mean returning to Pinghai City in disappointment. Lin Ze took it upon himself to carry both his and Guanning's luggage. When Guanning tried to help, he easily dodged her attempt. "No need, I've got this. I wouldn't let you tire yourself out," he said with a grin. Thanks to his 5 points in physique, the weight was no challenge for him. Hearing this, Guanning's cheeks turned slightly red as she lowered her head shyly. Ever since the apprentice evaluation day, she couldn't help but feel her heart race whenever Lin Ze made such playful remarks. Lin Ze's arrival caused quite a stir, and the chatter at the school gate grew louder. Many students cast him complicated glances, some filled with admiration and reverence, others with envy and jealousy. His heroic deeds during the Death Knell Canyon insect swarm had already spread throughout Pinghai City's beast tamer community. Taking down a Tier 4 beast king single-handedly had made Lin Ze a legendary figure at Pinghai High School. Anning, Lin Bro, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Siyun hurried over to greet them. Over the past few weeks, the two had frequently visited Guanning's home, becoming much closer to Lin Ze. "What should I do, Anning? I'm so nervous. What if I don't get into Ningjiang Academy?" Zhang Xiaoyun complained, clutching Guanning's arm. Lu Siyun, though silent, wore an equally worried expression. "If only my pet beast could evolve successfully like yours," Zhang Xiaoyun sighed enviously. Guanning's flame bird had evolved into a blazing dragon bird, reaching Tier 2, Stage 9, almost guaranteeing her a spot at Ningjiang Academy. As for Lin Ze, with his Tier 3 pet beast, his acceptance was a foregone conclusion. The two girls couldn't help but marvel at the incredible talent of this childhood pair. A young girl's emotions often come and go quickly. With Guanning's comforting words, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyun soon regained their energy and eagerly began asking Lin Ze about his experiences in the wilderness. As a seasoned beast tamer who had spent much of his time hunting in the wild, Lin Ze's stories always sparked their curiosity and admiration. Even Guanning couldn't resist. After all, as a beast tamer herself, battling ferocious beasts was an inevitable part of her future. On the bus, the students gradually took their seats. Guanning and Lin Ze sat together, while Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian chose seats on the opposite side of the aisle. With the engine rumbling, the bus pulled out of the campus, heading toward the wilderness. An hour later, the view outside the windows transitioned from towering skyscrapers to desolate open plains. In this age of rampant feral beasts, leaving the safety of the city was a dangerous endeavor. Ordinary people could only travel outside with the protection of the military or beast tamers. At the front of the bus sat two bronze-ranked beast tamer instructors, tasked with escorting the students safely to Ningjiang City. Guanning had originally chosen an aisle seat to chat more easily with her friends. However, to get a better view, she ended up kneeling on her seat, leaning over Lin Ze to peer out the window. To others, this posture appeared quite intimate, as though she were nestled in Lin Ze's arms. Lin Ze, for his part, felt somewhat uneasy. The faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from the girl beside him caused his young heart to beat faster. When Guanning finally snapped out of her fascination with the scenery, she realized how awkward her position was. Her cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Lin Ze, then quickly retreated to her seat, feigning composure. Turning her head, she noticed Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian stifling their laughter, their expressions full of teasing amusement. Guanning shot them a glare, but it did nothing to stop her friends from giggling. "Hey, Xiaoyun, do you think Guanning might have feelings for Brother Lin?" Lu Xian whispered mischievously. Zhang Xiaoyun tilted her head thoughtfully. "Maybe. Lately, the way she talks about Lin Ze has changed. It's like her words are dipped in honey. But aren't they supposed to be like siblings?" "Siblings? Not really. They've just grown up together as childhood friends. There's no actual blood relation." Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly lit up with a sly grin. "Xian, you're not worried Guanning might steal Brother Lin from you, are you?" Lu Xian's face turned bright red as she stammered, struggling to retort. "What about you? I don't believe you don't have feelings for Brother Lin." Now it was Zhang Xiaoyun's turn to blush. Unaware of the whispered conversation behind him, Lin Ze focused on distracting himself. He opened his system interface to review his recent achievements. His recent hunting expeditions had earned him 2 new accomplishments. Skill Mastery, accumulated 100 uses of pet skills reward, 300 achievement points, and 1 soul crystal. Soul Art Mastery, accumulated 100 uses of soul arts reward, 300 achievement points, and 1 soul restoration elixir. As Lin Ze had anticipated, there were dedicated achievement series for pet skills and soul arts, which would become significant sources of achievement points in the future. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment that he hadn't yet unlocked the 10,000 beasts slain achievement. Although he had hunted numerous feral beasts recently, the total number still fell short of 10,000, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret. The insect tide is indeed a rare opportunity, Lin Ze thought to himself as he tapped the air, bringing up the pet beast interface. The results of the recent days of relentless battles were clear. Xiao Shue's growth rate had climbed to 47, advancing to Tier 4, Stage 6. Yin Gue wasn't far behind, with a growth rate of 25, also reaching Tier 4, Stage 6. Both pet beasts had shown remarkable improvement, perfectly meeting the goals he had set earlier. Lin Ze's gaze fell on the unused achievement points as his thoughts began to wander. The soul crystals he had acquired earlier had already been consumed, boosting his soul strength to 9.8. However, the achievement points remained untouched, a decision he had made after careful consideration. Currently, achievement points served 3 main purposes: enhancing physical and soul attributes, increasing pet beast growth rates, and unlocking pet beast skills. For the first purpose, Lin Ze felt it was unnecessary to spend such precious points, as physical and soul attributes could still be enhanced through achievement rewards like body strengthening crystals and soul crystals. As for pet growth rates, while raising them through combat and rare natural treasures was slower, it was a trade-off worth making to conserve achievement points. The true value of achievement points, in Lin Ze's eyes, lay in unlocking pet beast skills. Skills were not only a resource that could currently only be obtained through achievement points, but also a critical factor in determining a pet beast's combat power. After weighing his options carefully, Lin Ze decided to prioritize using future achievement points for unlocking pet skills. Unless exceptional circumstances arose, or he had a surplus of points, he would avoid spending them on boosting growth rates. Refocusing on the interface, Lin Ze noticed that both of his pet beasts had met the requirements to unlock new skills. Xiao Shue's Snow Maiden Sai required 200 points, while Yin Gui's Earth Spikes needed 100 points. Without hesitation, he chose to unlock both skills. After completing these actions, Lin Ze closed the interface and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Time passed quietly, and as the midday sun bathed the land in light, the outlines of a cluster of buildings finally appeared in the distance. Ningjiang City, one of the top 10 largest cities in the Federation, is renowned not only for its prestigious Ningjiang Academy, but also for hosting numerous outstanding beast taming academies. In stark contrast to the relatively obscure Pinghai City, Ningjiang boasts a deep-rooted culture of beast tamers. It's common to see students dressed in uniforms from various academies strolling through the streets. Shortly after the bus entered the city, it stopped in front of a stylish, sprawling hotel. Teacher Chin He stood up and addressed the group. This is the accommodation arranged by Ningjiang Academy for all candidates. You will stay here until the end of the admission assessment. All assessment-related matters will also be organized within the hotel. Please refrain from leaving unnecessarily to avoid missing important announcements. Led by Chin He and another teacher, the students filed into the hotel lobby. Although the assessment was still 2 days away, the lobby was already bustling with candidates who had arrived early, many from cities far from Ningjiang. As Lin Ze and his group entered the lobby, they immediately drew the attention of the other candidates. Whispered conversations rippled through the crowd. Another batch of newcomers has arrived. Where are they from? I saw the buses from Pinghai City. Pinghai City? A third or small city like that can produce candidates for Ningjiang Academy? Sneers and disdainful glances spread throughout the lobby. The hierarchy among candidates was unmistakable. Those from large cities looked down on candidates from mid-sized cities, while mid-sized cities dismissed those from smaller ones. Pinghai City, unfortunately, sat at the very bottom of this chain of contempt. This arrogance wasn't entirely unfounded. The reality was that large cities had greater populations, richer pet beast resources, and fiercer competition. Candidates who could rise to the top in such an environment often demonstrated superior talent and strength. The students from Pinghai High School felt a mix of anger and shame upon hearing these remarks. A few hot-tempered ones were about to retort, but Chin He stopped them in time, saying, "Pay no mind to their words. The admission assessment is based on strength, not talk. If you want to prove them wrong, do it with your performance in 2 days." These words immediately calmed the group. Yeah, the teacher's right. Big city or not, they're not necessarily better than us. And we have Lin Ze. He could take them all down single-handedly. Those who knew about the insectide incident were confident in this belief. After all, a trainee beast tamer capable of defeating a 4th-tier death knell striker was no ordinary person. Even with the assessment rules prohibiting the use of rare artifacts, Lin Ze's 3rd-tier pet beast alone was enough to crush 99 of the candidates present. Those arrogant candidates from big cities weren't even in the same league as Lin Ze. With their confidence restored, the group stood taller. Guanning, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Xian were especially proud. If they knew Lin Ze already had multiple 4th-tier pet beasts, they would likely be too stunned to speak. After completing the check-in process, the group headed to their rooms to drop off their belongings. They then gathered in the lobby and made their way to the hotel restaurant. It was lunchtime, and the spacious, brightly lit dining hall was packed with energetic young faces. So many people, Guanning remarked, scanning the room with some surprise. Zhang Xiaoyun explained, "I heard that nearly 5,000 people registered this year, which is more than usual." 5,000? Lu Xian gasped, her face showing a hint of worry. Ningjiang Academy only admitted about 1,000 students each year, meaning the acceptance rate was roughly 1 in 5. While that ratio didn't seem too low, standing out among such a competitive pool of candidates was no easy feat. "Don't overthink it. Let's focus on eating first," Zhang Xiaoyun said, patting Lu Xian's shoulder. The group tacitly dropped the topic, picked up trays from the buffet, chose their meals, and found an empty table to enjoy their lunch. Despite the restaurant being packed to capacity, Lin Ze's group still managed to stand out in the crowd. The 3 girls were all stunningly attractive, especially Guanning, whose fair complexion and delicate features exuded an air of elegance. Her every gesture radiated the charm of a true beauty. Their group instantly became the center of attention, drawing countless glances. The male diners around them looked at Lin Ze with a mix of envy and jealousy. Man, that guy is way too lucky having 3 gorgeous girls accompany him for a meal. Seriously, how can he even keep up? Why is it that I'm always surrounded by dudes? Shut it, or he'll punch you in the face. Lin Ze, however, paid no attention to the murmurs around him and focused on enjoying his meal. The food at this restaurant truly lived up to its reputation. Just as he was about to pick up a piece of meat, he suddenly sensed someone staring at him. Looking up, he saw a plump boy holding a tray, walking toward their table with a warm smile. He appeared to be around their age. "Hey, mind if I sit here and join you?" the boy asked enthusiastically. The 3 girls, including Guanning, were momentarily taken aback, while Lin Ze raised an eyebrow and gestured toward a nearby table. "Isn't there an open seat over there?" he asked. The boy scratched his head awkwardly. "I wanted to get to know you all. You're from Pinghai City, right?" Though phrased as a question, his tone carried a sense of certainty, as if he already knew their background. Lin Ze studied him for a moment, then gave a slight nod. "Sure, take a seat." The boy beamed with delight and sat down next to Lin Ze, making sure to maintain a respectful distance from the girls, demonstrating a surprising level of tact. "My name's Zhou Hong. What should I call you guys?" he asked, striking up a conversation with ease. After Lin Ze and the others introduced themselves one by one, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask, "From what you said, It seems like you're specifically interested in meeting Pinghai City students. Why is that? Zhou Hong chuckled sheepishly. Well, I heard there's a high school student from Pinghai City who passed the ultra-difficult apprentice evaluation. I wanted to see if I could learn anything about him from you. As soon as Zhou Hong finished speaking, a peculiar expression appeared on the faces of the people around him. Noticing this, Zhou Hong quickly explained, "What I said is true. I swear I'm not lying to you." The lively Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes glimmered mischievously as she pretended to ask curiously, "Why are you so eager to gather information about that person?" "Well, it's just out of curiosity," Zhou Hong replied. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun squint her eyes skeptically, he hurriedly added, "Besides, who knows? We might end up being classmates in the future. It's better to get to know them early, maybe even forge some useful connections." This last statement revealed his true intentions. Guanning and the others exchanged knowing looks. Zhang Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and said, "You're really proactive, already thinking about making friends before even getting into Ningjiang Academy? Planning ahead is key," Zhou Hong said shamelessly, grinning with pride. "Not to brag, but I've already gathered information on all the top candidates staying at this hotel." To prove his point, he scanned the room and pointed to someone not far away. "See that guy over there? That's Li Pongyun, a genius from Taiping City. He passed the advanced level apprentice evaluation 2 months ago. His contracted beast is a poison vine demon, a dual-type plant and poison creature, currently at stage 3, level 2. Then he gestured in another direction. "And over there, that beautiful girl is Guasini, a prodigy from Changsha City. She also passed the advanced level apprentice evaluation. She has a steel-scaled hatchling, a dual-type steel and dragon beast, at stage 3, level 3. And that guy over there is Tanyong, from Shanzhou City." Zhou Hong rattled off the details of the candidates as if he were reading from a dossier, including the types and levels of their contracted beasts. Lin Ze and the others exchanged glances, dumbfounded. This guy was practically a walking encyclopedia of information. Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect there to be so many people with stage 3 beasts." "Not really," Zhou Hong shook his head. "From what I know, there are only 5 candidates this year with stage 3 beasts. That genius from Pinghai City is one of them." Guanning and the other 2 girls suddenly realized what he meant, and their eyes instinctively turned to Lin Ze, their gazes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Lin, you're amazing. Out of 5,000 candidates, you're in the top 5. Engrossed in the conversation, Zhou Hong didn't notice the girls' reactions and eagerly asked, "So, can you tell me about that person now?" Guanning and the other 2 couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Zhou Hong looked baffled. "What's so funny about what I said?" Zhang Xiaoyun pointed at Lin Ze, struggling to contain her laughter. "Isn't that the person you've been so curious about? He's the genius who passed the super advanced apprentice evaluation." "What?" Zhou Hong stared at Lin Ze in shock, taking a moment to process the revelation. When he finally came to his senses, his expression turned awkward. "Well, I guess I missed that. My bad, brother." Lin Ze waved it off with a smile, indicating he didn't mind. He wasn't exactly a celebrity, so it was understandable that people didn't recognize him. Zhou Hong, being as thick-skinned as ever, quickly moved past the awkwardness and enthusiastically struck up a conversation with Lin Ze. Lin Ze didn't mind Zhou Hong's friendly nature and even learned a lot about the upcoming admissions test from him. The group enjoyed a lively and pleasant meal together. After returning their trays, they prepared to head back to their respective rooms. As they walked through the hallway outside the dining area, a group of about 10 boys in matching uniforms approached, laughing and joking loudly. Although the hallway wasn't narrow, the group took up so much space that there was barely any room to pass. Lin Ze and his friends had to stop and wait for them to move. When the boys noticed the 3 girls, their eyes lit up, especially when they caught sight of Guanning. Their gazes were filled with admiration. Guanning, used to this kind of attention, chose to ignore them entirely. "Wow, she's gorgeous. What school is she from?" "No idea. She's not wearing a uniform." The boys whispered among themselves before bursting into laughter. Their loud chatter drew disapproving looks from others in the hallway, but they didn't seem to care. As they passed by, one of the boys suddenly leaned sideways, his arm reaching directly toward Guanning's chest with a smug grin on his face. It was clear he intended to take advantage of her. Guanning's expression darkened as she tried to dodge, but with the wall right behind her, there was nowhere to retreat. In the next instant, Lin Ze's arm shot out like lightning, firmly blocking in front of Guanning and stopping the aggressive boy in his tracks. "Brother!" Guanning exclaimed in surprise, her tense nerves instantly relaxing as she looked at Lin Ze with relief. The boy's face darkened, and he barked angrily, "Get your filthy hand off me! Don't touch me, or else." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ze swung his fist backward and landed a heavy punch square on the boy's face. Blood began to gush from his nose as he was sent flying backward, crashing into several of his companions and sending them all sprawling on the ground. Chaos erupted. The surrounding area fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the sudden turn of events, clearly not expecting things to escalate so quickly. Or else what? Lin Ze asked in a calm, steady voice. The boy who had been punched was now writhing on the ground, clutching his nose as blood seeped through his fingers, his cries of pain echoing loudly. He looked utterly pathetic. You dare hit someone? The leader of the group, a buzzcut youth, shouted, his face twisting in anger as he glared at Lin Ze. Lin Ze glanced at him indifferently. Just teaching him a lesson. If he dares to act recklessly again, it won't just be a bloody nose next time. The buzzcut youth let out an angry laugh, his expression darkening further. Oh, I'd like to see what you can do to us. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he and his companions had already charged toward Lin Ze. Lin Ze motioned for Guanning and the others to step back. He faced the group of boys alone. Though the three girls were worried, they knew Lin Ze's strength and obediently retreated to a safe distance. Zhou Hong, on the other hand, was sweating nervously, couldn't imagine how one person could take on so many in a brawl. Unlike battles between spirit beasts, this was raw, physical combat. How could Lin Ze possibly win against such odds? Zhou Hong wanted to help, but knew his own lack of skill would only get in the way. But in the next moment, Zhou Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ze charged into the group like a tiger among sheep, his fists and kicks landing with the sound of solid impacts. The burly boys, despite their size and numbers, couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Ze's shirt. In mere moments, they were all knocked to the ground, groaning in pain as their cries echoed throughout the corridor. Zhou Hong stood frozen, staring at Lin Ze's back in shock, his jaw hanging open as if he could swallow an egg whole. Is this guy even human? Is he some kind of humanoid spirit beast? How is he this strong? Faced with the group of guys who dared to target Guanning, Lin Ze's counterattack was swift and ruthless. Every strike he delivered landed with precision on critical spots, either vulnerable facial areas or nerve-dense joints, each move calculated to incapacitate. In mere moments, over a dozen formerly arrogant young men were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain and utterly humiliated. What's going on here? A middle-aged man stormed over, his voice filled with anger. As the teacher from Ningjiang Academy assigned to oversee the students at the hotel, he had rushed over upon hearing reports of a fight. The scene before him, however, left him momentarily stunned, one lone figure, standing tall, while the rest lay groaning on the floor. What happened here? His sharp gaze landed on Lin Ze, the only one still on his feet, as he demanded an explanation with a stern expression. Before Lin Ze could respond, Guanning stepped forward, pointing at the group on the ground with righteous indignation. They started it. Exactly. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian chimed in, nodding vigorously. They tried to harass Guanning. When we stopped them, they got aggressive, and only then did Lin step in to defend us. The teacher frowned, his eyes sweeping over the three young women, then shifting to the boys on the ground. As his gaze bore into them, the boys avoided eye contact, their earlier bravado nowhere to be found. Though he already had a good idea of what had transpired, the teacher called for the hotel staff to retrieve the hallway surveillance footage. After confirming it was indeed the boys who had instigated the altercation, his expression darkened as he demanded, "Which school are you from?" The boys stammered and hesitated, unwilling to answer. The teacher let out a cold snort, pulled out his phone, and made a quick call. Once he hung up, he turned back to Lin Ze, his face still stern. "I've already notified their school, but you were involved in the fight as well, so go back to your room and reflect on your actions." Zhang Xiaoyun was about to speak up in Lin Ze's defense, but Guanning subtly stopped her. She understood that, despite his harsh tone, the teacher was going easy on Lin Ze. Aside from the symbolic reprimand, there was no real punishment. "What's your name and which school are you from?" the teacher asked Lin Ze. "Lin Ze, Pinghai First High School," he replied calmly. "You're Lin Ze?" The teacher's expression shifted to one of surprise as he sized Lin Ze up. His demeanor softened noticeably, and he remarked with a hint of amusement, "I didn't expect you to be so skilled in more than just beast taming. You're quite the talent." The sudden change in tone, from formal to almost playful, caught Guanning and the others off guard. They exchanged puzzled glances, while Lin Ze simply gave a thoughtful look without saying much. He then led Guanning and the others away. "Who was that kid? Oldly. You seem to treat him differently," another teacher, who had arrived late, asked curiously. "Remember the genius we talked about in the recent meeting? The one who passed the super difficulty apprentice evaluation? That's him," Oldly explained with a chuckle. "The dean specifically instructed us to recruit him. How could I not treat him differently?" Back in their room, Zhou Hong let out a dramatic sigh of relief, patting his chest. "Man, I was so scared. I thought we were going to get beaten up for sure." He turned to Lin Ze with an expression of pure admiration. "I can't believe you're not just a beast-taming prodigy but also a total powerhouse in a fight. Taking on over a dozen guys without a scratch, absolutely incredible. From now on, you're my big bro." Zhou Hong struck a deliberately fawning pose, earning laughter from Guan Ning and the other two girls. Lin Ze, however, merely gave him a faint, knowing smile. This seemingly naive and clumsy guy was far more shrewd than he appeared, already looking for ways to latch onto someone powerful. Still, Lin Ze didn't mind. Having a well-connected little follower might actually come in handy. Which school are those people from? Lin Ze asked casually, his gaze still fixed on the distance. They're from Baisha No. 1 High School in Baisha City, Zhou Hong replied immediately. Then, with a serious expression, he added, Brother Lin, you need to be careful. Their school has a student named Lu Gang, who is the 5th person to own a third battle pet. His pet is an iron armor dragon snake, a steel-type creature, and it's already at the 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Lin Ze nodded slightly, a trace of indifference flashing in his eyes. Even if the other side sought revenge, he had no fear. For the next 2 days, Lin Ze and his group stayed quietly in their hotel. After the recent brawl, the teachers from all the schools gave strict warnings to their students, which led to a noticeable drop in conflicts among the candidates. No similar incidents occurred again. He brought up the matter briefly with Lin Ze and then let it go. In truth, he didn't dare dwell on it. At this point, Lin Ze had become the pride of Pinghai No. 1 High School and even the entire Pinghai City. While few openly interacted with him, many influential figures in Pinghai City were secretly keeping a close eye on this young prodigy. They were eager to see how far Lin Ze could go on his path as a Beastmaster. If he truly reached the pinnacle of Beastmaster power one day, Pinghai City, as his hometown, would undoubtedly reap great benefits. He wasn't foolish enough to offend someone with such immense potential. During this time, there was another piece of exciting news. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian's battle pets had finally broken through their previous evolutionary bottleneck and successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. The two girls breathed a sigh of relief. With 2nd tier battle pets, their chances of passing the entrance examination had significantly increased. Time flew by, and soon the day of the entrance examination arrived. Early in the morning, candidates began gathering at Ningjiang Academy. Passing through the grand, history-filled gates, everyone assembled in the plaza. Each candidate had already received a bronze token linked to their identity. This served as the key to entering the Origin Steel virtual realm. Similar to the qualification assessments conducted by the Beastmaster Association, Ningjiang Academy's entrance examination would also take place within a virtual realm. After all, only a theoretically infinite space like the virtual realm could accommodate the simultaneous participation of 5,000 apprentice Beastmasters. So many people. Lu Xian widened her eyes in surprise as she looked around. The massive square was crowded with a sea of people. Nearly 5,000 candidates, each holding a bronze token, bustled about. Standing beside her was Zhang Xiaoyun, her face relaxed and smiling. Ever since their companion beasts successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, their mindset had become much calmer, no longer plagued by the anxiety and uncertainty they once felt. This period marked a golden opportunity for candidates to significantly enhance their abilities. Many had managed to evolve their companion beasts from the 1st to the 2nd tier, securing their chances of admission to Ningjiang Academy. However, their ultimate placement within the academy would still depend on their performance in the assessment. On the other hand, candidates whose companion beast remained at the 1st tier had no choice but to give it their all in the evaluation. At exactly 8 a.m., a group of teachers from Ningjiang Academy entered the square. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stern and commanding presence. Silence, he ordered the moment he came to a halt. Though his voice was not particularly loud, it carried through the crowd with crystal clarity, amplified by some form of soul technique. The murmurs and chatter in the square ceased instantly. I am Gao Wenbai, the chief administrator of this admission assessment, he announced. No need for unnecessary talk. Everyone, sit down on the ground, activate your keys, and enter the virtual realm. The assessment instructions will be provided inside. Gao Wenbai's authoritative demeanor left a strong impression on the candidates. In no time, the square fell into a hushed stillness as everyone sat cross-legged. A peculiar energy ripple spread across the area, enveloping the entire space. When Lin Ze opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an open clearing, completely alone. About 100 meters away lay a dense forest. Now, I will explain the assessment rules, Gao Wenbai's commanding voice echoed from the void. The assessment operates on a point system. The forest is teeming with ferocious beasts, ranging from the 1st to the 3rd tier. You will earn points based on the tier of the beasts you eliminate. Teaming up or assisting other candidates is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified. You must cross the forest and reach the plains on the other side within 5 hours. Failure to do so will result in immediate disqualification. Once you exit the forest, you are not allowed to return. On the plains, there is a stone monument. Touching it will grant 500 points and a special reward. The top 1,000 candidates based on final rankings will be admitted, with class placements determined by your scores. This will significantly impact your treatment at the academy. Now, the assessment begins. As Gao Wenbai finished speaking, Lin Ze felt a slight warmth on the back of his right hand, where the number 0 appeared. When he focused his gaze, a points chart popped up before him, detailing scores ranging from 1 point for a Tier 1, 5th stage beast to 100 points for a Tier 3, 6th stage beast. Beside the chart was a live updating leaderboard, displaying the rankings from 1 to 1000. This design clearly encouraged fierce competition, embodying Ningjiang Academy's competitive ethos. Lin Ze withdrew his attention from the display and decided to locate the forest's exit first. Since the size of the forest was unknown, it was best to ensure he had enough time to find the exit before doubling back to hunt. He summoned Xiaoxue, his companion beast. The familiar figure of the young girl joyfully leapt into his arms, and Lin Ze affectionately patted her head, earning a contented purring sound reminiscent of a cat. Let's go. Time to start hunting. As they stepped into the forest, the towering trees blocked out most of the sunlight, leaving only scattered patches of light filtering through the dense canopy onto the leaf-strewn ground. Lin Ze carefully considered the types of plant-based and insect-based beasts that might appear in such an environment while casting a soul protection spell on himself. After all, the ferocious beasts in this assessment would target the beast tamers directly. Sure enough, several dark shadows suddenly dropped from the trees ahead, spitting out clusters of white silk. Xiaoxue reacted instantly, forming an ice shield to block the attack. Upon closer inspection, they were 3 silkworm beast sand insect-type species, resembling caterpillars draped in silken cloaks. In their mature stage, they could reach Tier 1, 7th stage. Crunch! With a casual wave of her hand, Xiaoxue froze the 3 bagworms into glittering ice sculptures. The silken threads binding them snapped audibly as the icy remains crashed to the ground, shattering into sparkling shards. Lin Ze glanced down at the back of his hand, where the glowing number now read 9. Clearly, each of these first-tier, 7th stage bagworms was worth 3 points. The leaderboard was already crowded with a sea of names. Tanyong sat at the top with 21 points, closely followed by Guosini with 18 points, and Li Pangyun in third with 15. These 3 were the renowned beastmasters with third-tier companion beasts, as mentioned by Zhou Hong. Lin Ze, on the other hand, was ranked at 234, tied with dozens of other examinees. Unfazed by this modest start, Lin Ze pressed onward. Along the way, he encountered a variety of ferocious beasts maniating plants, withered beasts, wind-slicing mantises, striped spiders, thunder-patterned bugs, and swarming formicidal soldier ants. Just as he had expected, nearly all the creatures belonged to the plant or insect categories. As he ventured deeper, the beast's strength escalated from first tier, 7th stage to 2nd tier, making the challenges steeper. Yet, with Xiaoxue by his side, none of them posed a threat. Every encounter ended in an effortless victory. Unlike others who might deliberately seek out prey, Lin Ze and Xiaoxue stayed focused on moving forward. Over an hour later, Lin Ze came to a halt. Beyond the trees ahead, a vast plain stretched out before him. At its center stood a towering monolith, its imposing presence impossible to miss. This was the legendary stone pillar worth a staggering 500 points. So, that's the exit, Lin Ze murmured to himself, then turned to Xiaoxue. Without hesitation, he began retracing his steps. Now that the exit was located, it was time to hunt to his heart's content. Outside the virtual realm, on the sprawling grounds of Ningjiang Academy, teachers like Gao Wenbai were glued to the massive floating screen displaying the leaderboard. The rankings updated in real time, with names constantly shifting especially toward the bottom, where changes were the most frenetic. This year's candidates are exceptionally strong, one teacher remarked with approval. In less than 2 hours, the top 100 have all surpassed 300 points. In previous years, the 100th spot would barely scrape past 200 by now. Particularly outstanding were Tanyong, Li Pangyun, Guosini, and Lu Gang, each boasting scores exceeding 700 points, far ahead of the 5th place contender, who had just over 400. The 4 were locked in a fierce battle for the top spots, frequently swapping positions but firmly maintaining their lead. It seemed likely that this year's top freshman would emerge from among them. Then, a puzzled voice broke the hum of conversation. Wait, weren't there supposed to be 5 candidates with third-tier companion beasts this year? Why are there only 4 on the leaderboard? The room fell silent as the teachers collectively remembered Lin Ze from Pinghai First High School, the prodigy who had passed the ultra-difficult apprentice evaluation and been personally acknowledged by the academy's headmaster. After a brief search, they located his name, sitting at rank 125 with a mere 296 points. The revelation left everyone stunned. How could someone with a third-tier companion beast fail to break into the top 100? Gao Wenbei's voice was heavy as he ordered, "Pull up his assessment footage." The footage revealed the truth behind Lin Ze's strategy. He had prioritized locating the exit before fully committing to hunting. The teachers nodded in understanding, but concerns lingered. With such a significant gap over 400 points behind the top 4, could he possibly catch up? Just as Gao Wenbai was about to voice his judgment, the leaderboard underwent a sudden, dramatic shift. The numbers flashing on the screen left every teacher wide-eyed in shock. In the clearing at the heart of the virtual forest, Tan Yong sat atop the corpse of a ferocious beast, his gaze fixed intently on the leaderboard hovering in front of him. Beside him stood a towering stone golem, motionless like a statue, silently fulfilling its duty as a guardian. Only a 20-point gap. That's still too close, Tan Yong muttered under his breath, frowning. The rankings were displayed clearly on the leaderboard. First, Tan Yong 754 points. Second, Guosini 738 points. Third, Lu Gang 732 points. Fourth, Li Pongyun 725 points. Fifth, Kong Liang 467 points. Tan Yong's eyes flickered with determination. Beyond Kong Liang in fifth place, who was far behind, Guosini, Lu Gang, and Li Pongyun were all close on his heels. The largest gap among them was only 30 points. Any lapse in focus could cost him his lead. As expected of Ningjiang Academy's entrance exam, Tan Yong murmured, a trace of uncertainty flashing across his eyes. Before coming to Ningjiang City, he had thoroughly researched all the strongest competitors, paying particular attention to the other 4 individuals possessing third-tier battle pets. Now, 3 of them occupied the second through 4th positions. But what about the last one? He quickly scanned the leaderboard and found Lin Ze's name ranked 125th. Meanwhile, Guosini was also studying the leaderboard. Only 300 points? She murmured, her delicate features marked by confusion. Doesn't he have a third-tier battle pet? After a moment of thought, she shook her head. Someone ranked in the hundreds isn't worth my attention. My only goal is to catch up to Tanyo. Just 16 more points to tie. She turned to the steel-scaled young dragon beside her. Emma, we've rested enough. Let's keep hunting. The dragon affectionately nuzzled her cheek before following her deeper into the forest. Elsewhere, Li Pingyun's venomous vine demon had just slain a thunderstripe beetle. The barbed tendrils left deep gashes, and the venom quickly drained the life from the prey. Well done, Li Pingyun said calmly, though his eyes remained glued to the leaderboard. Lin Ze should be the strongest among the 5 of us. Why is his score so low? Faulty intel? Lu Gang, however, scoffed at Lin Ze's performance. Ranked 125th? What a joke, he sneered, stroking the head of his iron-armored serpentine beast. He couldn't even make the top 100, and to think people dared to compare me to him. But just then, the leaderboard began to shift dramatically. 81st, Lin Ze 353 points. 68th, Lin Ze 387 points. In less than a minute, Lin Ze's score skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 400 points and closing the gap with Kong Liang in 5th place to less than 10 points. This can't be happening. Lu Gang's jaw dropped, his expression transforming from disbelief to sheer shock as he watched Lin Ze's score soar by over 150 points in a single minute. Lin Ze's sudden score surge caused a massive commotion throughout the examination grounds. The candidates stared intently at the leaderboard, watching as his name skyrocketed at an astonishing pace, leaping from over 100th place to 6th in under a minute. Did this guy just run into several Tier 3 beasts at once? How could anyone take down multiple Tier 3 beasts that quickly? Shocked murmurs echoed across the forest. Tanyong, Guosini, and Li Pingyun exchanged bewildered looks. Moments ago, they had been puzzled by Lin Ze's low ranking, only to witness this unbelievable turn of events. The numbers on the leaderboard continued to climb. Lin Ze's name surged again, surpassing Kong Liang and securing a solid 5th place position. 5th place, Lin Ze, 489 points. At that moment, the entire examination grounds erupted in chaos. Oh my god, this is insane. Could he have stumbled into a beast lair, or something? The candidates reacted in various ways. Some were in awe, others were curious, and a few showed envy. Amid the uproar, Lu Xiyang's eyes sparkled as she stared at the leaderboard, exclaiming excitedly, Ling is amazing. Zhang Xiaoyun clapped her hands with joy, adding, I knew Ling would make it to the top. Deep in the center of the forest, Guan Ning gazed at the familiar name on the leaderboard with a radiant smile. She had never doubted Lin Ze's abilities, firmly believing this was only the beginning. The top spot, it's definitely going to be my brother's. The plaza outside the Void Realm was deathly silent. Every instructor, including Gao Wenbai, stared intently at the leaderboard, their expressions frozen in shock. Lin Ze's ranking was skyrocketing at an unbelievable speed, leaping from over 100th to 6th place in mere minutes. The sheer velocity of his ascent left everyone in stunned disbelief. How is that even possible? Someone muttered under their breath. Did he manage to kill multiple Tier 3 beasts at the same time? Impossible. Another instructor immediately refuted. Tier 3 beasts in the forest are solitary creatures and maintain significant distances from each other. Even if he did encounter several at once, with his strength, there's no way he could take them down so quickly. Acting decisively, Gao Wenbai ordered Lin Ze's examination footage to be pulled up. As the screen came to life, the crowd erupted in gasps. Fermi ant swarm. The footage revealed that, during his return journey, Lin Ze had stumbled upon the nest of Fermi ant beasts. Unlike most of the solitary or small group predators in the forest, Fermi ant beasts were highly social creatures. Lin Ze had deliberately allowed an injured ant beast to escape, tracking it back to the swarm's lair. Fermi ant beasts were categorized into 4 types: worker ants, soldier ants, flying ants, and the queen. Worker and soldier ants were Tier 1 beasts, while flying ants were Tier 2, with their strength peaking at the 2nd or 3rd stage. The queen, though a Tier 2, Stage 7 beast, lacked combat abilities and served solely as a reproductive figure. A single nest typically housed 300 to 500 ants, a daunting number that deterred even the most skilled candidates. Not even elite contenders like Tan Yong and Guosini dared to take on such a challenge alone. But to Lin Ze, the discovery seemed more like uncovering a treasure trove than a threat. Without hesitation, he launched his assault. His ice attribute companion beast, Xiaoxue, soared through the air, conjuring countless ice blades that cascaded down like a frigid waterfall. Ice cascade. In an instant, the airborne flying ants were shredded into fragments, and over 100 Fermi ant beasts were frozen solid, crashing lifelessly to the ground. Xiaoxue chuckled softly, extending a finger. At the center of the swarm, a dense network of icy threads formed, crystallizing into a radiant blue gemstone. Icy Nova. The gemstone shattered, sending a rippling wave of frost in all directions. Another 100 ant beasts were instantly transformed into frozen sculptures. Against Xiaoxue's overwhelming power, the entire swarm was utterly defenseless. Outside the Void Realm, the instructors were dumbstruck, their jaws practically on the floor. Even Gao Wenbai's usually composed demeanor faltered, his face betraying a flicker of astonishment. It was a one-sided massacre. The Fermi ant swarm, infamous for driving even Tier 3 combatants to retreat, was nothing more than fodder before Lin Ze's companion beast. What was even more staggering was the realization that Xiaoxue hadn't even unleashed its full potential. A 4th-tier companion beast, one instructor stammered. While a 4th-tier companion beast wasn't unheard of among silver-ranked beast tamers, seeing one in the hands of an 18-year-old was nothing short of extraordinary. Gao Wenbai took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amazement and realization. It seems our intelligence was wrong. Lin Ze's companion beast isn't Tier 3 at all, it's Tier 4. The gathered instructors exchanged bewildered glances, their shock palpable. Among the 5,000 elite candidates, only 4 possessed Tier 3 companion beasts, earning them the title of prodigies. Yet Lin Ze's abilities had already surpassed even that lofty benchmark. His talent was unprecedented, bordering on the unimaginable. This kind of talent, it's terrifying. We truly underestimated him. The dean truly has foresight. Outside the examination hall, a teacher exclaimed softly but excitedly. Lin Ze's astonishing performance during the assessment had left every examiner present in awe. Their eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation. This kind of prodigy was precisely what the Academy had been yearning for. Especially with the upcoming Academy League, this was undeniably a major boost. Gao Wenbai, known for his stern demeanor, could not hide his admiration at this moment. He kept his gaze fixed on the assessment screen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Now it depends on whether he can surpass the top 4 and seize the position of the top freshman, he remarked. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding examiners nodded in agreement. Previously, none of them would have thought Lin Ze had any chance of competing for the top spot. But now, after witnessing his strength firsthand, such doubts had completely dissipated. Although there was still a gap in points, with the skills Lin Ze had displayed, catching up and overtaking was no longer out of the question. Inside the examination field, Lin Ze remained oblivious to the evaluations outside. After taking down the swarm of formic ants, he immediately resumed hunting with Xiaoxue. The beasts in this forest were no stronger than Tier 3 Stage 6, making them no match for Xiaoxue. Whenever they identified a target, Xiaoxue would eliminate it in an instant, displaying an efficiency that was truly jaw-dropping. On the leaderboard, Lin Ze's score climbed at an incredible pace: 501, 519, 531, 556. This terrifying rate of improvement left the other candidates utterly stunned. About half an hour later, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Ze's score broke through the 800-point barrier, surpassing Li Pongyun and rising to 4th place. The leaderboard updated in real time. 1st place, Tan Yong 893 points. 2nd place, Guosini 885 points. 3rd place, LV Gang 864 points. 4th place, Lin Ze 828 points. 5th place, Li Pongyun 815 points. At this point, Lin Ze had finally caught up with the strongest contenders and even surpassed one of them. He was now less than 70 points away from the top-ranked Tan Yong, with a full 2 hours remaining in the assessment. Guasini stared blankly at the leaderboard, her delicate face filled with shock. Lin Ze's score was climbing at an astonishing pace. Not only had he caught up with the four ahead of him, but he had even surpassed Li Pangyun. The speed at which he was racking up points was simply unbelievable. A strong sense of urgency surged within Guasini. Initially, she thought she only needed to keep an eye on Tanyong, Lu Gang, and Li Pangyun. But now, it was clear that Lin Ze's strength far exceeded theirs. With 2 hours left in the assessment, at this rate, it was only a matter of time before Lin Ze claimed first place. No way, I have to pick up the pace. Guasini bit her lip, determination flashing in her eyes. Emma, let's keep hunting. We can't lose to those boys. Beside her, the young steel-scaled dragon let out a resonant roar, echoing its master's resolve. At the same time, Guasini wasn't the only one feeling the pressure from Lin Ze. Tanyong, too, sensed the looming threat and frantically quickened his hunting pace to maintain his position. Damn it! Lu Gang glared at the leaderboard, his face dark with anger. The Lin Ze he had previously mocked as a nobody was now right on his heels, trailing by just over 30 points, the equivalent of a single third-tier beast. Though no one knew of his earlier scorn, his pride was deeply wounded, and humiliation churned in his chest. You think you can surpass me? Dream on. Lu Gang sneered as he led his iron-armored serpent deeper into the forest. He was determined to prove to everyone that he would never lose to some nobody from a backwater town. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Lin Ze halted, turning toward the source of the sound. That noise, it must be a third-tier beast, he murmured, raising a brow. Xiaoxue, let's go check it out. The small white beast at his side immediately followed him. It wasn't long before Lin Ze arrived at the scene. Before him stretched a devastated clearing, the ground riddled with craters. At the center of the chaos, a fierce battle was underway. A humanoid creature, golden all over and resembling a withered shrub, gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. It was a third-tier, fifth-stage golden wither beast. Its opponent was a venomous vine beast, whose owner stood anxiously in the distance, watching the fight unfold. Lin Ze studied the young man intently, finding him familiar. After a moment, he remembered it was Li Pangyun, whom Zhou Hong had introduced to him before. Although Lin Ze could see that Li Pangyun was struggling, the assessment rules prohibited assistance, so he merely observed quietly. Li Pangyun noticed Lin Ze's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Then again, given their proximity to the forest's edge, encountering other participants wasn't unusual. Yet of all people, it had to be this particular opponent, someone who had recently overtaken him on the leaderboard. In his rush to reclaim his rank from Lin Ze, Li Pangyun had accelerated his hunting pace, inadvertently stumbling into the golden wither beast's territory. Now, stuck in this precarious situation, and with Lin Ze witnessing it all, an idea suddenly struck him. Lin Ze, how about you take on this golden wither beast? Li Pangyun called out. Lin Ze's gaze lingered on him for a moment, a faint, enigmatic smile curling his lips. If you insist, I won't say no. With points practically being handed to him, he had no reason to decline. As soon as Lin Ze agreed, Li Pangyun commanded his venomous vine beast to retreat. He moved back about 20 meters, carefully observing from a distance. He hadn't offered the fight out of goodwill. Rather, he had realized that his venomous vine beast was no match for the golden wither beast. Instead of fleeing in disgrace, he opted to use this opportunity to gauge Lin Ze's true strength. Judging by how quickly he's been earning points, his strength must be impressive. But is his beast at third-tier, third stage, or fourth stage? If it's only at that level, taking down the golden wither beast won't be easy, Li Pangyun mused, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, unwilling to miss a single moment. Lin Ze paid no attention to Li Pangyun's actions. With the retreat of the poison vine demon, Xiaoxue stepped forward, successfully drawing the attention of the golden withering beast. The monster's eyes, shrouded by withered branches, suddenly gleamed with a crimson light. In the next instant, two vine-like tendrils covered in sharp thorns shot out like lightning, slicing through the air as they lashed toward Xiaoxue. Faced with such a fierce attack, Xiaoxue remained calm and unflustered. She didn't even make any noticeable movements. The two menacing tendrils abruptly slowed down when they were 3 meters away from her. A layer of glistening frost quickly formed on their surface. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils turned into brittle icicles, which shattered into countless shards of ice that scattered to the ground. What incredible control over ice elements! Li Pangyun exclaimed in shock. He could clearly see that this humanoid pet beast hadn't used any specific skills, but had instead resolved the golden withering beast's assault purely through elemental manipulation. This alone demonstrated her extraordinary strength. At least in terms of elemental control, his poison vine demon was no match for her. This revelation made him start to believe that Lin Ze might truly have a chance of defeating the golden withering beast. While Li Pangyun was lost in his swirling thoughts, Xiaoxue had already launched her counterattack. She extended her pale hand, palm facing upward, and gently blew on it with her red lips slightly parted. A faint sigh seemed to echo in the air as a visible white mist of cold energy surged forward like a gust of wind, rushing toward the charging golden withering beast. This was the Snow Maiden's sigh. Sensing the mortal threat, the golden withering beast let out a low growl. Its arms instantly split into countless branches, intertwining to form a massive shield in an attempt to block the incoming frost. But it was all in vain. The icy mist, imbued with an extreme chill, engulfed both the beast and its shield in an instant. The moisture in the air rapidly froze, and the temperature plummeted below zero. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the golden withering beast didn't even have time to let out a cry before its entire body was frozen into a massive ice sculpture. A gentle breeze swept through, and with a faint cracking sound, the ice sculpture shattered in an instant, disintegrating into countless fragments that dissolved into the air. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Li Pongyun stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Frost silently crept over the uneven ground, while crystalline ice flowers formed on the treetops. A biting gust of wind howled past, jolting Li Pongyun out of his shock. He shivered as he glanced around. The corpse of the golden wither beast had vanished without a trace, leaving only a scattering of ice shards as evidence of its existence. This can't be possible, Li Pongyun muttered under his breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A formidable Tier 3, Stage 5 beast, obliterated in a single strike. The fierce battle he had anticipated never came to pass, replaced instead by an overwhelming and suffocating instant kill. Such power was far beyond the reach of a Tier 3 pet beast, even one at Stage 9. The conclusion was unmistakable. This was the work of a Tier 4 pet beast. Li Pongyun's gaze toward Lin Ze was now filled with awe and reverence. Everyone had underestimated him. Lin Ze's strength was on an entirely different level. At last, Li Pongyun understood how Lin Ze had managed to rack up such an astonishing score so quickly. They weren't even playing the same game. To oppose such a prodigy was nothing short of courting disaster. Once hailed as a genius himself, Li Pongyun now felt only bitter humility. The pride of owning a Tier 3, Stage 2 pet beast at the age of 18 felt utterly insignificant in the face of Lin Ze's overwhelming power. He's not human, he's a monster, he whispered softly. At that moment, the leaderboard in the examination arena underwent a dramatic shift. Lin Ze, 918 points. Tanyong, 903 points. Guosini, 898 points. LV Gang, 884 points. Li Pongyun, 815 points. The news of Lin Ze's meteoric rise to the top sent shockwaves through the examinees. Guosini froze in place, Tanyong let out a wry smile, while LV Gang's expression grew increasingly grim. Elsewhere in the forest, Guanning caught sight of the updated leaderboard, and pride gleamed in his eyes. "I knew it, me brother is the best," he exclaimed. Outside the virtual realm, the teachers observing the exam couldn't help but express their admiration. Gao Wenbai, in particular, remarked, "It seems our academy is about to welcome an unprecedented talent." Such high praise, coming from a golden beast master, carried immense weight. One teacher raised the question of whether Lin Ze might qualify for the 500-point reward from the Steel Challenge. However, the idea was quickly dismissed by others. That reward, never before claimed, was designed to remind new students of the saying, "There's always someone better out there." As time passed, the scores on the leaderboard continued to climb. While Tanyong and the others occasionally shifted positions, Lin Ze remained firmly in the lead. By the final 10 minutes of the exam, the gap had widened to over 300 points. Lin Ze, 1638 points. Tanyong, 1321 points. Guosini, 1295 points. LV Gang, 1263 points. Li Pongyun, 1202 points. The top spot was all but secured, leaving the others to battle for second place. Soon, the 5-hour hunting period came to an end, and all surviving examinees gathered on the plains. On the vast, boundless plains, thousands of examinees had gathered, their numbers reduced by nearly a fifth compared to the initial stages of the assessment. Those who were eliminated had either fallen victim to the beast though without real-world consequences, or failed to exit the forest within the allotted time. Among the remaining 4,000 candidates, only a handful showed any joy. Most wore worried expressions. The leaderboard, with its clear scores and rankings, left no room for doubt about their chances of passing the exam. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Ze calmly reviewed the leaderboard. Within a radius of 7 or 8 meters, no one dared to approach, not out of exclusion, but out of reverence for his strength. Lin Ze had claimed the top spot in the hunting rankings with an overwhelming lead, demonstrating undeniable prowess that commanded respect from all examinees. Many of the girls looked at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Ignoring the attention around him, Lin Ze focused on searching for the rankings of Guanning and her two companions. Rank 34, Guanning, 1045 points. Rank 428, Zhang Xiaoyun, 720 points. Rank 443, Lu Xian, 703 points. Rank 34 not bad at all, Lin Ze said with a faint smile. Guanning's Flamebird had reached Tier 2, Stage 9, making her strength second only to candidates like himself and Tan Yong. Considering factors such as beast skills, Beastmaster soul techniques, soul power, and the talents of those from prominent Beastmaster families, her ranking was a testament to her extraordinary abilities. As for Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian, their standings were within expectations. The current top 5 rankings were as follows. Rank 1, Lin Ze, 1772 points. Rank 2, Tan Yong, 1369 points. Rank 3, Guosini, 1352 points. Rank 4, Lu Gang, 1340 points. Rank 5, Li Pongyun, 1305 points. The positions hadn't changed, but the gap between Lin Ze and the next 4 had widened to over 400 points, an insurmountable difference for most. Brother, a familiar voice called out. Guanning approached with a bright smile, followed closely by Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian. The 3 girls congratulated Lin Ze enthusiastically. Thank you, and congratulations to you all for performing so well, Lin Ze replied. The girls beamed with joy at his words, especially Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian, who had initially only hoped to gain admission to Ningjiang Academy. Their current rankings far exceeded their expectations. Silence! A voice boomed from above, cutting through the chatter. It was Gao Wenbai, one of the examiners. The beast hunting phase has concluded. All candidates ranked below 1,000 are hereby eliminated. Please exit the virtual realm. As soon as he finished speaking, bright lights enveloped many examinees, and they vanished from sight. The crowd thinned dramatically. Now that the unqualified have departed, let's move on to the main event, Gao Wenbai continued. First, congratulations on passing the entrance exam and officially becoming members of the academy. A wave of excitement swept through the remaining candidates as smiles broke out on their faces. Gao Wenbai proceeded to explain the class assignment system. Students would be divided into 20 classes of 50, ranked by their scores. Higher-ranked classes would receive better training resources, benefits, and opportunities, including unknown mentorship and extended access to training facilities. However, class placements were not permanent and would be adjusted monthly based on performance. Now, Gao Wenbai said, his tone suddenly taking on a hint of intrigue, there's one final opportunity to change your ranking. Do you remember the initial rule? Touching the stone tablet earns you 500 points. Although the assessment has concluded, I'm giving you one last chance. Does anyone wish to take on the challenge? To Lin Ze's surprise, none of the candidates around him, including Guanning and her companions, seemed interested. Is there something unusual about this challenge? Lin Ze asked quietly. The 3 girls looked at him in astonishment. Brother, you don't know? Guanning asked. Seeing Lin Ze's confusion, she explained, the stone tablet challenge is an old tradition at Ningjiang Academy. The reward is tempting, but no one has ever succeeded in all these years. That's why no one bothered to try during this exam. Lin Ze nodded in understanding. No wonder no one had brought it up. But if you didn't know, why didn't you try it? Guanning asked curiously. Why risk it on an unknown challenge when hunting beasts in the forest was a safer bet? Lin Ze shrugged. I wasn't about to waste precious assessment time. Of course, if someone had been closing in on his lead, he might have considered taking the risk. So, what exactly is the challenge? Lin Ze asked. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared ahead, and 3 figures materialized out of thin air, 2 young men and a young woman. They looked about the same age as the candidates, but carried an air of maturity. One of the young men spoke up with a smirk. Well, so you're this year's new recruits. The man who spoke had dyed blonde hair and wore an earring, his demeanor flippant and carefree. He casually introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I'm your senior, Jing Tao. With a casual wave toward the 2 people standing beside him, he added, these 2 are also your senior and senior sister. The candidates exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The woman among the trio strode forward and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Jing Tao's head. Be serious. Introduce us properly. After reprimanding her companion, she turned to the crowd with a calm expression. I'm Zhang Man, and this is Wu Tianze. The 3 of us are second-year students at Ningjiang Academy, and will be overseeing this round of the Steel Challenge. Overseeing the challenge? Lin Ze murmured to himself, a vague understanding dawning in his mind. Zhang Man continued, according to the rules, any candidate who can defeat all 3 of us consecutively will earn a special reward for the Steel Challenge. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Someone couldn't hold back and called out, Senior sister. What's the special reward? A baptism, Zhang Man replied matter-of-factly. Though it's a diluted version, it can still enhance a Beastmaster's physical attributes and soul strength. The improvement is roughly equivalent to the medium difficulty level of a trainee evaluation. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A baptism of medium difficulty meant an increase of 2 points in soul strength and 1 point in physical attributes. For most of the candidates present, whose soul strength hadn't even reached 5, this was an irresistible temptation. Even Tan Yong and Guosini, standing nearby, showed signs of interest. Jing Tao, noticing the eager expressions around him, smirked playfully. Hold on, don't get too excited yet. I haven't mentioned the consequences. The challenge isn't without risk. If you fail, the Academy's cultivation resources allocated to you for the next month will belong to us instead. His words hit the crowd like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing their enthusiasm. The chatter shifted. I'm not doing it. Me neither. The stakes are too high. Besides, the difficulty's insane. Second years are bound to be strong. The trio seemed unfazed, as if they had anticipated this reaction. Jing Tao scanned the crowd with a mischievous grin. So, no one's brave enough to give it a shot? After a few seconds of silence, a voice rang out, "I'll do it." All eyes turned toward the speaker Lu Gang. He stepped forward, his expression defiant and full of confidence. Standing a short distance from the trio, he declared, "I'd like to see what second years are capable of." Jing Tao sized him up. "What's your name, Junior?" "Lu Gang." "Ah, the fourth-ranked freshman. No wonder you've got guts." Jing Tao took a step forward. "All right then, your first opponent will be me." The crowd quickly cleared a space, leaving a wide area for the confrontation. The two stood about 20 meters apart, facing each other. Lu Gang's iron-armored serpent had already appeared, hissing low and menacingly. With a flash of light, Jing Tao summoned his own Beasta massive green mantis with razor-sharp scythe-like blades. "It's a wind-slicing mantis," someone exclaimed, recognizing the creature. The crowd buzzed with discussion. "That's a wind-element beast, the evolved form of the gale mantis. I heard its base level starts at Tier 3, and it can reach Tier 4 at maturity." A clear, melodious voice interjected. A fully mature wind-slicing mantis would have wind patterns on its scythe blades. Since this one doesn't, it's still at Tier 3. Jing Tao turned to the girl who had spoken, her striking features drawing his attention. His eyes lit up. Well, this junior sister seems knowledgeable. What's your name?" Guosini shot him a cold glance, but didn't respond. Realizing his opponent's beast was only at Tier 3, Lu Gang felt a bit more confident. Enough talk. Let's begin. The battle erupted in an instant. The iron-armored serpent struck first, its thick, muscular body darting toward the wind-slicing mantis like a bolt of lightning. The mantis spread its wings and soared into the air, meeting the serpent head-on. Just as the two were about to collide, the mantis deftly twisted its body, its razor-sharp scythe slicing across the serpent's armored scales. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out as sparks flew from the impact, leaving only a shallow white scratch on the serpent's scales. Lu Gang smirked, his confidence growing. The wind-slicing mantis seemed to be at Tier 3, Stage 2, roughly on par with his iron-armored serpent. At similar levels, the serpent's defensive strength perfectly countered the high-speed, high-attack style of the mantis. As long as the mantis couldn't penetrate its defenses, victory was within his grasp. But just as the crowd began to believe the outcome was clear, the battle took a dramatic turn. The scythe of the wind-slicing mantis suddenly gleamed with a dark light, its surface enveloped in an ominous black aura. A chillingly sharp energy filled the air, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Before their stunned eyes, the blackened scythe effortlessly sliced through the iron-armored serpent's scales, sinking deep into its flesh. Squelch! Crimson blood sprayed into the air like a blooming flower. A piercing wail erupted from the ironclad dragon serpent's jaws as the scythe mantis's blade struck with deadly precision at its midsection. The force of the blow almost severed the serpent in two, leaving only a thin layer of scales and muscle tenuously holding its body together. Blood gushed forth like a crimson fountain, pooling on the ground in a vivid, horrifying display. The scythe mantis smoothly retracted its blood-stained blade, refraining from pressing the attack further. Instead, it calmly retreated to Jing Tao's side. The grievously wounded ironclad dragon serpent collapsed into the spreading pool of blood, still alive, but utterly incapable of continuing the fight. "You've lost." Jing Tao's face carried a faint smile as he turned his gaze to Lu Gang. The latter's expression darkened, his face a stormy mix of anger and realization. Only now did he understand the trap he had fallen into. Jing Tao's scythe mantis had possessed the ability to break through defenses all along, but had purposely held back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike when their guard was completely down. This revelation stoked a fiery rage within Lu Gang, but he couldn't fault his opponent. Strategy was a perfectly legitimate part of combat. With a grim expression, he silently recalled the ironclad dragon serpent to its pet space and retreated into the crowd, seething but silent. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" Jing Tao asked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the onlookers. Before his words had fully settled, a voice rang out. I will. Guasini stepped forward with determined strides, her gaze briefly flicking toward Lin Ze in the crowd. While she wasn't entirely confident she could pass the monument's challenge, her pride as a prodigy and her hunger to achieve the impossible propelled her forward. More importantly, earning 500 points would allow her to surpass Lin Ze and reclaim her spot as the top-ranked student. As someone from a distinguished Beast Master family, the cost of losing 1 month's worth of training resources was a trivial price to pay. And how should I address you, Junior? Jing Tao asked, his interest clearly piqued as he studied the striking young woman before him. Guasini, she replied evenly. Ah, the third-ranked freshman. And your pet is a steel-pattern hatchling dragon, Jing Tao remarked, his eyes shifting to the creature Guasini had already summoned. Is there a problem? Guasini raised her eyebrows, noticing his lingering gaze on her pet. Not at all. It's just rare to see such an impressive Tier 3 Stage 3 steel-pattern hatchling dragon, Jing Tao said with a shrug. Dragon-type pets are known for their combat prowess. Among others in the same tier, they're easily in the top 3. In fact, they could even take on a Tier 3 Stage 5 ordinary pet and still have a decent chance of winning. However, his voice trailed off as he unexpectedly recalled the scythe mantis to its pet space. Guasini's eyes narrowed in confusion. What are you doing? Surrendering already? Not a chance, Jing Tao replied with a widening grin. I just thought I'd change things up a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light materialized beside him, revealing a massive lion-like creature. Its entire body seemed to hum with the faint currents of swirling wind. A wind lion. A Tier 4 wind element pet, Jing Tao announced casually. The sight of this formidable new opponent caused Guasini's composed expression to falter, and the crowd erupted into murmurs and exclamations of astonishment. While owning a second pet wasn't uncommon, the fact that Jing Tao's second pet was a Tier 4 creature far stronger than the scythe mantis was nothing short of shocking. Among the crowd, Lu Gang's face darkened further, realizing that Jing Tao had been holding back even more than anyone had suspected in their earlier fight. So, what do you think? Still want to continue? Jing Tao asked with a cheerful tone, though his words carried an unmistakable edge. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, even Guasini's competitive spirit wavered. She couldn't deny the truth: the Tier 3 steel-pattern hatchling dragon stood no chance against the wind lion. She bit her lip, her mind caught in a whirlwind of hesitation. Despite the reluctance in his heart, he decisively shook his head. I'm no match for you. With that, he swiftly put away his steel-scaled young dragon and silently retreated into the crowd. The scene fell into a heavy silence. The candidates exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions grave. In that moment, they finally understood why no one had succeeded in the steel challenge thus far. Just Jing Tao alone was already far beyond their reach, let alone the towering presences of Zhang Man and Wu Tianzi. Tan Yong, who had been eager to challenge right after Guasini, quietly extinguished the flame of determination in his heart. Jing Tao keenly noticed the shift in everyone's expressions. The playful smile on his face gradually faded as he narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. So, have you realized the gap between us now? This is exactly the purpose of the steel challenge. Our job is to give you freshmen a reality check. He paused for a moment before continuing. Yes, you are indeed the elites, even prodigies, from high schools across the region. But here at Ningjiang Academy, talents like you are everywhere included. The difference is, we've had an extra year of training. And above us, there are the third years and fourth years, whose strength is so overwhelming that you don't even qualify to chase after them yet. Jing Tao's tone grew increasingly stern. So, no matter how exceptional your talents are, put away that arrogance during your time in the academy. Always remember, there will always be others here who are stronger than you. When his words fell, the silence remained. Some candidates looked conflicted, while others' gazes flickered with uncertainty. Jing Tao paid no attention to their reactions. As far as he was concerned, his task was complete. All right, that's it. We should get going. Jing Tao shrugged, ready to turn and leave. Just then, a calm voice emerged from the crowd. Wait, senior. I haven't had my turn at the challenge yet. A sudden sound shattered the silence, instantly drawing everyone's attention. As the crowd turned to see who had spoken and realized it was Lin Ze, a wave of surprise rippled through them. Jing Tao turned to scrutinize Lin Ze, a playful smirk curling on his lips. Are you challenging me? Yes, Lin Ze replied with a calm and composed nod. A glint of amusement flickered in Jing Tao's eyes. And how should I address you, Junior? Lin Ze. The mention of his name caused a subtle shift in Jing Tao's expression, and even Zhang Man and Wu Tianzi, who had been silent until now, began to seriously assess the first-year top student standing before them. All right then, Jing Tao said with a polite nod, his earlier teasing demeanor fading. If you're set on challenging me, I accept. The crowd erupted into murmurs and whispers. Why would he challenge him? Senior Jing has a Tier 4 beast. Even if he's the top freshman, this seems way too reckless. Concern was written all over the faces of Guan Ning. Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Siyuan. Although they had faith in Lin Ze's abilities, the odds seemed slim against such a formidable second-year opponent. Unfortunately, the challenge had come so suddenly that there was no time to dissuade him. Guosini stared at Lin Ze in confusion, unable to fathom his intentions. Among the onlookers, only Li Pongyun wore a peculiar expression, as he alone knew the source of Lin Ze's confidence. Ignoring the chatter around him, Lin Ze stepped forward into the arena and summoned Xiaoxue. The moment the girl in white appeared, a collective gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. What a stunning humanoid spirit beast! What species is that? I've never seen anything like it. Even Jing Tao and his companions looked puzzled, though they didn't dwell on it for long. Jing Tao summoned his Wind Lion and remarked, "My Wind Lion is already at Tier 4, Stage 2? Lin Ze merely smiled faintly and gave no response. The battle began in an instant. The Wind Lion struck first, unleashing a green whirlwind that spiraled into a tornado, rushing forward with ferocious force. The violent gusts tore through the air with a piercing howl, creating an oppressive pressure that even the distant spectators could feel. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, Lin Ze remained composed and unflinching. "Xiaoxue," he called softly. The girl in white chuckled lightly, extending a delicate hand. In the blink of an eye, countless ice crystals formed around the Wind Lion, quickly solidifying into 3 azure chains that tightly bound the beast. The Wind Lion thrashed desperately, but it was unable to break free from the icy restraints. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue had already launched her second strike. With a chilling aura spreading through the air, a dense cluster of ice blades began to form above the Wind Lion. With a graceful sweep of her arm, Xiaoxue sent the frozen barrage cascading down like an avalanche. A deafening crash resounded as dust and frost filled the arena. When the chaos subsided, the crowd was greeted with a scene of utter devastation. The Wind Lion lay motionless on the ground, its body riddled with wounds and coated in frost, completely incapacitated. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, too stunned to utter a single word. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring in stunned disbelief at the scene of the battle's conclusion. A Tier 4 pet beast, the Wind Lion, had been defeated in a single exchange. This unbelievable outcome left everyone present gasping in shock. "I'm not seeing things, am I?" Exclamations of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Jing Tao's expression was dazed, his face pale as he muttered to himself. How is this possible? Once he snapped out of it, his gaze locked onto Lin Ze, his voice trembling slightly. "Is that a Tier 4 pet beast?" The surrounding area fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned to Lin Ze. He remained composed, nodding calmly. "That's right." This brief response sent waves of shock through the crowd. After all, freshmen like Tan Yong and Guosini, who possessed Tier 3 pet beasts, were already considered prodigies. Yet, even their beasts were only at Tier 3, Stage 2 or Stage 3. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was like comparing heaven and earth. "That's insane," someone exclaimed. "He's around the same age as us. Even the most elite heirs of Beastmaster families couldn't possibly reach this level." Guosini and Tan Yong stood frozen in place. As children of prestigious Beastmaster families, they had been trained as elites from a young age, with countless resources poured into their development to achieve their current accomplishments. Even though they had fallen behind Lin Ze during the earlier beast hunt, they had believed the gap wasn't too significant. But now, faced with the insurmountable divide between Tier 3 and Tier 4, they were forced to confront a harsh reality. "This guy, he's a complete monster." Guosini bit her lip, experiencing for the first time the complex emotions of facing a true prodigy. Lu Gang's face was ashen. While he could make excuses for his ranking in the beast hunt, Lin Ze's Tier 4 pet beast left no room for self-deception. Guanning, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Xian, on the other hand, were both shocked and thrilled. The humanoid pet beast with its delicate features was clearly the evolved form of the Ice Crystal Soul. "Brother Lin is amazing. He got his pet beast to evolve again in just half a month." Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. Although Guanning remained silent, his eyes sparkled with awe. Jing Tao let out a bitter laugh. "A freshman with a Tier 4 pet beast, this is unprecedented in the history of Ningjiang Academy's freshman rankings." Zhang Man and Wu Tianze exchanged glances, recalling that even the current academy's top student only had a Tier 3, Stage 9 pet beast during their freshman year, which made this all the more astonishing. "Senior Jing," Lin Ze's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Shall we continue?" He gestured toward Jing Tao's other pet beast, the Wind Mantis. Jing Tao shook his head. "I concede. The Wind Mantis can't defeat your pet beast." This straightforward admission of defeat caused yet another stir among the crowd. Who would have thought that Lin Ze, dismissed before the battle, would now firmly establish himself as the top freshman? After Jing Tao stepped down, Zhang Man stepped forward, her expression serious. "Junior Lin, your next opponent is me. I must admit, even though you're a freshman, Your strength is not far behind ours, Zhang Man said, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Ze, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. So, in the upcoming battle, I won't hold back. Before her words had fully settled, a dazzling light erupted beside her. As the glow dissipated, two imposing beasts materialized before the crowd. One was a massive turtle with a spiked, heavily armored shell. The other was a humanoid lizard standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an intimidating presence as it stood upright. Lin Ze's sharp eyes immediately identified the two Earth Elemental Tier 4 beasts, the spiked shell turtle and the desert lizard man. It was clear that Zhang Man was a beast tamer specializing in Earth element creatures. This kind of elemental specialization wasn't uncommon, just like Jing Tao, who specialized in wind element beasts. Both of his companions belonged to the wind category. The observing candidates gasped in awe as Zhang Man summoned two Tier 4 beasts simultaneously. Whispers broke out among the crowd. Some speculated that Jing Tao had held back in his earlier battle. If he had unleashed two beasts simultaneously like Zhang Man, Lin Ze might not have had such an easy time securing victory. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. All eyes turned to Lin Ze, awaiting his response. Guanning's expression betrayed her concern, while Zhang Xiaoyun tried to reassure her friend, saying, "Brother Lin will definitely be fine," though a flicker of unease flashed in her own eyes. After all, a one-ever Sustwo scenario was a daunting challenge, especially for a freshman. Heh, looks like Zhang Man's going all out. That kid's in real trouble now, Jing Tao said with a smug grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Wu Tianze shot him a cold glance. You're still in the mood to gloat? Don't forget, you lost your match. According to the rules, you'll have to give up half of the resources you earned this time. Jing Tao's face fell, and he muttered begrudgingly, I was just careless. If I'd known that kid had a Tier 4 beast, I wouldn't have held back. Then Wed Si would really come out on top. Before he could finish, Lin Ze's calm voice cut through his grumbling. Since Senior intends to go all out, I won't hold back either. As his words fell, a brilliant light flashed before him, and a towering, muscular figure emerged from the glow. It was none other than Rock Ghost. Roar! Rock Ghost let out a thunderous roar that shook everyone to their core. This was its first appearance before the crowd, and it made an unforgettable impression. A heavy, thunderous roar suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. On the battlefield, the appearance of the Rock Ghost left all spectators momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of dead silence, gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. A second battle beast? What species is that? I've never seen it before. Judging by its size, it must be of the earth element. The Rock Ghost's massive stone body emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure, its formidable aura silencing the entire arena. This beast's strength was undeniably extraordinary. If not at the 4th tier, it was at least at the 8th or 9th stage of the 3rd tier. Wu Tianze took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. This junior of ours is truly unfathomable. It's one thing to have a 4th tier ice element battle beast, but to also keep a powerhouse like this earth element beast hidden. He turned to Jing Tao, his tone pointed. What was it you said earlier? Jing Tao pretended not to hear, but bitterness surged within him. It finally dawned on him that even if he gave it his all, his wind mantis likely stood no chance against the Rock Ghost. Zhang Man was equally taken aback by the unexpected development. When she looked at Lin Ze again, the confidence in her gaze had been replaced by solemnity. I have to admit, your strength has far surpassed my expectations. Lin Ze responded with nothing more than a faint smile. The next moment, the battle erupted. The spiked tortoise charged forward first, like a spiked armored vehicle barreling ahead. The Rock Ghost, however, showed no fear. It casually swept up dirt from the ground, compressing it into clumps before hurling them. Clay bombs. The seemingly insignificant clumps of dirt unleashed astonishing power upon striking the spiked tortoise. 5 consecutive clay bombs detonated, leaving the spiked tortoise staggering and breaking several of its prized spikes. That's definitely a 4th tier battle beast, the spectators exclaimed in shock. The revelation that a freshman possessed not one but 2 4th tier battle beasts left everyone utterly astounded. The outcome of the battle was becoming clear. The Rock Ghost had overwhelmed the spiked tortoise, while Little Snow was gaining the upper hand against the Sand Lizard Man. Zhang Man's 2 battle beasts, at only the 2nd stage of the 4th tier, were no match for Lin Ze's 2 beasts, each at the 6th stage of the 4th tier. Defeat was only a matter of time. Am I seeing this right? Lin Ze actually has the upper hand? The gap is just too wide. Guosini, Tan Yong, and the others stared at the battlefield, waves of shock crashing through their minds. 2 battle beasts, each at least at the 5th stage of the 4th tier. Such strength left them not only unable to compete, but even stripped of the courage to try. All they could do now was look up in awe. Boom! The moment Rock Demon hurled its clay bomb, its hands, sharp as blades, plunged into the ground. Muscles bulging, it heaved upward with immense force. The hardened surface crumbled before it like brittle glass as a massive chunk of rock was ripped from the earth. The power of earth elements surged through it, imbuing the rock with a deep, slate-gray hue. With a thunderous roar, Rock Demon swung its massive arm, launching the boulder like a cannonball. The armored turtle couldn't dodge in time, and the projectile struck it heading. Bang! The heavy impact sent shockwaves through everyone present, leaving hearts pounding in their chests. The boulder shattered on impact, leaving the turtle's thick shell riddled with web-like cracks. Its agonized cry echoed across the battlefield. Zhang Man's expression darkened, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. As if responding to her command, the armored turtle's body suddenly radiated a warm, earthy glow, forming a dense protective barrier around itself. With a powerful push of its limbs, it charged toward Rock Demon, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Want to fight up close? Lin Ze's lips curled into a smirk. Then I'll grant your wish. Sensing its master's intent, Rock Demon grinned menacingly and advanced instead of retreating. It waited until the armored turtle was within striking range before unleashing a ferocious punch. Zhang Man had assumed that a beast skilled in elemental manipulation would lack close combat prowess, and Rock Demon would be no exception. But the scene before her left her utterly stunned. Rock Demon's fists descended like meteors, each blow crashing against the turtle's protective barrier with deafening force. The sheer power emanating from its massive frame was terrifying. Far from turning the tide, the armored turtle found itself in an even more precarious position. Even its close combat is this strong? What kind of monster is this? Zhang Man muttered in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Yin Gui's evolution follows a divine path, enhancing both its close combat abilities and control over earth elements. Whether it's suppressing enemies from a distance or engaging in melee combat, it demonstrates power far beyond other pet beasts of the same rank. The battle erupted in an instant. Yin Gui's fists pounded down on the spiked tortoise like a relentless storm, each strike accompanied by a deep, resounding impact. The protective barrier around the tortoise shattered under the continuous blows, and its thick shell quickly became riddled with web-like cracks. While Yin Gui sustained some injuries, they were negligible for an earth element pet beast known for its tenacity and vitality. Meanwhile, the other battle was equally intense. Xiao Shui unleashed a flurry of attacks. Icefall, Frost Nova, and Snow Maiden's Lament followed one after another. Despite the Sand Lizard Man's desperate attempts to evade, it was gradually slowed by the chilling frost. Just as it managed to close in, an unexpected ice shield blocked its path. As it tried to maneuver around it, the extreme ice chains had already ensnared it tightly, leaving it no choice but to watch helplessly as Xiao Shui widened the distance once again. This pet beast has way too many skills, the observing candidates exclaimed in awe. It excels in offense, defense, and control. It's a nightmare for melee pet beasts. Seeing the Sand Lizard Man covered in wounds, Zhang Man made a quick decision. That's enough. I forfeit. The battling pet beasts immediately stopped. Lin Ze nodded respectfully toward Zhang Man. Thank you for the match, Senior. Zhang Man gave a hearty laugh. You're strong, Junior. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. With that, she turned and left the arena. The spectators finally snapped out of the intense battle. He's beaten 2 second-year students in a row. Lin Ze might actually pass the challenge. Excited discussions broke out among the crowd. However, Jing Tao quickly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Brother Ze's strength is far beyond mine and Zhang Man's. Zhang Man nodded in agreement. The crowd's excitement noticeably waned. As Wu Tianzi entered the arena, he wasted no time, immediately summoning 2 pet beasts. One was a 4-meter-long dragon-type pet beast, the one-horned dragon, covered in tough scales. The other was a massive, 4-armed, pure white gorilla. Both are Tier 4 pet beasts. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Jing Tao smugly explained. The 4-armed gorilla has reached its mature stage, with strength at Tier 4, Stage 8. The one-horned dragon is at Tier 4, Stage 7, but dragon-type pet beasts battling above their rank is practically second nature for them. At this revelation, the arena fell into a stunned silence. Such a formidable lineup was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The real final boss is here. Guasini's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. The crowd's reactions varied. Tanyong sighed and shook his head, clearly doubtful about Lin Ze's chances of succeeding. Among the onlookers, LV Gang let out a cold snort, a trace of dark satisfaction flickering in his eyes. After all, as someone who had failed, he naturally took no pleasure in seeing others succeed. Zhang Xiaoyun, Guan Ning, and Lu Xian all wore anxious expressions. Yet, they could only stand by helplessly, unable to intervene. Amid the mix of sympathetic and mocking gazes around him, Lin Ze remained calm, his expression as composed as ever. This air of tranquility even earned a silent nod of approval from Wu Tianzi. This new top freshman wasn't just gifted and powerful. He also possessed an extraordinary mental fortitude that matched his abilities. What an incredible freshman this year, Wu Tianzi thought to himself. But he had no intention of holding back. It begins. Wu Tianzi's command rang out, and in an instant, the one-horned dragon and four-armed gorilla unleashed deafening roars, charging toward their opponents with overwhelming force. The rock demon grinned menacingly and met the assault head-on without hesitation, while Xiaoxue stayed in the rear, her slender hands poised and ready to cast her skills at a moment's notice. However, what happened next stunned everyone present. Lin Ze raised his right hand, palm aimed directly at the four-armed gorilla. In the following moment, a surge of soul energy rippled from his body. Is he seriously going to use a soul technique? Everyone, including Wu Tianzi, froze in disbelief. While the rules didn't forbid the use of soul techniques, at this level of competition, a trainee Beast Tamer soul technique was usually no more effective than scratching an itch for a fourth-tier beast, utterly useless. As the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, a soul arrow began to take shape in Lin Ze's palm. A soul arrow? And it's just the most basic one. Many faces lit up with ridicule. But the very next moment, those smirks vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Lin Ze lightly pushed his palm forward, and the soul arrow shot out like a streak of light, striking the four-armed gorilla's blocking arm with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! With a deafening explosion and a spray of blood, the massive four-armed gorilla was sent hurtling backward as though struck by a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground far away. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone at the scene stared in stunned disbelief at what had just unfolded. A single, basic soul arrow had injured a Tier 4, Level 8 four-armed gorilla. Blood gushed from the gorilla's wound, pooling into a dark red puddle on the ground. The examinees gasped audibly, their eyes filled with astonishment. Even seasoned bronze beastmasters couldn't achieve such a feat, let alone a freshman. Their gazes toward Lin Ze were now tinged with awe, as if they were witnessing something beyond comprehension. That soul arrow must be at least level 4 or level 5, right? Someone murmured in speculation. But even a level 5 soul arrow shouldn't be this powerful. Lin Ze's soul strength has to be above 5. Guosini and Tan Yong were utterly shaken as they watched the scene unfold. This young man not only possessed extraordinary talent in beast mastery, but also displayed terrifying proficiency in soul arts. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. They realized that such a prodigious genius might be someone they could never surpass in their lifetimes. Zhang Xiaoyan was so excited she nearly jumped up. Incredible, she exclaimed. Standing beside her, Guanning was equally shocked and thrilled. As someone who knew Lin Ze best, she had never imagined that he possessed such remarkable skill in soul arts. The once seemingly ordinary brother in her eyes now appeared increasingly enigmatic and unfathomable. Jing Tao and Zhang Man exchanged uneasy glances. At 18, they had considered mastering level 2 soul arts an impressive accomplishment. Yet Lin Ze had apparently elevated soul arrow to at least level 5. What was even more astonishing was that he also commanded 2 Tier 4 battle beasts. Such talent was simply unheard of. Wu Tianzi snapped out of his shock, his eyes twitching as he stared at the four-armed gorilla's mangled arm. Lin Ze's voice reached him at just the right moment. Senior, getting distracted in battle isn't a good habit. The fight resumed. In perfect coordination with Xiaoxue, Lin Ze kept the four-armed gorilla completely on the defensive. Chains of absolute ice bound the beast tightly, while one soul arrow after another struck its vital points with deadly precision. Meanwhile, Yin Gue had the one-horned dragon locked in a relentless struggle. The crowd began counting the number of soul arrows Lin Ze unleashed. 67, 70, 80. Each soul arrow consumed 10 points of soul energy, meaning Lin Ze had already expended over 700 points of soul energy and yet remained full of vigor. This completely upended their understanding of what a trainee beast master could achieve. Finally, after the 90-something soul arrow struck its mark, the 2 formidable battle beasts collapsed one after the other. Lin Ze exhaled deeply, his soul energy nearly depleted. The entire venue was silent. Wu Tianzi stared blankly at the young man before him, as if witnessing an impossible miracle. He had never imagined he would lose to a trainee beast master in such a manner. Congratulations, Junior Lin Ze. You have successfully passed the steel challenge. Wu Tianzi's voice broke the silence. The crowd erupted in cheers. For the first time in Ningjiang Academy's history, a freshman had successfully conquered the steel challenge. The moment of legend had finally arrived. He's done it. A wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. Lin Ze stood before the towering stone monument, surrounded by countless gazes filled with shock and admiration. At this moment, Ningjiang Academy witnessed its first-ever freshman to conquer the monument's challenge in the academy's history. Brother! Guanning was the first to rush to Lin Ze's side, gripping his arm with excitement. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian followed closely behind, their eyes sparkling with awe. Claiming the freshman top rank, defeating 3 second-year students in a row, and now conquering the monument challenge. Each of these feats was considered nearly impossible for an ordinary freshman. Yet, this man standing before them had accomplished them all with ease. Lin Ze's talent and strength far surpassed anything the gathered candidates could have imagined. Amid the crowd's astonishment, Lin Ze remained composed, gently patting Guanning's head. At that moment, Wu Tianzi stepped forward. Junior Lin, according to the rules, passing the challenge grants you a baptism. All you need to do is touch the monument, he explained. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ze replied with a polite nod before striding toward the towering stone monument that seemed to pierce the heavens. This guy is unbelievable, Jing Tao muttered as he joined Wu Tianzi, his eyes fixed on Lin Ze's retreating figure. I've never seen a freshman with such terrifying talent. He's like a monster. Zhang Man and Wu Tianzi remained silent. At just 18 years old, Lin Ze was already a trainee beastmaster with 2 fourth-tier contracted beasts. His mastery of soul arts was extraordinary, and his soul strength rivaled that of a bronze-level beastmaster. Even the Academy's renowned top student, considered a ancient century genius and ranked among the Federation's 8 prodigies, might not have matched him at the same age. Meanwhile, Guosini and her group watched Lin Ze with mixed emotions. Tan Yong and Li Pengyuan couldn't help but sigh, realizing that compared to Lin Ze, their so-called genius status felt no different from that of ordinary individuals. Guosini bit her lip, her gaze never leaving Lin Ze's figure. On the other hand, Lu Gang stood frozen in place, his heart consumed by jealousy and frustration. Reaching the stone monument, Lin Ze extended his hand to touch its surface. Instantly, a familiar wave of energy enveloped him, and a warm current surged from his core to every corner of his body, refining him hundreds of times over. After a few seconds, Lin Ze checked his personal stats. His physique had increased by 1.2 points to reach 6.2, while his soul strength rose by 2.3 points, now at 12.1. This improvement was equivalent to the medium-level baptism typically offered to trainees, pushing his soul strength to the level of a bronze elite beastmaster even without undergoing a bronze-level baptism. It was foreseeable that after undergoing the baptism of the bronze evaluation, Lin Ze's soul strength would far surpass that of other bronze beast tamers. Although the steel challenge was grueling, the generous rewards filled him with a deep sense of satisfaction, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Just as he was immersed in this joy, the scene before him suddenly blurred, and a strong sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Lin Ze immediately realized that the assessment was coming to an end and decisively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the plaza. Compared to the beginning of the assessment, the plaza was now much quieter. Those who had failed the test had long departed, leaving only the 1,000 successful candidates waiting. Silence. Gao Wenbai's deep and commanding voice echoed, instantly quelling the murmurs of the crowd. No need for unnecessary words. You may leave now. Be sure to report to the academy by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Senior students will be there to assist you. The candidates responded in unison, their faces brimming with joy. For most of them, being admitted to Ningjiang Academy was already an incredible achievement. The specific rankings seemed far less significant in comparison. Just as Lin Ze was about to leave with Guanning and the other 2 girls, he caught a glimpse of Gao Wenbai walking toward them out of the corner of his eye. Professor Gao. They all stopped and greeted him respectfully. Gao Wenbai first gave a slight nod to Guanning and the other 2 girls before turning his gaze to Lin Ze. The typically stern expression on his face softened with a rare smile. Your performance during the assessment was outstanding. Even we were quite surprised. I hope you will continue to work hard and not become complacent. The other teachers following behind Gao Wenbai all exchanged astonished glances. In the academy, Gao Wenbai was renowned for his strict and aloof demeanor. Over the years of admissions assessments, he had never spoken such encouraging and praising words to any candidate. Upon closer reflection, it wasn't hard to understand. As the first freshman to ever conquer the Steel Challenge, Lin Ze's achievement was more dazzling than even that of the top-ranked new student. What was even more remarkable was that, at the young age of 18, he already possessed a Tier 4 contracted beast, and his soul art talent was nothing short of extraordinary. As long as he avoided any major setbacks, he was destined to become one of the Federation's top-tier powerhouses, with the potential to ascend to the rank of a king-level beast tamer. Faced with such a brilliant prodigy, it was only natural for Gao Wenbai to feel a sense of admiration and appreciation. Lin Ze responded to Gao Wenbei's words with a serious expression, showing the respect due to a powerful golden beastmaster. Gao Wenbai simply gave him a nod before turning and leaving the plaza. Almost immediately, the other instructors swarmed around Lin Ze, eager to congratulate him and express their high hopes. Faced with this wave of goodwill, which felt more like an investment in a future powerhouse, Lin Ze had no choice but to handle it with patience. Their enthusiasm proved even more exhausting than the stone tablet challenge itself. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he finally managed to escape. Once outside the plaza, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Standing nearby, Guan covered her mouth, laughing softly. Brother, everyone else would be thrilled to have so much attention from the teachers, but you act like it's a hassle. Exactly. Even Gao Laoshi, who's infamous for being cold toward students, showed special regard for Ling. Zhang Xiaoyun chimed in, her face brimming with pride. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Hearing such praise from the cheerful girls, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Clapping his hands, he proposed, to celebrate our successful admission, dinner's on me. Let's feast. The three lively girls erupted into cheers, grabbing Lin Ze and dragging him toward the gates of the academy. Along the way, their vibrant and youthful group naturally drew countless envious glances. However, just as they reached the entrance, a chubby figure suddenly barreled toward them. It was Zhou Hong, the self-proclaimed intelligence expert. His face was plastered with a flattering grin as he showered Lin Ze with praise. Boss, you're incredible. You even passed the legendary stone tablet challenge. I knew I was right about you. Lin Ze felt a headache coming on and quickly interrupted. All right, stop. What are you doing here? I waited here specifically to congratulate you, boss. I saw you talking to Gao Laoshi earlier and didn't want to interrupt, so I decided to wait here instead, Zhou Hong explained, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile that made Guan Ning and the other girls burst into laughter. Although Zhou Hong had tried to cozy up to Lin Ze in the past, his efforts had never been this blatant. Back then, Lin Ze was just one of 5 standout candidates worthy of befriending, but not enough to warrant such obsequiousness. Witnessing Lin Ze conquer the Stone Tablet Challenge, however, had completely altered Zhou Hong's perception. He now recognized Lin Ze's terrifying potential, far surpassing that of the other candidates. After confirming that Zhou Hong had also passed the entrance exam, albeit ranked somewhere in the 500s, Lin Ze didn't press further. Zhou Hong, sensing it was time to retreat, left his contact information and took his leave. That guy's pretty amusing, Zhang Xiaoyun remarked with a laugh. Is he? I think he's sharper than he looks, Lin Ze replied, watching Zhou Hong's retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. The group continued their celebration until evening, after which Lin Ze finally returned to his hotel room. Once inside, he immediately checked his achievement log. 2 achievements had been unlocked: admission and freshman top rank, earning him a total of 800 achievement points, along with 2 soul crystals and 2 strengthening crystals. Without hesitation, Lin Ze used the crystals. After the enhancement, his soul strength increased to 13.9, and his physical constitution rose to 8.2. Although the effects of the soul crystals had begun to diminish, the 0.9 increase was still significant. His physical abilities now far surpassed those of ordinary people. Without using any soul techniques, he could easily handle Tier 2 beasts, and with soul techniques, he was confident he could single-handedly take down any Tier 4 beast. Turning to his beast companion stats, Lin Ze noted the day's battles had boosted Xiox's growth rate from 47 to 58, while Yin Gui's growth had climbed from 25 to 31. He was pleasantly surprised Yin Gui's 6 growth over just 2 battles was far more efficient than what could typically be achieved during wilderness hunts. Lin Ze keenly realized that battling opponents of equal or greater strength could significantly enhance the growth rate of his contracted beasts. He continued to review the status panel and noticed that once Xiaoshue's growth rate surpassed 50, a new skill option was unlocked. Ice Crystal Mirror, an advanced skill evolved from Ice Shield. It allows the user to manipulate ice elements to form a translucent mirror-like shield that not only blocks attacks but also reflects a portion of the damage. The unlocking requirements were a 50 growth rate and 300 achievement points. Without hesitation, Lin Ze chose to unlock it. The panel displayed Xuenu Snow Maiden. Element: Ice. Level: Stage 4, Rank 7. Growth rate: 58. Skills: Ice Cascade, Snow Maiden Sai, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Frost Nova. Evolution Path: Empress Route. Next form: Frost Blue Maiden. Evolution requirements: 100 growth rate, 30 superior ice elemental essences, 1 ice blue tier. Yin Gui Rock Wraith, on the other hand, was slightly lagging behind. Element: Earth. Level: Stage 4, Rank 7. Growth rate: 31. Skills: Earth Spikes, Stone Projectile, Clay Bomb. Evolution Path: Divinity Route. Next form: Spirit of the Earth. Evolution requirements: 100 growth rate, 30 superior earth elemental essences, 3 spirit stones. Both contracted beasts had advanced to Stage 4, Rank 7, marking a significant increase in their strength. Lin Ze's face lit up with delight. At this rate, the 2 beasts might even break through to Stage 5 before reaching full growth, enabling him to qualify for the Bronze Beastmaster certification. However, his most pressing concern was gathering the evolution materials. Lin Ze calculated that the required materials for both beasts would cost nearly 10 million credits. Yet his current savings amounted to just over 5 million, still short by almost half. Before the beasts reached the evolution threshold, he had to find a way to bridge this gap. Aside from taking on bounty tasks, were there any other fast ways to earn money? The next morning, after having breakfast at the hotel, Lin Ze and his group headed to Ningjiang Academy. From the moment Lin Ze stepped out of his hotel room, he became the center of attention. Stares filled with amazement, envy, admiration, and even reverence followed him wherever he went. Many students approached to strike up a conversation, and some girls, blushing, even asked for his contact information, leaving Lin Ze feeling somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Guanning and the other two girls in the group were visibly displeased with the attention from these admirers. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of Ningjiang Academy that this uncomfortable situation finally subsided. At the registration area near the gate, a long line had already formed. Senior students wearing armbands were busy assisting freshmen with registration and maintaining order. Occasionally, a senior could be seen leading a group of new students into the campus. Just as Lin Ze and his group were about to join the queue, Jingtao approached them with a smile. After learning that this was a special arrangement by Teacher Gao, Lin Ze didn't refuse and followed Jingtao into the campus. Passing through the grand and ancient gate, they arrived at a square even more expansive than the one used for the admission tests. The granite-paved ground was neatly adorned with stone benches, greenery, and fountains. Most striking of all were the four massive electronic screens in the center of the square, resembling monumental stone tablets, with densely packed rankings displayed on them. Lin Ze's name was prominently displayed at the top of the first screen. Number 1 Lin Ze. Jingtao explained that the rankings were divided by grade level. He himself was ranked 256th among second-year students, while Zhang Man and Wu Tianze were ranked 188th and 98th, respectively. Guanning suddenly realized the significance if Wu Tianze, ranked 98th, had lost to Lin Ze. It meant Lin Ze's strength was already sufficient to place him in the top 100 of the second-year rankings. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian couldn't help but look at Lin Ze with admiration. Ranked 98th. Though the number didn't seem particularly impressive at first glance, Jingtao's tone carried a deep sense of awe. He turned to Lin Ze and explained slowly, "You have to understand, that's no small feat. It means defeating second-year students. Every student who gets into Ningjiang Academy is already among the best of the best, and the second years have had an entire extra year of training. For a freshman to beat someone ranked in the top 100 of the upperclassmen, it's simply unheard of." The group left the plaza and made their way towards the dormitory area. On the way, Jingtao detailed the dorm allocation system. Students in Class 1 were given the most luxurious single-person apartments, Classes 2 through 5 were assigned double-occupancy apartments, Classes 6 through 10 shared four-person dorms, and the remaining students were placed in six-person dormitories. As students of Class 1, Lin Ze and Guanning were naturally assigned the single-person luxury apartments. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian, who ranked in the 400s during the assessments, were placed in Class 9 and assigned to a four-person dormitory. The two girls couldn't hide their disappointment. "Don't worry," Jingtao reassured them. "All of the academy's dormitories are top-notch in terms of environment and amenities. Of course, the single-person apartments are on an entirely different level, more like private villas." He turned to the two girls with a meaningful smile. "If you want better accommodations, you'll have to work hard to improve your class ranking." "How exactly do we improve our rankings?" Zhang Xiaoyun asked eagerly. Jingtao explained that at the end of each month, the academy held an assessment. Rankings were adjusted based on performance, and class placements and the corresponding privileges would change accordingly. The first monthly assessment was scheduled to take place in 30 days. In addition to dormitory differences, the academy also allocated resource points based on class rankings. These points served as the academy's internal currency, which could be used to exchange for pet beast materials, training facility access, and even unknown guidance from elite instructors. Class 1 students received 5,000 resource points per month, while Class 9 students got 3,400. An intermediate elemental essence only costs 400 resource points, Jingtao added. Lin Ze did a quick mental calculation. It was far cheaper than the market price outside the academy, underscoring just how valuable these resource points were. After completing their dormitory registrations, Jingtao led the group on a tour of the teaching facilities. He emphasized the academy's flexible curriculum, though he warned that passing the theoretical exams at the end of the semester was mandatory. Next, they visited the training area, which housed a variety of facilities for soul arts practice and pet beast training. Finally, Jingtao stopped in front of a distinctive room, his expression lighting up with exaggerated enthusiasm. Throwing his arms wide, he announced dramatically, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of virtual combat." Virtual battle? Lin Ze and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. "Senior Jing, what exactly is a virtual battle?" Guanning couldn't help but ask. Jingtao's lips curved into a mysterious smile. He motioned for them to follow him into a room. What greeted them was a massive space, as large as a standard sports arena. The brightly lit interior was meticulously organized into several rows, with wide pathways in between. Each row was further divided by partitions into semi-enclosed cubicles, nearly half of which were already occupied. "You all know about the virtual realm, right?" Jingtao asked, stopping in his tracks. Lin Ze and the others nodded in agreement. Whether it was the apprentice evaluation or yesterday's entrance exam, both had taken place in the virtual realm. This was something they were all too familiar with. Jingtao nodded slightly and began to explain. The virtual realm originates from the primal monuments. Different monuments create virtual realms of varying sizes and rules. Some realms can spawn all sorts of fierce beasts, making them ideal for evaluations or competitions just like yesterday. Others, however, are specifically designed for simulated battles between beast tamers, like the one before you now. Only then did Lin Ze and the others take a closer look at the people sitting in the cubicles. They noticed that all of them had their eyes closed, holding bronze tokens tightly in their hands. Those are the keys to the virtual realm. Zhang Xiaoyun suddenly realized. Exactly, Jing Tao confirmed with a nod. Have you ever heard of the glory virtual realm? Seeing their blank expressions, he continued, elaborating further. Since the Great Cataclysm, the Federation has discovered over 10,000 primal monuments, granting access to countless virtual realms. Some of these realms are allocated to the Beast Tamer Association and major Beast Tamer Academies, but the majority remain under the control of the Federation's military. The 7 largest virtual realms, managed by the military, have been given special titles. The Glory Virtual Realm is one of them. The group of newly graduated high school students listened intently. To them, this was all entirely new and fascinating. Jing Tao went on to explain that while the Glory Virtual Realm cannot spawn fierce beasts, it boasts a highly sophisticated Beast Tamer battle system. Most importantly, anyone with a key can access it from anywhere within the Federation. Because of this, the Federation military developed it into a virtual battle world and granted access to major Beast Tamer Academies and associations. Guanning suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something. I remember now. My high school teacher mentioned a popular battle community among beast tamers that almost everyone participates in. Was that about the Glory Virtual Realm? Jing Tao chuckled. Exactly. The Glory Virtual Realm is indeed that community, but it's only open to those at the apprentice rank or higher. Ordinary beast tamers must rent equipment through the association to gain access. Within the realm, there are different zones based on rank, as well as a ranking system. Winning battles earns you points to climb the rankings. The Academy even rewards students with resource points every month for placing high on the leaderboard. Hearing about the possibility of earning resource points, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xian's interest was immediately piqued. They eagerly asked about the specific requirements. The top 10,000, Jing Tao said, holding up a single finger. Seeing their relaxed expressions, he quickly added, don't underestimate this goal. The Glory Virtual Realm is open to beast tamers across the entire Federation. In the apprentice zone alone, there are hundreds of thousands of participants. Standing out from the crowd is far more challenging than getting into Ningjiang Academy. The 3 girls gasped in unison, and even Lin Ze was visibly moved. Compared to the entrance exam, which was limited to high school seniors from nearby cities, the opponents in the Glory Virtual Realm were apprentice beast tamers from across the Federation, including many seasoned and experienced competitors. One more thing, Jing Tao added with a meaningful glance at Lin Ze. In the apprentice zone, you'll find plenty of beast tamers with 4th-tier beasts. The group fell silent. While having a 3rd-tier beast was usually enough to attempt a bronze-level evaluation, many chose to continue building their strength in pursuit of greater challenges. These individuals often possessed multiple 4th-tier beasts, making them formidable opponents. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, Jing Tao quickly offered some encouragement. But with Lin Ze's skills, getting into the top 10,000 should be a breeze. You might even have a shot at the top 1,000. The girls nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Indeed, with Lin Ze's abilities, breaking into the top 10,000 seemed entirely achievable. Jing Tao went on to explain that there were many similar virtual battle rooms throughout the same floor. Access required a fee of 10 resource points per hour, but compared to the potential rewards, it was a minor expense. Lin Ze nodded thoughtfully. Remembering the progress his rock ghost had made yesterday, he realized that sparring with opponents of similar strength could be an excellent way to accelerate his beast's growth. Plus, the chance to earn resource points made it all the more worthwhile. After touring the training area, Jing Tao guided them through other parts of the facility, wrapping up just before noon. Later, Lin Ze, Guanning, and the girls excitedly packed their belongings and moved into the academy dormitories. Lin Ze didn't have much luggage, so it didn't take him long to settle into his new apartment. The logistics team at Ningjiang Academy was exceptionally efficient. The apartment had been cleaned until it was spotless, ready for students to move in without any hassle. After unpacking, he joined Guanning and her 2 friends for dinner. Once back at his dorm, Lin Ze began his nightly routine of training practicing the Soul Guardian technique. Ever since he discovered his aptitude for soul arts, he had developed a habit of exhausting his soul power by repeatedly using the technique before bed. If not for the fact that his pet beast's abilities were unsuitable for indoor use, he would have practiced those as well. As his soul power steadily grew, the number of times he could perform the technique each night increased. Currently, his soul power had reached 1,390 points, allowing him to cast Soul Guardian 139 times at its minimum energy requirement. After nearly half an hour of continuous practice, Lin Ze finally depleted his soul power, exhaling deeply as he concluded his training for the night. He was now only a few dozen casts away from hitting the milestone of 1,000 uses, which should unlock a new achievement. Glancing at the deep night outside his window, Lin Ze took a shower and went to bed early. The next morning, as usual, Lin Ze met with Guanning and her friends for breakfast at the cafeteria before heading to the academic area together. Since Class 1 and Class 9 were in different buildings, the group parted ways at a crossroads. Lin Ze and Guanning headed straight for Class 1. As soon as Lin Ze stepped into the classroom, the lively chatter inside came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned to him in unison. Remaining calm, Lin Ze greeted everyone casually before picking a random seat. Guanning wasted no time claiming the seat closest to him, causing a visible wave of disappointment among several hopeful girls. While Guanning hummed lightly in satisfaction, Guasini approached Lin Ze shyly and asked if they could exchange contact information. The classroom erupted into hushed whispers. Some were surprised that even Guasini had stepped forward, while others envied Lin Ze's apparent luck with the ladies. Though the murmurs were quiet, they still made Guasini's cheeks flush. Lin Ze happily agreed to her request. After all, exchanging contact details with a classmate was entirely normal, and he wasn't so self-absorbed as to think every girl who approached him had ulterior motives. However, when he put his phone away, he noticed Guanning pouting at him. Faced with her slightly jealous complaint, Lin Ze could only chuckle and shake his head. At that moment, Tan Yong and Li Pengyun came over to chat, interrupting their exchange. Since the Stone Tablet Challenge, Lin Ze's status among the freshmen had become undisputed. Even proud individuals like Tan Yong had come to respect him. The only exception was Liu Gang, who sat in his seat with a dark expression, clearly unwilling to join in. The curriculum at Ningjiang Academy was similar to high school, focusing primarily on theory. Subjects included the history of beast tamers, a bestiary of ferocious creatures, and pet beast cultivation, though the content was much more in-depth. While Lin Ze found the lectures engaging, he had already decided to minimize his attendance in favor of self-study. As Jing Tao had mentioned, most students prioritized training their pet beasts and honing their soul techniques, leaving theoretical studies to those aspiring to become pet beast cultivation experts. After class, Lin Ze left the classroom directly, with Guanning following close behind. She naturally slipped her arm through his, a small gesture that discouraged several girls who had been planning to approach him. Lin Ze, however, paid no mind to her subtle possessiveness and instead mentioned that he was heading to the virtual battle room. The two soon arrived at the training area and chose a virtual battle room with several empty booths. After registering with their student IDs, they each received a copper key. The student ID cards, distributed during check-in the previous day, served not only as identification but also as a means of payment within the academy. Lin Ze had already noticed that the first month's allowance of 5,000 resource points had been deposited into his account that morning. Settling into adjacent booths, Lin Ze gripped his copper key tightly, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. A familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a pristine white space. Floating before him was a translucent screen displaying three options: personal info, leaderboard, and forum. Lin Ze first selected personal info. Name: Lin Ze. Gender: male. Rank: trainee. Points: 0. Matches: 0. Win rate: NA. Rank: number 573620. Login location: Ningjiang Academy. His gaze lingered on the ranking. It placed him among the lowest tier of trainees. This meant there were at least 573,620 trainee beast tamers in the system. What an astonishing number! Lin Ze thought to himself in amazement. The Federation's total population had now surpassed 2 billion. With such a massive base, the emergence of hundreds of thousands of beast tamers was hardly surprising. Particularly at the apprentice level, which comprised the largest number of individuals, the distribution resembled a classic pyramid: fewer and fewer individuals as one ascended the ranks. He focused on the leaderboard and quickly scanned through it. First place, Tao Xingwen, 9,843 points. Second place, Xiang Junming, 9,815 points. Third place, Liu Yin, 9,798 points. 100th place, He Yang, 8,061 points. All players in the top 100 had over 8,000 points, while the 1,000th player had 4,200 points. According to the virtual battle rules, each victory earned 510 points, while losses deducted the same amount. This meant that players ranked within the top 1,000 had hundreds more wins than losses. He'll aim to break into the top 1,000 within a week, Lin Ze resolved, his eyes gleaming with determination. He quickly browsed the forum, but most of the posts were casual player discussions, so he directly clicked on the battle matchmaking option. The system notification sounded. Matching opponents. Opponent found. The battle will begin in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourself. As the countdown hit 0, Lin Ze's vision blurred momentarily, and he found himself standing on a spacious arena. Across from him stood a middle-aged man with a beard, appearing to be around 40 years old. You must be a student, right? First time in a virtual battle? The bearded man asked with a grin, noticing Lin Ze's youthful appearance. Seeing Lin Ze's surprised expression, the man elaborated. You get used to spotting rookies and veterans after enough matches. Besides, this time of year, a flood of new students from Beast Taming Academies always joins in. Huh. Lucky me today, running into a newbie. This one's in the bag, the bearded man exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Not necessarily, Lin Ze replied with a faint smile. The man summoned a Tier 2, Stage 1 Shadow Wolf, clearly having passed the apprentice evaluation at a moderate difficulty level and not yet gaining a second contract slot. Lin Ze immediately understood any truly skilled beast tamer wouldn't still be stuck at the apprentice level at his age. With a graceful motion, Xiao Shui appeared beside Lin Ze. Her exquisite features immediately drew an envious gaze from the bearded man. Wow, young man, you're quite lucky to have such a companion, he remarked with a smirk. Noticing the man's frivolous expression, Xiao Shui frowned and raised her hand. In an instant, countless ice blades formed in the air above the arena. The biting cold spread across the field, freezing the bearded man's smug grin. What is this? He stammered, realizing in shock that the girl-like beast beside Lin Ze was far beyond the Tier 1 or 2 levels. Before he could react, Xiao Shui waved her arm lightly, and the storm of ice blades rained down with a deafening whoosh. In mere moments, the bearded man and his shadow wolf vanished, leaving only a thin layer of frost on the arena floor. Battle over. Winner. Lin Ze. You have gained 10 points. Lin Ze checked his personal stats. His ranking had jumped from 573,620 to 572,884, climbing over 700 places in one match. Such leaps were common in the lower ranks, where a single point could mean a difference of hundreds of positions due to the sheer number of players tied in score. Without taking a break, Lin Ze immediately queued up for his next battle. While Lin Ze was fully focused on climbing the rankings, the Glory Virtual Realm Forum had already erupted into chaos. From the early hours of the morning, countless posts about the new Beast Taming Academy freshmen began springing up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Ran into a rookie freshman, secured my first win of the day. Jumped from 560,000th place to 590,000. Looks like there are over 30,000 new players this year. Fresh batch of newbies just dropped finally. I'm no longer in last place. Every year during this season, the Glory Virtual Realm sees a massive influx of newcomers, most of whom are freshmen from various Beast Taming Academies. These rookies, with their generally weak skills, naturally become prime targets for veteran players looking to boost their scores. However, some unlucky veterans end up encountering elite students instead, suffering defeats rather than gaining points. As the forum buzzed with heated discussions, a post with a striking title suddenly grabbed everyone's attention. Elite Newcomer Alert. Suspected 4th-tier beast. The post detailed how the author had faced an opponent claiming to be a freshman. Expecting an easy win, the author was instead shocked by the opponent's overwhelming strength, as their beast was instantly defeated. The post immediately caused a stir on the forum. OP must be dreaming. How could a freshman have a 4th-tier beast? 3rd tier would already be the limit. Even experienced apprentice beast tamers rarely have 4th-tier beasts, let alone freshmen. Sounds like an excuse for losing, huh? With OP's rank at 492,852, their beast is probably only low-tier 2nd level. Getting crushed by a 3rd-tier beast isn't surprising. Within just half an hour, the post had garnered over 1,000 replies. Amid the skepticism, the author shared a screenshot. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, male. Level, apprentice. Points, 340. Matches played, 34. Win rate, 100. This record instantly set the forum ablaze. A 100 win rate? That's insane. I looked at it's legit. This guy's a certified monster. As the debate raged on, people were stunned to see Lin Ze's ranking climbing rapidly. In just 3 minutes, he had won 3 more matches, gained 30 points, and advanced nearly 2,000 ranks. At this speed, he's probably winning every match in seconds. I've never seen a freshman this dominant. As the post's popularity skyrocketed, it was pinned to the top of the forum. Lin Ze's reputation spread like wildfire across the Glory Virtual Realm. More and more players who had been defeated by him came forward to share their experiences. My 2nd tier, 9th level beast didn't last a single round. His beast has to be at least 30 or 5th level. With everyone's eyes on him, Lin Ze's ranking soared like a rocket, smashing through the 300,000 and 200,000 thresholds in quick succession. Finally, his stats settled at. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, Male. Level. Apprentice. Points. 1040. Matches played. 104. Win rate. 100. Rank. No. 98,427. In just 2 hours, he had climbed from over 500,000th place to break into the top 100,000, all while maintaining a flawless win record. This unprecedented achievement sent shockwaves through the glory virtual realm. Everyone was asking the same question. Which Beast Taming Academy produced this terrifyingly talented newcomer? In the virtual battle room, Lin Ze opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The 2-hour battle session had been monotonous and dull, consisting entirely of having Xiao Shui use her abilities to instantly defeat opponents. There was no challenge whatsoever. Checking the pet beast panel, Lin Ze noticed that the growth progress was barely noticeable, which was expected. Opponents ranked lower on the leaderboard were far too weak, making this outcome inevitable. I need to climb the rankings as quickly as possible, Lin Ze muttered, stretching before getting up and leaving the booth. Guangning had already exited the glory virtual realm. Hearing the commotion next door, she immediately came over, her eyes sparkling. Brother, you're amazing. You managed to break into the top 100,000 in just one morning. The whole forum is talking about you. Forum? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before returning to his usual calm demeanor. He had never cared much about what others said about him, but Guangning seemed thrilled, as if she were the one being praised. Smiling fondly, Lin Ze ruffled her hair. Come on, it's getting late. Let's grab lunch and come back in the afternoon. Okay. The two headed toward the cafeteria, and along the way, they noticed people pointing and whispering about Lin Ze. Snippets of their conversations were easy to overhear. Look, it's Lin Ze. I heard his battle rank has already broken into the 90,000s. Unbelievable. I've been stuck around 560,000 since this morning. The craziest part is he only needed 2 hours. Exactly. The whole forum is going wild. Lin Ze finally understood how quickly news traveled, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Guangning, however, beamed with pride, as if basking in his glory. Just as they approached the cafeteria entrance, Zhou Hong suddenly appeared, grinning from ear to ear. Hey boss, you're in the spotlight again. The whole academy is talking about your ranking. How does news spread this fast? Lin Ze asked with a resigned sigh. He wasn't fond of the attention and found being the center of gossip uncomfortable. Zhou Hong chuckled as he explained. Ningjiang Academy has an internal forum. Any little news spreads like wildfire. He admitted that he, too, had been shocked when he first heard about Lin Ze's achievement. Breaking into the top 100,000 on the very first day of enrollment was a feat on par with clearing the Steel Challenge. As the Academy's top new student and the first to clear the Steel Challenge, Lin Ze was already well known. Now, his reputation had skyrocketed further, even reaching the ears of the rarely seen fourth-year students. He was undeniably one of the Academy's most talked-about figures. After chatting for a while, Lin Ze suddenly asked, Do you know any quick ways to earn resource points? Ever since learning that resource points could be exchanged for pet beast materials, he had been particularly interested. Compared to spending credits, using resource points was clearly more cost-effective. Of course, Zhou Hong replied without hesitation. Aside from earning a high ranking in battles, the fastest way is to explore secret realms. Secret realms? Lin Ze quickly recalled the relevant information. In the era of the Great Cataclysm, countless interdimensional rifts had appeared. Some led to fully formed plane worlds inhabited by civilizations similar to humanity. These civilizations had varying relationships with the Federation. Some were friendly and cooperative, others were hostile, and some had even become colonies of the Federation. It was said that the most elite Beastmaster families in the Federation controlled 1 or 2 small plane civilizations. Other rifts, however, connected to incomplete semi-dimensional planes, known as secret realms. These places lacked intelligent civilizations and were instead home to a variety of ferocious beasts. Humanity's earliest pet beasts originated from these realms. Compared to the colony planes, which were exclusive to the Federation or top-tier Beastmaster families, secret realms were far more accessible. Nearly every Beastmaster Academy had 1 or 2 secret realms. A prestigious institution like Ningjiang Academy, ranked among the Federation's top 10, boasted no fewer than 10 secret realms. It was through the abundant resources obtained from these secret realms that Ningjiang Academy had grown to its current scale so rapidly. As Lin Ze pondered over information about the secret realms, Zhou Hong enthusiastically explained, the Academy releases secret realm exploration missions every month, where students are tasked with collecting specific resources. With your strength, big bro, you could easily earn over 1,000 resource points from just one mission. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. This was indeed a perfect opportunity to both enhance his beast's growth and accumulate resource points. He quickly devised a plan in his mind. First, secure a stable battle ranking to ensure the fixed monthly resource point rewards, and then take on the secret realm exploration missions. Thanks for the intel, Lin Ze said with a grateful smile toward Zhou Hong. Glad I could help you out, big bro. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively, then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, added, well, it'll leave you two to your little world. Lin Ze laughed and jokingly shooed him away, while Guan Ning, standing nearby, pressed her lips together as her cheeks turned a faint shade of pink. After lunch, the two returned to the virtual battle room. Guan Ning had completed 15 matches so far, maintaining an undefeated record. However, since her opponents were generally weaker, her score stood at only 124 points, placing her outside the top 530,000. She wasn't in a rush, though. With her current strength, aiming for the top 10,000 to earn resource rewards was still a distant goal. Meanwhile, Lin Ze sat cross-legged in a private booth, fully immersed in his battles. Time flew by, and as evening descended, a sensational announcement exploded on the Glory Virtual Realm Forum. A newcomer named Lin Ze had stormed into the top 1,000 rankings with an extraordinary record of 422 consecutive victories and a score of 4,220 points. The news sent shockwaves through the trainee region, sparking an unprecedented frenzy. Unbelievable! He made it to the top 1,000 on the first day. This announcement set off a storm on the Glory Virtual Realm forums. Scores of players flocked to the related posts, astonished by the achievements of Lin Ze, a freshman from Ningjiang Academy. As this year's top-ranked freshman, Lin Ze had broken an unprecedented record since the Glory Virtual Realm's inception. No freshman from a Beast Taming Academy had ever entered the top 1,000 rankings on their first day. Meanwhile, in one of the soul arts training rooms at Ningjiang Academy, Wu Tianze was wiping sweat off his forehead after an intense session. He noticed his friend Jing Tao staring at his phone in disbelief. What's going on? Why do you look like that? Wu Tianze asked. Lin Ze made it into the top 1,000 in the Glory Virtual Realm's apprentice tier. Jing Tao replied with a wry smile. Wu Tianze froze for a few seconds before reacting. Top 1,000? You've got to be kidding me. I wish I were, Jing Tao said with a shrug. Compared to him, it feels like the past 2 years of my training have been a complete waste. That guy's a monster. You can't compare yourself to him, Wu Tianze muttered, shaking his head. As the academy buzzed with excitement over the news, Lin Ze himself was blissfully unaware. Back in his apartment, he sat on the couch reviewing his pet beast statistics. During today's battles, his pet beast, Xiao Xue, had shown a growth rate of 6.34, bringing its current progress to 64.34. While the increase wasn't staggering, Lin Ze knew that as his rank climbed and his opponents became stronger, the growth potential would only become more significant. His last opponent of the day had been the player ranked 1,000th, who commanded 2 third-tier pet beasts, one at the 5th stage and the other at the 8th stage. However, this didn't faze Lin Ze in the slightest. The stronger the opponent, the more experience points he could earn. Lin Ze also kept a close eye on the reward system for virtual battles. Players ranked 1,000th received 1,000 resource points per month, and the rewards increased incrementally: 500 points for 900th place, 2,000 points for 800th, all the way up to 10,000 points for the top rank. To date, no student from Ningjiang Academy had ever claimed the highest reward, and the best performance by a freshman had only reached the top 500. After closing the panel, Lin Ze began his nightly routine of soul arts practice. Before long, a long-anticipated notification echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Soul Arts Mastery. You have cast Soul Arts 1,000 times in total. Reward, 500 achievement points, 1 soul crystal. Finally, Lin Ze exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His consistent efforts were paying off, and he couldn't be more pleased. Taking a moment to steady himself, Lin Ze decisively used the soul crystal. As expected, his soul strength increased by another 0.9 points. He quickly checked his stats: physical constitution 8.2, soul strength 14.8, apprentice soul power level, soul power 10201480. His mastered soul skills included 2nd-tier soul guard, 5th-level soul arrow, and 1st-level soul impact. Additionally, he had 2 pet beasts, Snow Maiden and Rock Demon, and an impressive 1318 achievement points. Gazing at the substantial increase in his achievement points, Lin Ze contemplated for a moment before deciding to hold off for now. Unlocking the remaining skills for Snow Maiden and Rock Demon required exactly 1,300 points, and once their growth reached the required level, he could unlock them all at once. Refocusing, he resumed his training in soul skill usage. From 1,000 casts to 10,000, it was bound to be a long and arduous journey. The next morning, Lin Ze's internal clock woke him up right on time. After having breakfast with Guan Ning, the two headed to the classroom together. The moment Lin Ze pushed open the classroom door, all eyes turned toward him like sharp arrows. His classmates swarmed him, forming a tight circle as an endless stream of chatter filled the air. Lingo, is it true you made it into the top 1,000 in the virtual battle rankings? The forum's buzzing about it. They say you crushed every opponent in seconds. Of course. Lin Gu has 2 tier 4 pet beasts. I heard Lin Gu only used 1 pet beast the entire time yesterday. That's incredible. You're amazing. Stop fangirling already. The classroom erupted into chaos, the noise resembling a bustling marketplace. Not far away, Li Pongyun and Tan Yong exchanged a glance and shook their heads with a wry smile. While every student in Class 1 was a prodigy in their own right, their behavior around Lin Ze was no different from that of ordinary students. It was no surprise, though among the freshmen and even Class 1, Lin Ze was truly one of a kind. Compared to him, everyone else seemed far less remarkable. You went to the virtual battle room yesterday, right? What rank did you get? Li Pongyun suddenly asked. Over 450,000. What about you? Just a bit worse than you, over 470,000. The two sighed in unison. Their ranks would have been considered excellent among previous year's freshmen, but with Lin Ze around this year, their once impressive results paled in comparison. In another corner of the classroom, Guasini sat quietly at her desk, her gaze fixed on Lin Ze. Her eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, as if lost in thought. It wasn't until the bell rang for class to start that Lin Ze finally managed to escape the crowd's relentless attention. Sitting back at his desk, he let out a long sigh of relief, which earned a giggle from Guan Ning, who was sitting nearby and trying to stifle her laughter. Brother, so many people would kill for this kind of attention, she teased. Lin Ze shook his head with an amused smile and quickly brushed off the little episode. He turned his focus to planning his day. I should head to the virtual combat room later and push my ranking as high as possible, he thought to himself. At Ningjiang Academy, rewards were distributed at the beginning of every month based on the virtual combat rankings. Lin Ze was determined to climb the leaderboard before the first of next month. As soon as class ended, Lin Ze grabbed Guanning and hurried out of the classroom, hoping to avoid being surrounded by his overly enthusiastic classmates again. However, the moment they stepped out of the academic building, Lin Ze froze in surprise at the unexpected scene before him. Groups of students had gathered outside, standing in clusters that were clearly divided into distinct factions. The moment Lin Ze appeared, it was as if someone had flipped a switch. The crowd surged forward, instantly surrounding him. Lin Ze, do you have a moment to chat? Hey Lin Ze, have you joined any clubs yet? Lin Ze, are you interested in joining the Winter Society? It was only then that Lin Ze noticed the badges on their chests. They were all second-year students. It turned out they were representatives from various campus clubs. At Ningjiang Academy, the club system played a crucial role. Students typically join clubs aligned with their pet beast's elemental affinity. For instance, those with Ice Affinity beasts often chose the Winter Society, while Earth Affinity students leaned toward the Colossus Society, and Light Affinity students joined the Radiant Society. Being part of a club offered not only mentorship from senior students and expanded social connections, but also monthly resource point subsidies from the academy. This was why more than 80 of students applied to join clubs. However, clubs were selective, and only talented individuals had a chance of being admitted. Unsurprisingly, Lin Ze was the most sought-after freshman this year. He had claimed the top spot among new students, was the first to conquer the Stone Monument Challenge, and had ranked within the top 1,000 in the virtual combat rankings on his very first day. Such an impressive track record made him the prime target for club recruitment. Sorry, I'm not planning to join any clubs for now, Lin Ze said helplessly, trying to fend off the overwhelming flood of invitations. But instead of calming the crowd, his response only fueled their determination. Lin Ze, at least take a look at what our club has to offer before deciding. Join the Colossus Society. It'll greatly benefit your Earth Affinity pet beast. The Winter Society is a better choice. I'll personally teach you how to nurture Ice Affinity pet beast. Shameless. Using charm to recruit members. Lin Ze, how about joining the Nether Society? Ridiculous. The Nether Society is for Dark Affinity beasts. Why are you even here? The scene grew even more chaotic as the club representatives began arguing among themselves. It wasn't just clubs related to Lin Ze's pet beast affinity, like the Winter Society and Colossus Society, vying for his attention. Even unrelated clubs like the Nether Society, Radiant Society, and Crimson Forge Society had joined the fray. They all knew that a prodigy like Lin Ze could elevate any club to the top of the academy rankings within 2 years. Lin Ze could only stand there, caught between amusement and exasperation, as the situation spiraled out of control. Just then, Tan Yong and Guasini emerged from the classroom, their faces filled with confusion as they took in the lively scene. Lin Ze's figure had barely appeared at the classroom door when a stir erupted. A few students wearing second-year badges crowded outside the door. They were all members of various major clubs. It didn't take long for everyone to notice that these club members were all fixated on Lin Ze, paying no attention to the other elite students of Class 1. As the murmurs and discussions grew louder both inside and outside the classroom, a commotion suddenly broke out on the outskirts of the crowd. The Gaoshan Society is here, someone exclaimed. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway. A group of people strode in with heads held high, led by a tall, self-assured young man. Upon seeing the newcomers, many of the second years frowned immediately. The Gaoshan Society? What are they doing here? Could they be here for Lin Ze too? No way, the Gaoshan Society has never shown interest in students from ordinary backgrounds. Whispers rippled through the crowd, each more curious than the last. Lin Ze noticed the unusual reactions and looked puzzled. Sensing this, Guanning leaned in and quietly explained. As it turned out, the Gaoshan Society, one of Ningjiang Academy's most prestigious clubs, had a unique and highly selective recruitment standard. In addition to evaluating talent and strength, they placed particular emphasis on the family background of applicants, only accepting students from established Beast Tamer families. This nearly arrogant selection criteria had earned them a terrible reputation among students from common backgrounds. Even some students from prominent families disapproved of their elitist ways. As the two whispered to each other, the tall young man had already reached Lin Ze. He stood towering over him, scanning him from head to toe with a faintly condescending smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "So, you're Lin Ze," he said, his tone laced with disdain. The young man carried an air of superiority, his demeanor radiating an innate sense of arrogance. Even his tone, when asking questions, was laced with condescension. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, choosing to ignore the obvious question before him. "Lin Ze, this is Luo Han, a senior from the second year and an officer of the Gaoshan Society," Lu Gang announced in a deep voice as he stepped out from the crowd. Lin Ze turned to look and immediately frowned upon recognizing his classmate. From the very beginning of their school term, Lin Ze had sensed a subtle hostility from Lu Gang, though they had never clashed directly. Lin Ze had always chosen to overlook it. Now, seeing Lu Gang standing confidently among the Gaoshan Society members, Lin Ze suddenly understood the source of the animosity. Lu Gang, too, was a staunch believer in elitism. Isn't that Lu Gang? What's he doing with the Gaoshan Society people? Isn't it obvious? He must have joined them. No wonder he always acts so stuck up. Birds of a feather flock together. Whispers and murmurs swirled among the surrounding students. A flicker of irritation crossed Lu Gang's face as he shot a glare at those speaking. "Lin Ze, you're in luck. Senior Luo Han has decided to extend an invitation for you to join the Gaoshan Society," Lu Gang announced, his voice tinged with mixed emotions. The atmosphere fell silent. Everyone knew that the Gaoshan Society only accepted students from prominent beast trainer families, openly disdaining those of common birth. Lin Ze's recent rise to fame was undeniable, but his humble background was no secret. It was even more modest than most. This unexpected invitation left the crowd in stunned disbelief. If Luo Han himself is making the offer, it must be serious. Considering Lin Ze's extraordinary talent, it's not surprising they'd want to recruit him. Lucky him, I wish I had such an opportunity. While many commoner students outwardly dismissed the Gaoshan Society, deep down, they couldn't deny their admiration for the powerful and prestigious group. If given the chance, 9 out of 10 would accept the offer without hesitation, knowing the benefits it would bring to their future. "Lin Ze, this is a rare opportunity. You should accept it with gratitude," Lu Gang said, his tone complicated. He couldn't hide his jealousy over Lin Ze's talent and strength. After all the effort Lu Gang had put into joining the Gaoshan Society, it stung that Lin Ze could be invited so effortlessly. The disparity gnawed at him. But to everyone's astonishment, Lin Ze calmly replied, "Sorry, but I'm not interested in joining the Gaoshan Society." The silence deepened, and shock registered on the faces of everyone present. Even Lu Gang looked as if he had misheard. "Lin Ze, don't be ungrateful," Lu Gang snapped, his expression darkening. "The Gaoshan Society has always only accepted beast trainer family elites. This time, Senior Luo Han is making an exception because of your talent. Do you know how many commoner students would kill for this chance? I'm happy to let someone else have it," Lin Ze said with a shrug. Lu Gang was about to explode in anger when Luo Han raised a hand to stop him. Placing a reassuring hand on Lu Gang's shoulder, Luo Han turned to Lin Ze, his gaze sharp and probing. "Care to explain why you're refusing?" "It's simple. I don't want to associate with a group of elitists," Lin Ze replied with a casual shrug. His words sent a ripple of fury through the Gaoshan Society members, their glares searing with indignation. Luo Han's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. After a long, piercing look at Lin Ze, he finally turned and left without another word, his followers trailing behind him. The abrupt conclusion left the crowd bewildered. As they tried to process what had just happened, Guasini quietly approached Lin Ze. Leaning in slightly, she lowered her voice and warned, "Lin Ze, you should be careful. Luo Han is one of the top 10 ranked students in the second year. He's known for being petty and vindictive. After what happened today, I doubt he'll let this slide." Standing so close, Lin Ze couldn't help but notice her flawless, porcelain-like skin, devoid of any blemishes. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from her hair, prompting him to inhale subtly. Guasini caught the small gesture, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly, though she chose not to comment. Just then, Guanning abruptly squeezed between them. "Hey brother, what are you and Guasini talking about?" she asked with a playful smile, her eyes fixed on Guasini with a pointed gaze, as if catching a mischievous cat in the act. Guasini's expression froze momentarily. Nothing much. Guasini was just warning me about Luo Han, Lin Ze explained. Well, she's right, Guanning said with an emphatic nod. I saw the way Luo Han looked at you earlier, definitely not friendly. The Gaoshan Society has always looked down on commoner students. Now that you've publicly rejected them, who knows what they might do? If they come, they'll deal with it, Lin Ze replied calmly. Truthfully, he wasn't worried about second-year students. Even the top-ranked second-year beast trainers only had fifth-year beasts. With his burst card in hand, he had no reason to fear them. Besides, Luo Han wasn't even among the strongest, so Lin Ze hardly considered him a threat. Dismissing the incident from his mind, Lin Ze noticed the crowd beginning to regroup, their curiosity reigniting. He quickly bid farewell to Guasini and, grabbing Guanning's hand, made a hasty exit. The realm of glory. In a vast, pristine white room, Lin Ze's figure appeared out of thin air. His goal was crystal clear today. He was determined to break into the top 100 on the leaderboard. A quick glance at the rankings showed that the 100th position required 8,089 points. Currently, Lin Ze stood at 4,200 points, ranked 998th. To climb nearly 900 spots in a single day was undoubtedly a daunting challenge, but it wasn't impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze clicked Start Matchmaking. At the same time, the trainee forum erupted into chaos. Lin Ze is back. That monster has started matchmaking again. Looks like yesterday's madness is about to repeat itself. Posts flooded the forum like a storm, but one in particular stood out. Real-time updates on Lin Ze's matches. This post immediately caught the attention of countless players and was quickly pinned to the top of the homepage. The post began with Lin Ze's basic information. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, male. Level, trainee. Points, 4,250. Matches played, 425. Win rate, 100. Ranking, number 993. What followed was live match commentary. Opponent number 994 Hao Zhou, instant victory. Opponent number 991 Cheng Feiyang, instant victory. This is insane. Players ranked within the top 1,000 all have beasts at least at tier 3, level 5 or higher. Could the rumors be true? Does he really have a tier 4 beast? Just yesterday, a player claiming to be a freshman from Ningjiang Academy had spilled some shocking news. Lin Ze wasn't just this year's top freshman. He had also cleared the Academy's legendary Steel Challenge, a feat no freshman had ever achieved. Even more astonishing, he supposedly owned 2 tier 4 beasts. While the claim was initially met with skepticism, today's events were making it harder to dismiss. The matches continued, and Lin Ze's rank skyrocketed like a rocket. From the 900s, he climbed to the 500s, maintaining an undefeated streak with every match ending in an instant victory. When he faced number 541 Hua Jun, who owned 2 tier 3, level 9 beasts, Lin Ze still secured a one-move victory. Hua Jun later spoke out. His beasts are definitely tier 4, and their levels are no joke. One wide-range attack wiped out both of my beasts instantly. Even my prized armored turtle couldn't withstand it. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Ze's score surged to 6,520 points, propelling him to number 498. However, things took a turn when he encountered number 449, Gu Jianweena Wind Element Beast Tamer with 1 tier 4, level 3 beast and 1 tier 3, level 9 beast. Previous match opponent, number 449, Gu Jiangwen. Victory, took 9 seconds. Current match opponent, number 410 Zhang Ziming. The forum fell into an eerie silence. 9 seconds to victory. This electrifying announcement detonated like a bomb across the forums. The bustling online chatter was abruptly silenced, leaving an eerie stillness that lasted over 10 seconds before players collectively snapped out of their shock, erupting into exclamations of disbelief. 9 seconds? Did I see that right? That was a tier 4 beast. This is unreal. Once the initial shock passed, the players began to dissect the situation. Gu Jiangwen's lineup was formidably a tier 4 stage 3 beast and a tier 3 stage 9 beast. And yet, Lin Ze managed to claim victory in just 9 seconds. This raised a staggering implication. His beast must be at least tier 4 stage 7, someone speculated. A freshman with a tier 4 stage 7 beast. Another voice questioned, skepticism creeping in. The discussion quickly took a new turn when someone suggested that Lin Ze might have used 2 beasts. However, the original poster of the thread swiftly clarified. Lin Ze had summoned only 1 beast throughout the battle. This revelation solidified the prior speculation. The battles continued. Lin Ze's ranking steadily climbed from over 400, and within an hour, he had reached 301. When he faced an opponent ranked 275, the match finally stretched to over 2 minutes, his longest fight since entering the Glory virtual realm. Finally, something that feels normal, one spectator remarked with a sigh of relief. As Lin Ze's rank rose higher, the conversation shifted to his potential limits. Most players predicted he could break into the top 150 at best. After all, Nearly every player in the top 100 had at least 2 Tier 4 Stage 6 beasts. But then, Lin Ze shattered expectations yet again. When his rank climbed to 148, he faced Zhang Yun, ranked 133. Everyone anticipated a grueling, drawn-out battle. Instead, the fight concluded in just 55 seconds. Lin Ze emerged victorious. The most shocking part? For the first time, Lin Ze revealed a second Tier 4 beast during this match. The forums erupted in a frenzy of disbelief. A freshman, not even awakened for a full year, possessed 2 Tier 4 beasts? To put this into perspective, out of the Federation's tens of thousands of trainee beastmasters, only around 300 had ever reached this level, and that was after years of effort and accumulation. Lin Ze's unparalleled talent had defied all expectations and left the entire community in awe. The forum erupted in excitement. Could Lin Ze actually be a direct descendant of one of the Federation's top-tier beastmaster families? Impossible. Isn't he from a civilian background? How could someone from a civilian background own 2 fourth-tier pet beasts? Even if he were a carefully nurtured direct descendant of a top beastmaster family, there's no way someone his age could be this strong. Maybe he's just unbelievably gifted? The players' discussions grew increasingly heated. Lin Ze's displayed strength was truly astonishing. He didn't seem like a freshman who had just enrolled in the Beastmaster Academy. Instead, he resembled a seasoned apprentice-level beastmaster who had honed his skills over years. Their speculations were soon proven correct. Not long after, Lin Ze's ranking skyrocketed to 98th place. He became the first freshman in the history of the Glory virtual realm to climb from over 500,000th place to the top 100 in just 2 days. Inside the private training chamber, Lin Ze opened his eyes and let out a long breath. As his ranking climbed, his opponents became increasingly formidable. While his strength was already exceptional among his peers, he found himself at a disadvantage against apprentice-level beastmasters with deep foundations. Nonetheless, these intense battles brought significant rewards. His pet beast's growth rates had improved remarkably. He opened the pet beast interface to check Xiaoshua's stats. Name: Snow Maiden. Attribute: Ice. Level: Tier 4, Stage 9. Growth rate: 80.21. Skills: Icefall, Snow Maiden Sigh, Frost Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Frost Nova. Evolution Path: Frost Blue Maiden. Next evolution stage. Evolution requirements: 100 growth rate, 30 superior ice element essences, 1 ice blue tier. In just one day, Xiaoshua's growth rate had increased by nearly 16. After surpassing 80 growth, she unlocked a new skill, Blizzard, a powerful area effect skill that deals massive ice damage within a designated area and applies a slowing effect. Lin Ze didn't hesitate to spend 500 achievement points to unlock it. With this, Xiaoshua now had 6 skills, far exceeding the typical 3 to 4 skills of pet beasts at the same tier. Moreover, several of her skills were advanced level, placing her leagues ahead of other beasts in her tier. In comparison, Yin Gui's growth rate had improved less. Since today's battles primarily relied on Xiaoshua, Yin Gui only participated in the final match, resulting in almost no growth. He was now 2 stages behind Xiaoshua. However, Lin Ze wasn't concerned and planned to take Yin Gui on a wild hunt, soon to make up for it. At this rate, both Xiaoshua and Yin Gui should reach full growth and break through to Tier 5 by the end of the month. At that point, he could begin their evolution and apply for the Bronze Qualification assessment. From the Glory Virtual Realms forum, Lin Ze had gained a detailed understanding of the Bronze assessment. To attempt the low difficulty assessment, a Beastmaster needs either 2 Tier 3 Stage 45 pet beasts or 1 Tier 3 Stage 89 pet beast. The medium difficulty assessment requires at least 1 Tier 4 pet beast. The high difficulty assessment demands 2 Tier 4 pet beasts, and their stages can't be too low. As for the ultra difficulty assessment, no one has ever passed it. Even Beastmasters with Tier 5 Stage 2 pet beasts have failed. Most speculate that passing the ultra difficulty assessment requires at least 2 Tier 5 pet beasts. This requirement is incredibly demanding, as raising such beasts necessitates vast resources and 5 to 6 years of effort. During this time, other Beastmasters who pass the high difficulty assessment and receive its blessings might already have Tier 6 pet beasts, creating a significant power gap. Yet none of these challenges deterred Lin Ze. His ultimate goal had always been the ultra difficulty assessment. After closing the interface, Lin Ze stepped out of the chamber and noticed that Guanning was not in the adjacent room. At the end of the hallway, he saw Guanning chatting with 2 female students wearing second-year badges. The 2 girls clearly recognized Lin Ze. When they saw him approaching, they smiled politely, exchanged a few quiet words with Guanning, and left. Who were they? Lin Ze asked casually. Guanning grinned and replied, "They're senior members of the Scarlet Wand Society. They came to invite me to join." Chill Wand Society? Lin Ze paused for a moment, recalling the group specifically aimed at fire-type beast tamers. Yes. A smile appeared on Guanning's face. My Blazing Hawk is a fire-type pet beast. I was already planning to join the Chilwan Society. Even if they hadn't invited me, I was going to submit an application tomorrow. Lin Ze nodded in understanding. As one of the top-ranked freshmen at 34th place, Guanning's strength was undeniable. Her Blazing Hawk had already reached Tier 2, Stage 9 before the entrance assessment, and breaking into Tier 3 was just a matter of time. It was no surprise that the Chilwan Society extended an invitation to such a promising talent. What about you, brother? Guanning suddenly asked. Are you planning to join the Colossus Society or the Winter Society? In her mind, these two groups were the best fit for Lin Ze, given his Earth-type and Ice-type pet beasts. To her surprise, Lin Ze shook his head. I don't plan to join any society for now. For someone with a unique advantage like Lin Ze, the resources societies could offer paled in comparison to what he could gain through wilderness hunting. Unless there were significant additional benefits, he preferred not to spend his time on society activities. Although Guanning was a little surprised, she didn't press further. Over the time they had spent together, she had grown to trust Lin Ze's decisions implicitly. As they stepped out of the building, Lin Ze suddenly remembered something. Ning, when are you planning to contract your second pet beast? As a high-difficulty challenger, Guanning had also earned an additional pet beast slot. I haven't decided yet. Guanning thought for a moment. I'd like to find one with potential above Tier 7, but those kinds of beasts are way too expensive. I can't afford one right now. Seeing Lin Ze about to speak, she quickly added, but it's fine. They'll focus on raising my Blazing Hawk for now. Once it advances to Tier 4, I should have saved enough money by then. She knew Lin Ze would undoubtedly offer to help, but she didn't want to add to his burden, especially since he already had two pet beasts to take care of. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Lin Ze didn't push the matter. Instead, he made a suggestion. How about this? I'll help you pick one out. I guarantee it'll be both affordable and full of potential. Although Guanning found his claim almost too good to be true, she couldn't help but trust him when she saw the seriousness in his expression. Lin Ze always had a way of surprising her. The two of them headed to the Starlight Pet Beast store near the academy. It was a well-established chain with over a dozen branches around Ning City, known for its good reputation. Politely declining the sales assistant's recommendations, Lin Ze led Guanning straight to the mid to lower quality section. The beasts in this area had a maximum potential rating of tier, making them relatively affordable. Guanning watched as Lin Ze carefully examined the sealed orbs containing beasts below Tier 3, her curiosity growing. The beasts in this section were capped at Tier 5 potential, far below what she had hoped for. Still, she chose to trust Lin Ze's judgment. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ze had already identified several beasts with hidden evolution paths and potential reaching Tier 7 or 8. While they met Guanning's criteria, he wasn't satisfied and kept searching for a fire-type beast with a potential cap of at least Tier 9. Soon, he found the perfect candidate. This one, Lin Ze said, handing a sealed orb to Guanning. Guanning took it, bewildered, and glanced at the label on the orb. Her confusion deepened. A thorn-tailed lion? But its potential cap is only Tier 5. Lin Ze was fully aware of Guanning's thoughts and had already prepared himself with confidence. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips as he pointed to the sealing orb in his hand and said, in fact, the stingtail lion has a second evolution path. This statement was like a thunderclap in Guanning's ears. Her eyes widened in shock. A second evolution path? I've never heard of such a thing. It's a secret I learned from a powerful beastmaster, Lin Ze replied with a serious expression. Guanning froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. Could it be that the Snow Maiden is also? Exactly, Lin Ze confirmed with a nod. Relief washed over Guanning's face. She had long been puzzled by the evolution of Lin Ze's pet beast. What had once been a seemingly ordinary Snowball with no potential for evolution had, under Lin Ze's guidance, transformed into an ice crystal spirit and later advanced to a Snow Maiden. This couldn't simply be attributed to luck or coincidence. Her mind raced. No wonder her brother's strength had skyrocketed recently. Aside from his extraordinary talent, he must have benefited from the guidance of that mysterious expert. But who could this person be? Someone who knew so many hidden evolution paths must be an extraordinary recluse. Watching the changing expressions on Guanning's face, Lin Ze chuckled inwardly. The tale of an ordinary boy encountering a mysterious mentor and then soaring to greatness was always the easiest to believe. In truth, this explanation was a carefully crafted story to account for his abilities while also creating the illusion of a powerful backer. Brother, I understand, Guanning said, gripping the sealing orb tightly with a determined look. I promise to keep this secret. Lin Ze smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, let's go pay for it. I'll explain the evolution path in detail once we're back. The two headed toward the counter, where they spotted a pair of students in Ningjiang Academy uniforms talking to the shop assistant. The male student's back seemed strangely familiar to Lin Ze. As they got closer, the conversation became clearer. The female student was complaining about the slow service, while the shop assistant repeatedly apologized. The male student, however, stood lazily to the side, remaining silent. At that moment, Another staff member hurried over and whispered something to the shop assistant, discreetly pointing toward Lin Ze and Guanning. The group turned to look at them in unison, and the male student's expression changed. He froze for a moment before narrowing his eyes and revealing a hostile smirk. Lin Ze finally recognized him. It was Luo Han, the second-year student who had recently invited him to join the Alpine Society. What a coincidence, Lin Ze, Luo Han sneered. Quite the coincidence, Lin Ze replied nonchalantly with a shrug, signaling Guanning to place the sealing orb on the counter. Would like to check out, please? The shop assistant hesitated, glancing between the two groups. This gentleman is also interested in purchasing the Stingtail Lion, but unfortunately, there's only one left in the store. So what? Guanning frowned. We picked it first. Luo Han scoffed. Business is all about the highest bidder. He slapped his chip card onto the counter and glanced at Lin Ze with a mocking smirk. How much is this Stingtail Lion? 1,490,000. The shop assistant murmured. All right, he'll pay 3 million. Luo Han declared, his eyes gleaming with amusement and provocation. Luo Han, who had been publicly rejected by Lin Ze when trying to recruit him into the club, had already harbored a deep grudge against this ungrateful freshman. Now, seeing Lin Ze attempting to purchase the thorn-tailed lion, a cold glint flickered in Luo Han's eyes, and a sly, meaningful smile crept across his lips. I'll take this thorn-tailed lion, Luo Han declared arrogantly, his tone dripping with entitlement. Beside him, his female companion flashed a smug smile in agreement. Upon hearing this, Guanning's face flushed with anger, her delicate features tightening as she glared furiously at the arrogant pair. Lin Ze, however, remained calm, simply shifting his gaze to the salesperson. That calm yet commanding look unsettled the young saleswoman even more, and her expression grew increasingly conflicted. By store policy, the item should rightfully belong to the customer who selected it first. However, Luo Han was not only a regular customer, but also hailed from a powerful and influential family. For a mere salesperson, offending someone like him was unthinkable. Yet Lin Ze's composed demeanor also carried an undeniable authority, leaving her caught in a difficult position. Amid the tense stalemate, Luo Han suddenly proposed, Lin Ze, how about we settle this with a duel? The thorn-tailed lion will be the wager. What do you say? His words startled everyone present. In Ningjiang City, home to multiple beast taming academies, duels had long been a popular method among young beast tamers to resolve disputes. The winner would not only claim the prize but also gain prestige, while the loser would suffer both the loss of the wager and their pride. You're a second-year student, and you have the audacity to challenge my brother to a duel? Guanning snapped furiously. Luo Han sneered dismissively. Lin Ze is the top freshman, and he's already defeated several second-year students. Why wouldn't I duel him? This revelation caused both the salesperson and Luo Han's companion to look at Lin Ze with newfound curiosity. Who would have thought this seemingly ordinary young man was not only the top freshman at Ningjiang Academy, but had also beaten upperclassmen? So, what's it going to be? Or are you too afraid to lose and don't dare to accept? Luo Han taunted, locking his gaze on Lin Ze with a provocative smirk. Lin Ze remained composed, his expression calm. This thorn-tailed lion was already ours. Why should I gamble for something that's rightfully mine? They'll sweeten the deal 5 million credits. If you win, the money is yours. If you lose, you'll only need to hand over the sealing orb and 2 million credits, Luo Han said arrogantly. That's a very generous offer. Do you dare to take it? Hearing this, Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile. As expected of someone from a wealthy family, Luo Han's offer was extravagant, throwing out 5 million credits without hesitation. He had even valued the thorn-tailed lion at 3 million, more than double its original price. Clearly, Luo Han was certain of his victory. Fortunately, Lin Ze needed funds to purchase evolution materials. If someone was so eager to hand him money, why not take advantage of the opportunity? All right, they'll take your bet, Lin Ze said, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly. When Lin Ze agreed, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. The salesgirl blinked in confusion, but then quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The girl standing beside Luo Han let out a disdainful sneer, while Guanning looked utterly shocked. She quickly grabbed Lin Ze's sleeve and whispered urgently, brother, don't act impulsively. It turned out that after Lin Ze initially rejected Luo Han's invitation, Guanning had secretly investigated Luo Han's background. She discovered that he was one of the top 10 ranked second-year elite students, far stronger than Wu Tianze and Zhang Man, whom Lin Ze had previously defeated. Though Lin Ze was exceptionally talented, defeating an opponent of Luo Han's caliber seemed out of reach. Lin Ze gently patted the back of Guanning's hand, his gaze steady and calm like still water. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Guanning hesitated, but ultimately fell silent. Luo Han, noticing this, smirked with satisfaction. Excellent. There's a dueling arena nearby, let's settle this now. The two sides soon arrived at the dueling arena. The staff, accustomed to such challenges, efficiently began arranging the duel. The arena served as both the referee and witness, requiring both parties to submit their stakes in advance to prevent any disputes. As Lin Ze and Luo Han stood on opposite sides of the arena preparing for the duel, Guanning suddenly noticed that the spectator seats around them had filled up without her realizing. Most of the crowd consisted of students in Ningjiang Academy uniforms, chatting excitedly among themselves, making the venue buzz with noise. Lin Ze glanced at Luo Han, who wore a mocking expression, and immediately understood. Clearly, Luo Han had deliberately spread the news, intending to humiliate him in front of everyone. Just as Guosini had warned, he was indeed a petty and vindictive person. The audience's discussions grew louder. Is Lin Ze really going to duel Luo Han? Luo Han is ranked 8th among the second years and is already a bronze-tier beast tamer. He has a 5th-tier pet beast, and the other two are at least 4th-tier, close to the 7th or 8th stage. Doesn't that mean Lin Ze is doomed to lose? Hearing these comments, Guanning became even more anxious. Luo Han was stronger than she had imagined, and this duel had started because of her. Guilt and worry consumed her. Just then, Lin Ze received a notification from the system. First duel achievement triggered. Victory will reward you with 300 achievement points and a soul technique scroll 1. This unexpected surprise made Lin Ze's eyes light up. Though he was indeed weaker than Luo Han, he had already planned to use achievement points to enhance his strength. The appearance of this new achievement made the decision even easier to accept. Without hesitation, Lin Ze opened the Pet Beast interface and increased Xiox's growth rate from 80.21 to 100, allowing it to directly break through to the 5th tier, 2nd stage. He then boosted Yin Gui's growth rate from 31 to 70, also reaching the 5th tier, 2nd stage, and unlocking a new skill called Rock Burst. When the referee signaled the start of the duel, Luo Han confidently stepped onto the stage. Looking down at Lin Ze, he said mockingly, "Honestly, Lin Ze, I admire your courage. I can't decide whether you're brave or just clueless." Lin Ze responded with a calm smile. "Is that so? Personally, I don't think beating you will be that difficult." What bold words! Luo Han's expression turned icy, his gaze filled with contempt. He no longer bothered to conceal his disdain as he stared directly at Lin Ze with a cold sneer. "A mere first-year commoner dares to think he can defeat me? Today, I'll show you what real power looks like." Lin Ze met his gaze calmly, shaking his head slightly. "Talking won't win you the fight. Stop wasting time. Let's get started. I'm in a hurry." "Very well. If you're so eager to lose, I'll gladly oblige." Luo Han turned to the referee. The referee, ensuring both combatants were ready, raised his arm high and brought it down decisively. "The battle begins." Before the words had fully settled, flashes of light appeared in front of both Lin Ze and Luo Han as their summoned beasts gradually took form. The arena was already packed with spectators, and a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. All eyes were glued to the stage. This was a rare matchup. The top-ranked freshman versus the 8th-ranked sophomore and an officer of the Gaoshan Society. Luo Han's summoned beast revealed itself first, a towering mountain giant over 3 meters tall. Its body was a mass of bulging muscles, and in its right hand, it gripped an enormous spiked club, resembling a moving mountain. The Tier 5 beast, gasps rippled through the audience. The mountain giant starts at Tier 4, level 8. It must have broken through to Tier 5. That Lin Ze kid is doomed. The mountain giant's strength and defense are among the best even within its tier, some spectators remarked, their eyes already filled with pity. Luo Han smirked with pride. "My mountain giant is at Tier 5, level 2? Lin Ze, however, seemed unfazed. He merely smiled and looked toward his own summoned beast. "Xiaoxue, it's your turn." Xiaoxue floated gracefully onto the stage, her ethereal, fairy-like silhouette drawing murmurs of admiration. Yet, most of the crowd remained skeptical. Looking good won't help. She's going to get crushed soon enough. With a roar, Luo Han commanded his mountain giant to attack. It charged toward Xiaoxue, its spiked club glinting ominously under the lights. But Xiaoxue simply raised her delicate sleeve, and in an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in a fierce blizzard. The raging snowstorm swirled violently, causing the mountain giant's movements to slow as frost rapidly spread across its massive body. It roared and struggled with all its might, but the storm's icy grip was unrelenting, trapping it within the howling winds. Impossible! Luo Han's eyes widened in disbelief. A blizzard of this scale. It would take at least a high-level Tier 5 beast to pull off something like this. Could it be? He froze, the dawning realization sending a chill through him. An unthinkable possibility began to take root in his mind. Lin Ze possesses a 5th-tier battle pet. This realization hit Luo Han like a sledgehammer, leaving him frozen in place. Just this morning, during their virtual battle, he had confirmed that all of Lin Ze's pets were only at the 4th tier. But now, The strength displayed by this ice-type pet, whether it was the devastating blizzard or the complete domination over the mountain giant, was far beyond what a fourth-tier pet could achieve. On the arena, the raging blizzard had transformed the battlefield into a frozen wasteland. Within this icy domain, every skill unleashed by Xiaoxue was significantly amplified. Countless razor-sharp ice blades materialized, their gleaming tips aimed downward. In the next instant, the blades cascaded like a torrent, engulfing the mountain giant below. Already sluggish from the encroaching cold, the massive creature struggled to dodge but was utterly overwhelmed. The relentless sound of cutting filled the air. Even with its famed defensive capabilities, the mountain giant was riddled with wounds under the onslaught of the relentless ice blades. Blood oozed out only to freeze instantly in the extreme cold, while its anguished cries echoed through the howling winds. The scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Gasps rippled through the audience as wide-eyed spectators stared at Lin Ze in disbelief. A freshman possessing a fourth-tier battle pet was already astonishing. But to discover that he had secretly been hiding a fifth-tier pet, it completely shattered everyone's expectations. Near the arena, Guan Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, her small mouth forming a perfect "Oh, brother, you're amazing," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. Her gaze sparkled with admiration as she looked at Lin Ze, her eyes practically glowing with reverence. Amidst the sea of shocked stares, Lin Ze remained calm and composed. Arms crossed, he watched the battle unfold with an air of quiet confidence. Everything seemed to be progressing exactly as he had anticipated. Xiaoxue was not only on par with the mountain giant in terms of level, but was clearly superior in combat prowess. With the added boost from the blizzard, such overwhelming dominance was to be expected. On the other side, Luo Han's face was ashen. His earlier smugness and certainty of victory had completely vanished. A flash of intense anger and shock crossed Luo Han's face as he glared at Lin Ze with a mix of fury and disbelief. At this moment, he finally realized he had been completely outplayed by Lin Ze. This guy had been concealing his true strength all along. No wonder he had so confidently accepted the duel earlier. Noticing Luo Han's gaze, a mocking smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Ze's lips. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to show me what real strength looks like? Is this all you've got? Truly an eye-opener for me." That faintly mocking expression instantly ignited Luo Han's fury. His face turned beet red as he ground his teeth. "It's just a fifth-tier beast. Don't get cocky. My power is far beyond that." Before his words had even fully settled, a flash of light appeared beside Luo Han, and two more beasts materialized: a dark element demon, cavern spider, and an earth element, petrified lizard. Their auras were menacing and powerful, clearly reaching the late fourth-tier level. The audience erupted in astonishment. Two more beasts just showed up. Why is that surprising? Luo Han is a bronze-ranked beast tamer. Having 3 beasts is perfectly normal. But now Lin Ze is in trouble. Those new beasts are both 4th tier, 9th stage. So what? Lin Ze still has a second beast, doesn't he? Even so, he's still outnumbered. Things aren't looking good for him now. Although Lin Ze's ice element beast was temporarily suppressing the mountain giant, the power gap between them wasn't significant. With the addition of 2 more 4th tier, 9th stage opponents, the outcome of the battle suddenly became uncertain. Hearing the discussions around him, Luo Han's face twisted into a cold smile. Lin Ze's performance had indeed been unexpected, but it didn't matter. The advantage of having an extra beast was enough to turn the tide. No matter how talented you are, you're still no match for me right now. With a wave of Luo Han's hand, the demon cavern spider and petrified lizard screeched and charged at Lin Ze, undeterred by the raging snowstorm. Yet, even in the face of such peril, Lin Ze remained calm and composed. 3 beasts, he said with a casual shrug. Too bad my strength isn't limited to this either. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive figure of Yin Gue appeared in front of him. With a thunderous roar that shook the arena, Yin Gue raised both hands, drawing countless earth elemental particles into visible streams of golden brown light that converged between its palms. In an instant, a massive boulder took shape. Rock blast! Yin Gue let out a furious bellow as it hurled the boulder forward like a cannonball toward the charging beasts. The demon cavern spider and petrified lizard scrambled to dodge, but before they could react, the boulder struck the ground and exploded violently. Boom! The deafening blast sent shockwaves rippling outward, scattering debris in every direction and engulfing the 2 beasts in an instant. When the dust finally settled, a massive crater was left in the ground. At its center, the demon cavern spider and petrified lizard lay battered and broken, their bodies limp like discarded rags, barely clinging to life. The audience fell into stunned silence. Every single person stared at the scene in disbelief, as if they were witnessing a dream. For a long moment, no one could find the words to speak. 2 4th-tier, 9th-level companion beasts were heavily injured in a single exchange with the rock ghost, nearly taken down in an instant. This shocking scene plunged the entire audience into a stunned silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, their eyes wide as they stared at the events unfolding in the arena, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. Did I just see that right? Is that really a fifth-tier companion beast? Lin Ze actually has two fifth-tier companion beasts. My god. The murmurs of the crowd rippled through the air. This moment had defied everyone's expectations after all. Even Luo Han, one of the top 10 elite second-year students, only had a single fifth-tier companion beast. Yet Lin Ze, a mere freshman, possessed two. To put it into perspective, there were fewer than 5 second-year students in the entire Ningjiang Academy who could claim ownership of two fifth-tier companion beasts. Luo Han stood frozen, his gaze blankly fixed on the rock ghost. He had poured countless hours, energy, and immense family resources into nurturing his fifth-tier beast. Yet here was Lin Ze, from an ordinary background. With not one but two such beasts, and he had achieved this with an entire year less of training. Did this guy start cultivating in the womb? Luo Han muttered to himself, his lips trembling. Off stage, Guanning's delicate face was filled with shock. Although Lin Ze had already surprised her many times before, the impact of this moment was overwhelming. Incredible! She couldn't help but exclaim. To her, a fifth-tier companion beast was still a distant dream, let alone owning two of them. Amidst the gasps and murmurs around him, Lin Ze maintained his usual calm demeanor, his focus entirely on the battle. The demon cavern spider and petrified lizard had lost their ability to fight, but Lin Ze didn't stop there. He commanded the rock ghost to finish them off with its earth spike skill before turning its attention to the mountain giant. With two equally powerful fifth-tier companion beasts attacking in unison, the mountain giant was soon covered in injuries. Just as Luo Han was about to admit defeat, Lin Ze made his move. A soul arrow shot forth, striking the mountain giant with precision. While a fifth-level soul arrow posed limited threat to a fifth-tier beast, the brief moment of disruption created the perfect opening for Xiaoxue and the rock ghost. Snow Maiden sighed. Earth spikes. A freezing mist enveloped the mountain giant, encasing it in a solid block of ice. In the next moment, countless razor-sharp spikes erupted from the ground, shattering the icy sculpture and the mountain giant within it into countless fragments. Luo Han's face turned ashen, his bloodshot eyes glaring daggers at Lin Ze, as though he might cough up blood from sheer frustration. Lin Ze, on the other hand, responded with a faint smile. He had no intention of holding back against someone who had challenged him so brazenly. The battle is over. The victor is Lin Ze, the referee announced. The instant the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Achievement unlocked. First wagered duel. Achieve victory in your first ever wagered duel. Reward: 300 achievement points. Soul Art Scroll 1. Lin Ze promptly claimed his reward, a mystical scroll capable of upgrading any soul art of level 5 or below. Lin Ze stared at the soul technique scroll in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was a rare item capable of upgrading soul techniques, and it just so happened that his level 5 soul arrow met the conditions for use. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed the scroll at the soul arrow and activated it. A burst of light flashed, and the soul arrow instantly advanced to level 6. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. This scroll had saved him 500 achievement points. The power of a level 6 soul arrow was on a completely different level. It was now strong enough to pose a threat to fifth-tier spirit beasts. Compared to the level 5 soul arrow, which could only slightly hinder a mountain giant, the upgraded level 6 soul arrow could now inflict significant damage, even on the mountain giant's tough hide. Against fourth-tier spirit beasts, it could deal heavy injuries, and third-tier spirit beasts would struggle to survive its devastating impact. Even without relying on spirit beasts, my own strength is now barely enough to take on a fourth-tier spirit beast, Lin Ze mused to himself. This unexpected duel hadn't just resulted in an upgrade for the soul arrow, it had also earned him a substantial amount of credit points. He looked up, a faint smirk playing on his lips, and directed his gaze at Luo Han across the arena. Thanks for the stinger lion and the credit points, he said casually. Luo Han's face turned beet red. He opened his mouth to retort, but the moment his eyes met Lin Ze's calm yet piercing gaze, the words died in his throat. As the crowd around the arena began to throw him mocking glances, Luo Han could no longer endure the humiliation. He slunk away from the arena, tail between his legs. You're amazing, bro, Guanning exclaimed as he ran onto the stage, his eyes shining with admiration. That guy's ranked 8th among second years. Lin Ze merely smiled faintly. To him, defeating a second-year student was nothing to boast about. Soon, the two of them completed the formalities for the wager. The stinger lion was returned to Guanning, and Lin Ze walked away with 5 million credit points, significantly reducing the funding gap for purchasing evolution materials for his spirit beasts. Although the duel had ended, its ripple effects were only beginning. The news of Lin Ze's victory over Luo Han spread like wildfire throughout Ningjiang Academy. At first, few believed it, but as more eyewitnesses came forward and a video of the duel surfaced on the Academy's forum, the astonishing news was finally confirmed. The entire Academy was abuzz with chatter. Two fifth-tier spirit beasts. Can a freshman even be this strong? He's a monster. Even third years might not have this kind of power. The forum exploded with discussions, and everyone was talking about the freshman who had achieved such a miraculous feat within just 3 days of enrollment. In the Dragonheart Society's activity room, Guasini stared at her phone screen in disbelief. Not long ago, she had warned Lin Ze to be cautious of Luo Han's retaliation. Yet in the blink of an eye, the tables had completely turned. Even more shocking was the revelation that Lin Ze's spirit beasts had both advanced from 4th tier to 5th tier overnight. Cinny, what are you looking at? Lu Man walked over and glanced at the screen. With a gasp of amazement, she said, Lin Ze? He's incredible. I can't believe we have such an outstanding freshman in the academy this year. From being the first to clear the Stone Monument Challenge, to breaking into the top 100 of the virtual combat training area within 2 days, and now defeating Luo Han, the 8th-ranked second-year student. Every one of Lin Ze's achievements was nothing short of astonishing. I wouldn't be surprised if even I couldn't beat this junior. Lu Man, the second-ranked student among the second years, remarked with a sigh. Don't joke, senior, Guasini quickly replied, though her tone wavered slightly. Thinking about Lin Ze's string of extraordinary feats, even she wasn't entirely sure if Lu Man's words were an exaggeration. Two girls stared at the post, clicking their tongues in amazement for quite a while. Suddenly, Lu Man's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Hey, speaking of which, aren't we still one person short for our team? Why don't we just invite Lin Ze to join us? What do you think? Guasini was momentarily stunned. Invite Lin Ze? Exactly. Lu Man clapped her hands, clearly proud of her idea. The Secret Realm Exploration team requires a minimum of 5 members, and we're still missing one. Lin Ze is incredibly skilled, better than many second-year students, and he hasn't joined any clubs yet. He's the perfect candidate. Guasini nodded in understanding but hesitated. But, do you think Lin Ze will agree? That's where you come in. Lu Man cheerfully placed her hands on Guasini's shoulders, winking playfully. You two are in the same year, so you must have a decent relationship, right? Guasini thought for a moment and realized that she had only spoken to Lin Ze a few times. Their relationship could hardly be called close. This realization left her with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Noticing her junior's subtle change in mood, Lu Man reassured her, Don't worry. If Lin Ze wants to enter the secret realm, joining our team is the quickest way. She went on to explain that while Ningjiang Academy had already fully explored the secret realms it opened to students, they still posed significant risks. As a result, the Academy required students entering secret realms to form 5-person teams, with each member owning at least one Tier 3 pet beast. This rule effectively excluded the majority of first-year students. Only 5 first-years have Tier 3 pet beasts, and it's nearly impossible for them to form a team. Especially someone like Lu Gang from the Highland Societies, bound to be hostile toward Lin Ze. After a moment's hesitation, Guasini nodded and agreed. I'll find a chance to invite him tomorrow. Great. I'll leave it to you. Lu Man winked mischievously. And hey, if necessary, using a little charm wouldn't hurt. Senior. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had no idea that 2 girls were discussing him. On the day after his duel, he had breakfast and headed straight to the virtual battle room, ready to continue climbing the rankings. Guanning had classes to attend, so they parted ways at a fork in the road. As soon as Lin Ze entered the virtual battle building, he noticed that nearly every student passing by cast curious, awestruck, or even admiring glances his way. The impact of his victory over Luo Han was becoming increasingly evident. When he spotted a group of girls giggling and seemingly approaching him to strike up a conversation, Lin Ze quickly quickened his pace and slipped into the battle room. Over the past few days, he'd grown weary of being stopped by strangers, as it always took a great deal of effort to extricate himself. Fame sure comes with its downsides, Lin Ze thought to himself, sighing quietly. He picked a secluded booth, logged into the Glory virtual realm, and entered the familiar white space. He opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, male. Rank, novice. Points, 8,120. Matches, 812. Win rate, 100. Rank, number 98. The top-ranked player currently had 9,010 points, leaving a gap of fewer than 1,900. Lin Ze smiled faintly. Let's aim to take the top spot today. Although the points he earned per match had decreased as his opponents grew stronger, he was confident in his recent surge in strength. If all went smoothly, he estimated it would take fewer than 20 matches to surpass the current number 1. While he was deep in thought, the matchmaking notification sounded, and his figure vanished from the white space. At the same time, the virtual realm forum erupted into excitement once again. With Lin Ze's growing reputation, many players had been closely monitoring his activity and immediately noticed that he had begun matchmaking. The news spread like wildfire. Spotted the rising star. Lin Ze is back in action. Everyone, come watch. Where are yesterday's commentators? We need live updates again. Seconded. The previously quiet forum became as lively as a marketplace. Players eagerly called for someone with access to track Lin Ze's battles and post updates. Before long, the same user from the previous day responded. Live updates on Lin Ze's matches. Current opponent, number 85 Zhang Hong. As soon as the post went up, players flocked to it like sharks drawn to blood. Within seconds, thousands of comments flooded in. Veteran players couldn't help but marvel at how quickly this newcomer had gained such a massive following, overshadowing every other novice-ranked Beast Tamer on the leaderboard. Has anyone ever seen a first-year student rise to the top 100 in just 2 days? How far do you think he'll go today? At least the top 50 for sure. I bet he can make it to the top 30. He has 2 tier 4, level 78 pet beasts. He might even take the top spot. Are you kidding? The current number 1, Cui Jing'an, has 2 tier 4, level 9 pet beasts. You're behind on the news. Lin Ze defeated a second-year student with a tier 5 pet beast yesterday. Wait, seriously? The sudden revelation left everyone stunned, with waves of skepticism rippling through the forum. However, when the duel video was posted, the forum first fell silent, only to explode moments later in an uproar. Holy crap, it's real. Shocked exclamations erupted across the forum as countless players stared in disbelief at the video. On the screen, an 18-year-old freshman named Lin Ze was commanding not 1, but 2 5th-tier beasts. The revelation shattered everyone's understanding of what was possible. This is insane. Is he really a freshman? Even the most seasoned beast tamers, who had spent years honing their skills at the novice level, couldn't help but gasp. Forget ordinary students even among the veterans. No one had ever managed to possess even a single 5th-tier beast. The forum's live battle updates continued to roll in. Number 85 Zhang Hong, defeated in seconds. Number 79 Pharaoh, obliterated. Number 74, number 70, number 66 Lin Ze's ranking skyrocketed as if he was riding a rocket, each match ending in a swift and decisive victory. In less than an hour, Lin Ze had already climbed into the top 10. When he effortlessly defeated number 9 Jing Cheng, his next opponent was none other than number 4, Marco. Marco stood on the arena platform, brimming with confidence. His recent exploits in a secret realm had been immensely fruitful, not only recouped his investments, but made a significant profit and managed to upgrade one of his beasts to 4th tier, 9th stage. He was riding high. One more win, and I'll surpass Xiao Jinlang to claim the 3rd spot, he thought smugly. Scanning the crowd, Marco couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. With one beast at 4th tier, 9th stage, and another at 4th tier, 7th stage, he was nearly untouchable in the novice division. Only Cui Jing'an, ranked 1st, and Xiao Shi, ranked 2nd, could possibly outmatch him. If only I had a 5th-tier beast, Marco mused, allowing himself a moment of daydreaming. Even Cui Jing'an wouldn't stand a chance then, but he quickly dismissed the thought as wishful thinking. After all, in all the years the Glory virtual realm had been open, no novice beast tamer had ever been known to command a 5th-tier beast. Just as Marco was lost in his fantasies, a flash of light on the opposite side of the arena signaled the arrival of his opponent. When he finally got a good look at the newcomer, he froze. Who is this kid? He looks way too young. Marco prided himself on knowing nearly every player in the top 20, but this face was entirely unfamiliar. According to the match rules, players ranked in the top 50 could only be paired with opponents within 10 ranks of their own. That could only mean... Mark stared intently at the young opponent standing across from him, silently pondering. According to the matchmaking rules, his opponent's rank must be within the top 14. Yet, such a youthful face was entirely unfamiliar to him. In his experience, those who managed to break into the top 50 among beast tamers were all seasoned veterans who had spent years honing their skills during their apprenticeship phase. They were typically over 20 years old. The appearance of this young man was nothing short of astonishing. He must be a direct descendant meticulously trained by some prestigious beast tamer family, Mark speculated to himself. Having spent the past few days in the secret realm and only emerging late last night, he hadn't had the chance to browse the forums and was completely unaware of recent events. Just as he was about to exchange a few polite words, the battle countdown appeared. Mark immediately summoned all 3 of his beasts and cast a soul guard spell on himself. After all, in the Glory virtual arena, there were no rules prohibiting direct attacks on beast tamers. The young man, however, summoned only a single beast, a girl dressed in white. She was ethereal, breathtakingly beautiful, and exuded an aura of icy elegance. A humanoid beast. Mark's eyes flashed with envy. Humanoid beasts, especially those resembling human females, were highly coveted by male beast tamers. And this one was undoubtedly among the best of the best. However, when Mark realized that his opponent seemed intent on using only this one beast to fight, his brows furrowed deeply. How could someone ranked in the top 20 have only one beast? Even Cui Jing'an wouldn't dare underestimate me like this. Anger surged through Mark, and he resolved to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Sensing their master's fury, two of Mark's beasts let out ferocious roars and charged toward the opponent. But just as they crossed half the distance of the arena, the girl in white slowly raised her slender arm. A wave of pure white frost suddenly surged forth, carrying an intense chill as it fanned out across the battlefield. The Snow Maiden sighed. The temperature plummeted. In the blink of an eye, most of the arena was engulfed by the icy mist. Mark's two charging beasts didn't even have time to react before they were instantly frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures. The howling wind swept through, and the ice sculptures shattered with a deafening crash, scattering into countless fragments that dissolved into the air. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Mark stood frozen in place, his mouth agape. His mind buzzed, consumed by a single thought: a fifth-tier beast. Marco stood frozen, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The scene before him made him gasp in shock. Two of his pet beasts were instantly defeated. This was no ordinary opponent. Encountering the owner of a Tier 5 pet beast in the apprentice zone was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Who are you? Marco stammered, his voice trembling. But the other person remained silent. As the battle concluded, the scene shifted, and Marco found himself back in his personal space. Wasting no time, Marco opened the forum to search for information. It didn't take long for a shocking name to catch his eye: Lin Ze. A freshman who just enrolled? How is it possible for him to have Tier 5 pet beasts, and not just one of them? Only 3 days into the Glory virtual realm, and he's already ranked in the top 5? The more Marco read, the more astonished he became. Lin Ze's battle record was nothing short of extraordinary. Had defeated opponents effortlessly, including Marco himself, who was ranked 9th, as well as Xiao Shi, the second-ranked player. The forum was abuzz with heated discussions. At this rate, he's going to face Cui Jing'an soon. Look at his score. He's only 6 points behind Cui Jing'an. If he wins the next match, he'll take the top spot. Sure enough, Lin Ze easily defeated Xiao Shi and claimed the #1 rank. The entire forum erupted in excitement. A mere 18-year-old had ascended to the peak of the apprentice zone in just 3 days. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already logged out of the virtual realm. A system notification promptly appeared. Achievement unlocked. Glory Peak in Apprentice Zone. Reward: 500 achievement points. Soul Crystal 1. Without hesitation, Lin Ze used the Soul Crystal, increasing his soul strength to 15.8, far surpassing the typical range of 810 for a bronze-tier Beast Tamer. And this was achieved without undergoing the bronze baptism. He immediately checked Yin Gui's skill panel and discovered that a new skill could be unlocked. Rock Guardian, a defensive skill that summons a ring of earth elemental stones to surround and protect the user. Requirements: 300 achievement points, growth level 70. After unlocking the skill, Yin Gui's defensive capabilities reached a new height. While the skill Boulder Impact, which required an 80 growth level, was still out of reach, the current 70 progress was already impressive, especially compared to Xiao Shui, who had reached 100 growth. Taking Yin Gui out for hunting could max out its growth within a week. This thought flashed through Lin Ze's mind, and he immediately started calculating the cost of his pet beast evolution. The evolution materials for Xiao Shui and Yin Gui would cost around 10 million credits in total, but he only had 8 million at the moment, still quite a bit short. However, he decided to prioritize Xiao Shui and purchase her evolution materials first. Once he made up his mind, Lin Ze wasted no time and headed to Starry Sky, the largest pet beast store nearby. Procuring the high-grade ice elemental essence went smoothly, but to his surprise, the other key material needed for Xiao Shui's evolution ice blue tier was sold out. How can a major chain store run out of stock? Lin Ze asked, clearly displeased. The salesperson gave him an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry. Ice blue tier is a very niche material for pet beasts. Sometimes we don't even sell one in a month. We usually keep a very limited stock, and the last few were sold just last week. The soonest restock will be in about half a month. Left with no choice, Lin Ze tried other pet beast stores, but after visiting several, he still couldn't find ice blue tier. I underestimated how rare this item is, he thought with a sigh. On the bright side, the main material needed for Yin Gui's evolution, Spirit Stone, was readily available, so he decided to gather the rest of the materials for Yin Gui first. As Lin Ze stepped out of the store, a sudden idea struck him. Wait a minute, doesn't the Academy also sell pet beast materials? He immediately headed back to the Academy. Sure enough, he found ice blue tier listed in the exchange catalog at the logistics department. However, another problem arose: the Academy only accepted resource points for exchanges, not credits. Ice blue tier required 28,800 resource points, while Lin Ze only had a little over 4,000, far from enough. The class benefits and ranking rewards wouldn't be distributed until the beginning of the month. 20 days? I can't wait that long, Lin Ze muttered, already brainstorming ways to earn resource points. At Ningjiang Academy, there were several ways to obtain resource points, and among them, exploring secret realms was undoubtedly the fastest. With some luck, a single exploration could yield tens of thousands of resource points. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Ze made up his mind. Let's do this. After making up his mind, Lin Ze immediately headed to the logistics department. This was not only the place for resource exchange, but also the hub for academy task assignments, including secret realm explorations and other missions. Walking into the bright and spacious hall, Lin Ze went straight to the nearest counter. Tapping lightly on the counter, he addressed the middle-aged man behind it. Hello? ID, like to take on a secret realm exploration task. Student ID. The man replied in a flat tone, glancing at Lin Ze briefly. Lin Ze handed over his student ID. The man lowered his gaze to inspect it and frowned as he reached the grade section. First year? A secret realm mission might be? Before he finished his sentence, his eyes fell on the name section, and they widened in shock. You're Lin Ze? The freshman top ranker, #1 in the battle rankings? Yes, that's me. The middle-aged man shot up from his seat, his face breaking into a wide smile. Lin Ze, I've heard so much about you. His sudden shift in attitude startled Lin Ze momentarily, but he couldn't help a wry smile. By now, he was well aware of his growing reputation, though he didn't particularly enjoy being treated like a rare specimen. Just a moment, they'll print out the task list for you, the man said enthusiastically. If it were any other first-year student, he would have dismissed them outright. But Lin Ze, with his titles of freshman top ranker, battle champion, and owner of a fifth-tier beast, was a different story altogether. Soon, a detailed task list was handed to Lin Ze. Currently, the academy had 3 secret realms open, though the stone condensation realm was the only one accessible to first-year students. The list detailed the types and levels of beasts within the realm ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 6, with over 100 species in total. However, entry requirements were strict. Participants needed at least 1 Tier 3 beast and a minimum of 5 team members. This made Lin Ze frown. Owning a Tier 3 beast wasn't an issue, but assembling a 5-person team was tricky. Only 5 first-year students currently had Tier 3 beasts, and among them, Lu Gang was hostile toward him, while Tan Yong and Li Pongyun were mere acquaintances. Only Guosini had any semblance of a friendly relationship with him. If you can't form a team, you might consider joining a senior team, the middle-aged man suggested helpfully, easily spotting Lin Ze's hesitation. Just as Lin Ze was contemplating this advice, a familiar voice called out, Lin Ze? Turning around, he saw Guosini hurrying toward him with a bright smile. Finally, I found you. I checked the classroom and the virtual battle room but couldn't find you anywhere. Looking for me? Guosini hesitated briefly, then her eyes lit up as she noticed the task list in Lin Ze's hand. You're going to the stone condensation realm too? Do you want to join our team? It's me and 3 seniors from the second year. Lin Ze considered her offer. He knew Guosini was a member of the Dragon Heart Society, a group of beast tamers renowned for their powerful dragon-type beasts. The members were generally strong, so teaming up with them seemed like a solid choice. All right, I'll join, Lin Ze agreed. Guosini's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she quickly realized she might have overreacted, her cheeks flushing slightly. Then, let me take you to meet the seniors. Lin Ze nodded and followed her out of the logistics department. When Lin Ze walked into the cafe, he immediately realized something was off aside from himself. The entire group consisted of girls. 3 second-year seniors were already waiting. Cindy, over here. A girl dressed in a white coat with a lively and youthful demeanor stood up and waved enthusiastically. As they approached, she smiled warmly and sized Lin Ze up. So, this is Lin Ze, right? Haha, just as handsome as the rumors say. Nice to meet you, I'm Lu Man. Lin Ze felt a subtle jolt in his heart. Lu Man's second-rank student in her year and a renowned prodigy at Ningjiang Academy. It was said she possessed 3 fifth-tier companion beasts, far stronger than Luo Han. With Lin Ze's current abilities, he doubted he could handle her without resorting to soul arts or his berserk card. Just as Lin Ze reached out to shake hands, Lu Man surprised everyone by pulling him into a hug. The unexpected gesture left both Lin Ze and Guosini stunned, while the other 2 seniors rolled their eyes as if this was nothing new. Senior. Guosini finally snapped out of her shock. Lu Man released Lin Ze and grinned playfully. Sorry. Lin Ze just happens to be exactly my type, and I couldn't help myself when I saw him. All right, Lu Man, stop teasing the juniors, said another senior, who had stood up. She wore a deep green dress that revealed her elegant shoulders, exuding a poised and graceful aura. I'm Song Ting. The last senior simply nodded briefly. Gu Lengyan, she said with a cool, detached expression. Her demeanor was frosty, but her voice was unexpectedly clear and melodious. Once the coffee was served, Song Ting got straight to the point. First of all, welcome, Lin Ze, to our exploration team. With someone as skilled as you joining us, we can attempt to venture into the second ring of the condensed stone abyss this time. Lin Ze recalled the information he'd read earlier. The condensed stone abyss was a vast underground labyrinth divided into 5 rings based on danger levels. Starting from the third ring, 5th-tier beasts roamed freely, and only elite teams dared to enter the second ring. He glanced at Guosini, feeling a bit uneasy. While Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Lengyan were all top-tier second-year students, Guosini only had a third-tier companion beast, which made the second ring a perilous challenge for her. Noticing his concern, Lu Man explained, Sini has a rare artifact. Not only will it help with exploration, but it will also ensure her safety in the second ring. Song Ting then outlined the task details. We've already secured the entry permit, and we'll set out tomorrow. As for the distribution of rewards, Lu Man and Lin Ze will each get 25. Lengyan and I will take 20 each, and Sini will get 10. Everyone found this arrangement fair. Alright then. We'll meet at the Stone Monument Plaza at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Don't forget to pack food and water. As the meeting concluded, Lu Man teased Guosini. This is a rare opportunity. You better make the most of it. Senior. Guosini's face flushed red. Haha, still shy? Come on. Your feelings are written all over your face. Song Ting quickly pulled Lu Man away before she could tease further. Alright, you've never even been in a relationship, so stop pretending to be an expert. When Lin Ze returned to his apartment, he found Guanning waiting at the door. Bro. Guanning informed him that she would be heading into the wild for 2 or 3 days with some senior members of her club. Upon hearing that Lin Ze would be heading into the abyss with Guosini, Guanning's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That girl is using this as an excuse to get close to you. Ugh, I should have gone to the abyss too. Her expression turned frustrated as a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. Early the next morning, Lin Ze arrived at the store promptly. After packing food and fresh water into his tactical backpack, he headed toward the Stone Tablet Plaza. Upon arrival, he found Guosini, Lu Man, and a few others already waiting for him. To his surprise, all 4 girls had shown up empty-handed. Before he could ask about it, Lu Man greeted him proactively. Junior, hand your backpack over to Sini for safekeeping. Guosini took the backpack and, with just a slight motion, made it disappear into thin air. Lin Ze suddenly realized Guosini possessed a spatial storage artifact. As expected of a direct descendant of a prestigious family, her resources were indeed extraordinary. From what Lin Ze knew, humanity had yet to develop the technology to create spatial storage items. The few that existed were rare artifacts that emerged during the Cataclysm era alongside interdimensional rifts. Even the smallest space ring, with just a 1 cubitor capacity, was priced at over 20 million credits on the market, and often, there wasn't even supply to meet demand. I'll need to get my hands on a spatial artifact eventually, especially since I'll be spending more time in the wilderness. Lin Ze resolved silently. The group of 5 set off quickly, making their way through the academic district to the core area of Ningjiang Academy, where a white building stood prominently. At the entrance, a security checkpoint was in place. Lu Man took out a chip and scanned it on the machine. Once the red light turned green, the guards allowed them through. They took a dedicated elevator deep underground, where they were met with a 5-meter-wide steel door. Intricate patterns carved into the door faintly outlined the form of a strange, ferocious beast, emanating a primal and awe-inspiring aura. Lin Ze and Guosini stared at the door in amazement. Lu Man, noticing their reactions, explained, everyone reacts like this the first time they see this door. Even silver-tier beast tamers are no exception. What kind of beast is this? Lin Ze asked. No one knows, Song Ting replied. Beast tamers privately refer to it as the Void Beast. Lin Ze examined the image of the creature etched into the door. It resembled a giant eagle, but had 3 pairs of wings and an unusually thick tail. With a thunderous rumble, the door slowly opened, revealing a shimmering, semi-transparent ripple beyond. The group filed through, stepping into a spacious underground passageway. The walls of the tunnel were covered with glowing moss, providing dim light that illuminated only about 20 meters ahead. From the distance came faint but chilling roars of ferocious beasts, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a classic dungeon. Lin Ze summoned his 2 pets, Xiaoxue and Rock Wraith. Xiaoxue happily trotted over to his side, while Rock Wraith let out a low, excited growl, clearly enjoying the earth and stone surroundings. The 3 girls, apart from Guosini, were seeing Lin Ze's pets for the first time and couldn't help but study them curiously. Lu Man and Song Ting immediately began sharing their thoughts, while Gu Lengyan wore a puzzled expression. What's wrong, senior? Guosini asked. I don't recognize either of these pets, said Gu Lengyan, known for her extensive knowledge, as she furrowed her brows. This surprised the others, as it was rare for Gu Lengyan to encounter a pet she didn't know. Although curious, the group understood that a beast tamer's pets were personal, so they refrained from prying. Lin Ze, for his part, didn't offer any explanations. Following this, the others except Guosini also summoned their pets. Song Ting and Gu Longyan each called forth steel-type creatures, a flash leap dragon and a blade-back thorn dragon, respectively. Lu Man's lineup, however, was by far the most impressive. She summoned 3 Tier 5 pets at once, a dragon-type dragon lion, a rare light-type silver centaur, and a flame elemental spirit capable of phasing into an intangible state. The sheer strength of her team left Lin Ze marveling at the capabilities of the Academy's second-ranked sophomore, whose prowess far exceeded that of Luo Han. 7 fifth-tier pet beasts were scattered around, guarding Lin Ze and the others in the center. Guosini did not summon her weaker steel-patterned young dragon. Instead, she took out a finely crafted wooden box adorned with intricate cloud patterns. As the box opened, a pale white mist slowly drifted out, soon enveloping most of her body. This is a rare artifact called the Mist Spirit, Song Ting explained as she walked over to Lin Ze. It can attach itself to the wielder, providing protection while also being able to attack. It's an exceptionally rare dual-purpose artifact for both offense and defense. Lin Ze studied the Mist Spirit thoughtfully. According to Lu Man, this artifact could enable Guosini to wield strength comparable to a 5th-tier pet beast, making it undeniably powerful. Once preparations were complete, the group began venturing deeper into the secret realm. Song Ting led the way while introducing the details of the condensed stone secret realm. Aside from Lin Ze and Guosini, who were newcomers, the other 3 second-year students were experienced explorers of such realms. As they moved forward, the passage gradually widened, eventually expanding to over 20 meters. Their field of vision broadened as well. Scattered across the ground were the mummified corpses of creatures common 3rd-tier beasts in the 5th ring of the realm. After carefully examining the scene, Gu Longyan remarked, 15 corpses, all killed with a single blow. Judging by the footprints, another team of second-year students must be ahead of us. The group pressed on, repeatedly coming across more mummified remains. Thanks to the team clearing the way ahead, they easily traversed the 5th ring and entered the wider, more complex 4th ring. As they continued, faint rustling noises suddenly came from up ahead. Emerging from the darkness were 7 or 8 towering figures wrapped in gray bandages, the death servants. A foul stench filled the air as these evolved mummies, upon spotting living beings, charged forward like wild beasts. Watch out, these are 4th-tier beasts servants, Song Ting warned. They're not only highly defensive but also incredibly resilient. Lin Ze immediately commanded his pet, Rock Ghost, to act. Rock Ghost stomped heavily on the ground, causing countless stone spikes to burst forth, impaling and lifting the leading death servants. With the enemy's formation disrupted, Rock Ghost gathered massive rocks in its palms and hurled them like cannonballs into the beast horde. Rock Blast. With a deafening explosion, the shockwave shredded the death servants into pieces. Gu Lingyan and Song Ting were left stunned. Using just one pet beast to effortlessly annihilate 7 or 8 4th-tier creatures was truly astonishing for a freshman. Throughout the journey, every time they encountered a beast attack, Rock Ghost swiftly dealt with it, leaving no need for the others to intervene. The girls were unaware that Lin Ze was doing this to help his pet beast grow stronger, and instead admired his composure and poise. After over an hour of travel, the group arrived at the entrance to the 3rd ring, where they were met by an enormous white wall. This is the Pale Wall, Song Ting explained. It completely encloses the 3rd ring through to the 1st ring. Lin Ze gazed up at the towering wall that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. The thought of it encircling the entire inner region of the realm was awe-inspiring. The grandeur of the Pale Wall left Lin Ze quietly in a white, was truly a marvel of the cataclysmic era. The colossal wall stretched in a circular arc, so gradual that from a human's insignificant perspective, its curvature was almost imperceptible. There are 4 entrances on the wall. Just follow along, and you'll find one, Lu Man said as she took the lead, heading to the right. Half an hour later, a massive stone gate came into view. The gate was tightly shut, its surface rugged yet smooth, emanating a sense of earthbound solidity and weight. At Lin Ze's signal, Yin Gue stepped forward, pressing his massive palms against the gate and exerting force. Rumble with a deep, resonating sound, the heavy stone doors slowly parted, revealing a gap wide enough for 2 people to walk through side by side. Having a powerful beast companion really makes life easier, Lu Man remarked with a smile. Back then, it took several of our beasts working together for half a day just to push it open. Lin Ze responded with a quiet smile and led the group through the giant gate. As they moved forward, Song Ting spoke up, her tone cautious. Be careful. The number of feral beasts in the 3rd ring zone is far greater than in the first 2. Most are at the 4th tier, and there are even some at the 5th. Occasionally, you'll encounter packs of beasts numbering in the hundreds. While not massive, these groups are still dangerous and require vigilance. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement. A pack of 100 or more 4th-tier beasts posed a serious threat. Even with 8 5th-tier combatants in their group, such an encounter would be no small challenge. Our goal is the 2nd ring zone. We shouldn't waste too much energy here, Song Ting continued. If we come across beasts, we should avoid them whenever possible. Her suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. With the entire expedition expected to last only 3 days, and factoring in travel time, their stay in the second ring would be less than 2 days. Time was indeed precious. As they proceeded, the group either circumvented or swiftly dealt with any feral beasts they encountered, ensuring they didn't attract more threats. Lu Man and the other 3 women also unleashed their beasts into battle. The sheer power of 5th-tier dragon-type beasts was astonishing. Whether it was Lu Man's Dragon Lion, Gu Lingjian's Bladeback Spinosaurus, or Song Ting's Flash Leap Dragon, their attacks were ferocious and often devastating, capable of obliterating 4th-tier grave wraiths with a single strike. Lin Ze finally witnessed Wu Ling's combat style in action. Surrounding Guisini, the white mist suddenly condensed into a massive hand, which slammed down and pulverized a grave wraith into a bloody pulp. However, Lin Ze quickly observed Guisini consuming a soul energy potion shortly afterward. While such potions could restore soul energy, their effects were far inferior to the soul restoration elixirs Lin Ze obtained through achievements. Even the highest-grade soul energy potions couldn't instantly replenish all soul energy. Lin Ze understood. This powerful artifact clearly came at a steep cost. Allowing a 3rd-tier apprentice beastmaster to wield 5th-tier power must involve significant trade-offs. A glance at Yin Gui's status panel revealed that half a day of combat had already increased its growth progress by over 4%, a rate far surpassing that of hunting in the wilderness. Just 5 more, and I can unlock Boulder Impact, Lin Ze murmured to himself. As the battle subsided, the group pressed onward. By the way, aside from the grave wraiths, what other beasts can we expect in the 3rd ring zone? Lin Ze asked Song Ting. The Academy's provided list only detailed the beasts in the 5th ring zone, clearly not anticipating that first-year students would venture this far. Upon hearing Lin Ze's question, Song Ting immediately blurted out, Pale Sentinels. They're undead-type ferocious beasts with power levels ranging from Tier 4 Stage 2 to Tier 4 Stage 7. Their evolved form, the Pale Lord, is even more formidable, with strength reaching Tier 5 Stage 8. Lin Ze nodded slightly, his expression calm. With their team's current strength, handling a Tier 5 Stage 6 beast was more than manageable. Song Ting seemed to read his thoughts, and her expression turned serious. A single Pale Lord isn't the real problem. The truly troublesome part is their ability to command. Each Pale Lord can rally a large number of lower-tier Pale Sentinels, forming an army. Many of the beast swarms in the 3rd ring operate as such armies. Her words caused both Lin Ze and Guisini's expressions to grow solemn. A beast swarm led by a high-tier beast was far more dangerous than scattered lone creatures. Lin Ze couldn't help but recall his experience in Doom Bell Canyon back then. The presence of the bell ringer had led to the Beast Tamer's disastrous retreat against the insect swarm, nearly resulting in total annihilation. That said, there's no need to panic, Song Ting added. Pale Lords usually remain dormant underground and rarely surface. Unless we're exceptionally unlucky, we probably won't encounter one. Shouting, You're setting up a flag here, Lu Man teased with a laugh. Song Ting was about to retort when Lin Ze's expression suddenly changed. A group of beasts is heading this way. There are a lot of them, Gu Lingyan noted grimly, her gaze fixed on the distance. The other 3 were taken aback and immediately turned to look. Standing on a small hill with a clear view, they could see what was happening. About a kilometer away, a massive cloud of dust was rising, and they could faintly make out a horde of armored, sword-wielding humanoid skeletal creatures charging toward them, precisely the Pale Sentinels they had just been discussing. Their numbers appeared to exceed 200. Lu Man and the others exchanged incredulous looks. It can't be this accurate, can it? The Pale Guardians are not creatures that typically move in large groups. At most, a dozen might travel together. Yet now, hundreds of them appeared simultaneously, clearly under the command of a Pale Lord. Spoke too soon, Gu Lingyan remarked, her face devoid of expression. Lu Man and Song Ting exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. They had just mentioned the Pale Lord, and now it had truly shown up. As the saying goes, bad news travels fast. Prepare for battle, ordered team leader Lu Man with swift decisiveness. The Pale Guardians moved with incredible speed, and as undead beasts, they were unaffected by fatigue. Engaging them in a chase across open terrain was futile. A direct confrontation was the only viable strategy. The 5 elite team members, though solemn, showed no signs of panic. Following their commands, their battle pets quickly formed into defensive formations. By now, the Pale Guardians were less than 300 meters away. Lin Ze squinted into the distance, soon spotting a towering figure behind the approaching horde. It was a humanoid creature standing over 2 meters tall, clad entirely in bone-like, pale armor. It wielded a broad-bladed bone sword and sat astride a massive skeletal horse. The Pale Lord stood motionless at the rear, observing Lin Ze and his companions from 300 meters away. Even at this distance, its chilling, oppressive aura was palpable. It's the Pale Lord, Gu Lingyan murmured. The sight of the formidable leader caused the group's expressions to grow even graver. Within moments, the Pale Guardians had closed the distance to 200 meters. Lin Ze and the others wasted no time. All pets capable of ranged attacks unleashed their abilities simultaneously. The Flash Strike Dragon swung its tail, releasing crescent-shaped energy blades. The blade-back Spinosaurus fired a barrage of razor-sharp spines from its back. The Silver Centaur hurled a javelin with precision, and the Fire Elemental Titan launched explosive fireballs. Even Guasini commanded her Mist Spirit to conjure countless misty spikes. Lin Ze joined in, directing both Yin Gue and Xiaoxue to attack. The combined assault of 8 fifth-tier combatants shredded over a dozen Pale Guardians into pieces in an instant. However, the undead beasts showed no fear. They merely adjusted their formation to minimize the impact of wide-area attacks, pressing forward without hesitation. Lu Man and her teammates frowned. This was the most troublesome aspect of height-ear beasts. Under the command of a leader, they adapted strategically rather than charging mindlessly. The two sides clashed heat, and the battle escalated into an intense melee. Despite having 8 fifth-tier combatants on their side, the team struggled to gain the upper hand against the overwhelming numbers of hundreds of 4th-tier Pale Guardians, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Amid the chaos, Yin Gue and Xiaoxue stood out with exceptional performances. Yin Gue activated Rock Shield, summoning large boulders of earth elemental energy to orbit its body. The protective barrier emitted a faint golden glow, rendering it impervious to the bone blades of the Pale Guardians. Every strike against the shield created only ripples, unable to penetrate. Already adept at defense, Yin Gue now resembled an unstoppable tank, taking down over 20 Pale Guardians within mere moments. Xiaoxue, positioned at the rear, remained calm as she unleashed a series of devastating spells. Icefall, Snow Maiden's Lament, Frost Nova, and Blizzard followed one after another. Within seconds, the battlefield had transformed into a frozen wasteland. Scores of Pale Guardians were either frozen solid into ice sculptures or shredded apart by icy winds and blades. Xiaoxue alone accounted for more kills than all the other battle pets combined. Lu Man and the others watched in stunned amazement, even the usually composed Gu Lengyan showing a rare glimmer of surprise. Incredible! She knows so many wide-area attack spells, the girls exclaimed in awe. They had heard rumors about Lin Ze's powerful spellcasting pet, but witnessing Xiox's mastery of at least 6 skills left them speechless. Witnessing Xiaoxue unleash continuous large-scale skills to decimate the Pale Guards left everyone deeply shaken. This beast companion resembled a mobile artillery unit, with each skill strike delivering devastating blows. Under her relentless and storm-like offensive, groups of Pale Guards fell one after another, and the tide of the battle gradually turned in Lin Ze's favor. However, the unusual behavior of the Pale Lord in the distance caught everyone's attention. It remained motionless, seemingly indifferent to the slaughter of its subordinates, showing no intention of joining the fight. What is that thing doing? Guasini couldn't help but voice her confusion. Gu Lengyan and Song Ting exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads lightly. Lin Ze chuckled softly and shrugged. If it's not joining the battle, isn't that better? Let's take this chance to deal with these minions first. The girls nodded in agreement and refocused their attention on the ongoing fight. Over the next 10 minutes, the battle underwent a dramatic shift. The once dense horde of ferocious beasts had been reduced to a scattered remnant, with fewer than 50 Pale Guards stubbornly resisting. Just as Lin Ze and his team prepared for a final charge, the Pale Lord in the distance finally made its move. A hoarse neigh shattered the silence as the Pale Lord charged forward on horseback, its broad-bladed bone sword glinting ominously under the faint glow. Lin Ze and his companions immediately assumed defensive stances, but as the distance closed, their expressions shifted to astonishment. The reason was clear. The skeletal armor on the Pale Lord was riddled with cracks and bore distinct claw marks, evidence of a fierce battle it had recently endured. Realization dawned on Lin Ze, and he finally understood why it had remained inactive until now. But a new question quickly surfaced in his mind. Who could possibly possess the strength to injure such a formidable Pale Lord? At the heart of the battlefield, a breathtaking clash was unfolding. The Pale Lord surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, while the Rock Wraith charged Hedon with the force of a heavy tank. The two colossal beings collided with an earth-shaking impact, the deafening roar reverberating across the battlefield as a violent shockwave tore through the air. Nearby Pale Sentinels were flung aside like ragdolls, their skeletal forms shattering mid-flight. Despite its formidable power, the Rock Wraith was still at a disadvantage in this brutal confrontation. It staggered back several steps, shards of earth elemental stones surrounding it crumbling into dust. In contrast, the Pale Lord remained unyielding, a testament to its overwhelming strength even injured. This 5th-tier, 8th-level powerhouse far outclassed any other beast present. Leave the Pale Sentinels to me. Lu Man swiftly issued the command, directing her 3 beasts to abandon the lesser enemies and focus on the Pale Lord. The Dragon Lion, the rock wraith, and 2 other beasts encircled their foe. However, the disparity in strength was glaring. Aside from the 5th tier, 4th level dragon lion, the others were only at 5th tier, 2nd level, barely able to pressure the Pale Lord. Guilin Yin, Song Ting, and Guosini were all desperate to assist but were entangled in battle with the Pale Sentinels, unable to break free. Only Lin Ze remained calm and composed. Glancing at his snow fox, which had already expended significant energy, he made a decision. With the 2nd ring of the battlefield still ahead, he resolved to handle this himself. Lin Ze summoned his soul energy, and a soul arrow began to materialize before him. The other girls couldn't help but exchange puzzled looks. Could a simple soul arrow pose any threat to a 5th tier, 8th level Pale Lord? I've heard Lin Ze is highly skilled in soul arts, Guilin Yin suddenly remarked. Guosini chimed in, that's true. He once wounded a 4th tier beast with a soul arrow. This revelation left Lu Man and the others stunned. To accomplish such a feat, one would need to master at least a 5th level soul arrow. Before they could dwell on it further, Lin Ze's soul arrow shot forth. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 100 meters and struck the Pale Lord square in the chest. With a thunderous explosion, the Pale Lord's skeletal armor shattered, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basketball, exposing its ghastly white ribcage. A 6th level soul arrow. Guilin Yin, typically composed, gasped in shock. Such destructive power could only come from a 6th level soul technique. Even Lu Man, the 2nd-ranked 2nd-year student, had only mastered 4th level soul arts at most. Lin Ze, however, was focused on the newfound properties of his 6th level soul arrow. Could now channel additional soul energy into it to enhance its potency, much like the Soul Guardian technique. The previous strike had been infused with a full 100 points of soul energy, and the results were more than satisfactory. Though he couldn't yet channel his entire reserve of over 1,500 soul energy, the remaining 1,400 was more than sufficient to make this arrogant Pale Lord suffer. Lin Ze's sudden intervention shattered the stalemate on the battlefield. Facing the onslaught of 4 companion beasts, the Pale Lord, who had previously handled the situation with ease, was thrown into a fit of rage and alarm after being struck by a soul arrow. It immediately recognized Lin Ze as a significant threat and attempted to break free from the beasts to target him directly. Yet before it could act, the rock wraith blocked its path. The dragon lion, silver centaur, and fire elemental titan swiftly closed in, trapping the Pale Lord within their encirclement once more. From a distance of 100 meters, Lin Ze stood calmly, observing the battle with a composed demeanor. The soul arrow in his hand was charged and ready, yet he refrained from acting hastily. Only when the Pale Lord became momentarily stiff while dodging another attack did Lin Ze make his move. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the arrow tore through the air with a piercing whistle, crossing the battlefield in an instant and striking the Pale Lord's right shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. The skeletal armor exploded under the impact, scattering fragments of bone dust and revealing the ghastly pale shoulder bone beneath. The Pale Lord roared furiously, but its attempts to retaliate were futile. While the companion beasts couldn't defeat it outright, they were more than capable of preventing its escape. This allowed Lin Ze to remain safely at the edge of the battlefield, patiently waiting for opportunities to unleash his soul arts. In just 10 minutes, the Pale Lord endured 8 soul arrow strikes. Its once imposing skeletal armor was now shattered, with only a few pitiful fragments clinging to its form. With its formidable defense compromised, the attacks from the rock wraith and the other beasts began to inflict significant damage. The tide of the battle was shifting decisively. Off to the side, Lu Man, Song Ting, and Guilin Yin watched the unfolding scene, their expressions a mix of emotions. The seemingly unbreakable deadlock had been effortlessly resolved by Lin Ze. Lu Man, in particular, felt a growing unease. Though she had always acknowledged Lin Ze's exceptional abilities, she had been confident in her own superiority. Yet the battle before her eyes was a stark reminder of her misplaced pride. While her companion beasts might hold a slight edge in strength, Lin Ze's personal combat prowess tipped the scales, making his overall capabilities impossible to ignore. The battle soon reached its conclusion. Under the relentless assault of the companion beasts, the Pale Lord's movements grew sluggish, its defeat inevitable. When yet another soul arrow struck true, the once mighty leader-class beast let out a final, anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered and extinguished. At the same time, the remaining Pale Sentinels were swiftly dispatched by the Razor Thorn Dragon and the Flash Leap Beast. With the battle over, the group began collecting their spoils. Guilin Yin, demonstrating her extensive knowledge, meticulously extracted valuable materials from the Pale Lord's corpse. These included fragments of its skeletal armor, which could enhance the defensive capabilities of bone-type companion beasts, the rare necromantic material known as Soul Ash, and the Nightmare Bone card, capable of awakening mount summoning abilities in undead beasts. The most prized find, however, was the Pale Bone Pearl, a pristine, translucent white orb retrieved from the shattered skull. Its value was an astonishing 25,000 resource points. Just as the group was preparing to find a place to rest, a distant team rapidly approached. It was a squad of 12 explorers, primarily composed of third-year students, surrounded by over 20 powerful companion beasts, including several at the formidable 5th tier. As the team arrived at the scene and took in the sight of the battlefield littered with skeletal remains and the Pale Lord's broken corpse, the expression on the face of the tall, dark-skinned leader turned grim. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger and disbelief rang out from the group. "It's you." Lin Ze turned toward the source of the shout and saw Luo Han glaring at him. His teeth clenched in fury. "Luo Han?" Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting toward the group across from them. Their attire clearly marked them as members of the Gaoshan Society. He turned to Lu Man, silently asking for clarification. She gave a slight nod and lowered her voice to explain. "They're an exploration team from the Gaoshan Society. The one leading them is their vice president, Su Bing." The mention of a vice president made Lin Ze immediately understand the situation. At Ningjiang Academy, fourth-year students typically joined major factions and rarely participated in academy activities. As a result, most society leaders were third-year students. Lin Ze knew that the Gaoshan Society, aside from its president, had 3 vice presidents, all ranked among the top 50 third-year students. As they whispered among themselves, the Gaoshan Society's group suddenly stirred. Their eyes locked onto the battered remains of the Pale Lord's skeleton, their expressions darkening with fury. Luo Han stepped forward abruptly, his voice sharp and demanding. "Hand over the items." Lu Man narrowed her eyes. "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Hand over whatever you looted from the Pale Lord." Luo Han snapped. Guisini, incensed by his accusation, shot back, "And why should we?" Luo Han sneered. "Because that Pale Lord was our prey. The rules of the secret realm forbid stealing another team's hunt. Surely you know that?" Only then did Lu Man and the others realize what had happened. No wonder the Pale Lord bore injury, as it had escaped an ambush by the Gaoshan Society and had the misfortune of running into them. Song Ting scoffed, her tone icy. "Don't make baseless accusations. The moment you let it escape, it stopped being your prey." Lu Man and Guisini chimed in immediately. "Exactly. Right. If you can't handle it, don't come crying to us. It's embarrassing." Their retorts enraged the Gaoshan Society members, who erupted in shouts. "What did you just say? You want to die, don't you? I'll tear that mouth of yours apart." Despite the hostility, the girls stood their ground, heads held high, mocking smiles on their faces. Lin Ze watched silently, intrigued by the tension. While the argument ostensibly revolved around the Pale Lord, the hostility between the two groups seemed unusually intense, as if stemming from a long-standing grudge. He began to wonder if the relationship between the Gaoshan Society and the Longxin Society had always been this acrimonious. Just as the situation seemed on the verge of escalating, Su Bing let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "We're leaving." Luo Han and the others hesitated for a moment, their faces filled with frustration, but Su Bing's authority left no room for argument. They cast venomous glares at Lu Man and her group before reluctantly following. "What a bunch of pretentious clowns." Lu Man stuck out her tongue at their retreating figures, her rare playful side showing. Song Ting nudged her with an elbow. "Hey, Lin Ze is still here. Maybe try to act a bit more composed." Realizing this, Lu Man glanced at Lin Ze, who pretended not to notice, casually shifting his gaze elsewhere. "All right, let's find a place to rest before we move on," Song Ting announced, clapping her hands to draw everyone's attention. Although Lu Man was technically the team leader, the group naturally deferred to Song Ting's plans once they entered the congealed stone realm. It had become an unspoken tradition. "According to the map, we should reach the second ring in about an hour." The group nodded in agreement and set off. Meanwhile, after walking some distance, Luo Han could no longer hold back and rushed to Su Bing's side, speaking urgently. "President, why did you let them go? That Pale Lord was clearly our prey." The surrounding members also wore expressions of discontent. The materials from the Pale Lord and its hundreds of Pale Guards were worth at least 30 or 40,000 resource points. Losing it all was a bitter pill to swallow. Su Bing shot him a sharp look. "And what would you have me do? Snatch it back? What if they report us to the academy?" Ultimately, they were in the wrong. Once the prey had escaped and been killed by another group, there was no legitimate claim to it. Su Bing's typically domineering nature would have led him to act differently if they had any grounds to take it back. Luo Han clenched his teeth, understanding the reasoning but unable to let go of his anger. Su Bing then asked, "Who was that boy with them? You seem to have some history with him." At the mention of this, Luo Han's expression turned sour. After a long pause, he finally ground out, "That was Lin Ze." Losing to Lin Ze in a public duel had been a humiliation Luo Han could never live down. His defeat had become a source of mockery, and seeing Lin Ze again reignited his fury. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. Recognition dawned on Su Bing's face, followed by a frown. Lin Ze? And he's with the Longshin Society? Don't tell me he's joined them. His expression grew serious. If a genius like Lin Ze had indeed allied with their rival Longshin Society, it would spell trouble for the Gaoshan Society. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bing's eyes narrowed with determination. Turn around. Follow the Longshin Society. Luo Han froze for a moment, then broke into a grin. President, are you planning to deal with them? Su Bing didn't answer, but the cold smile on his face said everything. The Pale Lord alone wouldn't have warranted such persistence, but Lin Ze's involvement changed everything. A threat like him needed to be eliminated before it could grow. President, what's the plan? Luo Han asked, his excitement barely contained. Have you forgotten why we came to this secret realm? Su Bing cast a sidelong glance at him. Luo Han quickly caught on, his face twisting into a sinister grin. An hour later, Lin Ze and his group finally stepped into the second ring area. The boundary between the second and third rings was marked by a towering, pitch-black wall resembling obsidian, known as the Wall of Deep Gloom due to its profound, dark hue. Passing through the gate in the Wall of Deep Gloom, they were met with a vast expanse of desolate gray wasteland. Not a single blade of grass grew here. Only jagged rocks and weathered bones scattered across the barren landscape. Our destination is the Greyblood Valley, Song Ting said as she unfolded the map and pointed to a marked spot in the northwest. It's less than 5 kilometers in that direction. The valley is rich in greyblood stones, which sell for as much as 2,000 resource points per kilogram. Plus, it's considered one of the safer zones in the second ring. Because of its low risk and high reward, most students opted to head to Greyblood Valley to mine the stones. Lin Ze and his team were no exception. Moreover, with Guosini's spatial tool, they could collect far more greyblood stones than an average team. Stay alert. From here on, fifth-tier feral beasts will appear in large numbers. Song Ting warned with a serious expression. We can handle a handful of them, but if we encounter more than 20, we'll have no choice but to retreat. Everyone nodded solemnly, except for Lin Ze, who outwardly agreed but secretly hoped to encounter more beasts. In just over a day in the stone condensation realm, his pet beast, Rock Ghost, had already increased its growth rate by over 10, reaching 80.23, and its level had risen to 5th tier, stage 3. The beasts here were far stronger and more concentrated than those in the wilderness, making it an incredible training ground. As they marched forward, Lin Ze took a moment to open Rock Ghost's pet panel, his eyes landing on the last skill yet to be unlocked. Boulder Impact, an advanced version of Stone Projectile, condenses earth elements to form a massive boulder for a powerful attack. Requires 80 growth rate and 300 achievement points to unlock. With over 500 achievement points in hand, Lin Ze didn't hesitate to unlock the skill. Just as he closed the panel, a sharp cracking sound, like stones shattering, echoed from the darkness ahead. The group immediately went on high alert. Emerging from the shadows were more than a dozen humanoid skeletons, wielding bone weapons, marching in unison. Each step shook the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Earthborn fiends, Gu Linyan said grimly. These fifth-tier beasts, a combination of earth and undead attributes, usually lay dormant underground and only awakened when they sensed prey. Their bodies were encased in rock-hard bone armor, impervious to attacks below the 5th tier, and they possessed formidable strength and speed. Although a single Earthborn fiend was only at 5th tier, stage 1, they were extremely troublesome when moving in groups. Without waiting for the creatures to get closer, the team launched their attack in unison. Rock Ghost struck first, conjuring a massive boulder the size of a millstone between its hands and hurling it at the leading Earthborn fiend. Boulder Impact. With a deafening whoosh, the projectile collided with its target, shattering its bone armor strong enough to withstand cannon fire. The fiend was sent flying and lay motionless on the ground. The sheer power of the attack left Lu Man and the others stunned. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Lin Ze's Earth-type beast had clearly grown much stronger, and its skills had become far more devastating. The battle dragged on for nearly half an hour. Despite their superior individual strength, the team struggled against the sheer number of enemies, which outnumbered them 2 to 1. It took considerable effort before they managed to secure victory. After collecting materials from the defeated fiends, they continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of beasts, but managed to deal with them without serious consequences. Roughly 3 hours later, they finally arrived at Greyblood Valley. Before them lay a vast, eerie valley shrouded in shades of gray and white. Steep cliffs, scattered rubble, and winding craters all were cloaked in the same ghostly hue. Only the occasional glimmer of crimson bloodred stood out, marking the presence of their target, the Greyblood stones. Cautiously, the group allowed their pet beasts to lead the way as they slowly entered the valley. Shortly after they ventured in, another group, led by Su Bing, arrived in the vicinity. Those guys really did enter the Ashblood Valley. Luo Han stared at the clear footprints leading into the valley, a sly smile curling on his lips. Su Bing squinted his eyes, a glimmer of triumph flashing within them. We've got some good luck. The Longshin Society has unknowingly done us a big favor this time, Su Bing said in a low voice. Let's begin. Stick to the plan as we discussed. A chorus of malicious chuckles rippled through the air. The members of Gaoshan Society quickly summoned their beast companions, gathering more than a dozen flying-type beasts in no time. That should be enough, Su Bing said, scanning the group. He cautioned. Be careful, don't let the target slip away, or get wiped out before we even lure them over. Understood, President. The group responded in unison. With that, the flying beasts took to the skies under the control of their handlers, heading south toward the valley. Inside Ashblood Valley, Lin Ze and his team had split into two groups to search for Ashblood stones. Lin Ze, Guosini, and Song Ting formed one group, while Lu Man and Gu Lengyan formed the other. Each group had 4 fifth-tier combatants, ensuring a balanced distribution of strength. Under Lin Ze's command, Yin Gue scrambled up the ashen gray cliffside, chipping away a chunk of ashblood stone the size of an egg. Dust cascaded down, covering its burly frame, but it paid no mind, continuing to leap nimbly between the rocky walls. In this terrain of cliffs and boulders, earth elemental beasts like Yin Gue excelled, making it the perfect choice for mining ashblood stones. By contrast, non-humanoid beasts like the flashing drake were ill-suited for such tasks, and the energy-intensive mist wraith wasn't ideal either. As a result, Song Ting and Guosini took on the role of sentries, keeping watch for any potential beast attacks. After about 2 hours, the trio had collected 5 to 6 kilograms of ashblood stones. At this rate, they estimated they could gather 40 to 50 kilograms over 2 days, equivalent to roughly 100,000 resource points. Lin Ze was quietly pleased. This expedition to the secret realm would undoubtedly provide him with enough resource points to purchase the ice blue tier head been eyeing. Just then, a low growl broke the silence. Lin Ze turned toward the sound, startled to see that it came from the flashing drake. It had lowered its body, its claws digging restlessly into the ground, its demeanor radiating unease and agitation. What's wrong? Lin Ze and Guosini both looked at Song Ting in confusion. Song Ting, who was attempting to soothe the beast, shook her head in puzzlement. I'm not sure. It seems like it's sensing some kind of danger. Lin Ze and Guosini exchanged uneasy glances. The flashing drake, with its keen sense of smell, had often detected approaching beasts in advance, helping them avoid countless ambushes. But it had never shown such intense distress, not even when faced with the Pale Lord. Could it be a beast even stronger than the Pale Lord? The thought crossed all three of their minds, though it seemed unlikely. For the flashing drake to react this strongly, the threat would need to be at least a 6th-tier beast. However, the second ring of the secret realm was known to harbor only 5th-tier beasts. There had never been reports of 6th-tier beasts appearing here. I thought the 6th-tier beasts in the condensed stone secret realm were confined to the first ring? Lin Ze mused aloud. That's right, Song Ting confirmed with a nod. The condensed stone dragons are known to stay deep within the first ring. There's never been any record of them venturing into other areas. The condensed stone dragons, dark dragon dual element beasts, were formidable creatures. Even in their adult stage, they possessed the strength of a 6-segment 5th-tier beast, and in their prime, they could reach the 8th tier. These dragons were the apex predators of the secret realm, but their activity was strictly limited to the first ring. At the mention of the condensed stone dragons, a heavy tension settled over the group. Just to be safe, we should regroup with Senior Lu Man and the others, find a place to hide, and wait to see what happens, Lin Ze decided without hesitation. Song Ting and Guosini nodded in agreement. Whatever had unsettled the flashing drake, this much had to be extremely dangerous. It was better to err on the side of caution. The three quickly set off toward Lu Man and Gu Lengyan's location. However, they had barely covered 100 meters when a deafening roar shattered the air. A powerful and oppressive presence descended upon them, making their chests tighten as if bound by invisible chains. Their hearts raced, and a sense of dread crept over them. Both Guosini and Song Ting, who specialized in dragon-type beasts, recognized the sensation instantly. Their faces paled. Lin Ze turned to look toward the high skies behind them, and the source of the oppressive aura became clear: dragon's might. This was not something that hybrid dragon-like creatures such as the flashing drake or bladeback drake could emit. It was the unmistakable pressure of a pure dragon. In the darkened sky above, a colossal dragon covered in shadowy scales loomed, its massive wings cutting through the air as it hurtled toward them. A condensed stone dragon. Song Ting gasped, her face ashen. Why is there a condensed stone dragon here? Lin Ze's expression turned grim as he quickly noticed that the dragon seemed to be chasing something. As it drew closer, he saw that its targets were 5 or 6 flying creatures, beasts that didn't seem native to the condensed stone secret realm. But there was no time to dwell on that. The condensed stone dragon moved with terrifying speed, catching up to the flying creatures in an instant. It tore them apart with its jaws or obliterated them with its dragon breath, leaving nothing but carnage in its wake. Now, The sky belonged solely to the condensed stone dragon. It roared in fury, circling a few times before its gaze locked onto Lin Ze and his companions on the ground. Without hesitation, it let out another thunderous roar and dove toward them. "Run!" Lin Ze shouted, snapping the two stunned girls out of their daze. At the same time, without needing any commands, Xiao Shui and Yin Gui moved to Lin Ze's side, launching their attacks. Icebound chains. Rock impact. Chains of gleaming blue ice materialized out of thin air, wrapping tightly around the condensed stone dragon and halting its descent. Before it could break free, a massive boulder hurtled toward it with a deafening roar. Boom! The explosion echoed through the sky, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ze grabbed the two girls and bolted without looking back. The two teams searching for the location of the gray bloodstone were not far apart. When a deafening roar suddenly erupted, Lu Man and Gu Lengyan immediately turned toward the sound. The moment their gazes met, they instinctively sprinted in unison toward the source. Before long, they witnessed a shocking scene. Lin Ze and his two companions were fleeing in a panic toward their direction, while high above them, a massive stone-bound dragon was roaring furiously, chasing them relentlessly. A stone-bound dragon? Lu Man's face turned pale with shock, unable to suppress her horror. Even the usually composed Gu Lengyan's expression shifted. A sixth-tier dragon-class beast was far beyond their ability to handle. Being targeted by such a ferocious creature was undoubtedly the worst possible scenario. The five quickly regrouped and continued their escape. Along the way, Song Ting briefly explained what had happened. After hearing the account, Lu Man and Gu Lengyan exchanged a glance, both sensing something suspicious. "It must have been lured here on purpose," Lin Ze said bluntly, his eyes gleaming with thought. "The creatures the stone-bound dragon was chasing earlier aren't native to this secret realm. I suspect they were probably the companion beasts of other beast tamers." His words cast a shadow over the group. The girls' expressions darkened, and Guasini bit her lip before asking, "So you're saying someone deliberately led the stone-bound dragon here? What on earth are they trying to accomplish?" "It's not hard to guess," Lu Man, experienced and analytical, explained. "Either someone encountered the stone-bound dragon and, unable to defeat it, decided to divert the danger toward us and use us as scapegoats, or someone simply has a grudge against us and wants to use the stone-bound dragon to eliminate us." Guasini, a new student, struggled to accept this reality. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "But only students from Ningjiang Academy can enter the stone-bound secret realm. How could one of our classmates do something like this?" Lin Ze remained silent. Fear of death, hatred, and anger, any of these could drive a person to act irrationally. "But that still doesn't explain why the stone-bound dragon is here in the first place," Lu Man said, frowning. "This isn't the time to figure that out," Gu Lengyan said, her brows tightly knit. "We need to focus on how to deal with that massive beast behind us." In just a few hundred meters, the stone-bound dragon had already closed the distance to within 100 meters, and its dragon breath could be unleashed at any moment. The oppressive aura of its overwhelming power sent chills down their spines. Hearing the increasingly sharp sound of the dragon's approach, Lin Ze sighed softly and suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning to face the beast. Trying to outrun a flying stone-bound dragon on flat terrain was foolish. They would inevitably be caught. The others quickly realized this as well and stopped. Gu Lengyan pressed her lips together and said, "Rather than running until we're completely drained, we might as well fight with whatever strength we have left." Reaching a consensus, everyone immediately commanded their companion beasts to attack. The swift flash leap dragon darted in front of the stone-bound dragon in an instant, releasing a semi-transparent energy wave. At the same time, the silver centaur's long spear, the blade spine dragon's sharp spines, and the fire element titan's explosive fireball all launched a coordinated assault. But the stone-bound dragon remained unfazed by the onslaught. It released a fan-shaped breath of dusky black energy, effortlessly neutralizing the incoming attacks. It then exhaled a blood-colored mist, which engulfed the unsuspecting flash leap dragon in an instant. The flash leap dragon froze in place before it could even let out a cry. A grayish hue rapidly spread from its forehead across its entire body, and within moments, it was turned into a stone statue. The stone-bound dragon dove down and smashed the statue into pieces with a single swipe of its claw. Flash leap dragon down? In just a brief exchange, they had already lost a fifth-tier combatant. The sight left Lu Man and the others visibly shaken. Stone-bound blood mist, Guasini's face turned ashen as she murmured in a trembling voice. The battlefield was shrouded in the blood mist of petrifying stone, the most fearsome signature ability of the petrifying stone dragon. This terrifying power could instantly turn any creature weaker than it into stone statues, unless they possessed high-level resistance to abnormal effects. Against such overwhelming strength, the petrifying stone dragon was nothing short of a perfect killing machine when facing lower-tier opponents. Crack! The crisp sound of petrification echoed. A silver centaur and a bladeback drake were engulfed by the blood mist, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into statues before crumbling into fragments. Witnessing this harrowing scene, fear surged uncontrollably in the hearts of Lu Man and her companions. On the battlefield, only Yin Gue, a creature of the earth element immune to petrification by nature, was barely holding on, while in the rear, Xiao Shui continued to cast spells in vain. But such resistance was clearly futile. The complete annihilation of their group was only a matter of time. This is impossible. We can't beat it. Song Ting and the other women stared in pale-faced horror at the petrifying stone dragon before them. Though they had heard tales of this dragon's infamy, facing it in person made them truly grasp the insurmountable gulf between Tier 6 and Tier 5. The sheer disparity in power left them with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Guasini's face was already etched with despair. In this moment of crisis, Lu Man's expression shifted, her mind torn with indecision, until she suddenly clenched her teeth as if making a firm resolution. I'll hold off the petrifying stone dragon. You all take this chance to escape. In her hand, a small, pitch-black bell had appeared at some point. I can buy you 10 minutes at most. Get out of Grey Blood Valley and find somewhere to hide, she urged. Gu Lingyan's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the bell. Her face instantly darkened. The thousandfold bell. Using that will bind the user in place, leaving them unable to move. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself? Guasini turned pale with alarm upon hearing this. Senior, sacrificing one of us is better than all of us dying together. Lu Man interrupted her, her gaze resolute as she swept her eyes over her companions. Gu Lingyan and Song Ting's faces were etched with sorrow and hesitation. They couldn't bear the thought of surviving at the cost of their friend's life. Yet, without this desperate measure, total annihilation seemed inevitable. Seeing that the group was still frozen in place, Lu Man turned urgently to Lin Ze. Junior, take them and leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Ze shook his head calmly. Sorry, Senior. I can't do that. Are you hesitating too? Lu Man froze for a moment, her voice growing more anxious. Lin Ze remained composed, his demeanor steady. There's no need to rush, Senior. Things aren't as dire as they seem. His calm and confident words left the group momentarily stunned. How could Lin Ze remain so composed in such a perilous situation? Just as confusion clouded their minds, Lin Ze turned his gaze toward the battlefield. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, a translucent panel suddenly materialized in the air before him. On a small hillside about 300 to 400 meters away from Lin Ze and his group, members of the Gaoshan Society, led by Su Bing, lay prone on the ground, intently watching the distant battle unfold. When the petrified stone dragon unleashed its deadly petrifying blood mist, instantly turning 3 summoned beasts into stone statues, a sinister smile crept across Luo Han's face. They're doomed, Luo Han muttered, his eyes locked onto Lin Ze, his heart brimming with the thrill of vengeance. This lowly commoner had once humiliated him, a senior member of the Gaoshan Society, reducing him to a laughingstock. Now, at last, he could reclaim his honor. Behind him, the other Gaoshan Society members exchanged uneasy glances. After a long silence, one finally spoke up, President Brother Han. Are we sure this is the right thing to do? While the Gaoshan Society was known for its domineering ways, plotting such a cruel scheme to eliminate fellow Academy students was unprecedented. Luo Han shot the speaker a cold glance, his sneer unwavering. What's the problem? If they dare to steal our prey, they should be ready to face the consequences. Since when has the Gaoshan Society ever suffered such humiliation? But the person hesitated. What if someone survives and reports this to the Academy? You're overthinking it. Luo Han cut him off dismissively. That's a Tier 6 petrified stone dragon. Do you really think Lin Ze, Lu Man, and those other weaklings can last more than a few minutes? They'll all be statues soon enough. The fearsome reputation of the petrified stone dragon was well known among second and third-year students. Despite their unease, the Gaoshan Society members could only comply with Su Bing and Luo Han's decision. Besides, Luo Han continued, if we don't use them to hold off the dragon, who will? Or do you all want to face it head-on? The group shook their heads vehemently. Even with over a dozen Tier 5 summoned beasts at their disposal, they were no match for a Tier 6 dragon. The overwhelming strength gap between tiers was not something sheer numbers could bridge. Move out, Su Bing ordered in a low voice. While they're still keeping the dragon busy, take the dragon egg. As it turned out, 3 days earlier, a second-year team from the Gaoshan Society had discovered the nest of the petrified stone dragon in the Academy's second ring. Inside the nest was an unhatched dragon egg. The news caused a stir among the Society's leadership. They deduced that the dragon had relocated from the first ring to the second ring to ensure the safety of its offspring during incubation. For the Gaoshan Society, this was an extraordinary opportunity. As a pure-blooded member of the dragon species, the petrified stone dragon's offspring would almost certainly possess the potential to ascend to the king tier. Such a dragon egg was priceless. Initially, their plan was to sacrifice a few flying summoned beasts to lure the dragon away, then steal the egg. The unexpected appearance of Lin Ze and his group, however, significantly increased the likelihood of the plan's success. But just as Su Bing was reveling in their advantageous position, the situation on the battlefield abruptly shifted. Lin Ze pulled out a backpack and retrieved high-grade earth elemental essence and a spirit stone, handing them to his summoned beast, Yin Gui. As Yin Gui consumed the materials, its body began to emit a dazzling glow, a clear sign that it was evolving. Amidst the dazzling radiance, the figure of the rock ghost began shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, reducing from nearly 3 meters to around 2 meters. However, its aura did not diminish. Instead, it intensified. A powerful and oppressive presence filled every inch of the surrounding space. The air seemed to grow heavy and stagnant, leaving everyone witnessing the scene feeling as though a massive weight pressed upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. The stone dragon in the midst of battle immediately shifted its vertical pupils in this direction, a flicker of human-like wariness and anger flashing in its eyes. Meanwhile, in the void before Lin Ze, the translucent panel's data instantly updated. Name: Spirit of the Earth. Attribute: Earth. Level: Tier 6, Stage 5. Growth progress: 0. Skills: Earth Spikes, Boulder Impact, Rock Explosion, Stone Guard. Divinity Path Next Evolution Form: Earth Guardian. Evolution Requirements: Growth progress 100, 10 lower grade Earth Elemental Stones, 1 Infinite Soil. The Rock Ghost level had broken through to Tier 5, Stage 5. With its evolution into the Spirit of the Earth, it had directly leaped an entire major tier, ascending to Tier 6, Stage 5, a qualitative leap in strength. As the light faded, the Spirit of the Earth's new form was revealed. No longer a ferocious ghostly figure, it now resembled a towering warrior clad in armor, its entire body a translucent earthy yellow, exuding an indomitable aura akin to the earth itself. Lu Man and her companions stood dumbfounded. While it was rare for a pet beast to evolve mid-battle, what shocked them even more was that Lin Ze's pet beast, which had evolved less than a month ago, had broken through once again. Such a rapid rate of development was unheard of. The members of the Gaoshan Society erupted in an uproar. "That kid's luck is insane," someone exclaimed. "Wait a second, wasn't his Earth-type pet beast just recently evolved?" Only then did they recall that Lin Ze's second pet beast had been purchased as a stone wraith from a shop, and its first evolution had occurred just a month prior. This had gone far beyond what could be chalked up to mere luck. Luo Han's face turned grim, his heart roiling with shock and jealousy. A mere first-year student possessing a Tier 6 pet beast was unprecedented even among second years. He had initially thought he was only temporarily lagging behind, but now he realized the gap between them was insurmountable. Su Bing quickly regained his composure. "Stop standing around. Take the dragon egg while you still can." The others snapped out of their daze, and even Luo Han, suppressing his fury, followed them off the hillside. The stone dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, sensing a mortal threat emanating from the spirit of the earth. It decisively abandoned its other opponents, flapping its wings as it charged toward the spirit, unleashing a stream of dragon breath. The spirit of the earth stood its ground, summoning 4 stone shields while its body became enveloped in an even denser earth yellow glow. The dragon breath struck the protective barrier, dimming the light for only a brief moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the spirit surged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the stone dragon's abdomen. Despite the disparity in size, the blow struck the massive stone dragon like a bolt of lightning, sending it howling in pain as it was flung backward, crashing into the mountainside. The impact left cracks spidering across the rock face, with debris and rubble cascading down. Lu Man and the others stood frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. The full-grown rockstone dragon and the evolved earth spirit were both at the 6th tier, 5th stage in terms of strength. Among beasts of the same level, the earth spirit's combat prowess was equally outstanding, on par with dragon-type beasts. The battle was about to erupt. Though the rockstone dragon was cautious, it underestimated its opponent's strength and suffered a minor setback in the initial clash. The pain fueled its rage, and with a furious roar, it launched another ferocious attack. The fight quickly escalated into an intense showdown. The two immensely powerful beasts clashed violently, each collision generating shockwaves that rippled through the air. Even from dozens of meters away, the sheer force of the battle made it hard for Lu Man and the others to breathe, forcing them to retreat further to regain their composure. As they watched the earth spirit and the rockstone dragon locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle, the girls' eyes widened in a mix of astonishment and delight. What had seemed like a hopeless situation now showed a glimmer of hope. This powerful beast ensured their survival, at the very least. Yet, their initial joy was quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of awe. A first-year student possessing a beast capable of rivaling a rockstone dragon? It was almost beyond belief. Lin Ze is just too strong. Lu Man murmured in disbelief. Song Ting and Gu Lengyan were equally stunned, their mouths agape. For a first-year student to own a sixth-tier beast was unheard of, a phenomenon that defied all logic. Yet, here it was, unfolding right before their eyes, leaving the three girls feeling as though they were in a dream. Guasini, in particular, gazed at Lin Ze's back with admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe. Lin Ze, however, paid no attention to their reactions. His focus was entirely on the unfolding battle. The Rockstone Dragon and the Earth Spirit were evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The other beasts, including Xiaoxue, were powerless to intervene in such a high-level confrontation and could only watch from the sidelines. Lin Ze wanted to assist, but his sixth-tier soul arrows were unlikely to penetrate the Rockstone Dragon's scales, making them ineffective. The battle had reached a stalemate. After observing for a while, Song Ting approached Lin Ze and whispered, "Junior, this isn't a good place for a prolonged fight. We should retreat." Lin Ze pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. While he had other trump cards that could potentially take down the Rockstone Dragon, the value of the dragon's materials was far less than the cost of his hidden cards. It wasn't worth the trade. Just as the group prepared to retreat while the Earth Spirit kept the Rockstone Dragon occupied, a familiar dragon roar echoed from the distance. They froze, turning to look. How could this be? The Rockstone Dragon was clearly right in front of them. So where was this sound coming from? The answer soon became apparent. High in the sky, a massive shadow emerged, soaring upward before circling in the air. As they focused their gaze, they realized it was another Rockstone Dragon. This one was smaller than the one they were facing, with a slightly sleeker and more graceful form of female dragon. Dragons may prefer solitude, but they make an exception when raising their offspring, Gu Lengyan explained. A male and female will stay together until the dragon egg hatches, then they part ways. The group finally understood. No wonder they had encountered a Rockstone Dragon in the second ringgit, had chosen this area to hatch its egg. As they spoke, the female dragon descended into the valley, seemingly in pursuit of something. When they saw its target, they were shocked. Once again, it was the members of the Gaoshan Society they'd encountered earlier. The team of over 10 had been reduced to just 4 or 5, all of them battered and panic-stricken. Su Bing and Luo Han looked especially pale, a far cry from their earlier composure. The Rockstone Dragon seemed to harbor a deep grudge against them, relentlessly chasing them down. Each dive it made tore apart one of their beasts, which, despite being 4th or 5th tier, were as fragile as paper in its presence. Why is it them? Guasini asked, bewildered. But Lin Ze and the other second years had already pieced together the truth, their expressions darkening. It was clear that Su Bing and his group had lured the Rockstone Dragon here, intending to use them as bait while they attempted to steal the dragon egg. What they hadn't anticipated was the presence of a second Rockstone Dragon. They had unwittingly provoked the female dragon, suffering heavy losses in the Princessa classic case of trying to gain an advantage only to lose disastrously. Roar! A deafening bellow thundered through the valley, reverberating off the rocky walls and striking fear into the hearts of the fleeing Gaoshan Society members. The shadow of death loomed over them, relentless and suffocating. Faces pale as ghosts, they forced their legs to move despite the fiery pain searing their lungs, knowing that even a moment's hesitation could mean being torn apart or turned to stone by the pursuing petrifying stone dragon. Damn it! How did it come to this? Luo Han cursed inwardly as he sprinted, his mind racing with disbelief. Who could have foreseen a second, petrifying stone dragon lying dormant in the cave where the dragon egg was found? Their triumph at securing the egg had lasted mere seconds before descending into a nightmare of bloodshed. Half the team had been wiped out in an instant, and even the most formidable among them, Su Bing, had succumbed in less than a minute, transformed into a lifeless stone statue. For the first time, Luo Han truly grasped the terror of this beast, and he could scarcely believe Lin Ze had managed to hold his ground against it. Luoga, do something. If we keep running, we're dead for sure. One of the remaining members pleaded, their voice trembling with desperation. As Luo Han's jaw tightened in frustration, they burst into the Greyblood Valley. Ahead, he saw Lin Ze and his group locked in a fierce battle with another petrifying stone dragon and what appeared to be a massive earth spirit. A glint of cunning flickered in Luo Han's eyes. Without hesitation, he picked up speed, charging toward Lin Ze and his companions. The others quickly caught on to his plan and followed suit. They were going to repeat their earlier ploy and redirect the danger onto someone else. Lin Ze and his team immediately noticed the Gaoshan Society's intentions. Fury erupted on the faces of Lu Man and the other women in the group, but before Gu Lengyan could make a move, Lin Ze raised his hand. With a surge of soul energy, he unleashed a shockwave. Boom! The force hit Luo Han and his group, sending them stumbling back several steps. That brief pause was all it took. The petrifying stone dragon caught up. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, shredding the few remaining beasts in its path to ribbons. Its massive tail whipped around in a devastating arc, swatting the Gao Shan society members like ragdolls. Only Luo Han, protected by some mysterious artifact, clung to life. The others didn't even have time to scream before they were obliterated. Luo Han crashed into the valley wall with bone-crunching force, a jagged shard of rock piercing deep into his abdomen. Blood gushed out in torrents, pooling beneath him in seconds. His eyes widened in shock, his ragged breaths growing weaker with each passing moment. With the Gaoshan society dealt with, the enraged petrifying stone dragon shifted its gaze toward Lin Ze's group. Lu Man and the others felt their stomachs drop, their faces draining of color. One petrifying stone dragon alone had pushed them to the brink of collapse now. With a second one in the mix, their chances of survival seemed non-existent. Escape was futile, and the prospect of standing their ground was even grimmer. The Earth Spirit was still locked in combat and couldn't aid them, and the few remaining fifth-tier beasts they had were no match for this monstrous foe. Looks like our luck has truly run out, Lu Man muttered with a bitter smile, glancing at her companions. Song Ting and Gu Lingyan remained silent, their lips pressed into tight lines, their faces ashen with dread. Lu Man tightened her grip on the Qinzhong bell, her expression growing resolute. She reaffirmed her decision, saying firmly, "I'll hold it off. You all take this chance to leave." Song Ting was about to protest, but Lu Man cut her off immediately. Ultimately, if I hadn't suggested coming to the condensed stone's secret realm, none of this would have happened. This is my fault, and I should be the one to make it right. This was a decision we all made together. How can it be only your fault? Song Ting retorted with a frown. Gu Lingyan and Guosini nodded in agreement, their determination clear. Even in a moment of such peril, they refused to shift the blame onto one another. Just as the argument among the girls reached an impasse, Lin Ze's calm voice suddenly broke through. Things aren't as dire as they seem. He had said this not long ago, and now, repeating it again, his words left the girls momentarily stunned. They all turned to look at him in unison, their eyes fixed on his composed expression. A single thought crossed their minds. Junior. Lu Man swallowed nervously, her expression turning strange. Could it be? You have a way to deal with that mother dragon? The other three girls widened their eyes, staring intently at Lin Ze. Although Lin Ze had already demonstrated extraordinary strength on multiple occasions, even achieving the near-impossible feat of evolving a battle pet to the 6th tier during combat, they couldn't bring themselves to hope for yet another miracle. After all, it wasn't as though he could make another pet evolve mid-fight, right? That kind of thing just wasn't possible. And indeed, it wasn't. Without the Ice Blue tier, Lin Ze couldn't trigger Xiaoshua's evolution at this moment. Yet, even so, he had another way to handle the current crisis. Under the girls' puzzled gazes, Lin Ze flipped his wrist, and a card appeared in his palm. A burst card. The ground, covered in gravel and shattered stone, bore the unmoving body of Luo Han. Blood poured relentlessly from the wound in his abdomen, soaking most of his body. The icy grip of death crept over him as his body temperature dwindled, and terror twisted his face into a grotesque mask. A torrent of emotions, resentment, despair, regret surged through him, eventually congealing into a deep, unyielding hatred. With great effort, he turned his head toward Lin Ze, his gaze brimming with venomous malice. If it weren't for this man, how could he have ended up like this? But soon, a cold, mocking smile crept onto his face. Even if he were to die here, Lin Ze and the members of the Longxin Society would be torn to shreds by the stone-bound drakes, accompanying him in death. As Luo Han fixed his gaze on Lin Ze, yearning to witness his enemy's demise at the claws of the stone-bound drakes, Lin Ze suddenly turned to meet his eyes. Those deep, calm pupils stopped Luo Han in his tracks. Why? Why, in such a dire moment, did this man remain so composed? Did he truly believe he could take on two stone-bound drakes? It was then that Luo Han noticed something that left him stunned. At some point, a card had appeared in Lin Ze's hand. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the card transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit's body trembled slightly, and then its aura surged wildly, reaching an overwhelming and suffocating intensity. The sheer pressure filled the air, freezing the atmosphere as if time itself had paused. Luo Han was dumbfounded, as were Lu Man and the others. What is this? Guosini murmured, her voice trembling, but no one could answer her question. The two stone-bound drakes immediately sensed the danger and froze in place. The one directly facing the Earth Spirit instinctively retreated a step, its slitted pupils fixed on the opponent as a guttural growl rumbled from its throat. Eliminate them, Lin Ze commanded, his voice calm and steady, breaking the silence. The Earth Spirit stepped forward with a thunderous stomp and raised its massive hand. Countless pale yellow earth elements coalesced into a gigantic boulder. With a deafening roar, the boulder shot forth like a cannonball, slamming into one of the stone-bound drakes with catastrophic force. A resounding explosion echoed as the stone-bound drake let out a harrowing scream. Its once impenetrable scales shattered instantly, sending blood spraying in all directions. The enormous creature was flung through the air like a ragdoll, the sound of shattering bones reverberating before it crashed heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, the group saw the stone-bound drake lying in a mangled heap, its body grievously wounded and barely clinging to life. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, and everyone stood frozen in disbelief. A mighty sixth tier, fifth phase stone-bound drake had been reduced to this state with a single strike. Seventh tier. Dueling was the first to react, her usual composed demeanor replaced by unrestrained astonishment. Lu Man, Songting, and Guosini quickly pieced it together as well. The Earth Spirit's transformation was undoubtedly linked to the mysterious card Lin Ze had just used. Songting gasped sharply as she took in the scene before her. The sheer power of this extraordinary artifact was utterly astonishing. It could actually enable a contracted beast to break through the limits of an entire major tier. In her understanding, combat-type artifacts, while the most valuable, typically only enhanced a beast's strength by 3 or 4 minor levels at best. Crossing an entire major tier was unheard of. Yet the artifact Lin Ze wielded had propelled his beast from tier 6 all the way to tier 7, level 4 or 5. Almost an entire major tier of improvement. Such an extraordinary effect was something even the most ancient and prestigious beastmaster families might not possess. Song Ting's gaze involuntarily shifted to Lin Ze, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. How could a student from an ordinary background have obtained such a priceless artifact? Lin Ze's image in her mind grew increasingly enigmatic and unfathomable. In sharp contrast to the amazement and admiration of Lu Man and the others, Luo Han's face was a mixture of shock, rage, and disbelief. He had never expected Lin Ze to have such a trump card. Even the Luo family, with all its resources, did not possess an artifact capable of boosting a beast's strength by an entire major tier. How could such a thing end up in the hands of a student from a humble background? But no one could answer his question. As the Earth Spirit unleashed another devastating boulder strike, cleanly defeating the second stone dragon, despair and regret overwhelmed Luo Han. If he had known this earlier, he would never have provoked such a monstrous opponent. The intense surge of emotions caused Luo Han to cough up another mouthful of blood. A chilling cold swept through his body, and the deep darkness surged in like a tide, finally engulfing his consciousness. As Luo Han drew his last breath, the Earth Spirit concluded its battle with the 2 petrified stone dragons. With decisive precision, it snapped the necks of the 2 critically wounded dragons, bringing an end to the harrowing fight. Lu Man, Guosini, and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. What was supposed to be a simple mission to collect Greyblood stones in the Greyblood Valley had turned into a nightmare when they encountered 2 terrifying stone dragons. If it hadn't been for Lin Ze's timely intervention, they would likely have faced complete annihilation. As Lu Man gazed at Lin Ze's retreating figure, her heart was filled with a mix of shock and awe. Although she had always known this junior of hers was extraordinarily talented, she couldn't help but harbor a little pride, believing her own strength surpassed his. However, during this exploration of the secret realm, Lin Ze's extraordinary abilities completely shattered that belief. Song Ting and Gu Lengyan exchanged a glance, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Even without mentioning the precious artifact, the sheer strength of Lin Ze's 6th-tier pet beast was unmatched among second-year students. In fact, there were only a handful of third-years who could rival him. For a first-year student to reach such a level was unheard of. At Lin Ze's direction, the group began harvesting materials from the stone dragons. As rare pureblood members of the dragon race, every part of the 2 dragons was immensely valuable. Dragon blood, horns, scales, hide, and even meat were sought-after materials for cultivation. Unfortunately, Guosini's spatial ring had limited capacity, forcing them to carefully select only the most valuable parts. While the others were busy collecting, Lin Ze and the Earth Spirit followed the escape route taken by Luo Han and his group. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a spacious cave. The interior was vast, hollowing out nearly half the mountain. Looking up, the cavern stretched deep into the darkness. Although the legendary treasure hoards of dragons were absent, the ground was littered with pale bones, belonging to both beasts and humans. Near the entrance, Lin Ze discovered 7 or 8 lifelike stone statues, none other than the members of the Gaoshan Society he had encountered earlier, including Su Bing. If only they had known this would happen, they might have chosen differently, Lin Ze thought to himself. The Gaoshan Society had gone to great lengths to steal a dragon egg, even using Lin Ze's group as bait, only to fail miserably and lose their lives in the process. After thoroughly searching the cave and finding no sign of the dragon egg, Lin Ze suddenly realized the truth. If the egg were still here, the mother dragon would never have pursued them to Greyblood Valley. It was likely that Luo Han and his group had already succeeded in taking it. Back in the valley, Lin Ze examined Luo Han's corpse and soon discovered a spatial ring on his right index finger. With Guasini's guidance, he quickly learned how to use it. The space inside the ring was around 3 to 4 cubic meters, much larger than Guasini's spatial bracelet. Sure enough, the dragon egg was inside. Roughly the size of a human face, the egg was a deep crimson hue with a unique stony texture. This was undoubtedly the most valuable discovery of their expedition, with the potential to evolve into a king-tier pet beast. With the larger spatial ring now in hand, the group worked tirelessly for nearly 2 hours, filling both storage devices to their limits. By comparison, the Greyblood stone seemed insignificant, and with limited space, they unanimously decided to conclude their exploration and head back. The battle had taken a heavy toll on their team. Other than the Earth Spirit and Xiaoxue, only the Fire Elemental Titan and the Dragon Lion survived. However, both were severely injured and had to be recalled to Lu Man's summoning space for recovery. Thankfully, with the 6th-tier Earth Spirit as their escort, the journey home was uneventful. In the early hours of the morning, the steel gates deep underground rumbled open, and Lin Ze's group emerged. Though the expedition had lasted only a day, it had been far more perilous than any they had experienced before. Fortunately, the rewards were equally exceptional. Let's head to the logistics department first, Songting suggested. The others nodded in agreement, ready to exchange the collected materials for resource points. Both stonebound magma dragons were slain by Lin Ze. As such, we won't take any share of the spoils from them, those belong entirely to him, Lu Man stated decisively as soon as they arrived at the logistics office. Song Ting and Gu Lengyan exchanged a glance, their agreement evident as they nodded in unison. Guasini had no objections either. After all, the magma dragons were indeed defeated solely by Lin Ze. They hadn't contributed at all, and if not for him, they might not have even made it out of the Ashblood Valley alive. However, Lin Ze shook his head in refusal. To make room for the magma dragon materials, they had abandoned all other items collected along the way. If he were to claim the dragon materials entirely for himself, it would render the others' efforts meaningless. After some discussion, they reached a compromise. Lin Ze would take 80 of the total spoils, while the remaining 20 would be divided among the 4 women. The most valuable item, the magma dragon egg, went to Lin Ze. The dragon hide, horns, and scales were all converted into resource points. Lu Man and the others took the dragon meat and blood to enhance their dragon-type companion beasts, deducting the corresponding resource points from their share. In the end, after everything was settled, Lin Ze received 126,198 resource points in addition to the dragon egg, equivalent to approximately 63 million credits. The astronomical figure left him marveling at the lucrative rewards of exploring a secret realm. Of course, this level of success was entirely thanks to encountering 2 stonebound magma dragons. Under normal circumstances, a team exploring a secondary secret realm might earn at most 50 or 60,000 resource points. For most teams, merely surviving an encounter with a magma dragon would already count as a miracle. The girls were equally delighted. Even Guasini, who received the smallest share, still gained over 10,000 resource points, a significant amount for a first-year student. By the time they exited the logistics office, night had fallen, and the group prepared to part ways. Lu Man turned to Lin Ze with a smile. Lin Ze, we really owe you for this one. If you ever run into any trouble at the academy, don't hesitate to reach out to us for help. Song Ting and Gu Lengyan nodded in agreement, while Guasini quickly chimed in with her support. Lin Ze readily agreed. After all, Lu Man and the others came from prominent families with extensive resources and connections. She might very well have a need for their help in the future. Back at his dormitory, Lin Ze immediately checked the notifications in his mind. Achievement unlocked. First secret realm exploration. Successfully complete a secret realm exploration, slay at least 100 beasts, and achieve an exploration rate of 10 or higher. Reward: 500 achievement points. Berserk card 1. He had received this notification as soon as he left the secret realm. Another Berserk card. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. His past experiences had proven the immense value of these cards in critical moments. Having an extra life-saving trump card was always a good thing. All in all, this secret realm expedition had been a resounding success. While he had used one Berserk card, he had gained another in return, along with a magma dragon egg with the potential to reach the king tier and a significant haul of resource points. It was undeniably a major victory. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Ze summoned Xiaoxue, his companion beast, and retrieved a translucent, teardrop-shaped gemstone ice blue tear. He had purchased it on a whim while exchanging materials at the logistics office. The gem was a vivid blue, radiating a soft glow under the light. Despite being an ice element material, it lacked any chill, its energy completely concentrated at its core. Swallow it, Lin Ze instructed, handing the gemstone to Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue blinked at him mischievously. Instead of taking the gem directly, she leaned forward and playfully took it into her mouth, her lips brushing against Lin Ze's fingertips in the process. The soft, warm sensation startled Lin Ze, and he couldn't help but chuckle at her cheeky expression. Fortunately, Xiaoxue quickly released his hand. Moments later, a brilliant blue light erupted from her body, signaling the start of her evolution. Wisps of white mist filled the air, frost spread across the floor, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Lin Ze had to activate his soul guard ability to shield himself from the cold. After about 2 minutes, the light dissipated, revealing Xiox's new form. Her once light blue hair had deepened into a cascade of dark blue that flowed down to her waist. Her skin was as flawless as snowflakes, and her ethereal, icy demeanor was even more striking than before. She now resembled a true spirit of ice and snow. Name: Frost Blue Maiden. Element: Ice. Level: Tier 6, Stage 2. Growth: 0. Skills: Icefall, Snow Maiden Sigh, Frost Chains, Crystal Mirror, Frost Nova, Blizzard. Evolution Path: Ice Queen. Next evolution requirements: 100 growth, 10 lower ice elemental source stones, 1 millennium frost crystal. Finally, she's evolved. Lin Ze breathed a sigh of relief, thrilled by the significant boost in his strength. With 2 Tier 6 companion beasts now under his command, his combat capabilities had soared. Xiaoxue looked down at her transformed body, then glanced back up at Lin Ze with a radiant smile. Without warning, she stepped forward and threw herself into his arms, nuzzling her delicate face against his chest with unabashed affection. Lin Ze cleared his throat, feeling slightly awkward. If Xiaoxue had previously resembled a 15 or 16-year-old girl, she now looked every bit like a 17 or 18-year-old young woman. The close contact made him acutely aware of her soft, graceful curves, causing his heart to flutter momentarily. No wonder so many people favor humanoid female companion beasts, he mused to himself. But when he met Xiox's innocent and trusting gaze, he quickly regained his composure. Gently patting her head, he stepped back to create some distance and opened her companion beast panel, his eyes focusing on her updated skill list. The unlocking of new skills after the evolution of his pet beasts filled Lin Ze with excitement. He carefully reviewed Xiaoxue's new skill list. Extinction Frost. An advanced skill of Frost Nova, capable of summoning extreme frost from beyond the heavens to deal explosive ice attribute damage to a designated area. Requires 20 growth rate and 500 achievement points. Frost Ray. Compresses ice elements into a concentrated ray, dealing massive ice attribute damage and inflicting a frozen status. Requires 30 growth rate and 500 achievement points. Ice Dragon Strike. Condenses ice elements into a dragon form that autonomously attacks multiple targets. Requires 50 growth rate and 800 achievement points. Frost Blue Domain. An advanced skill of Blizzard, transforming a radius of 1,000 meters into an ice attribute domain, continuously dealing damage and boosting the user's attack power. Requires 80 growth rate and 1,000 achievement points. Each of these 4 skills was overwhelmingly powerful. Unfortunately, Lin Ze currently only had a little over 500 achievement points, and Xiaoxue's growth rate was insufficient. He then turned to check the new skills of the Earth Spirit. Earthquake Wave. An advanced skill of Earth Spikes, stomping the ground to deal linear area damage. Requires 20 growth rate and 300 achievement points. Mountain Shatter Strike. A heavy punch that deals massive Earth attribute damage. Requires 30 growth rate and 500 achievement points. Crystalline Guard. An advanced skill of Rock Shield, summoning crystals to form a protective barrier. Requires 50 growth rate and 600 achievement points. Titan Form. Infuses with the power of the earth to enlarge the body, enhancing both defense and attack. Requires 80 growth rate and 800 achievement points. Although the unlocking conditions for the Earth Spirit skills were somewhat easier compared to Xiaoxue's, its growth rate was similarly insufficient. Lin Ze decided to participate in the Bronze Qualification assessment first. With 2 6th-tier pet beasts under his command, he was confident in passing the ultra-difficult challenge, which would not only enhance his pet beast growth rates, but also earn him a significant amount of achievement points. After some research, he discovered that the assessment would take place the day after tomorrow perfect timing. On the morning of the assessment, Lin Ze arrived early at the Ningjiang City Beastmaster Association branch. The news of Su Bing and the others' deaths had not yet spread, and both he and Lu Man, along with the others, had tacitly agreed to keep silent. After all, the cause of death involved the condensed stone demon dragon, and they were victims as well. The spacious hall was already crowded with numerous participants, most of whom were students from various Beastmaster academies. As soon as Lin Ze entered, he was recognized by fellow students from Ningjiang Academy, causing a stir. Isn't that Lin Ze? He's here for the bronze qualification too? With his strength, this should be a breeze. The commotion caught the attention of students from other academies. A buzz-cut young man curiously asked about Lin Ze's identity. Upon learning that Lin Ze was not only the top freshman of Ningjiang Academy, but also the first to clear the Stone Tablet Challenge, owned 2 5th-tier pet beasts, and ranked first in the Glory Virtual Realms trainee zone, the young man was left stunned. These astonishing feats left the buzz-cut youth in awe. His gaze toward Lin Ze was filled with reverence. Such a prodigy was truly remarkable. Lin Ze signed up at the counter and received his number tag. As he turned around, he realized he had become the center of attention. Snippets of hushed conversations reached his ears clearly. So he's the top-ranked apprentice in the region, Lin Ze. Only 18 years old and already has 2 fifth-tier companion beasts. His talent is incredible. High-level difficulty will be a breeze for him. If only I had half his strength. Accustomed to such reactions, Lin Ze simply shrugged and made his way to the waiting area. Before long, his number was called. Lin Ze, along with 29 other participants, was led into a spacious and well-lit room. At the center of the room stood a 2-meter-tall stone stele, adorned with intricate and ancient carvings. This was the origin stele. Around the stele were more than 10 staff members dressed in uniforms of the Beastmaster Association. Leading the group were 2 individuals, a tall, burly man named Yizuping and a middle-aged man with streaks of gray in his hair, named Shuewei. Both wore silver badges on their chests, signifying their rank as Silver-tier Beastmasters. Welcome to the Bronze-tier Beastmaster Qualification Assessment, Yizuping announced in a loud, commanding voice. I am Yizuping, a steward of the Ningjiang branch of the Beastmaster Association. I am Shuewei, also a steward of the Ningjiang branch. The other man introduced himself calmly. Each of the 30 participants received a bronze token from the staff. The token was divided into 4 sections by 3 horizontal lines, labeled as Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Supreme. Yizuping surveyed the crowd. This token is your key to entering the Origin Steel's virtual realm. Before we begin, you must choose your assessment difficulty level. As he spoke, a large screen on the right wall lit up, displaying the rewards for each difficulty level. Basic difficulty. Earn Bronze-tier Beastmaster certification, 3 soul, 1 constitution, 5 growth rate for a chosen companion beast. Intermediate difficulty. Earn Bronze-tier Beastmaster certification, 4 soul, 2 constitution, 10 growth rate for a chosen companion beast. Advanced difficulty. Earn Bronze-tier Beastmaster certification, 5 soul, 3 constitution, 20 growth rate for a chosen companion beast. Unlock a 3rd companion beast slot. Supreme difficulty. Earn Bronze-tier Beastmaster certification, 8 soul, 5 constitution, 30 growth rate for a chosen companion beast. Unlock a 3rd companion beast slot. The room buzzed with excitement. The rewards for supreme difficulty were undeniably tempting, but most participants knew even advanced difficulty was beyond their reach. I failed intermediate difficulty twice already. Maybe I should just stick with basic to be safe. Lin Ze remained calm, his goal already set in stone. Yizuping's voice turned serious. Now, choose your assessment difficulty. Please carefully consider your own abilities and don't overestimate yourself. You have 2 minutes to decide. 2 minutes later, a staff member reported, all 30 participants have made their selections. However, someone has chosen supreme difficulty. Both Yizuping and Shuewei were momentarily taken aback. Who is it? Yizuping asked. Lin Ze, a first-year student from Ningjiang Academy, the staff member replied. The news surprised the 2 stewards. Shuewei seemed to recall something and leaned toward Yizuping, speaking in a low voice. Old Yi, do you remember the high school senior from Pinghai branch who cleared supreme difficulty during the apprentice assessment 2 months ago? Yizuping's eyes lit up in realization, and he looked at Lin Ze with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. This young man before them was clearly another prodigy. At this very moment, Yizuping's anger had completely dissipated. Standing before Lin Ze, a prodigious talent who had passed the extreme difficulty apprenticeship assessment at just 18 years old, even Yizuping, a silver beast tamer, dared not show the slightest disrespect. Even though Lin Ze is exceptionally gifted, attempting the extreme difficulty challenge at this stage seems far too reckless, Yizuping said hesitantly. If he could have another 2 or 3 years to grow, he'd likely have a much better chance of succeeding. But now, having been an apprentice beast tamer for less than 2 months, it's not surprising that you'd think that. Shuewei sighed softly. But Lin Ze is someone who can't be measured by common standards. You might not know this, but just a few days ago, he climbed to the top of the Glory Virtual Realms Apprentice Leaderboard. What? Yizuping's eyes widened in disbelief. The top contenders in the Apprentice Leaderboard typically commanded 2 beasts at the peak of the 4th tier. For Lin Ze to surpass such elite talents, wouldn't that mean his beasts were already close to the 5th tier? You probably think Lin Ze's beasts are about to break through to the 5th tier, don't you? Shuewei said with a peculiar smile. In fact, both of his beasts reached the 5th tier a while ago. This revelation struck Yizuping like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. Just 2 months ago, Lin Ze's beasts were only at the 3rd tier, and now they had both advanced to the 5th tier? This completely upended his understanding of what was possible. At the assessment site, the participants were unaware of this private exchange and were anxiously awaiting the start. As the examiner announced the beginning, everyone sat cross-legged, holding their bronze tokens, and closed their eyes in meditation. A peculiar energy ripple spread out, and all participants entered a state resembling deep sleep. Shuewei lightly pressed a stone tablet, and a massive light screen appeared in the air, divided into 30 sections, each showing the progress of a participant. Both his and Yi Zuping's gazes naturally focused on Lin Ze's screen. When Lin Ze opened his eyes, he found himself in a brightly lit coliseum. Towering walls surrounded him, and the spectator stands were empty. 20 meters ahead stood a massive iron gate. Without hesitation, he summoned Xiao Shui, the frost-blue maiden who vigilantly positioned herself in front of him. The assessment is about to begin. A cold mechanical voice echoed from the void. The extreme difficulty test consists of 5 stages. Prepare yourself. As the countdown ended, the iron gate groaned open. Over a dozen abyssal ravager rats, each with fiery red fur and the size of a large wolf, charged out. These dual-attribute feral beasts, ranked between the 5th and 9th stages of the 3rd tier, were equivalent to the final challenge of a medium difficulty test, yet this was only the first stage. Xiao Shui wrinkled her delicate nose at the acrid sulfur stench, but quickly cast Snow Maiden's sigh. A gust of icy wind swept through, instantly freezing the abyssal ravager rats into sculptures of ice. In the 2nd stage, a 4-headed serpent lizard emerged slowly. This rare beast, with 8 potential evolutions allowing it to reach the 9th tier at its peak, was formidable. However, the 4th tier serpent lizard before them was no match for Xiao Shui. With a single icefall attack, it was obliterated in an instant. The iron gate creaked open with a thunderous crash, and a shadowy tide surged out from behind it, swiftly spreading to the center of the plaza. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed as he focused on the eerie black mass that suddenly bulged and coalesced into 4 dark humanoid silhouettes. Nightshades. Lin Ze immediately recognized the rare dark element beasts. These creatures, with strength ranging from Tier 4, Stage 5 to Tier 4, Stage 8, excelled at moving through shadows. Scanning the plaza, where light and shadow intertwined, Lin Ze noted how the environment provided the perfect battlefield for the nightshades. Unable to restrain themselves, the 4 nightshades slithered forward like serpents, lunging toward Lin Ze. They dove into shadows and leapt out unpredictably, covering vast distances in an instant, moving like phantoms. Despite the bizarre assault, Lin Ze and Xiao Shui remained unervingly calm. Xiao Shui raised her arm and swung it down forcefully. Blizzard. A howling wind erupted as the temperature plummeted. Bone-chilling gusts, laden with snowflakes materializing from thin air, swept across the plaza, enveloping it in a fierce snowstorm. The nightshades were instantly coated in snow, their movements hindered by the icy gale. They slipped back into the shadows, only to realize the ground was now blanketed in thick snow, erasing all traces of darkness. Bereft of their hiding places, the nightshades were forced into the open, where they were mercilessly consumed by a storm of icy blades. Inside the stone monument chamber, Yi Zuping observed the screen showing the nightshades frozen into sculptures before shattering into fragments. He fell silent, his last doubts about Lin Ze's strength completely dispelled. To effortlessly slay 4 Tier 4, Stage 7 nightshades was a feat that unmistakably signaled Tier 5 power. Pinghai City has truly produced an extraordinary talent, Yi Zuping remarked. Shui Wei nodded in agreement, marveling at the thought of such a prodigy emerging from a 3rd-tier city. The 4th challenge began, and a demon-like creature emerged. It had a humanoid torso and limbs, but its emaciated frame was wrapped in grayish-blue skin stretched tightly over its bones. Its gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, dripped with viscous saliva. Though this Tier 5 demon beast was not fully mature, its size suggested it was at least at Tier 5, Stage 3 or 4 in strength. Just as the demon beast prepared to charge, the sound of ice forming echoed through the air. Chains of frost materialized out of nowhere, binding the creature tightly in an instant. Xiao Shui, now advanced to Tier 6, lifted her palm gently. A dazzling blue ice crystal appeared in front of the demon beast and exploded into countless shards. Frost Nova. The unfortunate demon beast didn't even have a chance to attack before it was reduced to a shattered ice sculpture. Impossible. Yi Zuping and Shui Wei were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. A Tier 5 demon beast, taken down so effortlessly? Could it be that Lin Ze's beast is beyond Tier 5? Yi Zuping asked in shock. Shui Wei thought for a moment and hesitated before replying. Probably not. This demon beast was only at Tier 5, Stage 3. A few exceptionally powerful Tier 5, Stage 9 beasts could still defeat it with ease. But for an 18-year-old apprentice beast tamer to possess a Tier 6 beast, that idea is simply too outrageous. Even so, a Tier 5, Stage 9 beast is already astonishing, especially when its owner is such a young student. In an instant, Yi Zuping and Shui Wei felt as if tidal waves had surged through their hearts, leaving them utterly stunned. Just then, the final challenge of the super difficulty bronze evaluation began. The final challenge. I wonder what level of ferocious beast will appear. Lin Ze muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the slowly opening steel gate. As the heavy gate creaked open, a massive figure emerged from the shadows. A deep, thunderous dragon roar echoed, and an overwhelming, heart-stopping dragon's aura swept across the entire arena. The air seemed to grow heavier under this oppressive presence. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. Standing before him was a pure-blooded bronze dragon, its body covered in shimmering bronze-colored scales, radiating a profound and vivid luster. Its sleek, muscular frame exuded an unparalleled sense of power and dominance. "Looks like I've been running into dragons a lot lately," Lin Ze murmured softly, carefully studying the bronze dragon. Judging by the depth of its scale coloration, it appeared to still be in its juvenile stage, with a strength likely capped at the 5th tier, 9th rank still short of breaking into the 6th tier. This reminded him of the stone-condensing demon dragon he had encountered in the secret realm. Once a bronze dragon reaches adulthood, it too would directly ascend to the 6th tier. The bronze dragon let out a deafening roar toward the sky before charging forward with heavy, thunderous steps, like an unstoppable war machine barreling straight at Lin Ze. However, as the dragon's ferocious momentum surged, Xiaoxue merely wrinkled her delicate nose adorably and waved her hand casually. In an instant, a blizzard descended upon the battlefield. The entire arena was engulfed in a violent snowstorm, and the bronze dragon's charge was abruptly halted. Countless ice blades materialized out of thin air, cascading down like a waterfall from above, striking the bronze dragon relentlessly. Enhanced by the power of the blizzard, the ice blades carried devastating force. The bronze dragon was like a boulder crashing into a raging torrent, its massive body frozen in place. Its tough scales shattered one after another, revealing bloodied and mangled flesh beneath. In the blink of an eye, the once majestic bronze dragon was left battered and broken, letting out a harrowing wail of agony. Outside the virtual realm, Yizuping and Shuewei stared in stunned silence at the scene before them, speechless for a long time. At this moment, they finally realized how gravely they had misjudged the situation earlier. Being able to effortlessly subdue a 5th-tier, 9th-rank bronze dragon to this extent could only mean one thing. Lin Ze's pet beast must have already reached the 6th tier. Yizuping and Shuewei, both seasoned silver beast tamers, had presided over countless bronze evaluations in their careers. Yet, they had never encountered a scene as astonishing as this. On the display screen before them, an 18-year-old boy was revealed to possess a 6th-tier Beast, a revelation that completely shattered their understanding of what was possible. The two silver tamers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Even with their extensive experience, the most powerful beasts they owned were merely at the 6th tier. Meanwhile, in the evaluation hall, participants were gradually returning from the virtual realm. Those who succeeded beamed with joy, while those who failed wore looks of frustration. Scattered conversations filled the room. "Damn it, I was so close. I can't believe how tough the lower difficulty Wazami opponent was. A tier 3, stage 7? Finally, I made it. I'm officially a bronze beast tamer now." A young man who had just been promoted proudly announced his accomplishment, drawing envious glances from those around him. After all, being a bronze beast tamer signified entry into the ranks of society's elite. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived, as the expressions of the crowd suddenly froze. "Wait, is that a bronze dragon? Look at the color of those scales. That's at least a tier 5 peak beast. How is a beast of this level appearing in an evaluation?" The crowd erupted into a commotion, their eyes glued to the display screen in disbelief. Before long, someone voiced a chilling realization. This must be an ultra-difficulty challenge." The room fell silent. All eyes turned to the screen, where Lin Ze was shown in the midst of the challenge. The idea of someone attempting an ultra-difficulty evaluation was unimaginable. Even those who knew Lin Ze possessed 2 tier 5 beasts were utterly dumbfounded. But the real shock was yet to come. Hold on. Is the bronze dragon actually losing? That's impossible. Unless, could it be that Lin Ze's beasts have already reached tier 6? This speculation was like a thunderclap, sending waves of disbelief through the crowd. The notion of an 18-year-old possessing tier 6 beasts defied all logic and understanding. What made it even more unbelievable was the fact that just half a month ago, Lin Ze's beasts had only been at tier 5, stage 2 or 3. Inside the virtual realm, Lin Ze remained fully focused, commanding the battle with precision. The tier 5, stage 9 bronze dragon was a formidable opponent, and even Xiaoxue, his frost beast, struggled to gain the upper hand. Finally, with a mournful roar, the bronze dragon, battered and scarred, collapsed to the ground and dissolved into shimmering particles of light. Challenge complete. Congratulations on successfully passing the ultra-difficulty bronze evaluation. A cold, mechanical voice announced. An invisible wave of energy washed over Lin Ze, invigorating his spirit as though he had absorbed multiple soul crystals. The system interface displayed an increase of 8 points to his soul attribute. Almost immediately, a rush of warmth surged from his core, spreading through his body and raising his constitution attribute by 5 points. Lin Ze exhaled in satisfaction, summoning his personal status panel with a casual gesture. Lin Ze, Constitution, 13.2 Soul, 23.8. Level, Apprentice. Soul Power, 2380 2380. Soul Arts, Soul Guard Tier 2, Soul Arrow Level 6, Soul Impact Level 1. Beasts, Frost Blue Maiden, Earth Spirit. Achievement Points, 586. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he took in his newfound strength. Staring at the data on the panel, Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with delight and satisfaction. Soul Strength, 23.8. This value not only far exceeded the typical range of 8 to 12 for ordinary bronze beast tamers, but was also an extraordinary rarity even among silver beast tamers. Even the most outstanding bronze beast tamers, who had consumed large amounts of rare treasures, could barely reach a soul strength of around 15. Among silver beast tamers, those who surpassed the threshold of 23 were less than 1. What was even more astonishing was his physique value, which reached an impressive 13.2. This level was out of reach even for silver beast tamers, let alone his bronze-level peers. Lin Ze silently calculated thanks to such formidable physical strength, he now had the ability to contend with Tier 3 ferocious beasts. This was something that would have been deemed impossible in the past, all due to the 2 extreme difficulty baptisms and the enhancement from a large number of physical strengthening crystals. Suddenly, Lin Ze remembered an unclaimed reward designated Pet Growth 30. Without hesitation, he chose Xiao Shui as the target for the enhancement. With a single thought, a radiant glow enveloped the petite beast girl. On the panel, Xiao Shui's growth rate skyrocketed from the original 0.34 to 30.34, and her level rose to Tier 6, Stage 5. Just as Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Bronze Beast Tamer passes qualification assessment and completes the second baptism. Rewards, 500 achievement points. Evolution Stone 1. Evolution Stone? This unexpected surprise caused Lin Ze's eyes to light up. After checking the description, he was even more thrilled that it was a miraculous crystal that could instantly bring a pet to full growth and trigger its evolution. Although it was limited to pets below Tier 6, it was an incredibly practical treasure for someone like him, who was about to contract his third pet. At this moment, Lin Ze had over 1,000 achievement points at his disposal. He quickly opened Xiao Shui's attribute panel and discovered 2 new unlockable skills, Extreme Frostfall and Frost Ray, each costing 500 achievement points. Extreme Frostfall was an advanced skill of Frost Nova, capable of delivering explosive ice element damage to a designated area. Frost Ray, on the other hand, compressed ice elements into a focused beam, dealing massive damage while applying a freezing debuff. Without hesitation, Lin Ze unlocked both skills at once. Looking at the refreshed attribute panel, Lin Ze exhaled deeply, a gratified smile spreading across his face. In just a few months, he had transformed from an ordinary person with a purely ornamental pet into a peerless genius with 2 Tier 6 pets. All of this was thanks to the existence of the achievement system. As he reveled in his joy, his vision suddenly blurred. When his surroundings came back into focus, he found himself back in the stone tablet chamber, where everyone was staring at him with various expressions. The room was filled with gasps of astonishment. The crowd's gaze toward Lin Ze was a mixture of envy, shock, curiosity, jealousy, and admiration. An 18-year-old boy had not only passed an extremely challenging assessment, but had also acquired a 6th-tier companion beast. Such an achievement left many experienced beast tamers present feeling utterly inadequate. I've been a beast tamer for years and only have 2 4th-tier companion beasts, someone murmured in awe. If only I had even a third of Lin Ze's talent. Every pair of eyes on Lin Ze now held a trace of reverence. Before today, none of them had imagined anyone could pass such a high difficulty assessment, let alone someone as young as an 18-year-old student. His talent was beyond comprehension, and his future achievements seemed boundless. In the world of beast tamers, the strong command respect. Even if some harbored jealousy in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in the face of such unparalleled talent. Yi Zuping and Shui Wei stepped forward to approach Lin Ze. Yi Zuping looked at him with a complex expression and said, "Congratulations, Lin Ze. You are the first in the Federation to pass the ultra-difficulty bronze certification as a beast tamer." Lin Ze responded with a calm smile. "Thank you. It was just luck." Seeing Lin Ze's composed demeanor, Yi Zuping and Shui Wei couldn't help but admire him even more. Geniuses are rare, but a humble genius is even rarer. Someone like him was destined to go far on the path of beast taming. A wave of appreciation for talent arose in Yi Zuping's heart. He immediately asked, "Would you be interested in joining the Beast Tamer Association?" However, Lin Ze declined without hesitation. "Sorry, but right now, I just want to focus on my training." Yi Zuping was momentarily stunned, but then seemed to recall something. He chuckled and lightly tapped his forehead. Ah, my mistake. Of course, when you pass the ultra-difficulty apprentice certification in Pinghai City, the local branch steward must have already extended an invitation. If you were interested, you would have agreed back then. The surrounding beast tamers couldn't hide the envy and jealousy on their faces as they watched this exchange. This was the Beast Tamer Association, an organization so many dreamed of joining but couldn't find a way in. Yet Lin Ze had turned it down without a second thought. As expected, geniuses have the privilege of doing as they please. After being declined by Lin Ze, Yizuping and Shuewei offered him a few words of encouragement before leaving the stone tablet room. Neither of them was aware that Lin Ze possessed a second sixth-tier pet beast. Otherwise, they would have been utterly astonished. With the departure of the two silver beast tamers, the atmosphere in the room instantly lightened. Noticing several beast tamers eager to strike up a conversation with him, Lin Ze quickly made his exit. Back in his dormitory, Lin Ze immediately retrieved the dragon egg of the condensed stone magic dragon from his spatial ring. The third pet slot he gained after advancing to Bronze Beast Tamer was the perfect opportunity to contract this pure-blooded dragon with immense potential. Although the third pet slot could only accommodate beasts up to the 5th tier, the newly hatched condensed stone magic dragon was at the 3rd tier, meeting the requirements perfectly. The growth stages of pure-blooded dragons are divided into 9 phases: hatchling, juvenile, young dragon, adult dragon, prime dragon, elder dragon, ancient dragon, primordial dragon, and ancestral dragon. Each stage brings a significant leap in strength. Recalling the adult condensed stone magic dragon he encountered in the Greyblood Valley, Lin Ze couldn't help but anticipate the potential of the dragon egg before him. During the contracting process, Lin Ze's soul energy surged into the dragon egg like a floodgate had been opened, consuming nearly half of his reserves in an instant. This was far more than what was required when contracting Xiaoxue or the stubborn stone beast. Just as he marveled at the energy expenditure, the egg began to tremble, and countless cracks spread across its surface. With a crisp cracking sound, a small dragon covered in sticky fluid emerged from the egg. Its cries carried no trace of intimidation, but were instead rather endearing. The hatchling immediately began devouring the eggshell, finishing it entirely within 2 minutes. As it did so, its body expanded rapidly, soon growing tall enough to reach Lin Ze's waist when standing upright. Noticing Lin Ze's presence, the condensed stone magic dragon cheerfully bounded over and affectionately nuzzled his hand with its head. As Lin Ze stroked it, he examined its attribute panel. A 3rd-tier, 3rd-phase condensed stone magic dragon hatchling with dual attributes of darkness and dragon. It had mastered 3 skills: Dragon Breath, Stomp, and Rock-Splitting Claw. Its bloodline progression indicated continuous improvement in physique and strength, as well as enhanced control over dark elements, with the ultimate potential to evolve into the King tier. Although it didn't possess a hidden evolution path, the King tier potential was already remarkable. Lin Ze decided to invest achievement points to accelerate its growth. To his surprise, each achievement point increased its growth rate by 1, which was significantly more efficient than when he had worked on Xiaoxue. However, raising it by an entire phase required a 20 growth rate, giving Lin Ze a better understanding of the balance involved. In the following days, with Guanning away on a training expedition with senior members of the club, Lin Ze returned to his solitary lifestyle. Apart from occasional meals with Guasini, Lu Man, and a few other girls, he dedicated all his time to training. Both his soul techniques and pet skills were nearing the milestone of being used 10,000 times. The anticipation of the substantial achievement point rewards filled Lin Ze with excitement. After all, whether it was cultivating the condensed stone magic dragon or unlocking new skills for Xiaoxue and the Earth Spirit, all of it required a significant number of achievement points. He silently hoped to reach the new milestones as soon as possible. The wilderness. The Red Soil Forest. Located 50 kilometers south of Ningjiang City, this forest is renowned for its striking red soil that stretches as far as the eye can see. Beyond its distinctive terrain, the area is almost barren, with barely a blade of grass to be found. Even the most common of ferocious beasts are rarely spotted here. For this reason, beast tamers typically bypass the forest, heading instead to the insect plains just a few kilometers away. Rich in insect-type beasts, the plains are an ideal place for raising insect-type companion creatures. But today, the eerie silence of the red soil forest was broken by the arrival of a few uninvited visitors. Xiaoyan, are you really sure you saw the Aurora beast running in this direction? A young woman in her early 20s, Wang Xiaojing, asked in a hushed voice as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. Her tone carried a mix of doubt and curiosity. The 4-person team moved over the thick carpet of fallen leaves, their footsteps so light they were almost imperceptible. I've told you at least 3 times already, Emo Xiaoyan replied with an exasperated roll of her eyes. It was definitely the Aurora beast. But we've been searching for ages and haven't even found a single footprint, Wang Xiaojing muttered under her breath. Why would an Aurora beast come to a desolate place like this? Even insects don't bother foraging here. Then why did you bother coming along? Emo Xiaoyan shot back with a glare. Isn't it because you need materials for your pet beast's evolution? I don't need. Enough. Stop arguing. Lu Ling, who was leading the group, abruptly turned around and cut them off. As the vice president of their club and a senior in her third year, her words carried an undeniable authority. We'll search for 2 more hours. If we don't find anything, we're heading back. Emo Xiaoyan and Wang Xiaojing exchanged a glance before sticking out their tongues in silent apology and falling quiet. Beside them, Guanning noticed the exchange and couldn't help but smile faintly. The past week of training had been fruitful for Guanning. Along with gathering a wealth of rare beast materials, her companion beasts had made significant progress. Her Firehawk had reached Tier 3, Level 5, and her newly contracted Thorn-tailed Lion had impressively advanced to Tier 3, Level 6. With this boost in strength, she felt confident about the upcoming end-of-month assessment. Achieving a spot in the top 10 of her grade no longer seemed out of reach. As her thoughts drifted to her brother Lin Ze, who was far away exploring the Stone Convergence mystic realm, Lu Ling's sharp warning suddenly pulled her back to the present. There's movement up ahead, stay alert. The group instantly halted. To avoid alarming the potential Aurora beast, they each summoned a companion beast for protection and cast Spirit Guard on themselves for added safety. Holding their breath, the 4 advanced cautiously toward the source of the sound. What they found left them stunned. The clearing before them was a scene of utter destruction, red soil mixed with scattered leaves, the ground scarred with deep gouges and craters from a recent violent battle. At the center of the chaos lay a massive creature, hunched over and gnawing on something. The creature resembled a grotesquely muscular giant ape, its rust-red skin caked with grime and exuding a nauseating stench. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, the foul odor was overpowering. Wait, isn't that the Aurora beast? Emo Xiaoyan squinted, her eyes widening in shock after a closer look. Only then did the others notice what the creature was devouring, a mangled corpse, unmistakably that of an Aurora beast. Emo Xiaoyan's face fell instantly. The Aurora beast's remains were so ravaged that there was no hope of salvaging its prized fur. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen one like it, Wang Xiaojing asked, her voice tinged with unease. Before Guanning could respond, she noticed Lu Ling's face had gone pale. Lu Ling, what's wrong? She asked, concerned. Quiet, Lu Ling hissed, her voice uncharacteristically tense. Her expression bore a rare look of urgency. We need to leave. Now. Do not, under any circumstances, provoke that creature. However, out of trust in Lu Ling, the girls didn't ask any questions and quietly retreated. Just then, the creature's nose twitched a few times, as if it had caught a scent. It suddenly lifted its head, its blood-red beastly eyes locking directly onto the spot where the girls were hiding. Run! Lu Ling made a split-second decision, grabbing Guanning's wrist and darting into the forest. Emo Xiaoyan and Wang Xiaojing followed closely behind, their feet moving without hesitation. A deafening roar exploded behind them. The creature immediately abandoned the corpse on the ground, its massive body weaving through the trees with alarming speed. Despite its bulky frame, it moved with surprising agility, like a giant ape effortlessly chasing its prey through the dense forest. Hearing the roars growing closer, the girls' faces turned increasingly pale. Gasping for breath as she ran, the impatient Wang Xiaojing blurted out, Senior, what is that thing? Lu Ling's expression was more serious than ever. That's a demon ape, a 6th-tier beast from the demonic category. The phrase, demonic category beast, struck like a curse, causing Guanning and the others to go pale with fear. Among all types of beasts, the demonic ones were the most unique. Their combat prowess rivaled that of dragon-class beasts, yet few beast tamers dared to contract them. The reason was simple: these creatures were inherently violent and cruel. Once bound as a contracted beast, they would slowly corrupt their tamer's mind, dragging them into darkness and ultimately turning them into depraved individuals capable of unspeakable acts. Even so, demonic beasts held a dangerous allure. They grew rapidly and gained power at an astonishing rate. For this reason, despite knowing that these creatures were akin to a slow-acting poison, many beast tamers still risked everything in pursuit of power. What made them even more terrifying was that they were not natural creatures of this world. They could only be summoned and contracted through specific rituals. In other words, this demon ape must already have a master, meaning a depraved tamer was nearby. Realizing this, Guanning and the other 2 girls finally understood why Lu Ling had been so resolute in urging them to flee. A depraved tamer with a 6th-tier demonic beast was an opponent far beyond anything a group of students could hope to handle. Emo Xiaoyan's eyes betrayed her shock, and the other girls were equally stunned. The sudden appearance of the Fallen had caught this group of young people, none older than 20, completely off guard. To them, the Fallen had always been the stuff of rumors, an evil force known by name, but never seen with their own eyes. The Red Earth Forest might be a hideout for one of the Fallen. We've probably trespassed into their territory, Lu Ling said hoarsely. She briefly explained the Fallen's background. These cruel and erratic individuals had long been hunted by the Federal Army and the Beastmaster Association due to their heinous acts. Now, they were like rats in the gutter, either hiding in the wilderness or retreating to remote, uninhabited places. Before her words fully sank in, the ape demon was already charging toward them, closing the gap to just 10 meters. The girls quickly commanded their beast companions to fight, but the gap in strength was overwhelming. Among them, only Lu Ling was a third-year student, and her strongest companion was a fifth-year, fifth-stage blazing armor rhino. The others' beasts hadn't even reached the fifth tier. In just one exchange, the blazing armor rhino was severely injured by a single punch from the ape demon, while the other third and fourth-tier beasts suffered heavy casualties. What do we do? This thing is way too strong. Wang Xiaojing shouted anxiously. Stall it. Lu Ling responded immediately. I've already used the communication crystal to contact the academy. Reinforcements will be here soon. In this remote wilderness with no communication towers, the communication crystal was the only reliable tool for beastmasters to call for help. Hearing this, Emo Xiaoyan and the other two girls breathed a slight sigh of relief. But their hope was quickly shattered by a chilling voice. Reinforcements? I'm afraid you won't live to see them. They turned toward the source of the voice and saw a tall, thin figure step out from behind a tree a dozen meters away. Cloaked in a gray robe, the man's pale face was marked by bloodshot eyes that locked onto them with a sinister, violent gaze, sending shivers down their spines. They've fallen. Lu Ling's heart sank as she braced herself for the worst. This man was at least a silver-tier beastmaster, far beyond anything they could handle. Looks like him in luck, the man sneered, licking his cracked lips. His eyes gleamed with depravity. Even in a place as remote as this, beautiful young girls deliver themselves right to my doorstep. Surrender now, and I promise to treat you nicely. In this critical moment, Lu Ling flipped her wrist, revealing a green feather in her palm. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind swept the four girls into the air and carried them away. A rare artifact? Ha! If you think you can escape me with that, you're dreaming. The sinister man laughed coldly. No matter. I'll enjoy playing this game of hide and seek with you. The ape demon quickly finished off the remaining beasts and hoisted the man onto its shoulder before chasing after the fleeing girls. The fierce wind carried the girls several kilometers before dissipating, dropping them to the ground. They immediately took off running again. We need to get as far away as possible. The wind feather can only be used once a day. If they catch up to us, we're done for, Lu Ling urged. Without hesitation, Wang Xiaojing and Emo Xiaoyan picked up their pace. Guanning followed close behind, clutching the shattered remains of a communication crystal. She had already sent a distress signal to Lin Ze the moment the Fallen appeared. Several dozen kilometers away, in another part of the wilderness, Lin Ze was examining the status panel of his condensed stone dragon. The massive beast sat lazily beside him, idly scratching lines into the dirt with its claws. After a week of grueling training and significant resource investment, the condensed stone dragon had finally evolved into its adult form, advancing to the 6th tier. Its size now rivaled that of its parents, and it had even instinctively learned the shadow entanglement skill, showcasing remarkable potential. The only disappointment was its failure to master the condensed stone blood mist skill, a move that could be a game-changer in battle. Lin Ze's gaze shifted to the bottom of the status panel as he reviewed the newly unlocked skills following the dragon's evolution. Lin Ze was thrilled to discover that the condensed stone dragon had unlocked 4 formidable new abilities. Grasp of Death manipulates dark energy to form a massive claw that seizes the target, dealing dark elemental damage and inflicting curses of corrosion, fear, and weakness. Requires 30 growth progress and 500 achievement points to unlock. Dark Canopy creates a blinding mist in a designated area, rendering vision impossible for enemies while the caster remains immune. Requires 50 growth progress and 500 achievement points to unlock. Stoneblood Fog inflicts a petrification curse on anyone who comes into contact with it. The weaker the target, the stronger the petrification effect. Requires 70 growth progress and 800 achievement points to unlock. Roar of Terror unleashes a fear-laden roar that forces all targets within range to undergo a willpower check. Those with weaker resolve are thrown into panic and chaos. Requires 80 growth progress and 1,000 achievement points to unlock. Each of these skills carried a potent curse effect, showcasing the terrifying power of the pure-blooded dark element dragon lineage. Lin Ze was certain that once the condensed stone dragon reached full growth and ascended to the 7th tier, it would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable beings in existence. As he pondered ways to accelerate his beast's growth progress, his communication crystal suddenly flared to life. His sister, Guan Ning, called out in distress, "Brother, we've run into fallen ones in the Red Earth Forest. Please, come save us." Fallen ones. Lin Ze's senses sharpened immediately. These beings, far more dangerous than wild beasts, were notorious for their ruthlessness. To protect their secrecy, they would stop at nothing to eliminate any beastmasters who crossed their path. Without hesitation, Lin Ze leapt onto the condensed stone dragon's back and sped toward the Red Earth Forest, 20 kilometers away. The pure-blooded dragon, truly the king of the skies, flew with blinding speed. The wind howled ferociously, forcing Lin Ze to activate his soul guard ability to shield himself. Meanwhile, in the forest, Guan Ning and her companions were at their limits. To stall the relentless pursuers, nearly all their contracted beasts had fallen in battle. Only Guan Ning's fiery hawk remained to defend them. At that moment, a demon ape and a rift demon closed in from the front and rear, cutting off any chance of escape. A sinister man leapt down from the demon ape's shoulder, his mocking gaze fixed on the desperate group of girls. Determined to fight to the death, Guan Ning and her companions commanded the fiery hawk to launch an attack. But just as the situation seemed utterly hopeless, a deafening dragon roar tore through the skies. The overwhelming presence of dragon might descended upon the battlefield, freezing everyone in their tracks. The air suddenly became oppressively still. The sinister man felt a suffocating pressure in his chest, as if he were sinking into an invisible quagmire. Startled, he looked up and was horrified to see a massive stone condensation dragon that had appeared high in the sky without warning. Its colossal body blotted out the sun. "Stone condensation dragon," he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the pureblood dragon. Before he could fully process what was happening, the dragon descended from the sky and landed firmly between him and Guan Ning's group. The ape demon and rift demon instinctively let out low growls and took a step back, their primal instincts alerting them to the mortal danger emanating from the dragon. Guan Ning and her companions froze in place, especially Lu Ling, Wang Xiaojing, and Imo Xiaoyan, the three senior students. As seasoned explorers of the stone condensation realm, they were all too familiar with this formidable beast. Yet precisely because of their familiarity, the sight before them left them utterly perplexed. Why was the boss of the stone condensation realm appearing in the red soil forest? The next moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the figure leaping down from the dragon's back. When they saw the person's face clearly, Guan Ning's expression lit up with joy. "Brother." It was Lin Ze. He carefully examined Guan Ning and, seeing that she was unharmed apart from a bit of dust on her clothes, finally let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." Guan Ning threw herself into Lin Ze's arms, hugging him tightly. "Brother, I knew you'd come." Though she had little experience with danger, having only recently stepped out of her sheltered life, she had held on to her belief that Lin Ze would save her. Now, wrapped in his protective embrace, an indescribable sense of security washed over her. Lu Ling and the others stared in disbelief. "Senior, is he the legendary genius freshman?" Wang Xiaojing whispered. Lu Ling hesitated before nodding. "It seems so." Although she had never met Lin Ze before, Guan Ning's behavior and the way she addressed him left no doubt that this was the first-year student who had recently gained such fame. But isn't it said that his two contracted beasts are Earth-type and Ice-type? How did he end up with a stone condensation dragon? Wang Xiaojing asked, still in shock. Lu Ling pondered for a moment. Guan Ning mentioned that Lin Ze went to the stone condensation realm with a few second-year students recently. This dragon must be the third beast he obtained there. No way. Wang Xiaojing and Imo Xiaoyan gasped. While it wasn't surprising that Lin Ze had advanced to a bronze beast master, the fact that he had contracted a stone condensation dragon was astonishing. After all, no one from Ningjiang Academy had ever successfully captured an adult stone condensation dragon before. These proud pureblood dragons would rather die than submit to humans. Imo Xiaoyan speculated. Could he have found a dragon egg in the realm? Wang Xiaojing pointed at the massive dragon encountered. Does that look like it just hatched? Pureblood dragons grow incredibly fast. With enough resources, they could reach their adolescent stage in just a few days. Enough. Lu Ling interrupted their debate. This isn't the time for speculation. We need to focus on how to deal with the situation at hand. Though Lin Ze's arrival was timely, it hadn't necessarily improved their odds. From what they could discern, the stone condensation dragon was at most at the peak of the 5th tier or early 6th tier. Even with its exceptional combat strength as a pureblood dragon, it would struggle against 6th tier demonic beasts. This realization only deepened the three women's anxiety. Guan Ning also grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly stepped back from Lin Ze's embrace. "Brother, this fallen one is incredibly powerful." "I know," Lin Ze replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the ape demon and rift demon. While he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about demonic beasts, he could tell that these two were mid to low wordier among 6th tier creatures. Even at their peak evolution, they wouldn't exceed the 6th tier. Stage 5 hardly enough to pose a real threat to him. However, Guan Ning was unaware of the strides Lin Ze had made in his strength over the past few days. She assumed he was still at his previous level. Initially, she had believed that with Lin Ze's mastery of soul techniques and his two contracted beasts, he could easily help them escape. But she hadn't anticipated that the fallen one would possess two 6th tier beasts. If she'd known, she might not have called for his help. Noticing the worry in Guanning's eyes, Lin Ze gave her a reassuring look before turning his attention to the sinister man. The man narrowed his eyes, quickly discerning that the stone condensation dragon was already a sixth-tier adult. This discovery startled him. This young man, who appeared to be only in his early 20s, had somehow managed to contract a sixth-tier beast. Since when did Ningjiang City have such a prodigious talent? The sinister man secretly exhaled in relief upon realizing that Lin Ze had arrived alone. Quickly piecing things together, he surmised that the young man must have stumbled upon the distress signal while wandering the nearby wilderness. After all, it was impossible to travel the vast distance from Ningjiang City to the Red Earth Forest so swiftly. As long as this wasn't reinforcements from the Ningjiang military or the Beastmaster Association, there was nothing for him to fear. A mere sixth-tier stone-binding dragon, troublesome, perhaps, but far from a threat. The man sneered, his gaze slithering over Lin Ze like a venomous serpent. A prodigy, are you? Perfect. It's been far too long since I've had the pleasure of snuffing out someone with your potential. Killing a young genius with my own hands, now that sounds entertaining. His face twisted into a grotesque, sadistic grin. Lin Ze's lips twitched slightly at the sight. So the rumors were true. Corrupted individuals like this one, tainted by prolonged exposure to demonic beasts, inevitably became twisted and violent. Next to him, Guanning instinctively clutched his sleeve, her knuckles white from the tension that betrayed her inner unease. Lu Ling and the other two young women were equally on edge. Even with Lin Ze's unexpected arrival, the odds were stacked against them. Their only hope lay in holding out until reinforcements from the academy arrived. In stark contrast to their apprehension, Lin Ze remained calm and composed, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. This air of confidence sent a fleeting sense of unease through the sinister man's heart, though he quickly dismissed it as baseless. Kill him, the man barked. At his command, the ape fiend let out an ear-splitting roar, its massive feet stomping the ground with such force that cracks spiderwebbed outward. Its hulking frame charged forward like an unstoppable war machine, barreling toward the stone-binding dragon. Simultaneously, the rift demon spread its wings and became a blur of black lightning, streaking in from the opposite direction. But the stone-binding dragon remained unfazed by the coordinated assault. With a deliberate motion, it extended one claw, forming a gripping gesture. Instantly, the air rippled as gray mist coalesced into chains, materializing midair to intercept the rift demon's advance. Shadowbind. A chilling aura of death spread through the battlefield, the temperature plummeting in an instant. The rift demon, unable to evade in time, was ensnared by the chains. Black smoke rose from its body as it writhed in agony, its movements sluggish and its screeches filled with terror. The triple curses of corrosion, fear, and weakness took hold immediately. Meanwhile, the ape fiend had closed the distance, its massive fist descending like a hammer from above. Yet instead of retreating, the stone-binding dragon surged forward, its other claw glowing with an eerie light as it countered the attack. Heedin. Stone Shatter Claw. The collision of fist and claw produced a deafening explosion, shockwaves rippling outward and forcing Lu Ling and the others to retreat. When the dust settled, they saw the ape fiend staggering back, howling in pain, its fist punctured by a gaping, bloody hole. The stone-binding dragon, however, stood its ground, unshaken and unyielding. It's an adult stone-binding dragon, Lu Ling whispered in shock. Wang Xiaojing and Imo Xiaoyan exchanged stunned glances, finally understanding this was no juvenile dragon. It was a fully mature, sixth-tier dragon, likely at least in its fourth or fifth stage of growth, and of pure bloodline. The sinister man's expression darkened as he registered the dragon's overwhelming power. Despite his alarm, his extensive combat experience kept him steady. Adapting quickly, he commanded the rift demon to redirect its attack toward Lin Ze himself. Watch out! Lu Ling and the others cried out in unison. But the rift demon was too fast, closing in on Lin Ze in the blink of an eye, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his vitals. The sinister man's eyes gleamed with triumph. A genius? He's still just a wet Behinthier's brat. His gloating was cut short as his eyes widened in disbelief. The rift demon's lethal strike stopped dead in its tracks, repelled by a shimmering layer of ethereal light surrounding Lin Ze. It was the glow of Soul Guarda defensive ability, but far beyond what an ordinary Silverdeer Beastmaster could muster. Yet here was this youth, barely 20 years old, effortlessly holding back a sixth-tier demonic beast. The sinister man's mind reeled in chaos. What the hell is this guy? The power of soul techniques typically depends on two factors, the type of technique and the level of mastery. However, the Soul Guard has a unique characteristic. It is also closely tied to the amount of soul energy infused by the caster. The more soul energy poured in, the stronger its defensive capability. For Lin Ze to use this basic soul technique to block a full-force attack from a sixth-tier beast, there are only two possibilities. Either he has cultivated the soul guard to an extraordinarily advanced level, or he possesses an astounding reserve of soul energy. Yet, neither of these should be possible for someone under 20 years old. Even among silver beast masters, those capable of such a feat are exceedingly rare. The sinister man was internally furious, his gaze at Lin Ze filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ling, Wang Xiaojing, and Imo Xiaoyan were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths forming perfect O's. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a first-year student could directly withstand the attack of a sixth-tier beast. How incredible must his soul technique mastery be? I've heard Lin Ze is gifted in soul techniques, but I never imagined he'd be this powerful. Lu Ling muttered to herself, her expression dazed. Wang Xiaojing and Imo Xiaoyan could only nod blankly, unable to find words. To them, even if they exhausted all their soul energy, the soul guard they cast wouldn't be able to block an attack from a fifth-tier beast. The gap between them and Lin Ze was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only Guanning remained relatively composed. Having long known about Lin Ze's talent in soul techniques, she was surprised but more so filled with joy and admiration. Her bright eyes sparkled with unconcealed awe. Lin Ze's expression remained calm. Although his soul guard was only at level 2, the infusion of 2,000 points of soul energy was enough for him to easily block 2 or 3 attacks from the beast. As the Rift Demon hesitated for a moment after its attack was thwarted, the air suddenly rippled, and a burst of light appeared. Xiox's figure slowly emerged. A bone-chilling cold spread instantly, causing the Rift Demon to shudder. Its primal instincts sensed the threat posed by this beautiful girl. It instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Xiaoxue raised her delicate hand and pointed at the Rift Demon. Frost chains. With the crisp sound of ice forming, countless chains of frost materialized out of thin air, binding the Rift Demon tightly. The beast struggled furiously, the chains clattering, but before it could break free, Xiaoxue launched her second skill. Frost Ray. A deep blue ray of light shot from Xiox's fingertip, striking the immobilized Rift Demon with pinpoint accuracy. The beast's struggles ceased abruptly as its body was instantly covered in frost. If not for the gray light that emerged to halt the spread of the ice, it would have become a frozen statue. Even so, the Rift Demon was gravely injured and let out a blood-curdling scream. The sight left everyone present gasping in shock. The sinister man's face was filled with horror. Another sixth-tier companion beast. What is going on with this kid? Having a powerful stone condor dragon was already impressive, but now there was another equally formidable beast. This completely shattered his understanding. Even the direct successors of the Federation's most ancient beast master families wouldn't have achieved such feats at this age. Watching his 2 demon beasts being overwhelmed by the opponent's companion beasts, the sinister man began to panic, his earlier confidence utterly gone. The situation had spiraled out of his control, and now he was the one at a disadvantage. Damn it! He cursed through gritted teeth, glaring at Lin Ze with seething hatred. However, as someone who had evaded the Federation's military and Beast Master Association's joint pursuit for years, his rationality prevailed. After a brief moment, he suppressed his fury and turned to flee without hesitation, leaving the Ape Demon and Rift Demon behind to stall the enemy. After all, companion beasts could be revived, though the cost was painfully steep. The sinister man's hatred spread like a venomous snake, his eyes fixed on Lin Ze with a glint of malice. Suddenly, he turned and attempted to flee. He's trying to escape. Wang Xiaojing shrieked. Lin Ze had already anticipated his move. His eyes sharpened as he raised his right hand, unleashing a piercing soul arrow that tore through the air, heading straight for the man's back. However, just as the arrow was about to hit, a faint azure shadow materialized, a massive phantom resembling a bronze bell, enveloping the sinister man entirely. A rare artifact. Lu Ling exclaimed in shock, clearly recognizing the defensive treasure. The sinister man turned his head, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. As a seasoned Silverdeer Beastmaster, I've accumulated plenty of life-saving tricks over the years. Otherwise, how do you think I've evaded the Unified Defense Forces and the Beastmaster Association for so long? His gaze shifted to Lin Ze. Kid, your soul techniques are indeed impressive, packing the force of a full-power strike from a Tier 5 feral beast. But breaking through the protection of the Shintong Bell? You're far from it. He silently calculated his next move. Once I escape, I must report this young man's abilities to the higher-ups. The organization will definitely take an interest in a talent like him. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Lin Ze glanced at him calmly and waved his hand lightly. A towering figure suddenly descended out of thin air. Roar. The Earth Spirit's deafening roar shook the heavens, its immense pressure spreading across a 100-meter radius. Everyone present could feel the unmistakable aura of yet another Tier 6 companion beast. Lu Ling and the others stood rooted in shock, while the sinister man's face turned ghostly pale. A third tier 6 beast? Are you kidding me? How is this even possible? A heavy silence enveloped everyone. The crowd stood frozen, their expressions blank as they collectively inhaled sharply at the scene before them. Lin Ze's release of his third tier 6 pet beast, the Earth Spirit, shattered their understanding of what was possible. An 18-year-old beast tamer possessing 3 tier 6 pet beasts was a feat far beyond the realm of mere genius. The sinister man's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Though he continued to flee, terror had already taken root deep within him. He knew full well that against a tier 6 pet beast, his chances of survival were non-existent. And indeed, that was the case. Following Lin Ze's command, the Earth Spirit sprang into action. Raising its massive arms, it summoned countless Earth elements, which coalesced into a gigantic boulder. In the next moment, the boulder shot forward like a cannonball, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. It crossed dozens of meters in an instant, slamming into its target with devastating force. The protective glow of the Xian bronze bell reappeared, but lasted less than half a second before it was shattered by the violent impact. A torrent of sharp debris rained down like bullets. The sinister man didn't even have time to scream as his body exploded into a mist of blood, flung away like a lifeless ragdoll. With their master's demise, the battlefield's ape demon and rift demon disintegrated into dust. The fight was over. Lu Ling, Wang Xiaojing, and Imo Xiaoyan stood rooted in place, their eyes fixed on Lin Ze's back in stunned silence. They had initially thought it would be impressive if he could hold out until reinforcements arrived, but this first-year junior had single-handedly slain a powerful fallen one with ease. There really are geniuses like this in the world, Lu Ling murmured in awe, her eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Wang Xiaojing and Imo Xiaoyan were similarly overwhelmed by shock. Only Guanning appeared relatively composed, shifting her focus to Lin Ze's recent accomplishments. Brother, have you advanced to Bronze Beast Tamer? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. That's right. I applied for the evaluation as soon as I returned from the secret realm, Lin Ze replied with a calm smile. Amazing. Guanning's eyes sparkled with admiration, her expression openly filled with reverence. Lu Ling, Wang Xiaojing, and Imo Xiaoyan exchanged glances. While the title of Bronze Beast Tamer was certainly noteworthy, it was his possession of 3 tier 6 pet beasts that truly left them in awe. Such strength was more than enough to challenge a silver-level evaluation. However, as they noticed the blush spreading across Guanning's cheeks, the three women couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Lin Ze gently patted Guanning's head before walking toward the sinister man's corpse. After a brief search, he found an ancient-looking bronze bell. About the size of half a palm, the bell felt cool to the touch, its surface covered in intricate, mysterious patterns. When Lin Ze infused it with soul energy, the bell emitted a soft, shimmering glow, forming a faint cyan, bell-shaped projection. After testing it, Lin Ze discovered that the bell consumed 5 soul energy points per second. The consumption was relatively low. Even a novice beast tamer could sustain its use for about 30 seconds, enough to save their life in a dire situation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze handed the Xian bronze bell to Guanning. While the artifact could only withstand attacks below tier 6 and wasn't particularly useful to him, it was a rare and valuable treasure for a novice beast tamer like her. Though hesitant at first, Guanning ultimately accepted the gift with delight under Lin Ze's insistence. Nearby, Lu Ling and the others couldn't help but feel envious. Such a precious artifact, and Lin Ze had given it away so casually. The group then set off for their return journey aboard the Stone Condor Dragon. Along the way, they encountered the Academy's reinforcements, led by Gao Wenba. After hearing Lu Ling's account of events, Gao Wenba and the accompanying teachers were left in stunned silence. Even though Lin Ze had already stood out during the admission trials, his growth had far surpassed their expectations. In just a few short months, he had obtained multiple tier 6 pet beasts, an achievement utterly unheard of. The teachers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to find words for their amazement. A talent like this was truly unprecedented. The group traveled back to Ningjiang Academy in silence, arriving safely. At the entrance to the dormitory, Lin Ze briefly reassured Guanning before parting ways with her and returning to his own room. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Ze focused his mind. The moment he defeated the Fallen, the system notification had already appeared in his consciousness. Achievement unlocked. Fallen Slayer I. Defeat 1 Fallen Bronze tier or above. Reward: 500 achievement points, Soul Restoration Potion 1. This unexpected reward made Lin Ze's eyes light up. The 500 achievement points were a significant amount, alleviating his current shortage of points. Judging by the name, Fallen Slayer I, there were clearly subsequent levels like 2 and 3. However, hunting down Fallen was no easy task. Even the Federation's military and Beastmaster Association struggled to capture them, let alone someone acting alone like him. Unable to come up with a solution, Lin Ze temporarily set the matter aside and turned his attention to planning for the future. Although he had already advanced to a bronze tier Beastmaster, There was no rush to aim for the silver tier evaluation. His current 5th tier level barely qualified, and he could only pass the lower difficulty at best. According to information from the Beastmaster Association forum, attempting the higher difficulty required at least 2 6th tier beasts to have an 80 success rate, while the super difficulty demanded a 7th tier beast to ensure victory. He'll wait until Xiaoxue and the others evolve further. Lin Ze quickly determined his course of action. His next steps became clear. First, focus on enhancing the growth of his beasts and apply to the Beastmaster Association for exploration of secret realms. Second, gather funds to purchase evolution materials. Besides secret realm exploration, the Academy's resource points were another crucial source, though most had recently been allocated to nurturing the stone condensing dragon. Glancing at his account balance, which held only a little over 100,000 credits and double-digit resource points, Lin Ze suddenly thought of an opportunity. I can now enter the bronze tier zone of the Glory Virtual Realm. The rewards for ranking battles in the bronze tier zone far surpassed those in the apprentice zone. Even a top 100 placement in the bronze tier zone offered more resource points than securing first place in the apprentice zone. While the Glory Virtual Realm gathered the Federation's most talented beastmasters, some even possessing 6th tier beasts, Lin Ze believed his current strength was enough to secure a spot in the top 100. He'll head to the virtual battle room after the monthly exam, Lin Ze decided. As night fell, he had a simple dinner and then rested. The next morning, Lin Ze made a rare visit to the teaching area. Although he seldom attended classes now, the monthly exam determined class adjustments for the following month, so he needed to show up. With his strength, no one in the first year could challenge his position as the top student. The monthly grade ranking battles had long ceased to be a competition for him, but the formalities still had to be observed. As soon as he arrived at the teaching area plaza, he immediately drew everyone's attention. News of his advancement to Bronze Tier Beastmaster and his successful challenge of the super difficulty had already caused a sensation within the academy. All kinds of gazes were directed at him: shock, admiration, jealousy, and envy. After all, passing the super difficulty bronze evaluation, which had gone unchallenged for years, was big news in Ningjiang's Beastmaster circles. Accustomed to such attention, Lin Ze walked calmly into the plaza. "Over here, bro." Guanning waved with a smile. Lin Ze walked over to her and nodded politely at Guasini, who was standing nearby. She blushed slightly as she returned the greeting. Soon, the teachers arrived and announced the start of the monthly exam. All first-year students held their copper tokens tightly as they entered the virtual realm for the assessment. The exam content remained the same: battling ferocious beasts. Lin Ze effortlessly dominated, clearing over a dozen stages before confirming his score was sufficient to retain his top position, at which point he voluntarily exited. Half an hour later, the assessment concluded. Unsurprisingly, Lin Ze retained his position at the top of the rankings, followed by Guasini, Li Yunpeng, Tan Yong, and Lu Gang in 2nd through 5th places. Beyond the top 5, there were significant changes in rankings, with some celebrating and others lamenting. Notably, Guan Ning had risen to 8th place and was now excitedly shaking Lin Ze's arm. "Quiet down," a teacher suddenly called out, and the students quickly focused their attention. Once the plaza quieted, the teacher continued, "Now, I have an announcement. In 5 days, the Academy will hold its annual grand tournament." Academy tournament? The moment the teacher finished speaking, the square was filled with a buzz of murmured conversations. Students leaned toward one another, whispering and discussing excitedly. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling what he had heard about this event before: a large-scale competition open to all students, regardless of grade level. Once the noise had subsided a bit, the teacher continued with more details. This year's Academy tournament will still follow the elimination system. Students from any grade can sign up to participate. At this point, his gaze briefly lingered on Lin Ze. However, first years shouldn't get their hopes up too high. Apart from a select few, your abilities are still too weak. For most of you, this will simply be a chance to gain experience for the future. As soon as these words left his mouth, all eyes in the crowd turned toward Lin Ze. It was obvious that the select few the teacher referred to included him, this first-year student, who possessed a 6th-tier beast companion. It was worth noting that even among 3rd-year students, those with 6th-tier beasts were rare. In terms of strength, Lin Ze had already surpassed the majority of 3rd years and was certain to achieve outstanding results in the tournament. Standing next to Lin Ze, Guan Ning wore an expression of pride, as if basking in reflected glory. Lin Ze himself, however, remained unusually calm. For him, participating in such competitions often unlocked new achievements, just like the entrance exam and the Glory Virtual Realm ranking battle. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up this opportunity. After announcing the registration deadline and other important details, the teacher left the square. The students immediately broke into even more enthusiastic discussions. Though most first years understood they were merely there to make up the numbers, many still resolved to participate, hoping to gain valuable experience for the future. Of course, their conversations often included expressions of envy directed toward Lin Ze. "Brother, are you signing up?" Guanning asked, looking up at Lin Ze with admiration. Of course, Lin Ze replied with a nod. What about you? I'm joining too, Guanning said with a grin. Even if I don't place well, getting to face off against upperclassmen will be a rare experience. As they left the square, Lin Ze began contemplating his next steps. Originally, he had planned to apply for a secret realm exploration permit through the Beastmaster Association. However, such explorations could take an unpredictable amount of time, and missing the Academy tournament would be a significant loss. I should stick to wilderness training over the next few days, he decided silently. Meanwhile, in the basement of an isolated factory building on the outskirts of Ningjiang City, a group of men dressed in dark clothing were engaged in a hushed discussion. They were members of the Red Moon Society, deliberating over the disappearance of Zhang Xiao, one of their own. In the shadowy corner of the room, a figure revealed that Gao Wenbai from Ningjiang Academy, along with several instructors, had rushed toward the southern Red Earth Forest, the very place where Zhang Xiao was last known to be hiding. The group speculated that Zhang Xiao might have targeted Academy students who had accidentally wandered into the forest, provoking Gao Wenbai and his team to hunt him down. However, the shadowy figure in the corner disagreed. Zhang Xiao isn't foolish. He would have fled long before Gao Wenbai arrived. It's more likely that someone else has captured him. The leader immediately ordered a thorough investigation into the matter and inquired about the progress of the Howling Flesh incubation. The figure in the corner reported that the location had been finalized, and the process could begin in 2 days. The chosen site was not only secure but also rich in ferocious beasts to serve as incubation materials. This plan must succeed. Failure is not an option, the leader declared firmly. At the mention of the federal military and the Beastmaster Association, who had been relentlessly pursuing them, expressions of hatred appeared on the faces of everyone present. These soon twisted into cold, sinister smiles as their eerie laughter echoed through the room. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Ze dedicated all his energy to wilderness training and reaped substantial rewards. The growth of his 3 pet beasts saw remarkable progress. Earth Spirit experienced the most rapid development, with its growth rate reaching 22.51, propelling it to Stage 6, Level 7. Xiaoxue followed closely, with a growth rate climbing to 42.89, advancing to Stage 6, Level 6. Meanwhile, the condensed stone dragon wasn't far behind, achieving a growth rate of 37.42 and also ascending to Stage 6, Level 6. What brought Lin Ze even greater joy was finally achieving breakthroughs in his long-stagnant soul arts and pet skill accomplishments. System notifications chimed one after another. Achievement unlocked. Skill expert. Pet beasts have collectively used skills 10,000 times. Rewards. 1,200 achievement points. Growth crystal 1. Achievement unlocked. Soul arts expert. Soul arts have been used 10,000 times. Rewards. 1,200 achievement points. Growth crystal 1. These 10,000 uses did not come easily. Even with Lin Ze's nightly ritual of exhausting his soul power by repeatedly practicing soul arts before bed, combined with the occasional use in battles, it was only just enough to meet the requirements. However, the rewards were worth the effort. A record-breaking 2,400 achievement points and 2 precious growth crystals. The growth crystals were especially enticing, as they could unlock the potential of pet beasts below Stage 7, increasing their growth rate by 10. This effectively saved days, if not weeks, of arduous training. After careful consideration, Lin Ze decided to use 1 growth crystal on Xiaoxue first. With her current growth rate at 42.89, she was just a step away from breaking through 50 and unlocking a new skill. As expected, after using the growth crystal, Xiaoxue's stats panel updated. Name: Frost Blue Maiden. Element: Ice. Level: Stage 6, Level 7. Growth rate: 52.89. Skills: Icefall, Snow Maiden's Lament, Frost Chain, Ice Crystal Mirror, Extreme Ice Crash, Blizzard, Frost Ray, Ice Dragon Break. Lin Ze immediately spent 800 achievement points to unlock the new skill Ice Dragon Break, a powerful ability that manipulates ice elements to form a dragon capable of autonomous attacks. This brought Ziox's total number of skills to 8, far surpassing the average for beasts of her level. Next, Lin Ze used the second growth crystal on Earth Spirit, boosting its growth rate beyond 30 and unlocking 2 new skills: Earthquake Wave and Mountain Shatter Strike. Earth Spirit's stats panel was updated as follows. Name: Earth Spirit. Element: Earth. Level: Stage 6, Level 8. Growth rate: 32.51. Skills: Earthquake Wave, Boulder Charge, Stone Explosion, Rock Guardian, Mountain Shatter Strike. Finally, Lin Ze turned his attention to the condensed stone dragon. Its growth rate of 37.42 was already sufficient to unlock the skill Death Grip. Without hesitation, Lin Ze spent 500 achievement points to unlock this advanced shadow entangling skill. By the end of this series of upgrades, most of the 2,400 achievement points were spent, but the strength of all 3 pet beasts had seen significant improvement. Lin Ze's gaze turned toward the upcoming Academy tournament, filled with anticipation for the possibility of unlocking new achievements and seizing more opportunities for growth. On the morning of the second day of the Academy tournament as scheduled, Lin Ze had breakfast and then met Guanning at the entrance of his apartment. Together, they headed to the competition venue. The largest outdoor central plaza of Ningjiang Academy was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of audience seats were completely filled, and the sound of laughter and chatter merged into a wave of noise that echoed across the plaza. So many people, Lin Ze exclaimed in amazement. Well, it's an annual grand event, after all, a pleasant voice chimed in from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Man and Guosini smiling at him, with Gu Lengyan and Song Ting standing nearby. The old teammates from Longxin Society had all gathered. Lu Man quickly explained that the Academy tournament was open to the public. Among the audience were not only students but also outsiders. Representatives from the Federation's officials, the Beast Tamer Association, major financial families, and adventurer teams had all come to scout outstanding third-year students in hopes of recruiting them after the tournament. This year, there are significantly more participants than in previous years, Song Ting added. Across all 4 grades, there are over 3,000 contestants, with 700 to 800 first years alone. That many? Guanning stuck out her tongue in surprise. The rewards this year are especially generous. Anyone who makes it to the top 64 will receive a prize. The champion will get 100,000 resource points and a rare artifact. This revelation left everyone present in awe. 100,000 resource points were equivalent to 50 million credits of fortune, even for students from prominent Beast Tamer families. As for the rare artifact, its value was immeasurable. No Beast Tamer could remain indifferent to it. Even the usually composed Gu Lengyan had a flicker of eagerness in her eyes when the topic came up. The group made their way to the waiting area for contestants and took their seats. Guanning quickly claimed the spot to Lin Ze's left, while Guosini, blushing slightly, sat on his right. Guanning scoffed softly at this, while Lu Man noticed and chuckled to herself. The 5 lively and charming girls surrounded Lin Ze, filling the air with youthful energy and chatter. The nearby male students looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy. But when they learned that this was none other than the first-year prodigy Lin Zuho owned a 6th-year beast, and had passed the extremely difficult bronze-level assessment, they immediately fell silent. It made perfect sense for such a promising talent to be popular with girls. In fact, many other girls in the audience were also casting eager glances his way. Lu Man, a second-year student with plenty of experience, took the opportunity to explain the competition rules in detail. Over 3,000 participants would go through 3 to 4 preliminary rounds, eventually narrowing the field to 256 contestants for the main event. In previous years, most first-years were eliminated in the preliminaries. The main competition was typically dominated by 3rd and 4th-year students, with some exceptional second-years managing to qualify. Of course, Lu Man said with a smile, looking at Lin Ze, with your strength, Lin Ze, not only will you easily make it to the main event, but you might even break into the top 32. The other girls nodded in agreement. Guanning shot a smug glance at Guosini, feeling secretly pleased that she was the only one who knew Lin Ze's secret possessed 3 6th-year beasts. Just then, Lin Ze's attention was drawn to a sudden voice that echoed in his mind. Academy Champion. Win the upcoming Academy tournament and become the champion of Ningjiang Academy. Achieving this will reward you with 2,000 achievement points and a Soul Art Scroll X1. This unexpected notification filled Lin Ze with excitement. In addition to the tournament's already generous rewards, this extra achievement prize ignited his determination. Both the 2,000 achievement points and the Soul Art Scroll would significantly enhance his strength. I must win the championship. Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with resolve, his fighting spirit soaring. Snapping out of his excitement, Lin Ze looked up toward the square. Dozens of temporary arenas had been neatly arranged, specifically set up to handle the large number of participants competing simultaneously in the preliminary rounds. Suddenly, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Teachers began arriving at the square, and among them was Gao Wenbai. To everyone's surprise, leading the group was not Gao, but an elderly man with striking white hair. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, there was an intense, restrained brilliance in his eyes. The entire aura of the man was unique, like a tiger resting with its eyes closed, exuding a presence that left an indelible impression. It's the Dean. The Dean has come in person. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen the Dean in person. Exclamations of astonishment erupted from the audience. The elderly man was none other than Lu Qitian, the Dean of Ningjiang Academy and one of the Federation's top 10 legendary beast tamers. Lin Ze couldn't help but take a few extra glances at him, had only ever seen the Dean in photographs before. It seems the Academy is placing great importance on this year's competition. Even the Dean is here in person, Lu Man remarked with a sigh. Doesn't the Dean usually attend the Academy tournaments? Lin Ze turned to ask. Not really, Lu Man nodded, explaining, even though he's the Dean, he rarely stays at the Academy. In previous years, The tournament was always overseen by teacher Gao Wenbai. Lin Ze nodded in understanding. Legendary beast tamers in the Federation were exceedingly rare. A figure of Lu Qitian's caliber naturally wouldn't spend all his time confined to the academy. After a brief speech from Lu Qitian, the competition officially began. The teachers were seated in a central section above the eastern side of the audience, giving them a clear view of all the matches. The students' overall strength this year seems higher than in previous years, Lu Qitian observed with a smile after watching the preliminaries for a while. Gao Wenbai immediately agreed. Indeed. There's Liang Jun and Deng Rou from the 4th year, Li Yuxing from the 3rd year, and Lin Ze from the 1st year, all exceptionally talented students with great potential. Lin Ze? The student who passed the super difficult bronze level evaluation? Lu Qitian's eyes gleamed with interest. As someone constantly preoccupied with various responsibilities, very few students ever caught his attention, most of them being top-ranking 4th year students. If not for a casual mention from a friend in the Beast Tamer Association, he might never have heard of Lin Ze. Even with his extensive experience, hearing about Lin Ze's accomplishments had left him quite impressed. The other teachers chimed in with their opinions, noting that while Lin Ze was undoubtedly gifted, his young age left him at a disadvantage compared to students like Liang Jun and Deng Rou. Even Li Yuxing, who had a 6th-rank beast companion, was considered far beyond Lin Ze's league. Gao Wenbai, however, merely smiled. He had seen Lin Ze's condensed stone dragon with his own Aisa true 6th-rank beast companion. With such a formidable ally, Lin Ze was almost guaranteed to make it into the top 32, and perhaps even further. Wenbai, you seem to place a lot of faith in Lin Ze, Lu Qitian remarked with an amused smile, glancing at Gao Wenbai. Lin Ze is bound to shine in this tournament, Gao Wenbai declared firmly. Then I'll look forward to seeing it, Lu Qitian replied with a nod, shifting his attention back to the arenas. The competition was in full swing as the electronic screens continuously updated the matchups and participant information. About 10 minutes later, Lin Ze's name finally appeared on the display. Brother, it's your turn. Guanning tugged at Lin Ze's sleeve excitedly. On the other side, a second-year student who saw Lin Ze as his opponent was initially overjoyed, thinking he had lucked out with a first-year easy target. However, after being reminded by his peers, he quickly realized this was the infamous prodigy who even third-year students couldn't rival. His excitement turned to despair. As a second-year student ranked in the 500s, he knew he stood no chance. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to forfeit. Just as Lin Ze stepped onto the arena, the referee announced, contestant Fu Lang from Arena 23 has forfeited. Lin Ze advances. Lin Ze froze for a moment. This he won without even fighting? The students near the arena looked visibly disappointed. They had anticipated an exciting showdown, but instead, they witnessed one of the competitors forfeit without a fight, sparking a wave of murmurs and discussions. Seriously? Forfeiting? That's so cowardly. Winning or losing is one thing, but running away without even trying. Why don't you try going up against Lin Ze? Well, it's not like they even got the chance to face him. Despite the noisy chatter, most people weren't actually surprised. Lin Ze's strength had long been well known. For an average second-year student, facing him was a guaranteed low sit, was just a matter of how quickly they'd be defeated. Lin Ze stood frozen for a few seconds before shaking his head and stepping down from the arena. Guanning, grinning, teased him. Bro, your reputation is so intimidating that no one even dares to fight you anymore. Fine by me. Saves me the trouble. Lin Ze shrugged as he returned to his seat. Shortly after, Lu Man, Guanning, Guosini, Gulungyan, and Song Ting took their turns in the competition. The results were quite satisfying. Lu Man and the other two second-year elites ranked in the top 10, as expected. Guanning and Guosini, though facing some challenges, ultimately advanced as well. All 6 of them successfully made it to the second round of preliminaries. It's worth mentioning that among the over 1,000 contestants who advanced, only about 20 were first-year students. Aside from elites like Guosini, Tanyong, and Li Pangyun, the rest only managed to progress thanks to facing opponents of the same grade. This further confirmed what everyone said: the Academy's grand tournament was ultimately a stage dominated by upperclassmen. By dusk, the first round of preliminaries concluded. Lu Qitian announced that the second round would take place the following day at the same time. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Ze. Let's grab some food and celebrate our team's success, Lu Man suggested. Just as the group was about to leave, a crowd blocked their path. Leading the group was a burly man over 190 centimeters tall, who stared directly at Lu Man. Long time no see, he said. Liang Jun, step aside, Lu Man said coldly, her brows furrowed. That's a bit harsh. I'm just here to say hello. I don't recall us ever being friends. Guanning curiously asked Song Ting, Senior. Who's this guy? Liang Jun, the former president of Gaoshan Society. He's a 4th-year student, and we've always had conflicts with him, Song Ting explained quietly, her expression tinged with concern. She wondered if they had discovered anything about Lin Ze's involvement in the condensed stone secret realm incident. Liang Jun then turned his attention to Lin Ze. So, you're Lin Ze? Do you need something? Lin Ze replied calmly. I hope you make it far in the tournament. Let's have a proper match then, Liang Jun said before leading his group away. Those guys. Lu Man rolled her eyes. What else could it be? They're declaring war. Song Ting muttered with a disdainful look. After Lin Ze's group left, one of Liang Jun's subordinates couldn't hold back. Boss Liang, are we just letting them go like that? What else do you suggest? But we've already investigated. They were in the secret realm when Su Bing disappeared. It's definitely connected to them. The group chimed in, convinced it was a scheme by the Longshin Society. Liang Jun interrupted, remaining composed. Even if they did it, do you have any evidence? The question left everyone speechless. No evidence means the Academy won't let us act. Instead of wasting time here, think about how we can take Lin Ze down in the competition. The Gaoshan Society had always prided itself on admitting only Beast Tamer aristocrats, looking down on commoners. Lin Ze, a genius from a humble background, had become a glaring contradiction to their elitism. If he achieved even greater success in the tournament, it would deal a massive blow to their reputation. Suppressing Lin Ze had now become their top priority. Hearing Liang Jun's words, the buzzcut young man sneered. No need to worry, brother Liang. Lin Ze might have some talent, but he's just a first-year student. If he manages to make it into the official matches, it'll be pure luck. There's no way he can make a big splash. But I heard Lin Ze has a sixth-tier beast. Someone hesitated, voicing their concern. A sixth-tier beast? That's just a baseless rumor. Has anyone actually seen it with their own eyes? The buzzcut young man scoffed. Think about it. When Lin Ze topped the Glory Virtual Realms Apprentice section, his two beasts were only mid-fifth tier. It hasn't even been that long. How could he possibly break through to the sixth tier? Everyone nodded in agreement. The gap between the fifth and sixth tiers wasn't something easily crossed. The situation with upperclassmen was proof enough. Many third-year students had fifth-tier beasts, but still hadn't advanced to the sixth tier, even by their fourth year. Even now, there were only about 30 fourth-years with sixth-tier beasts, and for third years, the number was even fewer. If you ask me, there's no need to pay attention to Lin Ze at all. If he doesn't cross my path, fine. But if he does, I'll knock him down so hard he'll be picking his teeth off the ground. The buzzcut young man boasted confidently. As one of the few third years with a sixth-tier beast, he had every reason to feel self-assured. Hearing this, Liang Jun visibly relaxed. He didn't really believe Lin Ze had a sixth-tier beast either. For a first year to have two fifth-tier beasts was already shocking enough. A sixth-tier beast? That was just ridiculous. Most likely, the rumor had been exaggerated as it spread. The next day, the Academy tournament continued. The audience stands were packed, even more crowded than the day before. Most of the contestants who had been eliminated had now become spectators, turning the arena into a sea of people. The noise and excitement were palpable. It feels like it's getting livelier and livelier, Guanning exclaimed, sticking out her tongue playfully as she looked around. Lu Man chuckled. This is nothing. Just wait until the finals. You won't even be able to find a seat. The group had barely settled into the waiting area when they noticed Liang Jun's group sitting not far away to their right. The buzzcut young man made a provocative throat-slitting gesture toward Lin Ze from afar, his arrogance on full display. Lu Man and the others frowned, but Lin Ze remained calm, merely glancing at the other group with indifference. Who's that guy? Lin Ze asked. Su Li, a third-year student and the current president of the Gaoshan Society, Song Ting explained. He's arrogant, but his strength is undeniable. Among the third years, he's second only to Li Xingyu. That thug-looking guy is actually that strong? Guan Ning's eyes widened in disbelief, making Lu Man laugh uncontrollably. About 10 minutes later, the second round of preliminaries began. Guosini was the first to step onto the stage. Her strength had improved significantly since the entrance exams, with both of her beasts reaching the third tier, and her steel-patterned young dragon was on the verge of breaking into the fourth tier. While she was still behind Lin Ze in terms of power, she was already among the top first years. This time, she was lucky enough to face a lower-ranked second-year student. After a hard-fought battle, she emerged victorious. Next up were Gu Longyan and Song Ting. As top-tier second-year elites with fifth-tier beasts, both of them advanced with ease. However, when it was Guanning's turn, things didn't go as smoothly. She faced a third-year bronze beastmaster with 3 fourth-tier beasts. Despite her best efforts, she ultimately lost the match. It's okay. There's always next year, Lin Ze comforted her. Thankfully, Guanning had entered the tournament with a casual, exploratory mindset, so she wasn't too upset by the loss. Lu Man also advanced without much trouble. Finally, it was Lin Ze's turn. When he glanced at the electronic screen displaying the matchups, both he and Lu Man froze for a moment. Stage 18. Lin Ze versus Su Li. The members of the Gaoshan Society were equally stunned, but they quickly erupted into laughter. Haha, what are the odds? I actually get to face that kid in the preliminaries. Su Li laughed loudly. Su Li's mouth must be Blessith called it yesterday, and now it's happening. Lin Ze's in for it now. Go, Su Li. Teach him a lesson. Amid the jeers, Su Li raised his chin arrogantly. When he turned to look at Lin Ze, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Liang Jun patted him on the shoulder. Don't embarrass the Gaoshan Society. Don't worry, brother Liang. A mere first year? This will be a piece of cake. Seeing the commotion, Lu Man and the others frowned. Be careful. Su Li has a sixth-year beast. Song Ting warned in a low voice, her tone filled with concern. Although she had witnessed Lin Ze's strength in the condensed stone secret realm, the tournament's rules forbidding special items made the outcome uncertain. Guan Ning, however, looked completely relaxed, even a bit gleeful. She knew just how terrifying Lin Ze's true strength was. Forget Su Li, if there were two more like him, it still wouldn't be enough. That guy's the one who's in trouble, she said with a smirk. As one of the most prominent figures in the academy, every match involving Lin Ze draws significant attention. When the match information for Ring 18 appeared, the audience immediately recognized his opponent Su Li, the second-ranked student in the third year. Second-ranked in the third year? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Su Li was renowned among the senior students. As the president of the Gaoshan Society, he not only owned a sixth-tier pet beast, but also had two other pet beasts at the peak of the fifth tier. Such a formidable competitor going up against Lin Ze, hailed as the most outstanding genius in Ningjiang Academy's history, instantly sparked heated discussions among the spectators. I think Su Li has the upper hand. Exactly. No matter how talented Lin Ze is, he's still a bit behind. Rumors about Lin Ze possessing a sixth-tier pet beast circulated among the crowd, but most people remained skeptical. Amid the chatter, the two contestants stepped onto the stage one after the other. A smug glint flashed in Su Li's eyes as he sneered, "Bad luck for you to run into me in the second round." Lin Ze shrugged calmly, his expression unchanging. Is that so? I don't see it that way. Words won't win you this match, Junior. Lin Ze's playful tone only deepened the scowl on Su Li's face. The match officially began. Su Li was the first to summon his pet beast, a shark lizard beast over 4 meters long. This dual water-earth type 5th-tier, 9th stage pet beast was covered in brown scales, with thick limbs, menacing fangs, and an aura of overwhelming intimidation. Surprisingly, Su Li stopped after summoning just this one beast. One pet beast is more than enough to deal with you, he declared arrogantly. What shocked the audience even more was Lin Ze's unusually composed reaction. He even refrained from summoning his own pet beast. A mere shark lizard beast isn't worthy of me summoning mine, he remarked. This bold statement caused an uproar among the spectators. Even Guanning and the others looked visibly concerned. After all, relying solely on soul techniques to face a 5th-tier, 9th stage pet beast was nearly impossible, even for a silver-ranked beastmaster. Infuriated by Lin Ze's blatant disdain, Su Li's face turned livid. Attack, he commanded. The shark lizard beast roared ferociously and charged toward Lin Ze with immense force. A ferocious roar instantly echoed through the entire arena. The shark lizard beast exuded a menacing aura, charging toward Lin Ze like an out-of-control war chariot, leaving deep imprints in the ground with every step. Facing this ferocious onslaught, Lin Ze remained composed. With a graceful motion, he cast a soul guard upon himself before calmly raising his hand to release a soul arrow. Witnessing this, Su Li's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He had assumed that since Lin Ze dared to utter such bold words, he must have mastered some profound soul techniques. To his surprise, Lin Ze resorted to the most basic soul arrow to confront the shark lizard beast. However, Su Li's contemptuous expression froze in an instant, replaced by utter shock. With a resounding boom, the charging shark lizard beast seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer. Its forward momentum abruptly halted. It staggered backwards several steps, letting out a horrifying wail. A fist-sized bloody wound had appeared on its forehead, from which foul-smelling blood gushed out. If not for its protective layer of tough scales, its head might have burst like a watermelon from the impact. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the scene on the arena. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is that really a soul arrow? How could it be so powerful? That soul arrow must be at least level 6 or 7. No wonder he dared to take on the shark lizard beast alone. Guosini and a few other girls gaped in shock. Although they had seen Lin Ze perform soul techniques before, they had never witnessed anything of such devastating power. Lin Ze's expression remained calm, as if the outcome had been entirely expected. Ever since his bronze baptism, his soul strength had reached 23.8 points, far exceeding the mere 10 or so points he had in the past. Against a 5th-tier pet beast at the lower levels, this attack would likely have been fatal. Su Li's face darkened with fury as he commanded the shark lizard beast to attack again. This time, the beast approached cautiously, its movements more measured. It successfully evaded or endured 3 consecutive soul arrows from Lin Ze and finally closed the distance to within 10 meters. Without hesitation, it unleashed its tidal impact. A surging wave of water materialized out of thin air, crashing down toward Lin Ze like a roaring tsunami. Gasps of alarm erupted from the audience, and Guisini and Lu Man clenched their fists nervously. Yet Lin Ze stood firm, unmoved, allowing the raging torrent to collide with his soul guard. The water was completely repelled by the brilliant glow of soul energy. This sight left everyone stunned. The fact that the soul guard could withstand an attack from a 5th tier, 9th stage pet beast signified that Lin Ze's soul strength had reached the level of a silver tier beastmaster. Seizing the shark lizard beast's moment of hesitation, Lin Ze fired a precise soul arrow, striking its right eye directly. The beast let out a gut-wrenching shriek, writhing in agony on the ground. Lin Ze seized the opportunity, firing another soul arrow into its head. With a burst of blood mist, the shark lizard beast's cries abruptly ceased. Its body twitched a few times before disintegrating into particles of light and vanishing. The arena plunged into silence as everyone stared in disbelief. A first-year student had defeated a 5th tier, 9th stage pet beast using only soul techniques. This completely overturned their understanding of beastmasters. Moments later, the audience erupted into deafening cheers and exclamations. Incredible! Is he even a beastmaster? He's like a humanoid pet beast. Countless astonished gazes fixated on Lin Ze. In the world of beastmasters, it was exceedingly rare for someone to defeat a pet beast solely through their own strength, especially for a bronze tier beastmaster. This battle was destined to leave an indelible mark on everyone's memory. From Lin Ze effortlessly withstanding the surging waves to slaying the shark lizard beast, the entire process was seamless, taking no more than 2 or 3 seconds. The arena fell into a dead silence, the spectators still frozen in shock, as the shark lizard beast's body disintegrated into specks of light, vanishing into the air. Su Li's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, resembling a liver. Just moments ago, he had boasted that a single shark lizard beast was enough to defeat Lin Ze. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ze had dispatched it using only his soul techniques. It was as if he had been slapped across the face in front of everyone. For someone as arrogant as Su Li, such humiliation was unbearable. I didn't expect your soul techniques to be this advanced. I underestimated you. Su Li spat through gritted teeth, glaring at Lin Ze. But if you think this is enough to win the match, you're sorely mistaken. Let's see if your soul techniques can stand up to my 6th tier pet beast. Before his words had fully landed, a dazzling light flashed in front of Su Li. A massive figure began to materialize, a creature resembling an elephant, but standing upright like a human, towering over 3 meters tall. Its thick, hairless skin was tough and resilient. Its long, muscular trunk flexible yet powerful, and its limbs as sturdy as columns. The sheer presence it exuded was suffocating. It's the Loxo Elephant Man. That's Su Li's trump card. A formidable class pet beast, capable of reaching the 7th tier in its mature stage. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. This one seems to be at the mid to high 6th tier. Lin Ze's in trouble now. Soul techniques alone won't cut it. In the contestant waiting area, Liang Jun and the other members of the Gaoshan Society finally showed signs of relief. While Lin Ze had displayed astonishing mastery of soul techniques, they firmly believed no one could defeat a 6th tier pet beast with soul techniques alone. On the other side, Lu Man and her group watched Lin Ze with worried expressions. Only Guan Ning remained calm, a faint smile on his face, showing no sign of concern. When Gu Longyan asked whether Lin Ze had any other tricks up his sleeve, Guan Ning responded with a sly grin, "Just keep watching." Back on the arena, Lin Ze faced Su Li's provocation with a calm smile. Unlike certain people, I'm not arrogant enough to believe I can defeat a 6th tier pet beast with just soul techniques. Is that so? Then what else do you have to take on my Loxo Elephant Man? Those few 5th tier pet beasts of yours? Su Li sneered, his confidence unshaken despite his earlier setback. But Lin Ze's composed demeanor never wavered, which caused a faint unease to creep into Su Li. Sure enough, Lin Ze spoke up the next moment. Who said I only have 5th tier pet beasts? With a burst of summoning light, the towering, toned form of the Earth Spirit emerged. Its armored plates clanged together as it moved, and a weighty aura as unyielding as the Earth itself swept across the arena, stirring up visible waves in the air. Liang Jun's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at the scene unfolding on the arena. The same disbelief was etched on the faces of the other members of the Gaoshan Society and the surrounding crowd. As beast tamers, their expertise allowed them to gauge the strength of a beast, with a glance perhaps not the exact level, but certainly its general power. And the colossal creature now hovering above the stage was clearly far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 5th tier beast. Could the rumors be true? Does Lin Ze really own a 6th tier beast? Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Su Li, caught in the middle of it all, was visibly shaken, his expression betraying an overwhelming sense of disbelief. "Impossible!" he snarled, quickly regaining his composure and issuing a gritted command to his beast. With a thunderous bellow, the Lozo Elephant Man charged forward, each step shaking the earth as it barreled toward the Earth Spirit. Lin Ze, unflinching, gave a calm yet resolute order. "Fight with everything you've got." The Earth Spirit grinned, its massive frame surging forward to meet the attack heeding without hesitation. The two titanic beasts collided at the center of the arena with a deafening crash. The Lozo Elephant Man swung its massive fist, encased in a dense glow of earth elemental energy, aiming a powerful blow. The Earth Spirit countered with its own punch, its fist radiating a similar elemental glow but with a distinct, volatile heat simmering beneath the surface like a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. Mountain Shatter Strike. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two fists clashed with the force of colliding freight trains. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, and a visible shockwave rippled outward from the point of impact. The arena quaked violently, the ground beneath the clash caving in to form a shallow crater nearly a meter deep and spanning 7 or 8 meters wide. What happened next left everyone stunned. The Earth Spirit staggered back only a few steps before regaining its balance, completely unscathed. The Lozo Elephant Man, however, was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with a pained roar. Its once mighty fist was now riddled with fine cracks, blood gushing from the wounds in a steady stream. The audience erupted into chaos. "Unbelievable! It really is a 6th-tier beast, and it's stronger than the Lozo Elephant Man." Exclamations of awe and disbelief filled the air. Meanwhile, the contestants in the waiting area were frozen in silence. Lu Man, Song Ting, Gulongyan, and the others stared at the arena, their minds reeling. Though they had known of the Earth Spirit's existence, none of them had anticipated such a staggering increase in its power since the events in the Condensed Stone's secret realm. The members of the Gaoshan Society, on the other hand, reacted with grim unease. Liang Jun's brow furrowed deeply, his face dark with frustration, while his fellow members exchanged uneasy glances. The atmosphere around them was suffocating. A match they had been so confident of winning had taken an unexpected and devastating turn. On the arena, Su Li remained rooted in place, struggling to process what had just occurred. The idea that his prized 6th-tier, 5th-stage Lozo Elephant Man could be injured so severely in a single clash was inconceivable. Yet the battle left no time for reflection. As the Lozo Elephant Man struggled to rise, the Earth Spirit was already closing in, launching a ferocious follow-up attack. The clash between the two battle beasts was like the collision of immense forces, sending deafening booms reverberating through the air. Both were power-oriented fighters, relying on strength to counter strength, resilience against resilience, and the battle quickly escalated into a heated showdown. However, the weaknesses of the Rosso Elephant Man soon became apparent. Every few seconds, it let out a muffled cry of pain, its injuries multiplying as fresh wounds appeared. Blood trickled down its massive body, leaving a crimson trail. Su Li's expression turned from smug triumph to shock and anger in an instant. In desperation, he summoned a third battle beast to turn the tide. But Lin Ze had anticipated this move, launching a sharp soul arrow that forced the intruder to retreat. "No interference. This is a fair unknown duel," Lin Ze said, a faint, almost mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Su Li's forehead throbbed with veins of frustration, but there was nothing he could do. His mastery of soul arts was far inferior to Lin Ze's, and his attacks couldn't even breach the Soul Guardian, let alone penetrate its defenses. After more than 10 minutes, the Rosso Elephant Man finally succumbed. It let out a despairing cry before its massive body collapsed to the ground, dissolving into countless specks of light that scattered into the air. The Earth Spirit remained in peak condition, its energy undiminished, as it charged towards Su Li's second battle beast, a 5th-tier, 9th-grade creature. The disparity in strength was overwhelming, and within less than 10 seconds, the second beast met the same fate as its predecessor. Su Li stood frozen like a statue, his pale face etched with disbelief. Lin Ze paid no attention to his reaction, instead turning his gaze to the referee. It was only then that the referees snapped out of their stunned daze, their eyes filled with unconcealed amazement. "The match is over. The winner is Lin Ze," the referee declared. For a moment, the arena fell into a deathly silence. Then, a tidal wave of cheers erupted, engulfing the entire venue in a deafening roar of excitement. "Unbelievable! He actually won. That was Su Li he defeated." The crowd erupted in astonished cheers. Even the second-ranked third-year couldn't stand against him. "Lin Ze is incredible. A legend in the making. Lin Gu is my idol from now on." The audience was in an uproar. The unexpected outcome of the match had caught everyone off guard. Lin Ze, who no one had favored, emerged victorious. But it was precisely this kind of shocking twist that made the battle all the more thrilling. What left everyone in awe was Lin Ze's sheer display of skill, a first-year freshman defeating the second-ranked third-year in direct combat. Such an achievement was unprecedented in Ningjiang Academy's history, and perhaps even in the entire Federation. Countless eyes filled with reverence, admiration, curiosity, and envy turned toward Lin Ze. Among them, Lu Man gazed at Lin Ze on the stage, her eyes brimming with amazement. Junior Lin Ze is truly, she murmured. She had anticipated that even if Lin Ze managed to win, it would be after a grueling fight. Never had she imagined that he would triumph so effortlessly over Su Li. Guilingyan and Song Ting, both top-10-ranked second-years, also had complex expressions as they looked at Lin Ze. Being surpassed in talent and strength by a younger peer was a bitter pill to swallow. Meanwhile, Guanning and Guosini were simply overjoyed by Lin Ze's victory, their faces lighting up with unreserved smiles. On the other side of the arena, Liang Jun, the current president of the Gaoshan Society, wore a face as dark as a storm cloud. A first-year student from an ordinary background defeating one of the society's elites was a heavy blow to the organization, which prided itself on lineage and pedigree. With a cold snort of frustration, Liang Jun stood and left, followed by the other Gaoshan Society members, all with downcast expressions. Su Li, still standing on the stage, noticed their departure. His face paled instantly. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but, in the end, he lowered his head in silence and walked off the stage, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The authority and reputation he had painstakingly built within the Gaoshan Society had crumbled in a single match. Lin Ze watched Su Li's retreating figure, shook his head lightly, and then stepped down from the stage himself. As soon as he entered the waiting area, Guan Ning bounded up to him, throwing her arms around his in excitement. "You were amazing, Lin Ge. Absolutely amazing." Her joy was so infectious that it seemed as if she had been the one to win. Lin Ze smiled and playfully pinched her nose. Standing nearby, Guosini, watching their closeness, blushed faintly and offered a simple congratulations. For Lin Ze, defeating Su Li wasn't particularly worth celebrating. After all, he hadn't even used half of his strength. Still, Lu Man couldn't help but remark, Su Li made it to the top 64 in last year's Academy tournament. This year, he's a lock for the top 32, and he might even break into the top 16. By beating him, Junior Lin Ze, you've essentially secured your place in the top 32. Congratulations. Lin Ze nodded with a polite smile, thanking her without elaborating further. He sat quietly, waiting for the next round of matches. As the number of contestants dwindled, the matches became fewer and fewer. That day, 2 consecutive rounds were scheduled, with an hour's rest after the second round before the third began. By the third round, fewer than 1,000 competitors remained, primarily third and fourth years. Only a handful of second years were left, and first years were even rarer, limited to elite students like Li Pangyun, Tan Yong, Guosini, and Lin Ze, all ranked in their year's top 10. To allow the competitors from the final matches of the second round more time to recover, the third round followed the same order of appearances as the morning matches. The first to take the stage was Guosini, but luck wasn't on her side this time. Her opponent was a fourth-year beastmaster of bronze rank. The imposing presence of the three-headed beasts was overwhelming, and Guosini's expression grew grave. Her opponent's 3 contracted beasts had all reached the 5th tier, with one even achieving the astonishing level of 5th tier, phase 7. Faced with such a significant gap in power, Guosini stood little chance of resistance and was swiftly defeated. However, making it to the third round of the preliminaries had already far exceeded her expectations. As Guosini stepped off the stage, there was little trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, she wore a faint smile of relief. Following her, Guilingyan, Song Ting, and Lu Man took their turns on stage. Guilingyan and Lu Man were fortunate, drawing opponents who were third-year students ranked outside the top 300 in their grade, hardly formidable adversaries. Although the matches were tense at times, both managed to secure victories in the end. Song Ting, on the other hand, wasn't as lucky. She faced a fourth-year student, and the significant disparity in strength led to her eventual defeat. Such an outcome was hardly surprising after all. Those who gained admission to Ningjiang Academy were all exceptionally gifted, and the differences in talent among them were usually minimal. In such cases, the amount of time spent training often became the decisive factor. Grade-level differences often represented an overwhelming gap in ability. While an outstanding lower-year student might occasionally defeat an average upper-year student, challenging a top-ranked senior was nearly an impossible feat. Take third-year students. For example, most of them were already bronze-tier beast tamers, possessing 3 contracted beasts with levels typically reaching the 4th tier or higher. Even a randomly selected third-year student could easily defeat any first-year student. After all, even exceptionally talented first-years like Li Pangyun and Guosini only had 2 third-year contracted beasts at this stage. In this context, Lin Ze's presence was truly extraordinary. His strength was so overwhelming that he hardly seemed like a first-year student. He had effortlessly defeated the second-ranked third-year student, defying all conventional logic. Over half an hour later, it was finally Lin Ze's turn to step into the arena. When his opponent, a third-year student ranked in the 50s, saw Lin Ze's name displayed on the screen, they immediately let out a wry smile and chose to forfeit without hesitation. It was a wise decision. Without a sixth-tier contracted beast, there was no way they could stand a chance against Lin Ze. As the sky darkened, the third round of preliminaries came to an end. After fierce competition, the number of contestants had dwindled to fewer than 500. According to the Academy's grand tournament rules, tomorrow's final preliminary round would determine the 256 participants who would advance to the official matches. In a quiet cafe just outside Ningjiang Academy, 5 students were engaged in a low-voice conversation. What a pity. Xiang Quan was so close to advancing. Ah, it's just bad luck, Xiang Quan said with a bitter smile. I happened to run into a fourth-year student. Don't dwell on it, one of his companions said bluntly. You wouldn't make it through tomorrow's final round anyway, so losing now or later doesn't make much difference. Is that supposed to be comforting? Haha, I'm just being honest. There are only 256 spots in the official matches. 90% of them will go to fourth years, and the rest will be taken by the top 50 third years. Do you really think you can beat them? As they bantered, the only girl in the group turned her gaze toward a boy quietly sipping his coffee. With a cheerful smile, she said, I don't know about the others, but Yuxing is definitely making it to the official matches. Her words immediately drew agreement from the other boys. Of course, Yuxing is the top student in our year. Making it to the official matches is a sure thing. Official matches? That's nothing. Yuxing's aiming for the top 16. Come on, dream bigger. He's got a shot at the top 8. Faced with their enthusiastic praise, Li Yuxing put down his coffee cup with a faint smile. Don't put me on a pedestal. There are plenty of strong competitors this time. Forget the fourth years. Even Lin Ze from the first year is a formidable opponent. At the mention of Lin Ze, everyone's expressions turned thoughtful. Who would have thought such a monster would show up this year? I was stunned when he defeated Su Li. That guy is unbelievable. A first-year student stronger than me, a third year? It's insane. Ever since his victory over Su Li, Lin Ze's reputation had skyrocketed. Even the usually aloof fourth years spoke of him with respect, no longer dismissing him because of his youth. Yuxing, if you go up against Lin Ze, do you think you can win? Someone suddenly asked. Among the third years, Li Yuxing and Su Li had always been regarded as rival prodigies. Both were exceptionally gifted, and their frequent clashes were a topic of fascination among students. Though Li Yuxing had consistently edged out Su Li, Lin Ze's defeat of Su Li had cast doubt on the outcome of a potential match between him and Lin Ze. Li Yuxing gave a meaningful smile. If it were 5 days ago, I'd say my chances against Lin Ze were slim. But now, he didn't finish his sentence, but his friends quickly caught on. Their eyes widened in unison. Your Sea Sentinel evolved? Li Yuxing nodded, and the group erupted in amazement. Now you've got 2 sixth-tier battle beasts. No wonder you're so confident. With 2 sixth-tier beasts, beating Lin Ze shouldn't be a problem. Li Yuxing smiled faintly. I was hoping to surprise Su Li with this, but it looks like Lin Ze beat me to it. In that case, you're a lock for the top 32, and you've got a great shot at the top 16. The group agreed enthusiastically. Across the entire Federation Academy, students with 6th-tier battle beasts were rare, and those with 2 were even rarer. Unless Li Yuxing had the misfortune of facing a 4th-year championship contender early on, his chances of making the top 16 were very high. On the third day, the plaza was as crowded and lively as ever. The number of participants in the waiting area had significantly dwindled. Most of the remaining competitors were 3rd and 4th years, with fewer than 10 second years left. Lin Ze stood out even more as the sole surviving first year. This was unprecedented. First years typically didn't make it this far, as they were usually eliminated long before this stage. Lin Ze's exceptional performance had made him the center of attention, drawing countless curious glances from the audience. Is that Lin Ze? Yeah. Didn't you watch yesterday's match? No, I was watching another arena. Then you missed out. The twists and turns yesterday were incredible. Lin Ze is the real deal. Ugh. You're the 7th or 8th person to tell me that. Lin Ze's outstanding performance caused quite a stir at Ningjiang Academy. Not only were the students on campus buzzing with discussions, but even people outside the school showed keen interest in this rising genius. Bro, you're famous in Ningjiang City now, Guanning said with a playful grin, blinking mischievously. Lin Ze shrugged helplessly. As the flagship institution of Ningjiang City, Ningjiang Academy's annual in-house competition had always been a highly anticipated event. Each year, it attracted a large audience, and the semifinals and finals were even streamed online. Any student who stood out on such a stage naturally became the center of attention. However, Lin Ze wasn't particularly fond of this kind of fame. He preferred to quietly focus on improving his abilities. If it weren't for the tempting achievement rewards, he might have just gone through the motions without much effort. As the cheers of the crowd grew louder, the final round of the preliminaries was about to begin. On the massive electronic screen, the names of the contestants flashed one by one. Lin Ze scanned through quickly and soon found his name on platform 21. His opponent was none other than Li Yuxing. Li Yuxing? Lin Ze murmured, slightly taken aback. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Bro, he's the top-ranked student in the third year. Guanning reminded him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Realization dawned on Lin Ze. Since he rarely paid attention to rankings and other grades, it wasn't surprising that he hadn't recognized Li Yuxing. Nearby, Lu Man and the others exchanged incredulous looks. Speechless at Lin Ze's luck, his opponents always seemed to be either the second or first-ranked students. The audience quickly caught on to this intriguing matchup and erupted into chatter. Whoa, Lin Ze's going up against Li Yuxing. Li Yuxing, the top-ranked third-year student? Yesterday it was the second-ranked, and today it's the top-ranked. How is his luck this good? This is going to be fun to watch. Excitement surged through the crowd. Initially, they had been looking forward to a showdown between Su Li and Li Yuxing, but Su Li had already been defeated by Lin Ze. Now, this new matchup promised to be just as thrilling. Meanwhile, Li Yuxing and his group wore peculiar expressions. They had just been talking about Lin Ze the day before, and now they were meeting on the battlefield. What a coincidence. Your words really seem to have some kind of magic, someone joked, as all eyes instinctively turned to the classmate who had predicted yesterday that Li Yuxing might face Lin Ze. Embarrassed, the student scratched his head but soon broke into a sly grin. Facing Lin Ze isn't bad at all. Su Li already lost to him, so if Yuxing wins, I'll be like, completely stepping over Su Li. This comment immediately resonated with the group, lighting up their eyes with excitement. Indeed, even if the direct showdown was missed, defeating Lin Ze would be equally significant. Li Yuxing stood up, nodded slightly at his supportive friends, and strode toward the arena. No matter who his opponent was, his goal remained unwavering to win the match and cement his dominance among the third years. With this thought, his gaze landed on Lin Ze not far away, his eyes gleaming with determination. Come on, let me show you the true strength of a senior. Under the watchful and eager gazes of the crowd, the two competitors stepped onto the stage. Lin Ze immediately sensed Li Yuxing's high-spirited energy and felt mildly surprised, though he didn't take it too seriously. Based on the information provided by Lu Man, Li Yuxing's strength was only marginally better than Su Li's, not enough to warrant excessive caution. Noticing Lin Ze's nonchalant demeanor, Li Yuxing frowned slightly. It seems junior Lin Ze is quite confident about winning. Lin Ze responded with a calm smile. Isn't senior Yuxing the same? The reply caught Li Yuxing off guard for a moment, but he quickly relaxed. True, as a genius, who wouldn't be brimming with confidence? He had no right to criticize Lin Ze for his pride. The surrounding spectators buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating this showdown for the top spot in the grade. Before long, Arena 21 became the center of attention in the entire square. At the referee's signal, both competitors simultaneously summoned their respective battle beasts. On Li Yuxing's side, a towering creature over 4 meters tall appeared. It resembled a fusion of an elf and a shark, clad in gleaming armor and wielding a massive curved blade. On Lin Ze's side, a graceful, humanoid beast emerged, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a human woman. The crowd erupted. Some recognized the creature as a Tier 6 siren, while others gasped in shock, realizing that Li Yuxing's colossal beast was none other than the evolved form of the Sea Guardian, the mighty Sea Protector. The presence of two Tier 6 beasts immediately stirred an uproar. In the audience, Guasini, Lu Man, and others exchanged worried glances. The siren alone was already at Tier 6, Stage 6, and now with the addition of the formidable Sea Protector, the odds seemed stacked against Lin Ze. What a shame! Lu Man sighed softly, meeting Song Ting's gaze. He was just one step away from advancing to the official matches, and now he's up against an opponent like this? Guasini frowned as she gazed intently at Lin Ze on the arena, biting her lip nervously. Glancing at her, Guanning chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Her words left Guasini and the other two girls, Lu Man and their companion, momentarily stunned. Just the day before, Guanning had said the exact same thing, and Lin Ze had gone on to display incredible strength, defeating Su Li. Now that she repeated those words, the three girls exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of surprise and suspicion. On the arena, Li Yuxing summoned his Sea Guardian and Sea Siren, his gaze locked firmly on Lin Ze. Although he still had a fifth-tier beast in his arsenal, he knew it would have little impact at this level of competition. Even a peak fifth-tier beast was unlikely to change the outcome. Yesterday's battle had already proven that fifth-tier beasts posed no threat to Lin Ze. But Li Yuxing wasn't discouraged. With two sixth-tier beasts at his command, he felt confident. His eyes gleamed with fighting spirit as he sized up Lin Ze across the arena. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ze remained composed in the face of such an imposing display. With a mere thought, the earth spirit emerged first, followed closely by the graceful figure of Xiao Shui. It was no secret that Lin Ze possessed a beautiful humanoid ice-type beast. However, those familiar with her immediately noticed something different. Xiao Shui had evolved. From a snow maiden, she had transformed into a frost azure maiden, shedding her youthful innocence to become an elegant and poised young woman. Guasini and the others instantly recognized this change, their eyes widening in astonishment. The battle commenced in an instant. The Sea Guardian swung its massive curved blade toward the Earth Spirit, while the Sea Siren raised her hand, summoning water elements that surged into a powerful wave aimed directly at Xiao Shui. Faced with this water element onslaught, Lin Ze paused briefly in thought. Most beast tamers specialized in a single elemental type to streamline their training and development. A diverse lineup like Lin Ze's was exceedingly rare. As the tidal wave surged forward, Xiao Shui arched a delicate brow and raised her pale hand to her lips, blowing softly. The Snow Maiden sighed. A swirl of white mist materialized into dense icy fog, colliding with the wave. The sound of ice crystallizing rang out sharply, and in an instant, the ferocious wave froze solid, transforming into a dazzling ice sculpture. The crowd was stunned into silence. It was clear now Xiao Shui was also a sixth-tier beast. Lin Ze, like Li Yuxing, had two sixth-tier beasts under his command. This revelation shattered everyone's expectations. Unbelievable. A first-year student with two sixth-tier beasts. Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd, growing louder by the second. Guasini and the others were overjoyed, while Guanning simply smiled mischievously, staying silent. She felt a quiet sense of pride, knowing that even this wasn't the full extent of her brother's strength. In a secluded corner of the plaza, Su Li stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. He had thought his loss to Lin Ze the day before was due to underestimating him. Now he realized Lin Ze hadn't even been fighting at full power. Overwhelmed with despair, Su Li turned and left the arena in silence. For Li Yuxing, however, the shock ran deepest. He had poured immense effort into acquiring his second sixth-tier beast, believing it to be a monumental achievement. Yet here was a younger beast tamer who had reached the same level. More importantly, this revelation turned what he thought was a surefire victory into an unpredictable battle. Arena 21 became the most dazzling focal point of the plaza, with countless spectators holding their breath, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment. The battle entered a fever pitch as soon as it began, with Earth Spirit and the Sea Guardian locked in a fierce showdown on the stage. The two beasts displayed their unique abilities, their blades and fists clashing amidst bursts of elemental energy. Although the Sea Guardian was formidable, its sixth-tier, sixth-stage level was clearly outmatched by the Earth Spirit's sixth-tier, eighth-stage strength. Coupled with the arena's unfavorable conditions for water attributes, the Sea Guardian quickly fell into a disadvantage. On the other side, the sixth-tier, sixth-stage Siren faced off against the sixth-tier, seventh-stage Snowy, and similarly struggled. The freezing effect of Snowy's ice attribute was overwhelming. The Siren's water-based attacks were frozen solid before they could even reach their target. The unexpected turn of events left the audience stunned. Incredible. Lin Ze's beasts are completely overpowering Li Yuxing's two companions, gasped someone in the crowd. Seasoned spectators quickly analyzed the situation, noting that Lin Ze's beasts were both at the sixth-tier, seventh, or eighth stage, an impressive level of strength, even among fourth-year students. Li Yuxing stood frozen, his mind blank as he stared at the unfolding battle. A first-year student this powerful? It completely shattered his understanding of what was possible. Just as he was lost in thought, a pained roar from the Sea Guardian snapped him back to reality. He saw the beast's right arm and shoulder shattered under the Earth Spirit's devastating mountain shatter strike, its curved blade falling to the ground. Without its weapon, the Sea Guardian was utterly overwhelmed, retreating step by step. Meanwhile, the battle between Snowy and the Siren had reached its conclusion. Overwhelmed by the attribute disadvantage and relentless skill attacks, the Siren could only defend desperately, unable to counterattack. The outcome was clear. The only question was how long Li Yuxing could hold on. Realizing the situation, Li Yuxing sighed, recalled his beasts, and raised his hand in surrender. Seeing Lin Ze's surprised expression, he offered a bitter smile and explained, "There's no point in dragging it out. I don't want my beasts to suffer more injuries. The cost of healing and revival isn't small. Thank you for the match," Lin Ze replied with a polite smile. The third-year student, known for his excellent character, was also remarkably pragmatic. If it had been Su Li instead, he might have sacrificed his beasts just to weaken his opponent. Of course, Lin Ze had already prepared for such a possibility. As the referee announced the result, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Countless admiring gazes turned to Lin Ze, who had gone from an underdog to a surprising victor. Lin Ze's officially the king of the third years now. Forget third years, there are probably only a handful of fourth years who can beat him. Poor Li Yuxing. He was so close to making it into the main competition. Li Yuxing's friends stood in silence, their earlier confidence now replaced with dejection. Sensing their disappointment, Li Yuxing patted one of them on the shoulder and reassured, "It's okay. Losing to Lin Ze isn't something to be ashamed of, but you didn't even make it into the main competition. There's always next year," someone reminded him, noting that as a third year, Li Yuxing still had another chance. The group seemed slightly relieved, but one person voiced a concern. "What if you face Lin Ze again next year?" The question left everyone momentarily speechless. With Lin Ze's current strength and another year of growth, he would likely become even more formidable. Li Yuxing's eye twitched, while the others scolded the speaker for ruining the mood. When Lin Ze returned to the waiting area, Lu Man and the others immediately surrounded him with congratulations. Despite the girls' enthusiasm, Lin Ze remained calm. For him, advancing was just the beginning. His true goal was to win the championship. However, Lu Man and her friends believed that with Lin Ze's displayed strength, he was already among the Academy's top 10, possibly even top 5. As long as he avoided the championship favorites early on, making it to the quarterfinals seemed highly likely, and the semifinals weren't out of reach. In the history of Ningjiang Academy's annual competitions, no first-year student had ever progressed this far. Even reaching the round of 64 was unprecedented. Now, Lin Ze had the potential to shatter that record entirely. On the elevated platform of the audience stand, a group of teachers slowly regained their composure from the shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The seed player, Li Yuxing, had actually been defeated by a first-year freshman. Unbelievable. This young man named Lin Ze is truly remarkable. To have such strength at just 18 is extraordinary. His talent is unmatched, even compared to past generations. Voices of admiration rose one after another, and even Dean Lu Qitian's eyes glimmered with approval. He turned to Gao Wenba, nodding with a smile of acknowledgement. "You were right, this young man is indeed exceptional." Gao Wenba responded with a smile. "Exceptional? That's an understatement." Even among the direct descendants of the Federation's most prestigious Beastmaster families, who are nurtured with the best resources, it's rare to find someone who can rival Lin Ze. For someone his age, owning a 5th-tier beast is already considered genius level, let alone a 6th-tier beast. As the chief examiner of the admissions assessment, Gao Wenba had discreetly investigated Lin Ze's background. Yet, apart from his astonishing Beastmaster talent, this boy from an ordinary family showed no other remarkable traits. Such a prodigy appearing at Ningjiang Academy was undoubtedly a blessing. Meanwhile, other teachers had already begun fervently discussing how far Lin Ze might go in the competition. Some predicted he could make it to the top 16, while others believed he might reach the top 8. Gao Wenba, however, remained silent, for he knew a secret that no one else did. Lin Ze possessed a third 6th-tier beast, the stone-condensing dragon he had personally witnessed in the Red Earth Forest. With such strength, winning the championship was not out of the question. "Wenba, how far do you think Lin Ze can go?" Lu Qitian asked, a faint smile on his face. "At least the semifinals," Gao Wenba replied without hesitation. His optimistic prediction surprised Lu Qitian. When asked for his reasoning, Gao Wenba merely smiled mysteriously. "Allow me to keep that to myself for now." By the end of the morning preliminaries, 256 contestants had advanced to the official competition. Apart from Lin Ze, nearly all the qualifiers were third-year students. Lin Ze's name caused a sensation both on campus and beyond, sparking heated discussions on major Beastmaster forums. Before the official competition began in the afternoon, Lin Ze stepped into the plaza, greeted by a thunderous wave of cheers. The overwhelming enthusiasm left him and his companions momentarily stunned. "Well, freshman, looks like you're a superstar now," Lu Man teased. Even past champions weren't this popular. Song Ting chimed in. Lin Ze merely shrugged, appearing indifferent. However, Guanning and Guosini clenched their teeth as they noticed the fervent reactions from the surrounding girls. The official competition followed an elimination format. Lin Ze's first-round opponent, a third-year student, forfeited before the match even began. His second and third-round opponents also chose to forfeit, allowing Lin Ze to effortlessly advance to the top 32. "Looks like this kid has scared his opponents out of their wits," even Lu Qitian couldn't help but remark. Such treatment where opponents voluntarily surrendered was typically reserved for championship favorites in past competitions. Clearly, Lin Ze's strength had already earned widespread recognition and respect. The third day of the Academy tournament concluded amidst the bustling discussions of the crowd, once again placing Lin Ze at the center of attention. Remarkably, he advanced directly to the top 32 without fighting a single match, leaving everyone astonished at how effortless it seemed. "Only those considered favorites to win encounter situations like this," Lu Man remarked, her bright eyes gleaming as she spoke. The tournament had just ended, and she, along with Guanning, Guosini, and others, had found a nearby restaurant for dinner while chatting about the day's events. Besides, with Lin Ze's abilities, being a top contender for the championship is perfectly reasonable, Lu Man added with a smile. The other girls at the table, except for Lin Ze, all nodded in agreement. "Senior, Who are the top contenders for the championship? Guasini asked curiously. Lu Man took a sip of her drink and began to explain. At the moment, the two with the highest chances of winning are Deng Ro, the fourth-year top-ranked student and a Wind-specialized Beast Tamer, and Liang Jun, the former president of the Gaoshan Society, who specializes in the rare dark element as a Beast Tamer. He is also the second-ranked student in the fourth year. However, fourth-year students spend most of their time on internships or training outside the academy, so the rankings don't hold as much weight for them. As a result, the gap in strength between Liang Jun and Deng Ro is actually very small, and their rankings often alternate. Lin Ze, Guanning, and Guasini nodded slightly. This information was unfamiliar to them, something only a senior like Lu Man would know so thoroughly. These two haven't showcased their abilities in front of others for quite some time. The last time was half a year ago. Even back then, they each had two sixth-tier contracted beasts, which were undoubtedly stronger than Li Yuxing's beasts. As for now, Lu Man trailed off, but everyone understood her implication. Liang Jun and Deng Ro were already formidable half a year ago, and they had likely grown even stronger since then, possibly possessing three sixth-tier beasts by now. Unlike the opponents Lin Ze had easily defeated earlier, Liang Jun and Deng Ro were undoubtedly formidable adversaries on the path to the championship. If only I had another month to train, my chances of winning would be much higher, Lin Ze thought to himself. He still had over 300 achievement points in hand, but as the tier of his beasts increased, the achievement points required for even a 1 growth had skyrocketed to 30 points. The remaining points would barely be enough to upgrade one beast by a single tier, offering limited improvement to his overall strength. If only I could complete some new achievements, Lin Ze pondered. However, the achievements he could currently complete were scarce. The Academy's top rank was, of course, a goal, but most of the remaining achievements were part of a series, such as Soul Arts or Beast Skills. Having just reached the Soul Arts Expert and Skill Expert achievements, the next level would likely require tens of thousands of uses, making it impossible to achieve in the short term. There was also the Beast Slaying achievement, 100 Beast Slayer, 1000 Beast Slayer, and 10,000 Beast Slayer. He had completed 10,000 Beast Slayer months ago, but the next achievement would likely require a staggering 100,000 kills. Despite his frequent battles and hunts, he was still far from reaching that number, so it wasn't something he could rely on in the near term. As Lin Ze left the restaurant, he was still mulling over the issue. Brother, you head back first. Cindy and I are going shopping, Guanning said cheerfully, linking arms with Guasini. Lin Ze was slightly surprised. Since when had these two gotten so close? They seemed to have been at odds not too long ago. Girl's thoughts were indeed hard to fathom. He nodded and said, "Be careful." He didn't press further. If they were deliberately sending him off, it was likely to buy something personal. Lin Ze parted ways with the girls at the intersection. Watching them walk away, he turned and headed back toward the academy. It was already past 10 p.m., and the streets were unusually quiet, with only a few people around. The dim streetlights stretched his shadow long, giving the surroundings an eerie feeling. Halfway there, Lin Ze suddenly sensed that something was off. Ningjiang City was a bustling metropolis, and even late at night, there should still be people out and shops brightly lit. Yet now, the streets were deserted, and all the storefronts were tightly shut. Lin Ze immediately activated his soul guard. Earth Spirit and Xiao Shui appeared by his side as he scanned the area warily. At that moment, a faint came from ahead, followed by a cold voice, "Quite vigilant, I see. No wonder Zhang Xiao lost his life to you." Lin Ze looked ahead and saw 4 figures standing there, though he hadn't noticed their arrival. At the same time, footsteps sounded from behind him. Turning, he saw 5 more figures emerge from the shadows, cutting off his retreat. The 9 individuals were all dressed in black robes, their expressions icy and grim. Despite the precarious situation, Lin Ze's expression remained calm. "Who are you?" he asked. As expected of the unseen century genius of Ningjiang Academy, the leader of the black-robed group sneered, seemingly impressed by Lin Ze's composure. "Your calmness is truly admirable. I wonder if you'll remain this composed when you're about to die." As his words fell, monstrous creatures began emerging from the shadows: rift demons, ape demons, graveyard fiends, flesh-eating wraiths, strangling beasts, and wretched crawlers, each one a nightmarish demon-type beast. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. Fallen ones. He hadn't expected to run into so many of them at once, and their intentions were clearly hostile. Whether this was good luck or bad luck remained to be seen. "Are you people from the Crimson Moon Society?" Lin Ze's gaze was deep and piercing as he scanned the shadowy figures surrounding him. Beneath the dim streetlights, 9 figures were cloaked in the night's darkness, emanating an unsettling aura. Ever since his last encounter with the Fallen, Lin Ze had delved into the identities of those who lurked in the shadows. He knew the Fallen typically acted alone, but the infamous Crimson Moon Society was a notable exception. This cult of Fallen members was notorious for its brutality, a thorn in the side of both the Federation and the Beast Tamer Association. Their hands were stained with the blood of innocent civilians and beast tamers alike. Correct. The leader, clad in a black robe, clapped his hands lightly. His gaze, hidden beneath the brim of his hood, was icy and devoid of admiration. As a reward, I'll give you a chance. You killed Zhang Xiao, causing us some losses. But if you join the Crimson Moon Society, all of this can be forgiven. His tone was arrogant, as if Lin Ze were already a trapped prey. The other 8 figures appeared relaxed, a hint of mockery in their expressions, as though they were certain Lin Ze had no way out. Unmoved, Lin Ze shrugged. That's a terrible deal for me. The Crimson Moon Society is like a rat scurrying in the gutter. I have no interest in spending my life in hiding. The black-robed man's expression darkened, his voice turning cold and menacing. You clearly don't understand your situation. We've set up a barrier around this Arano. One can come to your rescue. For this operation, the Crimson Moon Society had deployed a rare and valuable artifact to seal off the area, cutting off any support from Ningjiang City's authorities or Ningjiang Academy. They had all the time they needed to deal with this young prodigy. Lin Ze's strength was undeniable. At such a young age, he already possessed a 6th-tier beast with limitless potential ahead of him. A talent like his was something the Crimson Moon Society could not allow to flourish. They were willing to pay any price to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Make your choice. Join the Crimson Moon Society or die. The black-robed man's voice was icy, his killing intent palpable. The others stared at Lin Ze with fierce, predatory eyes, the air thick with danger. Lin Ze glanced at the enemies surrounding him, their hostile gazes fixed on him. After a moment of thought, he suddenly smiled. I'll take the third option, killing all of you. As his words fell, Xiaoxue and the Earth Spirit launched their attacks simultaneously. In the night sky, a streak of icy light flashed like a falling star, striking the center of the demon beast's ranks. The icy light burst apart, and a surge of cold instantly froze 6 or 7 5th-tier beasts into sculptures of ice. A massive boulder then descended from above, crashing into the horde with a deafening impact. The resulting shockwave shattered the ice sculptures into fragments. In just one strike, 6 or 7 beasts were killed. Even though the fallen had anticipated Lin Ze's strength, they couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. However, they quickly recovered, commanding more beasts to join the fray. Truly a peerless talent, the black-robed man muttered under his breath, though his admiration only fueled his resolve to kill. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, attack. 2 of his subordinates immediately summoned 4 even larger and more ferocious demon beasts. The oppressive aura they exuded made it clear they were 6th-tier beasts. With their addition to the battle, Xiaoxue and the Earth Spirit were pushed to their limits. Despite their impressive abilities, the sheer number of enemies, supported by over a dozen 5th-tier beasts, began to overwhelm them. The black-robed man's eyes gleamed with a sinister smirk. For this operation, the Crimson Moon Society had mobilized its elite forces, 3 silver-tier beast tamers and a group of bronze-tier tamers. This was the largest assassination attempt in Ningjiang City in recent years. You have only yourself to blame for not knowing your place, the black-robed man growled, his voice dripping with malice. But his words only elicited a faint chuckle from Lin Ze. Seems like you've underestimated me, Lin Ze said with a calm smile. Watching as his 2 beasts began to falter, he decided it was time to act. The black-robed man frowned, puzzled, but before he could react, his eyes widened in shock. A massive figure materialized in the night sky above the street. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar shook the street, accompanied by an overwhelming dragon's aura that made it hard for anyone to breathe. A petrified stone dragon? The black-robed man stared in terror at the colossal dragon hovering above. The other fallen members were equally stricken, their faces pale with fear. None of them had expected Lin Ze to possess a 3rd 6th-tier beast, let alone a pureblood dragon. The petrified stone dragon. Damn it, didn't the intel say Lin Ze only had 2 6th-tier pet beasts? The man in the black robe's face darkened as he cursed the intelligence team's incompetence. The sudden appearance of the stone-condensing dragon stabilized Lin Ze's precarious situation. Despite being outnumbered, the stone-condensing dragon, Xiaoxue, and the Earth Spirit each possessed combat power far beyond that of the corrupted beasts. Together, the 3 beasts formed an unassailable force, holding their ground against the enemy. The black-robed man felt a twitch in his eye. He knew the artifact sealing off the street wouldn't last long, and the Federation's reinforcements would arrive soon. With a cold snort, shadows surged around him, and 2 massive, fearsome beasts emerged. One was a towering creature made entirely of pale bones, with 2 thick, skeletal arms extending from its sides, emanating an aura of death that sent chills down the spine. The other resembled a humanoid mass of pitch-black sludge, its surface constantly dripping with dark ooze that corroded the ground, releasing sizzling white smoke and leaving charred pits in the concrete. Deathstalker and Swamp Venom Demon. Lin Ze immediately recognized the 2 6th-tier demonic beasts. Their auras were even stronger than the previous 4. rivaling Xiaoxue and the Earth Spirit. As expected, with the addition of Deathstalker and Swamp Venom Demon, the battle once again tilted in favor of the corrupted faction. I must admit, your strength has exceeded our expectations, the black-robed man sneered as he locked his gaze on Lin Ze. But it's futile. You can't change your fate. The surrounding corrupted individuals let out low, sinister laughs. However, Lin Ze remained calm. Isn't it a bit too early to make such claims? He said indifferently. The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat as a sense of unease crept in. He smirked coldly and said, "Do you really think you can defeat us? Or are you claiming you have a fourth, sixth-tier pet beast?" The corrupted individuals burst into laughter, confident that Lin Ze had no more than 3 pet beasts. Not quite. Lin Ze replied with a faint smirk, letting out a sigh. What a pity. I was hoping to save this berserk card, but it seems that's not an option anymore. Well, killing you all might just earn me a second Fallen Slayer achievement. The black-robed man's brow furrowed. He had no idea what a berserk card or Fallen Slayer meant, but Lin Ze's confidence only deepened his unease. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Kill him." Deathstalker immediately abandoned the stone-condensing dragon and lunged at Lin Ze. In the critical moment, a streak of light shot from Lin Ze's hand, striking the stone-condensing dragon midair with precision. The stone-condensing dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, its aura surging dramatically. Its massive body expanded further, and its metallic scales gleamed like steel. It lowered its head, its imposing presence suffocating the corrupted individuals below. What is this? The black-robed man was horrified. The stone-condensing dragon appeared above Deathstalker, its massive claw descending like a thunderbolt. The supposedly indestructible bones of Deathstalker shattered like tofu under the crushing force, the sound of snapping bones chilling to the core. Before it could retaliate, the stone-condensing dragon unleashed a torrent of dense dragon breath, obliterating Deathstalker's remains entirely. With a single strike, the most formidable Deathstalker was reduced to ashes. The corrupted individuals' faces turned pale with fear. Damn it, what is going on? The black-robed man was utterly terrified, unable to comprehend how a sixth-tier pet beast could suddenly become so powerful. There was no time for contemplation. The now unstoppable stone-condensing dragon swiftly annihilated the remaining 5 sixth-tier beasts. Xiaoxue and the Earth Spirit began hunting down the remaining demonic beasts and corrupted individuals. Meanwhile, the stone-condensing dragon turned its gaze toward the black-robed man, its cold, vertical pupils locking onto him. His face turned ashen as sheer terror gripped his heart. How did it come to this? The man in the black robe stood frozen, his face pale as a ghost. His lips trembled, but not a single word escaped. He was utterly baffled. In operation he had been so confident and had ended in complete disaster. 3 six-tiered beasts, and that mysterious artifact or soul technique capable of exponentially boosting their power, even allowing them to surpass their current tiers. Lin Ze's strength far exceeded the intelligence they had gathered. Was he really just 18? The man had never encountered a beast master so formidable at such a young age. It was nothing short of monstrous. He wanted to strangle every single person who had been responsible for collecting the intel. If it weren't for their mistakes, how could things have come to this? But alas, it was too late for regrets. With a powerful flap of its wings, the condensed stone dragon dived down with a rush of wind. Wait, the black-robed man jolted awake and tried to plead for his life. But before he could finish his sentence, the massive dragon claw descended, striking heavily. Boom! The soul shield protecting the man shattered like paper, offering no resistance. The dragon's claw slammed into him with full force, and in an instant, a spray of blood filled the air. The black-robed man didn't even have time to scream before his body was reduced to a pulp in front of everyone's eyes. The remaining fallen, witnessing this, were overcome with terror and scattered in all directions. Without the protection of their demonic beasts, they were quickly hunted down and eliminated by Xiaoxue and the Earth Spirit. Just a few minutes later, not a single fallen remained standing on the street. All done, Lin Ze exhaled deeply. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, his surroundings had shifted subtly. Voices could be heard in the distance, and faint lights flickered on the horizon. The street remained dimly lit, but now carried a hint of human presence. Lin Ze realized that the Fallen's barrier had been lifted. Achievement unlocked. Fallen Nemesis 2. Kill a total of 10 Fallen of bronze rank or higher. Achievement reward: 800 achievement points and 1 growth crystal. Reward available for collection. The familiar notification echoed in his mind. Lin Ze smiled. As expected, Fallen Nemesis was a series of achievements, and the rewards were quite generous. Beyond the 800 achievement points, the growth crystal was exactly what he needed at the moment. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Ze decided to give the growth crystal to Xiaoxue, pushing her growth progress past 60. Her level also rose to 60 8 stage. Although using it on the higher-level Earth spirit would have been more efficient, Xiao Shui was his first companion, and his bond with her was stronger. Besides, he still had over 1,100 achievement points, enough to raise Xiao Shui to 70 whenever he wanted. Plenty of achievement points left, Lin Ze murmured to himself, gently patting Xiao Shui's head as she leaned in affectionately. Xiao Shui squinted her eyes in contentment. After a moment of bonding, Lin Ze checked the contents of his spatial ring. He noticed the last burst card had been used up, which left him a bit regretful. Such a powerful life-saving tool was incredibly rare, and who knew when he'd find another. Besides that, he still had soul-restoring potions and revival elixirs capable of instantly healing injuries. Both were rewards from achievements. The rest consisted of beast materials from the real world. Previously, he had used an evolution stone, capable of directly evolving beasts below 60 on the condensed stone dragon, which had allowed it to reach 60 in just over 10 days. Exiting the spatial ring, Lin Ze surveyed his surroundings. Fallen corpses littered the street, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. He pulled out his phone and made a call. 5 minutes later, a group of people arrived on the scene. Among them were a dozen soldiers in maroon military uniforms, exuding a sharp and disciplined aura. A few others in civilian clothing followed, their expressions grim. Gao Wenba was among them. Gao Wenba scrutinized Lin Ze carefully. Only after confirming that Lin Ze was unharmed did he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ze was now the rising star of Ningjiang Academy, and if he were to fall victim to a fallen attack during the competition, it would be a devastating blow to the academy. Glad you're safe, Gao Wenba said warmly, patting Lin Ze on the shoulder. The Federation soldiers dispersed. Some began verifying the corpses, while others inspected the scene. Lin Ze watched them in their maroon uniforms and fell into thought. Federation military uniforms were usually black or olive green, had never seen this color before. This brought to mind a rumored special organization, the Bureau of Special Affairs. Lin Ze's eyes flickered as he softly asked Gao Wenbai, "Teacher, who are these people?" "The Bureau of Special Affairs," Gao Wenbai replied concisely. As expected, Lin Ze's gaze sharpened. The Bureau of Special Affairs, officially known as the Bureau of Special Affairs Management, is a federal agency responsible for handling matters related to the fallen. Their responsibilities include investigation, pursuit, and elimination covering all aspects. Its members are elite beast tamers, battle-hardened and rarely seen in public. Lin Ze had only come across some related posts on online forums. While the two were quietly conversing, the Bureau's personnel had already completed their inspection. After a brief discussion among the leaders, they cast Lin Ze a gaze filled with doubt and curiosity. A tall officer approached, his expression peculiar. "Is there a problem, Major Yao?" Gao Wenbai asked, puzzled. Major Yao didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Lin Ze. "Lin Ze, did you handle all these fallen on your own?" Lin Ze admitted calmly, "Yes." A flash of shock crossed Major Yao's face, and his expression grew more complex. "What exactly happened, Major Yao?" Gao Wenbai pressed. Major Yao cleared his throat lightly. "We examined the bodies and found that 3 of them were clever criminals on the Bureau's most wanted list." Gao Wenbai froze, then inhaled sharply, turning to Lin Ze in astonishment. To be classified as a clever wanted fallen, one must at least be a silver-level beast tamer commanding 2 6th-tier demonic beasts. This meant that among Lin Ze's attackers, there were at least 6 6th-tier beasts, and he had taken them all down single-handedly. What kind of strength was this? Gao Wenbai was overwhelmed with shock, his mind in turmoil, unable to recover for a long time. He knew Lin Ze had 3 6th-tier contracted beasts, but he never imagined Lin Ze could single-handedly take down 3 silver-tier beast tamers and 6 bronze-tier beast tamers among the fallen. Such strength was comparable to that of a 7th-tier beast tamer. Major Yao and the other Special Bureau members were equally astonished. They had previously heard from Gao Wenbai that Lin Ze was merely a first-year student, yet his current capabilities were something even 4th-year students might not achieve. Lin Ze explained that he possessed a rare artifact capable of temporarily enhancing the power of his contracted beasts. Although surprised by the artifact's extraordinary effects, Major Yao and Gao Wenbai found it understandable. After all, they had encountered items that could boost contracted beasts' combat abilities before. A fleeting trace of envy flashed through their eyes before they quickly composed themselves. They reminded Lin Ze to keep the events of the night confidential to avoid causing public panic and assured him they would follow up with him later. Lin Ze nodded in agreement. After returning to the academy, Gao Wenbai quickly left to report to the dean, while Lin Ze walked back, deep in thought. The Red Moon Society had retaliated before when he killed just one of their members. Now, having suffered such heavy losses, they certainly wouldn't let the matter rest. Their next attack would undoubtedly be even more perilous. However, Lin Ze felt no fear. He knew the Red Moon Society would need time to recover, and he was determined to use that time to grow stronger, ensuring that their next move would backfire spectacularly. The next morning, Lin Ze and Guanning arrived at the bustling square. The lively crowd showed no sign of awareness of the harrowing assassination attempt from the previous night. In the waiting area, Lu Man, Guasini, and others were already seated. Lin Ze's arrival immediately sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd, many speculating whether his opponent would forfeit the match. After all, they were now in the top 32 who could guarantee victory against someone with 3 6th-tier contracted beasts. Some thought it wiser to conserve strength rather than face a beating. Others believed that anyone who had made it this far wouldn't give up so easily and eagerly anticipated Lin Ze's performance. The discussions were lively, with many acknowledging Lin Ze's formidable strength. However, Liang Jun and Deng Rou were still seen as his toughest competitors. As long as Lin Ze avoided facing them too early, he had a good chance of making it to the top 16 or even the top 8. The top 32 matches were conducted on a single-stage format, with only one match taking place at a time. The electronic screen displayed the matchups. Lin Ze was slated for the 5th match, Deng Rou for the 3rd, and Liang Jun for the 1st. Liang Jun's opponent was a 4th-year ranked in the top 10, possessing a 6th-tier contracted beast. Liang Jun won effortlessly, summoning only one creaturia vaguely humanoid figure formed from Crimson Mist, identified as a 6th-tier, 7th-stage Scarlet Mist Wraith. Lu Man mentioned that this wasn't even Liang Jun's strongest beast. Before stepping off the stage, Liang Jun's cold gaze briefly swept over Lin Ze. Similarly, Deng Rou easily defeated her opponents in a 2-known battle, using only an evolved form of her 6th-tier, 8th-stage Wind Elemental Titan. As the matches continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly electrifying. When it was Lin Ze's turn to take the stage, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their applause seemingly endless. Guasini marveled at Lin Ze's popularity, to which Lu Man smiled and explained that a dark horse like Lin Ze, a first-year student advancing to the top 32, was unprecedented in the history of the Academy tournament. Song Ting and Gu Lengyan also expressed admiration for Lin Ze's performance. Amid the deafening cheers, Lin Ze calmly stepped onto the stage. Surprisingly, his opponent did not forfeit but was visibly nervous, sweating profusely. Lin Ze greeted him politely, and the opponent managed a strained response. The match began. The outcome of the match was entirely predictable. Lin Ze won effortlessly. In less than 2 minutes, his Earth Spirit defeated the opponent's 6th-tier, 2nd-stage pet beast. Lin Ze smoothly advanced to the round of 16. In the second match, his opponent also had only one 6th-tier pet beast, and Lin Ze once again secured a swift victory, advancing to the quarterfinals. Lin Ze wins, the referee announced, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. He made it to the quarterfinals, just as expected. He's so strong. Some remarked, Lin Ze got lucky, didn't face any tough opponents, but others quickly countered. Other than Liang Jun and Deng Rou, who else could possibly beat him? This is pure skill. Exactly. The audience buzzed with amazement, admiration, and praise, all eyes fixated on Lin Ze. Regardless of what happened next, making it to the quarterfinals was already an incredible achievement. Even if he went no further, Lin Ze's name would be remembered by everyone. The morning matches concluded, and the quarterfinals and semifinals were scheduled for the afternoon. At exactly 2 p.m., the competition resumed. When the matchup list appeared on the electronic screen, the crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in excitement. Quarterfinals, first match, Lin Ze versus Liang Jun. Wow, they're facing off early. This is going to be good. I thought they'd meet in the semifinals. Suli lost to Lin Ze earlier. Let's see how Liang Jun, the former president of the Gaoshan Society, will fare. Countless eyes turned toward Lin Ze, and Liang Jun. Lin Ze remained calm, raising an eyebrow slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Man, Guasini, and the others furrowed their brows in concern. On the other side, Liang Jun narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh as he strode toward the arena. Go for it, Lin Ze. Guanning cheered, making a supportive gesture. Lin Ze smiled in return, nodded toward Lu Man and the others, and then stepped onto the stage. As soon as he took his position, Liang Jun's mocking voice rang out. You should feel lucky, kid. This is as far as you'll go. I've already won this match. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. Is talking nonsense a favorite pastime of Gaoshan Society members? Liang Jun's face darkened instantly, but he quickly took a deep breath and regained his composure. Very well. I hope you'll still have that attitude when this is over. With a cold snort, he fell silent. Even from a distance, the tension between the two competitors was palpable, and the audience grew even more excited. On one side was the second-ranked senior, known for his formidable strength and widely recognized throughout the academy. On the other, a rapidly rising young talent with equally astonishing power, hailed as the greatest dark horse in the history of Ningjiang Academy's competitions. How could such a matchup not ignite the crowd's passion? Speculation ran rampant about who would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the audience, Deng Rou, one of the tournament's favorites to win, was also watching intently. Her friends debated fervently about who would triumph between Lin Ze and Liang Jun. It has to be Liang Jun. Not necessarily. Lin Ze is no pushover. Who would have thought he'd make it to the quarterfinals? You're underestimating him. But he's so young. Sure, he can handle ordinary seniors. But this is Liang Jun we're talking about. Exactly. Liang Jun was already strong 6 months ago, and he's even better now. Lin Ze's chances are slim. Unable to reach a conclusion, they turned to Deng Ro. What do you think, Deng Ro? Startled, she paused briefly before shaking her head. I don't know much about Lin Ze. After a moment's thought, she added. But I can't shake the feeling that Lin Ze hasn't been using his full strength in the matches so far. Her statement left the seniors stunned, exchanging uncertain glances. For a first-year student to possess 2 sixth-tier pet beasts was already astonishing. Could there really be more to his power? It seemed impossible. If anyone else had said this, they wouldn't have believed it. But Deng Ro, the top-ranked senior, carried undeniable credibility, leaving them half-convinced. Sensing their reactions, Deng Ro chuckled lightly. It's just a feeling. Don't take it too seriously. Before her words even settled, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. The match on the arena had begun. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Lin Ze and Liang Jun simultaneously summoned their pet beasts. A flash of red light revealed the crimson mist wraith in front of Liang Jun. Then, another pet beast appeared, a giant over 3 meters tall, with crimson skin and bulging muscles. Its menacing face spat sparks from its mouth. The Inferno Titan, a fire attribute pet beast, its maturity level could reach the 6th tier, 7th stage. After summoning these two beasts, Liang Jun smirked arrogantly and continued his summoning. This time, a peculiar creature emerged. Standing 1.78 meters tall, it was emaciated with a humanoid form, 6 arms, a bare head, and a grotesque bird-like face with stark black eyes. Its grayish-white skin was marked with twisted red patterns. That's a Flame Enforcer. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed as he identified the beast. The Flame Enforcer, a fire attribute pet beast, starts at the 6th tier and can mature to the 7th tier. A fully matured Flame Enforcer's skin would be entirely covered in red patterns. This one was clearly not yet fully grown, but its 6th tier strength was undeniable. A third 6th tier pet beast? Lin Ze squinted slightly. The crowd around the arena erupted once more in shock. Holy crap! A third 6th tier pet beast. I knew it. Liang Jun really has 3 6th tier beasts. And that's a Flame Enforcer. Judging by the markings, it's at least 6th tier, 8th stage. Lin Ze's in trouble now. A glint of pride flashed across Liang Jun's face, and his gaze toward Lin Ze was filled with disdain and scorn. Lu Man furrowed her brows tightly, her gaze fixed on the arena. Beside her, Guasini also wore a look of worry. They had anticipated this match would be tough, but when Liang Jun summoned his third pet beast, their hearts sank. The worst-case scenario had come true. Deng Ro and her friends were equally stunned. Liang Jun's Flameweaver had evolved to the 6th tier as well. See? What did I tell you? Liang Jun has improved so much since 6 months ago. One of them remarked. This match is as good as decided. Another chimed in. It's a shame for Lin Ze. If it weren't for facing Liang Jun, he could have gone much further, someone added. Deng Ro pressed her lips together, staying silent. A 6th tier, 7th stage Crimson Mist Wraith, a 6th tier, 7th stage Inferno Titan, and now a Flame Weaver at least 6th tier. 8th stage This lineup was formidable enough to make even her tread carefully. Liang Jun truly lived up to his reputation as a seeded competitor. It seemed unlikely that Lin Ze could win. Yet, in the face of Liang Jun's 3 powerful beasts, Lin Ze remained remarkably calm. With a single thought, Xiao Shui and the Earth Spirit appeared by his side. Liang Jun sneered. He admitted Lin Ze's 2 beasts were strong, especially the Earth Element one. Judging by its previous performance, it was at least 6th tier, 8th stage, on par with his Flame Weaver, which he had painstakingly nurtured with countless resources. The Ice Element beast was equally troublesome, with its abundance of skills far exceeding others of the same rank. If it were a Tuntuo battle, Liang Jun wouldn't be confident of victory. But with the Flame Weaver in play, the scales of victory tilted in his favor. A smug expression crept onto his face at the thought, but in the next instant, his smile froze. A flash of light appeared above Lin Ze's head, and a massive dragon materialized out of thin air. The deafening roar of the dragon echoed across the entire plaza, and its overwhelming presence swept over the arena like a hurricane. Liang Jun was stunned. Deng Rao's eyes widened in shock. Lu Man and Guasini gasped, covering their mouths as they let out cries of surprise. Everyone stared blankly at the colossal dragon in the sky, as if time itself had stopped. A few seconds later, the audience erupted into a thunderous uproar. Is that the stone condensation dragon? Am I seeing this right? That's a pure-blood dragon. My god. A 6th tier beast. Lin Ze has a third 6th tier beast? The unexpected turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Lin Ze had such a hidden trump card. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. This is insane. someone exclaimed, echoing the sentiment of many in the crowd. They thought Lin Ze's strength was already extraordinary, but this was beyond their wildest expectations. It was unbelievable. Soon, however, the shock gave way to excitement. After all, this match was about to become even more thrilling. Deng Rao's friends exchanged uneasy glances, swallowing hard. Deng Rao's prediction had come true. Lin Ze had indeed been holding back. Lu Man and Guosini were both stunned and delighted. Junior Lin Ze actually had such a powerful trump card. We worried for nothing, the girls said with a laugh, shaking their heads. They quickly pieced it together. The stone condensation dragon must have hatched from the dragon egg Lin Ze had obtained from the stone condensation realm. But what shocked them even more was that the dragon was already fully grown. How had Lin Ze managed to raise it to maturity in such a short time? On the arena, Liang Jun snapped out of his daze, his face ashen. He hadn't expected Lin Ze to have another 6th-tier beast, let alone the pureblood stone condensation dragon. His numerical advantage was gone, and their strengths were now evenly matched. Damn it! Liang Jun cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth as he commanded his beasts to attack. The Inferno Titan charged forward, with the Crimson Mist Wraith close behind. Meanwhile, the Flame Weaver raised its 3 arms and began casting a spell. The battle erupted in an instant. The Earth Spirit and the Inferno Titan collided like 2 freight trains, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground beneath them cracked and sank several centimeters. The Stone Condensation Dragon let out a resonant roar and dove down, targeting the Crimson Mist Wraith. At the same time, Xiao Shui engaged the Flame Weaver in a fierce clash, with ice and fire colliding and dissipating in midair. The fierce battle between 6 6th-tier beasts was undoubtedly the most spectacular showdown of the Academy tournament. The dazzling exchange of skills and raw power left the audience spellbound, afraid to blink for fear of missing a single moment. But as time went on, some sharp-eyed spectators began to notice something unusual. Though the fight seemed evenly matched, Lin Ze appeared to be gaining the upper hand. The Stone Condensation Dragon and the Crimson Mist Wraith, as well as the Earth Spirit and the Inferno Titan, were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. But Xiao Shui was gradually overpowering the Flame Weaver. Even though both were 6th-tier, 8th-stage beasts, Xiao Shui's vast array of skills gave it a significant advantage. In battles between magic-type beasts of the same level, the number of skills often determined the outcome. Liang Jun noticed this as well, his expression growing darker by the second. His face twisted with indecision before he finally clenched his teeth and began to cast a soul art. A crimson light, tinged with blood, radiated from his hands, dazzling and intense. The light split into 3 beams, shooting toward the Crimson Mist Wraith, the Inferno Titan, and the Flame Weaver. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Crimson Mist Wraith and Inferno Titan began to dissolve like ice under intense heat, transforming into countless blood-red particles that surged into the Flame Weaver. The Flame Weaver's aura skyrocketed, breaking through to the 7th tier in an instant. The sudden turn of events left everyone wide-eyed, their shock written all over their faces. What's going on? The Infernal Giant and Crimson Mist Beast have vanished? The Flame Weaver's skin has turned completely crimson. That's the sign of reaching the 7th tier. What happened? How did the level jump so drastically? Is it some kind of artifact? But using artifacts is forbidden in the Academy tournament. Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd as they stared at the Flame Weaver on the stage, bewildered. Even Deng Ro was puzzled, but she quickly recalled something, her expression turning dazed. This is soul fusion. Her friends nearby froze for a moment before casting questioning glances her way. Soul fusion is a type of soul technique. Deng Ro took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and explained softly, it sacrifices the life of one or more companion beasts, transferring their life force and soul power into another beast, greatly enhancing its strength even breaking through tier limits. Her friends gasped audibly. That's an incredible soul technique. While techniques to enhance a companion beast's rank weren't unheard of, one that could break through major tier barriers was unprecedented. Yet Liang Jun had achieved it. Why have I never heard of this kind of soul technique? Me neither. Her friends looked skeptical. A technique this powerful couldn't possibly go unnoticed. That's because this soul technique is a secret exclusive to the Liang family, Deng Ro clarified. It's only passed down within the family, and only direct line core members are allowed to learn it. I only heard about it by chance from a family elder. The others finally understood. Who would have thought Liang Jun had such a trump card up his sleeve? He probably mastered it in the past 6 months. This is going to be tough. Deng Ro frowned. The Flame Weaver, now at the 7th tier, would be a formidable opponent even for her. The key is how long Liang Jun's soul fusion can last, she thought to herself. If it lasted more than 5 minutes, her chances of victory would be slim. Lin Ze was facing the same dilemma. In the waiting area, Lu Man and the others looked deeply worried. Even Guan Ning, who had always been confident in Lin Ze, now wore a concerned expression. A 7th-tier companion beast was a daunting opponent, even for Lin Ze's trio of powerful beasts. On the stage, Liang Jun smirked triumphantly. Do you still think you have a chance to win now? Lin Ze glanced at him calmly, offering no reply. His composed demeanor unsettled Liang Jun, but he quickly brushed it off. Lin Ze had already played all his cards. There was no way he had anything left up his sleeve. Stop pretending. If your plan is to stall for time, you're wasting your effort. My soul technique lasts up to 8 minutes. There's no way you can win. 8 minutes. Deng Rao's expression shifted slightly, and she sighed inwardly. Lin Ze had truly lost. Not just Lin Ze herself might not be a match for Liang Jun either. This year's Academy Tournament champion is practically decided. Deng Rao glanced at Lin Ze on the stage. He stood motionless, as if frozen in place. What's Lin Ze doing? Is he too scared to move? Well, his opponent is a 7th-tier beast, after all. Whispers spread through the crowd, and many cast sympathetic looks at Lin Ze. But Lin Ze paid no attention to them. His focus was on the companion beast panel in the void. 600 achievement points were instantly deducted, and Xiox's growth rate soared rapidly, breaking through 70, 80, and finally stopping at 83.48. 7th tier achieved. Lin Ze raised his head to look at Xiaoxue. With the breakthrough, Xiox's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A frigid gust swept across the stage, and the intense chill dispelled the oppressive heat brought by the Flame Weaver. Liang Jun's expression instantly changed. He stared at Xiaoxue in shock and horror. Say 7th tier? How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief. Before he could make sense of it, Xiaoxue slowly raised her hand, her palm aimed at him. A fierce howling sound erupted as icy winds gathered countless shards of ice. In an instant, a massive ice dragon, over 10 meters long, materialized out of thin air. With fangs bared and claws outstretched, it roared as it charged at Liang Jun and the Flame Weaver. The ice dragon struck. A deafening roar echoed across the square. Everyone froze, staring in stunned disbelief at the massive ice dragon that had materialized out of thin air atop the arena. The dragon exuded a bone-chilling frost as it hurtled toward the Flame Weaver in the blink of an eye. The Flame Weaver's 6 arms swung furiously, sending sparks flying as 4 massive fire serpents erupted forth, roaring to meet the ice dragon Maiden. In midair, the dragon's razor-sharp claws slashed and its massive jaws snapped, colliding violently with the fire serpents. Fire and ice clashed with explosive intensity, generating a dense cloud of mist. Within moments, the fire serpents were torn apart and extinguished. Though slightly diminished in size, the ice dragon pressed on relentlessly, slamming into the hastily conjured flaming shield of the Flame Weaver. The dragon dissipated upon impact, but the flame shield shattered as well, revealing the Flame Weaver's disheveled and slightly battered figure. The square fell into utter silence. Every spectator stood rooted in place, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as though paralyzed by a spell. The confrontation between Xiaoxue and the Flame Weaver had lasted only a few seconds, but it left the crowd momentarily unable to process what had just transpired. Yet, in that brief exchange, it became clear that the Flame Weaver had suffered a setback. While the element of surprise played a role, Xiaoxue's display of power was undeniable. The silence was soon broken by an uproar of voices. What just happened? That ice dragon was 6th tier, wasn't it? How did it suddenly reach 7th tier? Did it evolve? Impossible. Its form didn't change, and there was no glow of evolution. Confusion, shock, and disbelief rippled through the crowd as countless eyes turned toward Lin Ze and Xiaoxue. Deng Rao's eyes widened in astonishment. Usually composed, she now wore an expression of utter bewilderment. The sudden turn of events left her completely baffled. Mid-battle evolution was exceedingly rare, though not unheard of, yet Xiaoxue showed no signs of evolving. Liang Jun, meanwhile, was utterly horrified, unable to make sense of what was unfolding before him. He wanted to refute it, but the reality was undeniable. Xiaoxue had indeed reached the 7th tier. As Liang Jun grappled with his shock, the battle reignited. Both sides unleashed their skills in a relentless barrage, leaving the arena floor riddled with craters and debris. This was undoubtedly the most intense battle in the history of the Academy's competition, a direct clash between 2 7th-tier beasts, an unprecedented spectacle for Ningjiang Academy. The audience, recovering from their initial shock, grew even more exhilarated. 2 7th-tier beasts. This is incredible. Lin Ze is amazing. He managed to turn the tables in a situation like this. Cheers and exclamations echoed throughout the square, and many gazes toward Lin Ze were filled with awe and admiration. It was clear to any keen observer that the tide had turned. The Flame Weaver's 7th-tier state was only temporary, while Xiaoxue's newfound strength was genuine and enduring. Liang Jun's expression darkened. He understood this all too well but was powerless to change the outcome. 8 minutes passed in a flash, and the Flame Weaver's body began to tremble violently. Scarlet particles of light dissipated from its form, its aura plummeting as it reverted to the 6th tier. With a graceful wave of her hand, Xiaoxue summoned countless ice blades from thin air, which rained down like a torrential storm. The Flame Weaver hastily conjured another flaming shield, but it lasted only a moment before shattering. The ice blades tore through the Flame Weaver's body, and when the storm subsided, all that remained were fragments of ice scattered across the arena floor. Liang Jun stood frozen, his face pale as a sheet. The outcome was unmistakable. The judge took a deep breath and announced loudly, "The match is over. The winner is Lin Ze." A thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, and countless reverent and envious gazes fixed on Lin Ze. Guanning and Guosini jumped for joy, while Lu Man and others clapped with smiles on their faces. Deng Ro looked at Lin Ze with a complicated expression, letting out a long sigh. Lin Ze had become the center of attention. A first-year student with a 7th-tier beast, this was a feat unprecedented in Ningjiang Academy's history. He had just set a new record. The first match of the quarterfinals completely ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The unexpected outcome immediately drew a flock of girls around Lin Ze in the waiting area. Guaning let out an excited cheer and threw herself onto Lin Ze, tightly clutching his arm. "Brother, I knew you could win," she exclaimed. Guosini, her face lit up with joy and her eyes sparkling with eagerness, seemed as though she wanted to do the same but ultimately held back, blushing furiously. Lu Man walked over and sighed in amazement. "Unbelievable. Junior, I never thought you could pull off a comeback in that situation." Lin Ze smiled humbly and attributed it to luck. "It was just good fortune." Indeed, if it hadn't been for the Red Moon Society's attack the previous night, which allowed him to unlock the Nemesis of the Fallen 2 achievement and gain enough achievement points to strengthen Xiaoxue, the result of the match might have been entirely different. The next 3 matches, even Deng Ro's, seemed relatively uneventful. Over an hour later, the quarterfinals concluded. After a brief intermission, the semifinals began immediately. Lin Ze was once again the first to take the stage, facing off against a formidable opponent, a 4th-year ranked 3rd, who commanded 2 6th-tier beast companions. This time, his opponent did not forfeit, but the result was still clear. Lin Ze summoned only Xiaoxue and easily secured victory. At this point, any doubts about Xiaoxue's enhanced strength were completely dispelled. The championship's outcome was no longer in question. As soon as the semi-finals ended, the staff announced that Deng Ro had forfeited, making Lin Ze the champion of this year's Academy competition. The crowd erupted into a mix of surprise and applause. While some grumbled, the majority responded with knowing approval. The thunderous applause eventually merged into a wave of celebration, marking the birth of the youngest Academy champion in Ningjiang Academy's history. At the highest point of the audience stands, the faculty members also clapped enthusiastically. Principal Lu Qitian beamed as he looked at Lin Ze and turned to Gao Wenba, saying, "Wenba, your judgment is far better than ours." Gao Wenba responded with a modest smile, though his heart was brimming with excitement. Although he was aware that Lin Ze possessed 7th-tier strength with the help of an artifact, the Academy competition prohibited the use of such items. When Liang Jun fused with his Flame Weaver, enhancing it to the 7th tier, Gao Wenba had briefly doubted Lin Ze's chances of winning. Principal Lu Qitian continued, "Having such a talented individual in our academy is nothing short of a blessing. Wenba, you must take good care of him. Perhaps in the upcoming Beast Taming League, he might bring us even more surprises." "Understood, Principal." Gao Wenba replied respectfully. The celebration for Lin Ze's victory lasted deep into the night. It was close to midnight when Lin Ze finally bid farewell to the girls and returned to his apartment. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he immediately checked the updates in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Academy champion. Reward pending. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. The 2,000 achievement points from the championship would significantly enhance his strength. He summoned Xiaoxue's status panel, and with the growth rate surpassing 80, Xiaoxue had unlocked a new skill, Frost Blue Domain. Frost Blue Domain. An advanced skill of Blizzard. Unlock requires 80 growth rate and 1,000 achievement points. This was the first skill that required 1,000 achievement points to unlock. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Ze decisively unlocked this powerful and practical skill. The skill panel appeared before him. Name: Frost Blue Maiden. Element: Ice. Level: Tier 7, Stage 1. Growth rate: 83.48. Skills: Icefall, Snow Maiden Sigh, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Falling Extreme Ice, Frost Blue Domain, Frost Ray, Ice Dragon Break. Evolution Path: Empress Route. Next evolution: Frost Empress. Requirements for evolution: growth rate 100, 10 lower tier ice elemental source stones, 1 piece of Millennium Extreme Ice. Lin Ze looked at the panel. He still had over 1,500 achievement points left. Since growth rate could be increased through combat, he decided not to spend any achievement points on it. That left him with only one option: Soul Arts. The Soul Art Scroll, a reward from the championship, was now resting quietly in his inventory. Soul Art Scroll. a magical scroll imbued with the laws of soul arts. When used, it increases the level of any designated soul art by 1, but only works on soul arts of level 5 or below. Currently, Lin Ze had mastered 3 soul arts: Soul Arrow level 6, Soul Guard level 2, and Soul Impact level 1. The previous battles had already proven the practicality of soul arts, making it urgent to level them up. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Ze decided to upgrade Soul Guard. The panel displayed: Soul Guard level 2 upgrade cost 150 achievement points. Soul Guard level 3 upgrade cost 200 achievement points. Soul Guard level 4 upgrade cost 300 achievement points. Soul Guard level 5 upgrade cost 500 achievement points. Lin Ze immediately upgraded Soul Guard to level 5, spending a total of 1,150 achievement points. Without hesitation, he then used the Soul Art Scroll to further raise Soul Guard to level 6. After this series of actions, Lin Ze's personal panel had undergone significant changes. Lin Ze: Physique, 13.2. Soul Power, 23.8. Level, Bronze. Soul Energy, 23802380. Soul Arts: Soul Guard level 6, Soul Arrow level 6, Soul Impact level 1. Companions: Frost Blue Maiden, Earth Spirit, Condensed Stone Dragon Adult. Achievement points, 416. Money really flows like water. Lin Ze sighed as he looked at the drastically reduced achievement points on the panel. The 2,000 points he had just earned were now down to less than 1,900 in the blink of an eye. However, the improvements he gained in return were well worth it. Not only had Xiao Shui's combat effectiveness reached a new level, but his own defense had also been significantly enhanced. After upgrading Soul Guardian to level 6, he could now withstand a few full-force attacks from a 7th-tier Fierce Beast. The only downside was that upgrading Soul techniques required an exorbitant amount of achievement points. If only he could afford to upgrade both Soul Guardian and Soul Arrow to level 7, he might even stand a chance against a 6th-tier Fierce Beast without relying on his pet beast. Thinking of this, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He realized he was being greedy. His current strength was already exceptional among bronze beast tamers, and even some silver beast tamers might not reach his level. Closing the panel, Lin Ze refocused on reality. The threat of the Red Moon Society still loomed, and he needed to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. His next targets were either the Bronze Division ranking battles in the Glory Virtual Realm or a secret realm exploration organized by the Beast Tamer Association. Reaching the top rank in the Bronze Division could likely unlock new achievements, but the competition there was fierce. Many seasoned Bronze Beast Tamers, who had spent years preparing to advance to the Silver rank, even possessed more than one 7th-tier pet beast. At his current level, his chances against them were slim. It was better to wait until after returning from the secret realm before making any decisions. As night fell, Lin Ze finished his routine and prepared to rest. The next morning, Lin Ze had breakfast with Guanning. During the 3-day break following the academy tournament, the academy was abuzz with discussions about him. Look, that's Lin Ze, the youngest top student in Ningjiang Academy. Achieving this at just 18, it's so unfair. Lin Ze listened to the chatter around him with a helpless expression, feeling like a rare animal in a zoo. Guanning, on the other hand, wore a proud smile throughout, clearly enjoying the attention. Finally, they found a quiet corner in the cafeteria to sit down, giving Lin Ze a moment to catch his breath. Before long, Lu Man, Guosini, Gulengyan, and Song Ting approached their table. I spotted you the moment I came in, Lu Man said with a smile. Most of the students in the cafeteria were sneaking glances at Lin Ze, making it impossible not to notice him. You're quite the celebrity now, Song Ting teased. Lin Ze shrugged helplessly. I feel like an animal in a zoo. The girls all exchanged amused glances. After some lighthearted banter, the conversation shifted to their upcoming plans. When Lin Ze mentioned his intention to apply for a secret realm exploration, Lu Man approved of the idea. The Academy's secret realms are too low in intensity theory, not suitable for you anymore. Applying for the Association's secret realm exploration is the right choice. Most of Ningjiang Academy's secret realms were low intensity, while Lin Ze needed mid to high intensity realms to further his growth. What about you? Lin Ze asked. We're planning to go on an adventure outside. We're leaving this afternoon. Lu Man, Song Ting, and Gu Lengyan responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Lin Ze nodded, and then turned to Guanning and Guosini. Guanning said, I'm planning to go on an adventure too, but not with the senior girls. My strength is too weak. I'd only hold them back. By yourself? Of course not. Guanning glanced at Guosini, who returned the look with a smile. Lin Ze immediately understood the two first-year girls were planning to team up for their adventure. He was a bit surprised, as their relationship was usually a mix of rivalry and friendship. Of course, he also understood the underlying reason for their subtle dynamic. He wasn't oblivious to the fact that both girls had feelings for him. After breakfast, everyone dispersed at the entrance, heading off to their respective plans for the day. Lin Ze made his way straight to the Beastmaster Association building in the city center. Similar to Ningjiang Academy, the association's secret realms also had entry requirements. Only bronze-level Beastmasters and above were permitted to enter. The upside, however, was that there were no restrictions on the number of participants, and individuals could explore solo if they wished. Of course, the risks were theirs to bear. Communication crystals became ineffective within the secret realms, meaning that in the event of danger, no help could be summoned. Survival relied solely on oneself or one's companions, and encountering a kind stranger would be a matter of luck. Much like the wilderness, threats in the secret realms came not only from ferocious beasts, but also from the treacherous schemes of other human adventurers. In such isolated environments, as long as the methods were clean, any vile act could be concealed. Robbery and even murder for treasure were not uncommon. Half an hour later, Lin Ze arrived at the association building. The spacious and brightly lit lobby was bustling with noise and activity. On a central white pillar, 4 massive electronic screens rotated through urgent mission updates. Lin Ze glanced at them briefly before heading toward the counter. The line wasn't long, and soon it was his turn. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" asked a young, attractive woman behind the counter, her professional outfit fitting perfectly and her smile radiating warmth. Working at the front desk of the association, a place dedicated to serving powerful beastmasters, was undoubtedly a prestigious job, and it was no surprise that the receptionists were all stunning. "I'd like to apply for Secret Realm Exploration," Lin Ze said, handing over his adventurer's credentials. The woman took the document and froze for a moment before recognizing him. You're Lin Ze? I watched your match yesterday, it was incredible." "Thank you," Lin Ze replied, a bit overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. "Could you help me with the process first?" "Of course. No problem," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she quickly began processing his request. Lin Ze had already done his research on the association's forum and had chosen his target, the Insect Swarm Secret Realm. This was a moderately challenging secret realm inhabited by a wide variety of Tier 4 to Tier 8 insect-type ferocious beasts, covering all kinds of attributes. It was an ideal training ground for bronze-level beastmasters. The application process was straightforward, and soon Lin Ze had his permit in hand. Before he left, the receptionist shyly handed him a slip of paper with her phone number written on it. Lin Ze gave her a polite smile, took the paper, but turned around and promptly tore it into pieces, discarding it without hesitation. The entrance to the secret realm was located in the basement of the building. Lin Ze took the elevator down to the depths, where a massive steel door, 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, loomed before him. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that formed the image of a strange and ferocious beast, exuding an aura of primal savagery. The open area in front of the door was crowded with adventurers, chatting in small groups. A few young men approached Lin Ze. "Hey, man, are you heading to the Insect Swarm Secret Realm too? Want to team up?" asked the clean-cut leader of the group. Lin Ze was a bit surprised. I hadn't expected people to form teams on the spot. "One of our teammates had something come up at the last minute," the young man explained. "The association doesn't forbid forming teams here, as long as everyone has a permit. I noticed you're alone, why not join us? It's always safer to have someone watching your back." Without hesitation, Lin Ze declined. "Sorry, I prefer to go solo." The young man looked a little disappointed. At that moment, a rough voice cut in. "Dueling, you guys are really scraping the bottom of the barrel, huh? This kid so young's probably just here to mess around. Aren't you worried he'll hold you back?" A large, bald man sneered at Dueling and his group, not even sparing Lin Ze a glance. "Oh wait, I almost forgot. Your team's not that strong anyway, so teaming up with this guy might actually be a good match." "Ha ha ha." The bald man burst into laughter. Dueling and his companions flushed with embarrassment, but said nothing in response. Lin Ze shrugged helplessly. I'd been caught in the crossfire for no reason. Suddenly, a lazy yet charming voice chimed in. "Ciao Baldy, if I were you, I'd take back those words right now." The laughter abruptly stopped. The bald man frowned and turned toward the source of the voice, a stunning woman leaning casually against the wall, arms crossed. "Yi Fujing, what's that supposed to mean?" he asked. Yi Fujing smiled coyly, her posture relaxed yet alluring. "That handsome young man over there might have just recently become a bronze-level beastmaster, but even 2 of you combined wouldn't stand a chance against him." The bald man scoffed. "You're joking, right? Me? Lose to some wet behind-thieves kid?" "Of course," Yi Fujing said with a smirk. "Because his name is Lin Ze." The entire area fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. A heavy silence hung over the clearing. Yi Fujing's words left everyone frozen in place. A few seconds later, all eyes instinctively turned toward Lin Ze. After the Ningjiang Academy competition, Lin Ze's name became universally recognized within the Ningjiang City Beastmaster community. As the Academy's top student, he possessed a 7th-tier beast companion and was only 18 years old, hailed as a prodigy seen once in a century. The adventurers present were well-informed and naturally knew of Lin Ze, though they hadn't expected him to appear here. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into hushed murmurs. That's Lin Ze? He looks so young. If Yifujing said so, it must be true. Chao Lei really messed with the wrong person this time. The burly, bald man, Chao Lei, turned beet red. He had intended to mock Du Rue and his group by pointing out Lin Ze's youth, but to his horror, the young man turned out to be the renowned Lin Ze. This time, he had offended someone he absolutely shouldn't have. While Chao Lei had a bit of a reputation in the adventuring circle, compared to a beastmaster with a 7th-tier companion, especially an 18-year-old genius, was completely insignificant. Offending someone with such a promising future could lead to unimaginable consequences. Beads of sweat appeared on Chao Lei's forehead as he forced a sheepish, almost tearful smile and stammered, "I am sorry, Lin Zeno, big brother. I didn't know it was you and said some nonsense. Please, just treat it like I was talking out of my ass." Lin Ze, unwilling to waste energy on him, merely waved his hand dismissively. Chao Lei, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, fled the scene in a panic even before the secret realm's gate opened, terrified of any potential retaliation from Lin Ze. Du Rue and his group exchanged uncertain glances. They had initially planned to invite Lin Ze to form a team, but now that idea seemed impossible. Lin Ze was clearly out of their league, a true powerhouse they couldn't hope to match as mere 4th and 5th-tier beastmasters. Lin Ze nodded slightly in acknowledgement toward Yifujing, who responded with a warm smile. The dozen or so people around her were presumably her teammates, a fairly sizable group. After Chao Lei's departure, the clearing fell much quieter. The adventurers lowered their voices, occasionally sneaking curious glances at Lin Ze. He paid them no mind, finding a corner where he closed his eyes to rest. 10 minutes later, more adventurers began arriving via the elevator. As the number approached 100, the staff finally arrived. With a deep rumbling noise, the massive steel gate slowly opened, revealing a translucent ripple. The adventurers entered in an orderly fashion. Soon, it was Lin Ze's turn. He stepped into the ripple, and a familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a vast plain. The air was filled with the fresh, earthy fragrance of grass and trees. So this is the myriad insect secret realm? Lin Ze murmured, gazing into the distance. He spotted moving black dots, faraway beasts native to the secret realm. The surrounding adventurers quickly dispersed. Lin Ze pulled out a map to confirm his direction, then summoned Xiao Shui and the Earth Spirit before setting off. His destination was Rift Valley, known for its abundance of a rare material called bloodline crystal. These crystals were incredibly valuable. 100 grams of unrefined bloodline crystal could fetch 100,000 credits, and a fist-sized piece could be worth hundreds of thousands. Many adventurers entered the myriad insect secret realm specifically for these crystals. While they were cumbersome to carry, Lin Ze's spatial ring made that a non-issue. Scurry. A sharp sound pierced the air. Lin Ze looked up to see a pack of wolf-sized beasts covered in sharp spines charging toward him from about 30 meters away. They were blade spikes, 4th-tier beasts with ordinary attributes, and the lowest-ranked beasts in the secret realm. This pack numbered around 20. The Earth Spirit rushed forward, tearing through the pack like a tiger among sheep. Lin Ze's journey wasn't just about profit, also intended to strengthen his beast companions, and battles along the way were unavoidable. Otherwise, he could simply ride his condensed stone dragon to save time. Xiao Shui, eager to join the fray, pawed the ground excitedly. Lin Ze patted her head, saying, "These beasts are too low-level to benefit you. Let the Earth Spirit handle them. You'll get your turn when we encounter higher-tier ones." Xiao Shui tilted her head, seemingly understanding, and nodded. In less than half a minute, the Earth Spirit had wiped out the entire pack of blade spikes. Unfortunately, their low level meant its growth barely increased by 0.01. Lin Ze collected any valuable materials from the battlefield and stored them in his spatial ring before continuing on his way. Along the way, he encountered a few more groups of 4th-tier beasts, all of which the Earth Spirit easily dispatched. After traveling 4 or 5 kilometers, he finally came across his first group of 5th-tier beasts. It was a herd of giant tank beetles, each the size of a calf, their bodies covered in tough, stone-like armor. These 5th-tier Earth attribute beasts could reach the 8th stage of the tier as adults. What surprised Lin Ze was the sheer number. Nearly 100 of them, and among them, one stood out. It was significantly larger than the others, nearly twice their size, with grayish-white armor exuding an aura of unyielding durability. A leader-class beast. Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with excitement. Back in Pinghai City, Lin Ze once encountered a swarm of insects in the Doombell Canyon, controlled by a leader-class insect beast, the Doombell Striker. He never expected that less than an hour into the myriad insects secret realm, he would once again face a high-tier insect beast, one so rare that only one might appear among tens or even hundreds of thousands of its kind. A tier 6 giant tank insect leader. He silently counted his blessings for his luck. After all, encountering a leader-class insect beast, even in the insect-infested myriad insects secret realm, was no easy feat unless one actively sought out large swarms. But doing so would mean facing the onslaught of thousands of Tier 5 and Tier 6 insect beasts. As he mulled over these thoughts, the Earth Spirit had already charged into the swarm of giant tank insects. Though the giant tank insect leader was formidable, it was only at the level of Tier 6, Stage 3 to Stage 5, far from being a match for the Earth Spirit. If not for the support of nearly 100 Tier 5 giant tank insects, the battle would have ended long ago. At present, the Earth Spirit was locked in a fierce struggle. Lin Ze stood by with his arms crossed, neither intervening nor allowing Xiaoxue to assist. He understood that the more intense the battle, the greater the growth potential for his beast companions. Occasionally, a few giant tank insects would veer off to attack him, but Lin Ze easily dealt with them with a few casual soul arrows. As time passed, the tide of battle gradually turned in favor of the Earth Spirit. Earthquake tremor. Rock burst. Amid the deafening roars, the ordinary giant tank insects were wiped out, leaving only the leader. The outcome was clear. Minutes later, with a final anguished cry, the giant tank insect leader collapsed to the ground. Nicely done. Lin Ze praised the Earth Spirit and summoned the panel. Its growth progress had increased by 0.86, surpassing the total growth from the previous several battles combined. He was very satisfied, as one of his primary goals for this expedition was to raise the Earth Spirit's growth progress to over 50, helping it break through to Tier 7. Unfortunately, the condensed stone dragon was still at Tier 6, Stage 6, and would need more time to reach Tier 7. Lin Ze turned his attention to the insect carcasses. The giant tank insect stone armor wasn't worth much, but the leader's body contained some valuable materials. He recalled the new achievement he unlocked when he first killed the Doombell Striker and wondered if there might be a kill count achievement for leader-class insect beasts as well. However, since leader-class insect beasts were so rare, he decided to set the thought aside and continued on his journey. The myriad insects secret realm was 5 times larger than the condensed stone secret realm, with insect beasts as numerous as the stars. Almost every kilometer, Lin Ze would encounter a swarm, ranging from a dozen to nearly 100. As he ventured deeper, the levels of the insect beasts steadily increased. After 20 kilometers, he was mostly encountering Tier 5 and above, with Tier 6 insect beasts appearing occasionally. Fortunately, their numbers were manageable, and Lin Ze was able to handle them. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered any more leader-class insect beasts. Hiss! With a final pained cry, the last magic spider insect collapsed. Around him lay the corpses of 50 to 60 magic spider insects. These 6-legged, Tier 6, Stage 2 adult magic spider insects, with their dual poison and dark attributes, along with the Tier 5 juvenile ones, posed the greatest threat Lin Ze had faced so far. 6 adult magic spider insects, combined with over 50 Tier 5 ones, forced Lin Ze to summon both the condensed stone dragon and the Earth Spirit to fight together. Even so, after defeating the swarm of demon spiders, both of Lin Ze's companion beasts sustained injuries. The condensed stone dragon had several deep gashes on its scales, some even exposing the bone, while the Earth Spirit bore numerous fine wounds across its body. Fortunately, the battle yielded substantial progress. After the intense series of fights, the Earth Spirit's growth rate had increased to 38.69, nearing the 40 threshold. Similarly, the condensed stone dragon's growth rate had risen to 37.96, also approaching 40. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction, estimating that within 3 days, the Earth Spirit would break through to the 7th tier. He looked up at the sky. Dusk was deepening, and in about half an hour, night would fall. Lin Ze decisively stopped traveling and chose to camp for the night. He was well aware that traveling at night, whether in the wilderness or within a secret realm, was fraught with danger. Luck was on his side. He soon found a suitable cave. The base of the mountain wall recessed inward, forming a narrow space just large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people. The area outside the cave offered an unobstructed view of the surroundings, stretching for kilometers, which made it ideal for keeping watch. Lin Ze retrieved a tent from his spatial ring and set it up inside the cave. He also took out some elemental essence to feed his 2 companion beasts. Afterward, he grabbed his portable cooking gear and began preparing dinner. Before long, a simple yet satisfying meal was ready. Just as he was about to enjoy his food, the Earth Spirit, stationed outside the cave on guard duty, suddenly issued a warning. Someone was approaching. Encountering other adventurers in a secret realm isn't always a good thing. It's like wandering through a perilous wilderness. No rules, survival of the fittest, and you can never predict when someone might harbor ill intentions. In secret realms controlled by the federal military or the Beast Taming Academy, it's relatively safer since only students or soldiers are allowed in, and cases of infighting are rare. However, the secret realms managed by the Beast Tamer Association are a different story. The adventurers there are a mixed bag, and it's not uncommon for people to resort to underhanded tactics for the sake of loot. Therefore, It's always wise to stay vigilant. Lin Ze put down his food and stood up, walking to the entrance of the cave. Gazing into the distance, he spotted 4 or 5 figures heading his way, accompanied by more than a dozen pet beasts. As they drew closer, Lin Ze could make out who they were and raised an eyebrow. The approaching group also noticed him and stopped in their tracks, looking surprised. Lin Ze? Stammered Du Rue, the pale-faced young man leading the group. Not long ago, he had even invited Lin Ze to team up with them. What a coincidence, Lin Ze said with a faint smile. His gaze swept over their pet beasts, noting the injuries they bore evidence of a recent tough battle. It seemed they, like him, were looking for a safe place to spend the night. And indeed, that was the case. Du Rue and his companions were familiar with the 10,000 insect secret realm and knew this cave was a good camping spot. They were surprised to find Lin Ze had beaten them to it, leaving Du Rue feeling a bit awkward. In both secret realms and the wilderness, unfamiliar adventurers rarely camp together for safety reasons and to avoid potential conflicts. If a spot was already occupied, those arriving later would usually move on, an unwritten rule among adventurers. Du Rue understood this well. However, with night falling and the nearest alternative campsite at least 5 or 6 kilometers away, they couldn't predict how many insect beasts they might encounter on the way. There was a real risk of their entire team being wiped out. For a moment, Du Rue and his team were caught in a dilemma. Lin Ze quickly read their expressions and understood their predicament. If you don't mind, you can set up camp nearby, he said with a shrug. The group was momentarily stunned before breaking into smiles of relief, thanking him repeatedly. While camping against a mountain wall wasn't as safe as being in a cave, it was certainly better than trekking long distances in the dark. Grateful for the offer, Du Rue and his team began setting up their tents about 20 meters away. Lin Ze, uninterested in further interaction, returned to the cave. He wasn't worried about Du Rue and his group harboring malicious intentions. From a quick glance, he had already assessed their strength. Their dozen or so pet beasts were all 4th or 5th tier, with none reaching the 6th tier. They posed no threat to him. Since that was the case, letting them stay nearby wasn't an issue. Perhaps he could even build a positive connection. Of course, giving up the cave was out of the question. After finishing his meal and tidying up his cooking gear, Lin Ze prepared to rest and gather his strength for tomorrow's exploration. He summoned Xiao Shui, his 7th tier pet beast, as a precaution. With her around, there was little to fear in the outer regions of the realm. As he was about to lie down, Lin Ze noticed Xiao Shui staring at him expectantly, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering with anticipation. "What's the matter?" he asked, puzzled. The beast girl was kneeling on the ground, lightly patting her lap. When Lin Ze didn't respond, she patted it again, her eyes full of hope. "All right," Lin Ze said with a chuckle, lying down and resting his head on her soft, springy lap. The sensation was unparalleled, the best pillow he had ever used. Xiao Shui giggled, her delicate face glowing with joy and satisfaction. Watching her, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. As her tear increased, Xiao Shui was becoming more and more human-like. Perhaps one day, she would be indistinguishable from a human. Outside the cave, Du Rue and his team had finished setting up their tents and were preparing food. Without spatial tools, all their supplies were packed into multiple backpacks carried by their pet beasts. 2 young men were unloading gear from a beast resembling a rhinoceros, chatting in hushed tones as they cast curious glances toward the cave. "It's hard to believe Lin Ze is younger than us and yet so strong. How does he train to get that powerful?" One of them whispered. "Talent. What else?" The other replied. "I heard his family isn't wealthy, unlike those from Beast Tamer clans with tons of resources. If it's not raw talent, what could it be? Even with talent, it's insane. He has a 7th tier pet beast at just 18. If it were me, I couldn't achieve that even if I started training in the womb." "Well, that's why you're average." "Damn, that's harsh. What are you two slacking off for?" Du Rui's voice suddenly interrupted, snapping them out of their conversation. He shot them a glare. "Hurry up and get things done. Eat quickly and rest early. We've got hunting to do tomorrow." Though Du Rue was the team leader, he was usually easygoing, so the two weren't particularly intimidated by him. Grinning, one of them said, "We're just curious about Lin Ze. Hey, Captain, why don't you go chat him up? If we could latch onto him, would hit the jackpot." Du Rue rolled his eyes. "If you're so keen, go yourselves." The two laughed awkwardly and shrank back. They were only joking. They'd never actually approached Lin Ze. As someone with a 7th tier pet beast, Lin Ze was far out of their league. If he had any interest in them, he wouldn't have turned down their earlier invitation to team up. People needed to know their limits, and trying to latch onto someone required offering something of value. "Captain, look over there." Another team member suddenly shouted. Du Rue followed his gaze and saw a group of figures in the distance, steadily approaching their location. "It's adventurers." Du Rue shaded his eyes with his hand, peering into the distance. A group of 7 or 8 people was approaching, clearly another adventuring party. It wasn't surprising this cave wasn't exactly hidden, and many adventurers knew about it. Choosing this spot to camp was fairly common. Du Rue glanced at the calm cave entrance, hesitated briefly, then gave a low order. Lu Jian, go and negotiate with them. Yes, Captain. Lu Jian, the bespectacled member of the team, acknowledged and stepped forward. However, after a few steps, he turned back, his brows furrowed as he spoke in a hushed voice. Captain, it's the Green Forest crew. Du Rue froze, and his expression darkened instantly. The other team members frowned as well. The Green Forest team had a notorious reputation in the adventure circles of Ningjiang City, stealing kills, withholding loot, bullying the weak. There was no line they wouldn't cross. If not for their decent strength and tendency to avoid provoking stronger opponents, someone would have dealt with them long ago. Nowadays, Green Forest had become a name everyone avoided. Before long, the Green Forest crew arrived. The faint glow emanating from the cave and the guardian beast at the entrance caught the attention of their leader. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the group of young adventurers before him with a sneer. Who are these kids? A scrawny, shifty-eyed man behind him chuckled. Oh, I know them. A newly formed third-rate team. Their captain's name is Du Rue, just graduated from the Beast Taming Academy. They don't even have a single 6th-rank beast. He made no effort to lower his voice, his disdain evident. Du Rue and his team glared at the Green Forest crew in anger. The Green Forest leader, Chen Shang, smirked dismissively and waved them off. You can leave now. This spot is ours. What gives you the right? Lu Jian, hot-headed as ever, flared up instantly. Yeah, this place doesn't belong to Green Forest. The other team members chimed in indignantly. Ever heard of first come, first served? Why should we leave? Why? Chen Shang sneered, his eyes cold as he glanced at them. Because our fists are bigger than yours. The Green Forest members exchanged sinister looks, their beasts growling menacingly by their sides. A wave of oppressive hostility swept toward Du Rue's group. Du Rue and his team turned red with frustration, their lips trembling as they struggled to respond. After a moment of internal conflict, Du Rue clenched his jaw and spat out the words, "We're leaving." Though reluctant, the team had no choice but to pack their things. As much as they hated to admit it, in the lawless environment of the secret realm, strength was the only rule. Despite their vile reputation, Green Forest was undeniably a formidable crew, boasting 7 or 8 6th-rank beasts. They were far beyond what Du Rue's fledgling team could handle. If they pushed Green Forest too far, who could say they wouldn't resort to murder and leave the bodies in the wilderness, erasing all evidence? When you're outmatched, you have no choice but to back down. Just as they were packing up, Chen Shang raised his chin, pointing toward the cave. Hurry it up, and tell whoever's inside to get out too. Du Rue and his team froze mid-action, exchanging awkward glances. Chen Shang didn't notice their expressions and impatiently barked. What are you waiting for? Do as I said. Du Rue forced a stiff smile. The person inside isn't with us. Chen Shang raised an eyebrow and gestured to the scrawny man. He was about to issue an order when he suddenly changed his mind. His eyes glinted with calculation as he leaned in and whispered, "Go check who's inside and see what they're about." The scrawny man nodded knowingly and approached the cave with 2 beasts in tow. As he drew closer, he noticed the guardian beast at the entrance, a tall, imposing humanoid creature. Years of experience told him its rank at a glance, 6th rank. A chill ran down his spine as the earth spirit's unwavering gaze bore into him. He stopped in his tracks and called out loudly, "Hello, friend inside. Would you mind sharing this space for a night's rest?" The cave remained silent. After a moment, Lin Ze stepped out casually, his expression indifferent. Behind him, Xiao Shui followed closely, pouting and glaring at the scrawny man with obvious displeasure at being disturbed. The scrawny man blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting the person inside to be such a young beast tamer, barely 20, by the looks of him. His gaze shifted to Xiao Shui, and his eyes widened even further. What a stunning humanoid beast. She looked like a delicate porcelain doll. A flicker of envy crossed his face before he quickly masked it. His eyes darted as he asked, "Friend, it's getting late, and we're looking for a place to rest. Would you mind letting us stay here for the night?" Lin Ze shrugged nonchalantly and gestured around. "Sure, pick any spot outside." The scrawny man cleared his throat. "You know, the outside isn't very safe at night. Beast attacks are common. If your team isn't too large, why not make some room for us inside?" Lin Ze gave him a faint, amused smile and slowly shook his head. "It's just me here, but sorry, I don't like sharing a space with strangers." Hearing that Lin Ze was alone, the scrawny man's eyes lit up. His demeanor shifted instantly as he dropped the pretense, sneering, "Well, that's not really up to you now, is it?" As the wiry man's voice trailed off, the atmosphere at the cave entrance froze, as if a taut bowstring was on the verge of snapping. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Shang had heard every word of their conversation. A sinister grin crept across his lips as he waved his hand and led his team confidently toward the cave. Moments ago, he had been cautious of the people inside, sending scouts to test the waters. But now, he felt reassured. A young beast tamer. Even with a 6th-rank beast companion, what could he possibly do? Green Forest had the numbers on their side. Were they supposed to fear him? Kid, they'll give you 5 seconds to get lost with your beast, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Chun Shang stood at the entrance, looking down at Lin Ze with an air of arrogance. His team members behind him wore mocking grins, their expressions like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. However, Lin Ze showed no sign of panic in the face of their threat. Instead, he looked at them with a faint, amused smile. In fact, he had already sensed Green Forest's approach through the Earth Spirit's perception. He had even overheard Du Rui's conversation with Green Forest word for word. A confrontation was inevitable, and Chan Shang's cocky attitude was no surprise to him. Looks like I'll need to stretch a bit before bed, Lin Ze said, lazily stretching his arms. Beside him, Xiao Shui shook its fur excitedly. The relaxed demeanor of the man and beast left the Green Forest members exchanging uneasy glances, and even Chan Shang frowned slightly. To remain this calm in such a situation, one had to either be a fool or truly capable. The wiry man quickly leaned toward Chen Shang and whispered, "Captain, this kid's definitely bluffing. Don't be fooled. He can't be more than 20 years old. How strong could he possibly be?" These words dispelled Chen Shang's doubts. Indeed, a young man of about 20 might be considered a prodigy if he had even 1 or 2 6th-rank beast companions. But it was impossible for him to be like the top student at Ningjiang Academy, who, under 20, already commanded a 7th-rank beast. Such geniuses were 1 in a million. With this thought, Chun Shang's confidence returned, and his gaze toward Lin Ze turned cold. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Chun Shang sneered. "Since that's the case, don't blame us for playing rough." Hardly had the words left his mouth when a burly man with a face full of scars stepped forward eagerly, accompanied by 2 6th-rank beasts. "Captain, let me handle this kid," Tao Wei declared smugly, casting a glance back at his teammates. They groaned in frustration. "Damn it, Tao Wei, you're hogging the action again." "Exactly. You did the same last time. Take it easy, don't finish him off too quickly." Tao Wei laughed heartily. "No promises." He stopped about 10 meters in front of Lin Ze, and his 2 beasts immediately pounced, one lunging at the Earth Spirit, the other charging straight at Lin Ze. A cruel grin spread across Tao Wei's face, as if he could already see Lin Ze's demise. Green Forest members looked on with eager anticipation, waiting to see Lin Ze's horrified reaction. "What a bunch of bored fools," Lin Ze muttered, his expression unchanged. Xiao Shui remained quietly at his side, while the Earth Spirit let out a low growl, clenching its fists tightly before striking out with immense force. Under the moonlight, its fists glowed with a yellowish hue, like molten lava about to erupt. The air distorted violently, creating visible ripples. Mountain Shatter Strike. The charging beast instinctively sensed danger, roaring as it raised its claws to counter. When fist met claw, a sharp crack echoed through the night. A burst of blood mist erupted from the beast's shattered claws, its arm twisting at an unnatural angle. With a pained shriek, it was sent flying backward. The Earth Spirit didn't pursue but instead solidified its fog-like lower body and stomped down hard. Crack! The ground split apart, and a shockwave surged forward like a raging dragon, slamming into the other beast charging at Lin Ze. Earthquake wave. This beast, too, let out a miserable cry as it was flung aside. The area fell silent. The mocking grins of the Green Forest members froze on their faces as they stared in disbelief. How was this possible? Defeated in a single exchange? "Hey, Tao Wei, you didn't go easy on him, did you?" Someone shouted incredulously. "Bullshit." Tao Wei snapped, furious, though he was just as shocked. His 2 6th-rank beasts, one of them even a 6th-rank, 4th stage, had been injured in mere moments. Just how powerful was this Earth-type beast? His gaze toward Lin Ze was now filled with wariness. The rest of Green Forest also snapped out of their daze, their expressions a mix of fear and uncertainty as they looked at Lin Ze. This young man's strength far exceeded their expectations. Qin Shang, too, was taken aback. He scrutinized Lin Ze for a moment before sneering coldly. "No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you've got some skill. But if you think this is enough to beat us, you're dreaming." As his words fell, 3 imposing 6th-rank beasts emerged from behind him, their sharp fangs glinting menacingly in the moonlight. Even in the face of 3 ferocious 6th-rank beasts, Lin Ze remained composed. A faint smile played on his lips. "Let's see what you've got." As the leader of the Green Forest group, Chun Shang was a formidable figure. A silver-ranked beast tamer, he commanded 4 contracted beasts, 3 of which were at the 6th tier, while the strongest had reached the 8th stage of the 6th tier. In Ningjiang City's adventurer circles, he was considered a prominent individual. This strength filled him with pride, but now his anger boiled over as he found himself repeatedly underestimated by a young man not even 20 years old. "Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin," Chun Shang snarled, his face darkening as he let out a cold snort. Sensing their master's anger, his contracted beasts immediately charged forward, abandoning their scattered attacks to focus all their efforts on the earth spirit. A cruel smile spread across Qiansheng's lips. Though Lin Ze had shown astonishing strength, he still didn't take him seriously. After all, he had a beast at the 8th stage of the 6th tier as well, along with 2 other 6th tier beasts. A 3-0 matchup meant the outcome was already decided in his mind. As for the quiet and unassuming Xiaoxue by Lin Ze's side, Qiansheng dismissed her outright. With her restrained aura and delicate features, she gave no indication of being a threat in battle. The clash broke out once again. The earth spirit did not retreat, but instead charged headlong into the 3 6th tier beasts. The 4 contracted beasts became entangled in a fierce melee, and the battle quickly escalated into a heated struggle. As Qiansheng predicted, the earth spirit's ferocity was no match for the combined assault of its opponents. Though the advantage wasn't overwhelming, victory seemed only a matter of time. Qiansheng's face lit up with a smug and mocking grin, and the other members of the Green Forest group, their earlier gloom lifted, erupted into cheers. That's our captain. He settles it the moment he steps in. Of course. The captain's a silver-ranked beast tamer. How could that kid possibly stand a chance? Haha, acting all cocky, but he's still losing to the captain. If he knows what's good for him, he'd better beg for mercy and scram, or he'll regret it. Amid the jeers, Lin Ze remained unfazed. Noticing the eager glint in Xiaoxue's eyes, he smiled and reassured her. No rush. Let the earth spirit handle this, for no, it's a good opportunity for growth. After all, it was rare to encounter opponents strong enough to challenge, but not overwhelmingly overpower his beasts. Lin Ze was determined to make the most of it. Little did Qiansheng realize he was being used as a stepping stone. As the earth spirit began to falter and signs of defeat became apparent, Qiansheng grew even more pleased, basking in the flattery of his team. A few minutes later, the earth spirit showed clear signs of exhaustion, and Lin Ze ordered it to retreat. The earth spirit activated its rock shield, enduring a few attacks before quickly withdrawing to Lin Ze's side. Qiansheng sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. What's the matter? Can't hold on anymore? Or are you planning to surrender and beg for mercy? Lin Ze ignored him and instead turned to Xiaoxue, gently patting her head with a smile. Your turn now. The beast girl, who had long been itching for a fight, nodded energetically. She had been waiting for a chance to teach these intruders a lesson for disturbing her and her master's peace. Qiansheng's anger flared at Lin Ze's continued disregard. Watching Xiaoxue step forward, he let out a cold laugh. Pointless struggle. He didn't even consider her a threat at best. She was a 6th tier beast, and she wouldn't change the outcome of the battle. He had initially thought Lin Ze might be a worthy opponent, but now he saw him as nothing more than a reckless fool who couldn't grasp the disparity in their strength. Best to end this quickly and get some rest. There was still a trip to Rift Valley tomorrow. Without further delay, Qiansheng ordered his beasts to attack at full strength. Roar. The 3 contracted beasts charged at Xiaoxue with a thunderous roar. The Green Forest members smirked, already envisioning Xiaoxue being torn apart and Lin Ze's look of terror. Some even looked on with pity. Such a beautiful beast girl, meeting her end at claws and Fongsit was truly a waste. A few of them couldn't help but imagine having a humanoid contracted beast as stunning as Xiaoxue. Even if her combat abilities were subpar, they would cherish her too much to let her fight. This thought stirred jealousy in several Green Forest members, including a scrawny man. If only beast contracts weren't unbreakable, and if a beast tamer's death didn't result in the death of their contracted beasts, they might have already tried to take her by force. Noticing the envious glances from the scrawny man and others, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow but paid them no mind, keeping his attention on Xiaoxue's battle. As the 3 beasts charged toward her, the beast girl let out a playful giggle, slowly raising her fair, delicate hand. With her palm outstretched toward the front, she focused intently. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air as countless shards of ice materialized from nothing, swirling and converging rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a massive ice dragon, over 10 meters long, took shape midair. Its scales were sharp and distinct, its fangs bared menacingly. The dragon roared, splitting the air with its cry as it charged at the 3 beasts sprinting ahead. Ice Dragon Strike! She shouted, her voice clear and commanding. The dragon's roar seemed to resonate in the souls of the beasts, causing their eyes to flicker with a brief moment of confusion. But when they snapped back to their senses, the ice dragon, carrying the biting chill of a winter storm, was already upon them. A suffocating fear of death enveloped them instantly. They tried to counterattack, but their limbs were frozen stiff. The sheer, bone-chilling cold had already paralyzed their movements. That fleeting hesitation was all the ice dragon needed. Like a high-speed train, it crashed into the 3 beasts with unstoppable force. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, the shockwave hitting everyone on sight like a punch to the chest. Shards of ice erupted in every direction like bullets, striking the members of the Green Forest group and their beasts. Even with the protection of their soul shields, they were caught off guard by the sudden assault. The weaker beasts, those below the 6th tier, were left bloodied and wailing in agony. Qinshang and the others ignored the casualties around them, their wide eyes fixed on the scene ahead. As the storm of wind and snow dissipated, a solitary figure remained standing. Xiao Shui. Her cold and elegant presence was striking amidst the swirling frost. Her opponents, the 3 6th-tier beasts, had vanished entirely. In their place was only a massive crater, coated in a thick layer of frost, a chilling testament to the devastating power she had unleashed. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen, watching the scene unfold before their eyes, as if turned to stone. Their mouths were dry, and no words came out. Just one strike. Qianshang's 3 6th-tier beasts, Rock Lizard, Ironclad Rhino, and Wind Thunderhawk, were obliterated in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. The horrifying sight left the members of Green Forest as if encased in ice. It took a long moment before they collectively gasped in shock, the sound sharp and synchronized. Even Qianshang himself was utterly stunned. No one could have imagined that this seemingly harmless young girl possessed such terrifying power. At that moment, a single thought flashed through everyone's minds, chilling them to the core: 7th tier. Only a 7th-tier beast could obliterate 3 6th-tier beasts in one strike. This realization sent a wave of fear surging through Qianshang and his group. They finally understood they had provoked someone they should never have crossed. Not far away, Du Rue and his companions were equally shocked, letting out audible gasps. So powerful. 3 6th-tier beasts, gone in one hit? My god, that's incredible. Even though they had heard of Lin Ze's strength, witnessing Xiao Shui annihilate 3 6th-tier beasts in an instant was a completely different experience. It was hard to fathom that such power belonged to an 18-year-old student. It took quite some time before everyone regained their composure. Du Rue and his group were filled with admiration, while the members of Green Forest were stricken with terror. The dominance of a 7th-tier beast was undeniable. Even if all of them attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance. And now, with Qianshang's 3 main beasts wiped out, the situation was hopeless. Qianshang's face turned pale as he stared at Lin Ze. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he blurted out, "You're Lin Ze?" The Green Forest members froze for a moment before it clicked. Less than 20 years old, possessing a 7th-tier ice attribute beast, wasn't that the hallmark of Lin Ze, the top student of Ningjiang Academy? Realization dawned on them all at once. No wonder this young man was so powerful, was the legendary prodigy who had recently risen to fame. However, their relief quickly turned to despair. What rotten luck, they had randomly encountered a young beast master, and it just had to be the Lin Ze. What now? Many of the Green Forest members wore expressions of panic and dread. Offending a 7th-tier beast master in this secret realm could lead to unimaginable consequences. Lin Ze, no, brother Lin. Qianshang stammered, hastily correcting himself and speaking with deference. The arrogant and overbearing demeanor from earlier had vanished without a trace, replaced by a fawning smile. We were blind and foolish to offend you. Please, magnanimous as you are, don't hold it against us. The other Green Forest members quickly chimed in, desperate to appease him. Yes, brother Lin. Please don't take it personally. We meant no harm. You're so generous, brother Lin. There's no need to stoop to our level. We'll leave right away and won't disturb you again. Their sudden shift in attitude drew sidelong glances from Du Rue and his group. Green Forest's reputation for bullying the weak and fearing the strong was certainly well-deserved. Lin Ze glanced at the bulging backpacks on their shoulders and waved a hand dismissively. Leave the beast materials you've collected and get out. He wasn't interested in unnecessary bloodshed, but he also wasn't going to let them off without some form of compensation for disturbing his rest. Consider this a mental distress fee. Qianshang immediately instructed his team to drop their backpacks, and they scurried off in a hurry, as if a ferocious beast were chasing them. Lin Ze paid them no further attention. He nodded slightly at Du Rue before stepping forward to collect the loot. A quick tally brought a satisfied smile to his face. The beast materials were worth a small fortune, easily several million credit points. For an adventuring team without 7th-tier strength, this was already an impressive haul. With the battle over, the growth rate of his earth spirit had increased by nearly 1%. Such minor injuries were negligible. Good work. Take a proper rest, Lin Ze said, praising the earth spirit before recalling it and summoning the stone dragon to stand guard. Just as Lin Ze was about to return to the cave to rest, his ears twitched. He turned his head sharply, looking toward the distance with a puzzled expression. Screams carried on the night wind, growing louder and clearer. The sound came from the direction where Qianshang and his group had fled. The night was eerily silent. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the darkness, chilling and sharp. Du Rue and his companions exchanged uneasy glances, a growing sense of foreboding rising within them. The scream had come from the direction of the Green Forest Squad. Could they have encountered insect-like beasts? But the commotion was far too intense. Even if it was such creatures, the Green Forest Squad's strength shouldn't have been overwhelmed so easily. The group was filled with doubt and instinctively turned their eyes to Lin Ze. He stood motionless, his gaze deep and fixed on the direction of the sound. A faint rustling sound began to grow louder, as if countless tiny legs were scraping against the ground, sending shivers down their spines. Then, in the suffocating darkness, clusters of crimson lights the size of fists flickered like ghostly flames, the eyes of countless ferocious beasts. Emerging from the shadows were creatures the size of calves, resembling giant ants. Under the faint moonlight, their jet-black, metallic shells glinted ominously, crisscrossed with scarlet lines that pulsed with an eerie glow. Bloodline ants! Du Rue exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. His companions erupted in panicked cries. These were bloodline ants, notorious fifth-tier dark attribute beasts, infamous for their viciousness. They were typically confined to the Rift Valley. How could they be here, and in such overwhelming numbers? The swarm of bloodline ants stretched as far as the eye could see, a black tide encircling them against the mountainside. A rough estimate counted at least 10,000 of them. Lin Ze's mind was also clouded with questions, but there was no time to ponder. Facing tens of thousands of fifth-tier bloodline ants, even he felt a chill run down his spine. He noticed that some of the ants had traces of fresh blood and flesh on their mandibles, a grim indication that Qinshang and his team had likely met a tragic end. What do we do, Captain? Du Rue's team members looked at him, their faces pale with terror. Du Rue himself was at a loss. Against such overwhelming numbers, their third-rate adventuring squad stood no chance. Not even fleeing seemed like a viable option. One of the team members suggested seeking Lin Ze's help and using the condensed stone dragon to escape, but Du Rue immediately rejected the idea. Among the bloodline ants were numerous flying variants. Taking to the air would only put them in even greater peril. Despair spread across the faces of the team. I don't want to die, one of them whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Du Rue made a desperate decision. He led his team closer to Lin Ze, preparing for a last stand. Lin Ze glanced at them silently. He understood that trying to flee would only worsen their chances. The only path to survival was to fight and endure until the bloodline ants retreated on their own. The condensed stone dragon's imposing presence momentarily halted the ants, but their hesitation was brief. With shrill screeches, the swarm surged forward, launching a relentless attack. The densely packed bloodline ants moved like a black flood, their sharp mandibles clashing with a metallic clang, echoing like the sound of steel against steel. Lin Ze drew a deep breath and ordered his contracted beasts to engage. At the same time, he summoned the spirit of the earth. Leading the charge was Xiao Shui, who unleashed a biting, icy wind. Snowflakes swirled from the sky, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of frost. An area spanning over a kilometer was instantly transformed into a frozen wasteland. This was Xiao Shui's most powerful ability, the Frostblue Domain. The ants' advance visibly slowed as many of them became coated in frost. Some of the weaker ones were completely frozen into ice sculptures. Xiao Shui continued her assault, casting a barrage of devastating ice-based skills. Ice Cascade, Snow Maiden's Lament, Absolute Frostfall, and Ice Dragon's Wrath. Each attack exploded within the swarm, freezing or shattering countless bloodline ants. In an instant, the once dense swarm was left with a gaping void. Du Rue and his team stood in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. Wow, that's incredible. One team member muttered to themselves, their face full of shock. The others were just as stunned. It wasn't until they saw Xiao Shui effortlessly slaughter a massive swarm of bloodline ants that they truly grasped the terrifying power of a Tier 7 pet beast. The earlier instant kill of 3 Tier 6 pet beasts now seemed trivial in comparison. So this is the power of a Tier 7 pet beast? Du Rue's eyes flashed with envy. As he snapped out of his daze, his shock was replaced with excitement. With such a powerful pet beast on their side, perhaps they really could hold out until the ant swarm retreated. Hope reignited, and everyone quickly commanded their own pet beasts to join the fray. Unfortunately, their Tier 5 pet beasts could only take on 2 or 3 bloodline ants at a time, making their contribution in a battle against tens of thousands of ants quite limited. The entire defensive line was almost entirely reliant on Lin Ze. Xiox's every move wiped out dozens of bloodline ants, making her the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. The condensed stone dragon and the earth spirit were slightly less effective, but still held a significant advantage over the Tier 5 bloodline ants. Lin Ze occasionally stepped in as well, his Tier 6 soul arrows easily taking down any stragglers. Watching Lin Ze fight with such ease left Du Rue and the others increasingly in awe. The ground was gradually soaked with blood, and piles of ant corpses were forming like small hills. Lin Ze estimated that at least 2 to 3,000 bloodline ants had already been killed. Yet the swarm showed no fear, charging relentlessly as if they wouldn't stop until their enemies were crushed. Something's not right. Bloodline ants aren't mindless beasts. They shouldn't be fighting to the death like this, Lin Ze murmured to himself, puzzled. Dueling and the others soon noticed the anomaly as well. Typically, ant swarms only attacked for food. If their targets were too strong, or the losses too great, they would withdraw quickly. Could something be controlling the swarm? Someone speculated, and Lin Ze's eyes lit up at the suggestion. The scene before him was eerily similar to the insect tide he had encountered in Morning Bell Gorge. A swarm of insects acting out of character, leaving their usual territory, becoming excessively violent, and refusing to retreat. Perhaps this swarm of bloodline ants was also being controlled by a leader-class insect beast. With this realization, Lin Ze made up his mind. He turned to Dueling and said, "They'll be gone for a bit. Hold the line as best as you can." Before Dueling and the others could respond, Lin Ze had already leapt onto the back of the condensed stone dragon with Xiaoxue and soared into the sky, leaving the earth spirit to hold the defense. Kneeling on the dragon's back under the night sky, Lin Ze scanned the swarm below, his sharp gaze searching for a clue. If there was a leader-class insect beast, it would likely be at the rear, surrounded by elite guards. There it is. Lin Ze's eyes locked onto the edge of the swarm. There, over 100 unusually large bloodline ants were clustered tightly, forming a protective circle around a smaller, oddly delicate-looking bloodline ant. Its body had an unexpected softness to its curves, and the two dark antennae on its head quivered slightly. Charge! Lin Ze patted the condensed stone dragon's back. The dragon immediately dove downward. The smaller bloodline ant's antennae began to tremble violently, and the surrounding flying ants threw themselves at the dragon in a desperate attempt to block its advance. Lin Ze's suspicion was confirmed. With a thought, he expanded his Soul Guardian ability to envelop the massive body of the condensed stone dragon. As his level increased, Soul Guardian had developed into a protective field-like effect, capable of shielding targets within a certain range. The attacks of the fifth-tier bloodline ants were completely unable to break through Lin Ze's Soul Guard. The protective shield, formed by a radiant white glow, was impenetrable, blocking the torrent of acidic attacks with ease. Seeing this, the condensed stone dragon and Xiaoxue abandoned their defenses entirely, unleashing their skills without restraint to clear the swarm of flying bloodline ants ahead. The condensed stone dragon swung its massive claws, stirring up powerful gusts of wind that swept large swathes of bloodline ants from the air. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue exhaled a frosty breath, freezing the ants mid-flight and causing them to plummet as shimmering ice sculptures. Within mere moments, the trio, one man and two beasts, had reached their target overhead. Lin Ze descended like a meteor, crashing into the ant swarm with a thunderous impact. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward and scattering countless bloodline ants. The previously impenetrable formation of the swarm was instantly thrown into chaos. In the midst of the disarray, a larger, more imposing leader-class bloodline ant was revealed. Without hesitation, Lin Ze fired a soul arrow. The 20-meter distance vanished in a flash, and the soul arrow struck the leader-class ant with precision. A burst of blood mist erupted from its body upon impact. Shriek! A piercing, ear-splitting screech echoed across the sky. The leader-class bloodline ant's body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, its agony evident. Lin Ze was taken aback by this reaction. He was well aware that the strength of leader-class insect beasts varied depending on their species, but was always at least one tier higher than their ordinary counterparts. For instance, a 5th-tier giant tank bug would be at least 6th tier as a leader class. Following this logic, this leader-class bloodline ant should be at least a 6th-tier insect beast. How could it be so weak, succumbing to a single soul arrow? As doubt clouded his mind, Lin Ze suddenly noticed the radiant shield of his soul guard fluctuating violently. At the same time, his soul energy was depleting at an alarming rate. What was happening? Alarmed, he immediately turned his gaze back to the leader-class bloodline ant. Its crimson eyes were locked onto him with an unyielding stare, and its two pitch-black antennae on its forehead quivered frantically. Invisible waves radiated outward like ripples, surging toward him. This was mental attack? Psychic attacks are intangible and formless, making them extremely difficult to defend against. They are the bane of physical melee companion beasts. Among beasts of the same rank, a physical melee pet beast stands almost no chance if it is kept at a distance by a beast capable of psychic attacks. Magic-type beasts fare slightly better, but still find such encounters highly challenging. This ability is exceedingly rare, and Lin Ze had not expected to encounter it here. The bloodline ant leader before him turned out to be a psychic-type beast. Lin Ze was secretly alarmed. There was no information about this on the forums. No wonder the soul arrow earlier had been able to heavily injure it. Psychic beasts are notoriously fragile in defense, nearly invincible in ranged combat, but exceedingly vulnerable in close quarters. A 6th-tier psychic beast might not even be able to defeat a 5th-tier opponent in melee combat. No wonder the bloodline ant became so debilitated after taking Lin Ze's soul arrow, a strike powerful enough to instantly kill a 5th-tier beast. On the other hand, Lin Ze had the 6th-tier soul guard, which had shielded him from the psychic attack. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Even so, the bloodline ant's psychic attack had instantly drained over 300 soul points from him. If it had been any other bronze-tier beastmaster, their soul power might have been completely depleted in a single strike. It was no wonder psychic beasts inspired such widespread fear. They were absurdly powerful. Lin Ze took a deep breath, his expression grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired off another soul arrow. However, this time, the bloodline ant leader was prepared. Though its severe injuries prevented it from dodging, it managed to control another bloodline ant to block the arrow's path, sacrificing its life to intercept the attack. Simultaneously, an invisible psychic assault struck Lin Ze's soul guard once again, instantly consuming another 300 soul points. The bloodline ant leader seemed bewildered and agitated, as if it had never encountered anyone capable of withstanding 2 consecutive psychic attacks. The standoff between the man and the beast grew tense. Rewind to just over 10 minutes ago. Lin Ze had taken to the skies astride his stone-condensing dragon, startling Du Rue and the others, who feared they were being abandoned. However, Lin Ze not only left behind the earth spirit, but also hovered in the air, enduring the onslaught of countless flying beasts. The group below looked on in confusion. What was he doing? Was he searching for something? But what could there possibly be in this area besides the bloodline ants? A sense of urgency and unease spread among them. Lin Ze was their only hope. If something happened to him, the consequences would be disastrous. Du Rue kept his eyes fixed on Lin Ze, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. A leader-level insect beast. The team members stared at him in shock. I once read in a document, Du Rue quickly explained, that when a large number of ferocious beasts gather to hunt, there's a high chance they're being controlled by a leader-level beast. The larger the group, the higher the probability, especially with insect beasts. Lin Ze must be searching for the leader-level insect beast. The team members gasped, their eyes widening. A leader-level insect beast? Why had they never heard of such a thing before? Leader-level beasts are extremely rare, Du Rue elaborated, appearing only among tens of thousands of beasts of the same species. Besides, when ordinary adventurers encounter a leader-level beast, they're usually eaten. Who would live to report it? The team glanced at the vast swarm of bloodline ants and silently nodded. Indeed, without Lin Ze, they wouldn't have survived this long. Look, Lin Ze is making a move, one of the team members exclaimed. They all looked up and saw the stone-condensing dragon diving down, enveloped in a visible protective barrier. The attacks from the flying beasts caused only faint ripples on the barrier, unable to penetrate it. Soul Guard? The range is massive. That's incredible. Amazement spread across their faces. To fully shield the stone-condensing dragon, Lin Ze's Soul Guard had to be at least 5th or 6th tier. No wonder there were rumors of his extraordinary talent in soul arts. Du Rue couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After 7 or 8 years of training in soul arts, his own Soul Guard was only at the 4th tier. Compared to Lin Ze, the gap was insurmountable. This was the mark of a true prodigy. Look, the ant swarm is retreating. A cry of astonishment snapped everyone back to reality. Sure enough, the bloodline ants were pulling back, frantically fleeing in the direction they had come from. The team froze for a moment before realizing what was happening, their eyes widening in shock. There really was a leader-level insect beast. Everything now made sense. All eyes turned to Lin Ze. He had broken through the flying beast's blockade and descended into the midst of the ant swarm. The ants went into a frenzy, surging toward him with even greater intensity. A wave of unease swept through the group. Lin Ze was now locked in battle with the bloodline ant leader. If he could kill the leader, the swarm would naturally disperse. But if he failed, no one dared to finish that thought. Can Lin Ze defeat the bloodline ant leader? Someone asked nervously. No one answered, not even Du Rue. Leader-level insect beasts were immensely powerful, and with countless other insects surrounding them, killing the leader in such a situation seemed nearly impossible. Even with Lin Ze's formidable strength, Du Rue had little confidence in the outcome. All they could do now was silently pray that Lin Ze would succeed. The current situation was extremely perilous for both Lin Ze and the bloodline ant leader. In the distance, the army of bloodline ants was frantically rushing back and could reach the leader in less than 30 seconds. Lin Ze had to eliminate the leader within this short window, or he would face the same fate as the Green Forest Squad, torn to shreds. Likewise, the bloodline ant leader needed to hold on until reinforcements arrived. At this moment, only a few hundred elite bloodline ants remained near the leader, most of them engaged by Xiaoxue and the Rockstone Dragon. Standing directly in Lin Ze's way were merely a dozen of them. As his mind raced, Lin Ze's movements grew even faster. In his highly focused state, he felt his soul techniques flowing with unusual smoothness, and the speed of his soul arrows was quicker than ever. With a few sharp whooshes, the heads of two elite bloodline ants exploded, their headless bodies collapsing to the ground. A second later, two more met the same fate. The bloodline ant leader, in a state of panic, frantically waved its antennae, launching mental attacks. Lin Ze's soul energy was already more than half depleted, and now over 300 points were drained, leaving him nearly exhausted. But without hesitation, he downed a bottle of soul-replenishing potion, instantly restoring his soul energy. Soul arrows continued to fire in rapid succession, each explosive sound marking the death of another elite bloodline ant. Within 10 seconds, only 3 of the dozen elite ants remained. The bloodline ant leader was in utter disarray, its antennae flailing wildly as waves of mental assaults bombarded Lin Ze. The protective barrier of Lin Ze's soul wavered violently but held firm. Each time his soul energy was depleted, he consumed another potion to restore it, repeating this process until he had already used 3 bottles. Faced with Lin Ze's seemingly relentless tactics, the bloodline ant leader was powerless. 3 soul arrows whistled through the air, simultaneously bursting the heads of the last 3 elite bloodline ants. With no more obstacles before it, and the reinforcements still 100 meters away, the bloodline ant leader was left completely exposed. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Ze's eyes as he focused his energy to form a powerful soul arrow aimed directly at the leader's head. Screeching in terror, the bloodline ant leader tried to evade, but its grievous injuries rendered it immobile. The soul arrow struck with precision, and its head exploded on impact, blood splattering everywhere. The swarm of ants within a kilometer radius suddenly descended into chaos, scurrying in all directions as sharp cries filled the sky. Wasting no time, Lin Ze and Xiaoxue climbed onto the rockstone dragon, which spread its wings and took to the air, avoiding the turmoil on the ground. The flying ant species in the air had already fled in all directions. Lin Ze casually shot down a few that came too close, then hovered in the sky, watching the disorganized swarm below scatter. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Leader Slayer I reward pending. Lin Ze's heart leaped with joy. Killing a leader-class beast indeed came with an achievement. Including the Doom Chimer, the giant tank bug, and now the bloodline ant leader. This marked his third. It was part of a series of achievements, hinting at more rewards to come in the future. Calming his excitement, Lin Ze claimed the reward. After absorbing the soul crystal, his soul strength increased to 25 points, raising his soul energy cap to 2,500 points, nearing the level of a golden beast master. With 500 achievement points added to his remaining total, he now had over 900 points, enough to unlock a new skill. Unfortunately, the Rockstone Dragon and Earth Spirit hadn't progressed far enough in their growth, and Xiaoxu's skills were already fully unlocked, leaving him to wait for their next evolution. By now, the ant swarm below had mostly dispersed. Lin Ze patted the Rockstone Dragon, signaling it to descend. The materials from the bloodline ant leader's body were far too valuable to leave behind. Meanwhile, Du Rue and the others, who had been anxiously waiting, erupted into cheers of relief and joy as they saw the swarm scatter. They're gone. The swarm has scattered. Lin Ze did it. He took down the bloodline ant leader. Overwhelmed by their narrow escape, the group celebrated exuberantly. When Lin Ze returned to the clearing in front of the cave, he was met with the awe-filled and fervent gazes of Du Rue and the others. Du Rue stepped forward, intending to express his gratitude, but Lin Ze waved his hand to stop him. After withdrawing the Earth Spirit, Lin Ze mounted the stone drake and took off, its wings slicing through the air. Within a kilometer radius of the cave, the ground was littered with the severed remains of bloodline ants. The overwhelming stench of blood was almost tangible, saturating the air with a nauseating metallic tang. Lin Ze knew it wouldn't be long before this scent attracted swarms of insect beasts. The first light of dawn was already breaking over the horizon, and he decided against resting. The stone drake hadn't carried him far when, just as he anticipated, countless insect beasts began converging on the cave from all directions. Even the skies were teeming with flying insect beasts. Lin Ze looked away, directing his mount toward Rift Valley. The unusual behavior of the bloodline ants, along with the appearance of their leader, made him suspect something significant had occurred within the valley. If there were more bloodline ant leaders in the area, it would present a perfect opportunity to farm the Leader Slayer achievement. Moreover, his Beast Exterminator achievement was nearing its next milestone, and this expedition into the secret realm might allow him to complete both objectives at once. Lin Ze had the Stone Drake land and continued the journey to Rift Valley on foot, taking the opportunity to eliminate any insect beasts he encountered along the way. By noon, he was less than 10 kilometers from the valley. Cresting a slope, he spotted a fierce battle unfolding a few hundred meters ahead. Over 1,000 bloodline ants were besieging a group of 14 or 15 adventurers. While the team had several 6th-tier companion beasts, the sheer number of bloodline ants relentlessly attacking them had pushed their defenses to the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, Lin Ze commanded Xiaoxue and the Stone Drake to launch a surprise attack from the rear. A storm of ice and snow, combined with massive rock fists, swept through the ant horde, instantly mowing down a large portion of them. The formation of the ant swarm fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the adventurers rallied and launched a counterattack, further plunging the ants into chaos. Eventually, the bloodline ants could no longer hold their ground and retreated en masse, leaving behind a field of corpses. A burly man with a thick beard, who appeared to be the leader of the adventurer team, approached Lin Ze. Gratitude filled his voice as he said, "Thank you, friend. If it weren't for your help, what have been done for?" He had expected a seasoned and battle-hardened warrior, but was surprised to see how young Lin Ze was. Lin Ze waved off the thanks and asked, "What's going on with those bloodline ants?" The man shook his head, looking puzzled. "We're not entirely sure either." The burly man let out a sigh, his expression filled with doubt. "This isn't the first time we've hunted around here. We've never encountered so many bloodline ants before. Something must have happened in Rift Valley." Lin Ze nodded slightly. Last night's encounter could perhaps be dismissed as coincidence, but running into another swarm of bloodline ants far from Rift Valley? That was no mere coincidence. Something unusual had indeed occurred in Rift Valley. His thoughts raced, but Lin Ze kept his response brief before turning decisively to leave with Xiaoxue and the petrified stone dragon. His swift and commanding demeanor sparked a wave of chatter among the adventurers. That guy is so young, what? No more than 20? And he already has a 7th-tier beast companion? Incredible. He must be from some prestigious beast master family, right? At that moment, a voice filled with doubt broke through the murmurs. "Don't you think he looked kind of familiar?" The group froze, racking their brains. He did look familiar. "I remember now. That's Lin Ze," someone exclaimed in shock. I remember too. He's the Academy champion from Ningjiang Academy this year." Another chimed in, their realization dawning. Young, a 7th-tier ice element companion beast, the petrified stone dragon, those were Lin Ze's unmistakable trademarks. The group, still shaken from their brush with death, suddenly realized the truth. "My God, it was Lin Ze who saved us. This is my first time seeing him in person. He's so handsome, totally my type. Ugh, I should have asked for his contact info. Can you stop fangirling for a second?" Someone interjected, rolling their eyes. After parting ways with the adventure team, Lin Ze headed toward the Rift Valley. Along the way, traces of the bloodline ants' activities were clearly visible, along with fresh battle marks that told of a fierce conflict not long ago. The Rift Valley, located near the entrance to the secret realm, was an important area for gathering resources and often saw adventurers passing through. Lin Ze realized that if the bloodline ants were hunting on a large scale, the consequences would be catastrophic, especially with swarms numbering in the thousands, which no team could possibly withstand. Sure enough, he soon came across a battlefield. The uneven ground, bloodstains, shattered blood-patterned shells, and scattered clothing fragments all spoke of the brutal clash between adventurers and the bloodline ants, as well as the latter's victory. Bloodline ants had a habit of devouring the corpses of their own kind, so no adventurer's body remained at the scene. Judging by the scale of the fight, this swarm was sizable and likely hadn't gone far. Lin Ze's eyes gleamed. Whether it was to hunt down a leader-level beast or to achieve a kill milestone, targeting an ant swarm was the fastest approach. Without hesitation, he mounted his stone dragon and pursued the direction where the swarm had departed. Before long, a blackened red tide appeared on the horizon, a massive gathering of bloodline ants, starkly visible against the barren landscape. To Lin Ze's surprise, the swarm had stopped in place, seemingly feasting on their prey, which consisted of both adventurers and their own kind. Clearly, this swarm had attacked another adventuring party. Lin Ze carefully scanned the swarm, and soon his gaze locked onto a small bloodline ant at the very center of the swarm's leader. Luck was on his side. This swarm had evidently been through multiple battles, reducing its numbers to 2,000 or 3,000, with many of the ants visibly injured. Confident in his abilities, Lin Ze believed he could handle them even on his own. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. Before the swarm could react, he activated his soul guard, shielding himself and the stone dragon as they dove straight for the bloodline ant leader. The flying bloodline ants were caught off guard and failed to intercept. By the time the leader realized the danger, Lin Ze was already above it. A soul arrow shot forth, followed by the stone dragon's breath and Xiaoxue's frost beam. The bloodline ant leader let out a sharp screech, its antennae flailing as elite bloodline ants nearby fearlessly leapt to its defense. But it was too late. Only a few managed to block the attacks, and they were instantly incinerated by the dragon's breath. The soul arrow and frost beam struck the leader simultaneously, freezing it into an ice sculpture before shattering it into countless icy fragments. The swarm descended into chaos, scattering in all directions. Only a handful of bloodline ants continued to attack Lin Ze, but he easily dealt with them. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Ze felt grateful for his experience from the previous night and the relatively small size of this swarm, which allowed him to resolve the battle quickly. Unfortunately, there was no notification of an achievement being unlocked. This was expected. The next leader kill milestone likely required a higher target count. After harvesting materials from the bloodline ant leader, Lin Ze resumed his hunt for other swarms. He encountered several more, but only engaged those with fewer than 1,000 ants. The closer he got to the Rift Valley, the more frequently swarms appeared. At one point, 2 massive swarms, each numbering close to 10,000, appeared within a kilometer of each other, forcing him to avoid them entirely. As night fell, the long-awaited notification finally echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Beast Slayer completed. Rewards available for collection. Lin Ze was overjoyed. 2,000 achievement points, a soul crystal, a body strengthening crystal, a berserk card, and a soul art scroll. All of them were items he desperately needed. He immediately absorbed the soul and body strengthening crystals, raising his soul strength to 26 and his physical constitution to 14.2. He could clearly feel the improvement in his physical capabilities. A Mitter soul art scroll? Lin Ze checked the description. It allowed any soul art at level 7 or below to increase by 1 level. This was even more powerful than the scrolls he had obtained before. What a great find. Listening to the cacophony of insect and beast cries echoing from all directions, Yi Fujing clenched her teeth tightly. The goal of this exploration into the secret realm was the bloodline crystal in Rift Valley. What seemed like an ordinary mission turned out to be far more perilous. Before even reaching Rift Valley, they were ambushed by a massive swarm of ants. The swarm, a dense black mass numbering around 4,000 to 5,000, had completely encircled their group of just over a dozen people. Dust clung to her clothes, and her delicate face bore traces of exhaustion. If not for the 7th-tier battle pet in their team holding the line, they would have long been overwhelmed and defeated. Even so, hope was faint at best. Lin Ze, having upgraded his soul arrow, had significantly improved his strength. He was already planning to quickly raise his congealed stone dragon and earth spirit to the 7th tier and unlock their new skills. The dense swarms of ants near Rift Valley provided the perfect opportunity for leveling up. The supplies stored in his spatial ring were sufficient for him to stay in the myriad insect secret realm for a full month. As night fell, Lin Ze found a safe spot to rest. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Lin Ze mounted his congealed stone dragon and took to the skies, continuing his search for ant swarms. By midday, the congealed stone dragon had reached Tier 6, Stage 7, while the earth spirit had advanced to Tier 6, Stage 9, just a step away from the 7th tier. Xiao Shui, having a higher level, was progressing more slowly but had already exceeded 85 growth. The strength of all 3 of his battle pets was steadily improving. As the hunt progressed, Lin Ze gradually drew closer to Rift Valley. From a distance, he could already see its outline, 2 cracked and slightly leaning mountain faces, with a wide valley stretching between them. Surrounding Rift Valley for several kilometers were countless black-ended ant swarms, their numbers overwhelming, as if the entire region's ant population had converged here. Lin Ze couldn't help but wonder what might have happened within Rift Valley to cause this. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Ze resumed searching for a suitable target to hunt. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a section of the cliffside, 500 meters away, where a fierce battle was unfolding. The combatants were a group of adventurers fighting against a swarm of ants. Among the adventurers, Lin Ze recognized Yi Fujing and her teammates, the very people who had once spoken up for him. After a hard-fought battle against the ant swarm, the team barely managed to catch their breath when another wave surged forward. The incoming swarm was a dark, overwhelming mass easily numbering 4,000 or 5,000, and it bore down on them with relentless force. After 2 grueling fights, more than half of the team's battle beasts had been killed or severely injured, their bodies lying scattered across the ground. At this critical moment, the only thing holding the line was Yi Fujing's 7th-tier battle beast, the Thunder Vein Automaton. Sparks of electricity crackled across the automaton's body, and with each attack, it took down swathes of bloodline ants. Yet the ants seemed endless, attacking relentlessly and without hesitation. The automaton itself was growing visibly weaker, its once brilliant glow dimming. It was clear that it could only hold out for another 10 minutes at best. Without the Thunder Vein Automaton, their defenses would collapse in an instant. Yi Fujing looked at the desperate scene before her, and a flicker of hopelessness crept into her heart. "Captain, my last battle beast has fallen," a team member cried out in anguish. "Mine too," another voice echoed, filled with despair. "There are just too many bloodline ants. We can't hold them back. What are we going to do? If this keeps up, we're all dead." Panic spread like wildfire as shouts of fear and desperation erupted from all directions. "Stop wasting time. Look above you. The flying ones are coming." someone shouted, pointing toward the sky. A swarm of flying ants was drawing closer, their buzzing wings a chilling prelude to another onslaught. Everyone understood the grim reality. The situation had already reached its breaking point. Without a miracle, none of them would make it out alive. The despair was palpable, spreading like a plague across their faces. Captain, Deputy Captain Wang Zheng appeared beside Yi Fujing, his voice low but urgent. At this rate, we're not going to make it. You don't need to die here with us. You should leave while you still can. He knew that as a Silver Beast Master, Yi Fujing still had 3 6th-tier battle beasts in addition to the Thunder Vein automaton. If she chose to retreat now, she stood a good chance of breaking through the swarm and escaping. But Yi Fujing shook her head firmly. She couldn't abandon her teammates and flee alone. Perhaps, if they held their ground a little longer, a miracle might truly happen. As this thought crossed her mind, a clear and resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed in her ears. The sudden roar of a dragon instantly drew everyone's attention. They looked up in terror to see a massive, shadowy dragon obscuring the sky, its form resembling a moving mountain as it hovered low in the air. It was the stone-bound dragon. Yi Fujing's pupils contracted as she stared in disbelief at the enormous figure above. A sharp, whistling sound pierced the air as the dragon swooped over the ground like a colossal glider, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath that instantly incinerated 5 or 6 airborne creatures into ash. Simultaneously, countless ice blades materialized out of thin air, freezing midair for a brief moment before cascading down like a torrential storm. In that instant, dozens of bloodline ants were frozen into icy sculptures, which then shattered into fragments. Only then did the adventurers notice someone seated on the dragon's back, and a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. It's an adventurer. Someone's here to help us. Cheers erupted, and hope flared anew. The sheer power displayed in those 2 attacks was like a jolt of adrenaline to the desperate adventurers. They quickly commanded their battle pets to intensify their offensive, coordinating their efforts with the mysterious figure on the dragon's back. Yi Fujing let out a sigh of relief, though a subtle sense of familiarity nagged at her as she observed the figure from afar. The distance made it impossible to discern their features, so she suppressed her curiosity and refocused on the battle at hand. The arrival of reinforcements completely disrupted the ant swarm's formation. Without their leader's guidance, the ants' attacks became chaotic and disorganized, leading to their rapid retreat. The adventurers soon turned the tide of the battle, forcing the ants to flee, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies. As the swarm scattered into the distance, Lin Ze directed the stone-bound dragon to descend. When he leapt down from the dragon's back, Yi Fujing and her companions froze in astonishment. It was Lin Ze who had come to their rescue. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Fujing quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to Lin Ze. The others followed suit, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Though they had heard of Lin Ze's strength before, witnessing the might of the stone-bound dragon and the 7th-tier ice elemental pet girl firsthand deepened their awe. Adventurers revered power, and Lin Ze, despite his young age, had already earned their admiration with his undeniable strength. Lin Ze responded briefly to their thanks before preparing to leave. However, he suddenly remembered that Yi Fujing might know something useful. Turning to her, he asked, "Captain Yi, do you know what's happening in Rift Valley?" Yi Fujing's expression grew serious as she nodded. "If my guess is correct, it has something to do with the Fallen." The Fallen? Lin Ze's heart sank. Yi Fujing elaborated. "Shortly after entering the secret realm, our team discovered traces of the Fallen and tracked them to the vicinity of Rift Valley. However, we were ambushed by the bloodline ants." Lin Ze frowned slightly. The Fallen were notorious for their crimes, and this was far from the first time they had caused trouble from the shadows. The unique environment of the secret realm, beyond the reach of the Federation's military forces, made it an ideal location for their activities. "I suspect the mastermind behind this is likely the Red Moon Society. A couple of Fallen alone couldn't orchestrate something on this scale," Yi Fujing added. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. It seemed he and the Red Moon Society were fated to cross paths. "What are your plans next?" he asked. Yi Fujing let out a bitter laugh. "We'll find a place to rest first. Our team has suffered heavy losses, so we have no choice but to leave the secret realm. But we need to recover some strength first. If we encounter more danger on the way back, it'll be troublesome." She paused briefly before asking, "What about you?" "I'm heading to Rift Valley," Lin Ze replied without hesitation. Yi Fujing's face immediately filled with concern. "That's too dangerous. If there really are Red Moon Society members in Rift Valley, going in alone is reckless. Why not leave with us first? Once we're out, we can report to the Beast Master Association and have them send reinforcements to handle it." Her suggestion was the safer option, but Lin Ze had his own plans. The Fallen were his sworn enemies, and if the Red Moon Society was involved in the Rift Valley incident, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to weaken their influence. His achievements and hidden resources gave him the confidence to face the challenge. Unaware of these factors, Yi Fujing frowned deeply at Lin Ze's determination. After a moment of contemplation, she made up her mind and said resolutely, I'll go with you. Yi Fujing's suggestion left Lin Ze momentarily stunned. Go together? He confirmed. Yi Fujing nodded firmly. You're strong, but Rift Valley is far too dangerous. Since you're determined to go, let me accompany you. At least we can watch each other's backs. The team exchanged uncertain glances. No one had expected Yi Fujing to make such a bold decision. Vice Captain Wang Zhang grew visibly anxious and was about to object when Yi Fujing raised a hand to stop him. We owe our survival to Lin Ze. How could I just stand by and watch him take such a risk? Adventurers value loyalty above all, and her reasoning was irrefutable. Lin Ze initially wanted to refuse, but Yi Fujing pressed on. Or do you think him too weak to be of any help? Lin Ze cast a glance at her imposing Thunder Rune construct, a formidable Tier 7 beast. Weak? Hardly. Having an ally would indeed make things safer. Reluctantly, he nodded. All right, they'll be counting on you. Yi Fujing smiled, her radiance undiminished despite her somewhat disheveled state, momentarily captivating the other team members. Lin Ze, however, remained unfazed, was already accustomed to the beauty of Guanning and Guasini. You all find a safe place to rest and leave a marker. Once we're out of Rift Valley, they'll come find you, Yi Fujing instructed the team. With that, she and Lin Ze mounted the stone condor dragon and took off toward Rift Valley. From high above, they surveyed the scene below. Swarms of ants spread across the ground like a black tide, while some flying variants hovered in the air. Together, Snowy and the Thunder Rune construct both Tier 7 beasts easily dealt with the aerial threats. Do you have some kind of grudge against the Crimson Moon Society? Yi Fujing suddenly asked. You didn't seem keen on heading to Rift Valley at first, but you changed your mind as soon as they were mentioned. Lin Ze was surprised by her sharp observatiano wonder. She was such an experienced adventurer. Without hesitation, he recounted his enmity with the Crimson Moon Society. Yi Fujing listened intently, clicking her tongue in amazement. She hadn't expected the society to fear an 18-year-old student to such an extent. Lin Ze's counterattacks had apparently caused them significant losses. Yi Fujing couldn't help but marvel at Ningjiang Academy's luck in finding someone like Lin Ze. If he could continue to grow without setbacks, he was destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Deep beneath Rift Valley, a massive cavern glowed with an eerie green light, illuminated by luminescent moss. The floor was littered with the corpses of bloodline ants, the very creatures that had once carved out this cavern. A grotesque horde of monsters hunched over the carcasses, feasting greedily. These creatures had bloated, vaguely humanoid forms. Their pale, ashen flesh was riddled with tangled veins that pulsed faintly under the ghostly green light, making them look like demons clawed straight out of the abyss. At the dim edge of the cavern, several men in dark robes stood silently, their gazes fixed on the scene before them. The sound of the monsters' ravenous feeding echoed throughout the cave, until the appearance of a distinctive figure broke the monotony. This newcomer was also draped in a dark robe, but the prominent red crescent emblem on his chest marked him as someone of particular importance. His gaunt frame moved forward with deliberate steps, and his raspy voice pierced the stillness. How is the cultivation experiment progressing? The other robed figures immediately bowed upon seeing him. One stepped forward and respectfully reported, Very smoothly, my lord. The majority of the howling flesh specimens have reached their maturation phase. In just a few more hours, they will be fully developed and ready for deployment in combat. And the numbers? As of now, a total of 425 specimens, with 389 already in the mature phase. The gaunt man's brow furrowed, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. That's far too few. This level of fighting strength is nowhere near enough to assault the association's Ningjiang branch tower. Accelerate the hatching process. By the day after tomorrow, I want to see 1,000 fully developed howling flesh specimens. The robed figures exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions troubled. Is there a problem? The man demanded. We're running low on fertilizer, one of them admitted hesitantly. Aren't there still 2 colonies of bloodline ants left? The gaunt man's sharp gaze swept over their faces. Seeing their continued hesitation, his voice dropped into a menacing growl. Speak. The robed figures shivered collectively before one of them hurried to explain. Lu Yu ventured out to locate the ant colonies, but was spotted by an adventuring party. To prevent our operation from being exposed, he sent the 2 ant colonies to eliminate them. However, the adventurers were far stronger than anticipated, and both colonies were completely wiped out. The gaunt man's expression darkened instantly, his eyes cold as ice. Incompetent fools who can't even handle such a trivial task, he snarled through gritted teeth. Go capture new ant colonies immediately to replenish the fertilizer. If this delays the cultivation experiment, they'll skin every last one of you alive. Panic spread across the faces of the robed figures, and they scrambled to respond in unison. Yes, my lord. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.